www.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment? Great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A thrilling end to the Four Nations face-off concluded with Connor McDavid, arguably the best player in the world, scoring the game-winning goal for Team Canada as the Canadiens get their revenge against Team USA from the round-robin portion of the tournament, where Team USA won 3-1 in Montreal. Team Canada wins 3-2 in overtime in the championship game at TD Garden in Boston and wins the Four Nations face-off. Penguins' next game back, first game back from the break, will be against the Washington Capitals, 3 o'clock, PPG Paints Arena Saturday, which is tomorrow. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's a Fan Early Morning Show.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the Early Morning Show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Centering pass, McDavid scores! Connor McDavid wins it for Canada!
Sean McDonough of ESPN, it might not be the golden goal for Sidney Crosby. Nothing will ever compare to that for Team Canada. But Canada's next great one, their next great force, next shining star, who has significantly arrived on the national stage and has arrived in the NHL, just falling short of a championship a season ago, had his one shining moment for Team Canada, winning it about halfway through overtime as Team Canada defeats the United States 3-2 in the championship game of the Four Nations face-off and avenging a loss 3-1 that came on Saturday in the round-robin portion in Montreal. Austin Bechtold with you here at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, filling in for my buddy Callis here on the Fan Early Morning Show. Main takeaway from that game, and there were a lot, Jordan Binnington was an absolute stud in the same building that he won Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals just 6 years ago, as a member of the St. Louis Blues against the Boston Bruins at TD Garden. He flashed the leather on multiple different occasions, especially late in the third period and at the beginning of overtime. Jordan Binnington, who many people observing Canada, watching Canada, fans of Canada, supporters of Canada, media members, were very critical of Jordan Binnington being the goaltender. I mean, Jay Caulfield came on with us yesterday and said that Connor Hellebuck and Team USA, partial reason why Jay picked Team USA, and many others picked the United States to be able to beat Canada, was because of the goaltending situation. And sometimes it's funny, just the way that athletes can rise to the occasion. You know, they say that, they try to block out the noise as much as possible. And, I mean, it's very hard to do that. Maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago, it was a lot easier to be able to do that. Just don't read the newspaper. Don't watch much TV. Everyone's on social media. You see it. Your buddies might see it and let you know what's going on in the locker room. You hear the noise. It's how you deal with it. It's how you block it out. And Jordan Binnington, in this game, when Canada needed him most, when the USA came out and absolutely throttled Canada in the first 5, 6, 7 rushes of overtime, he was the main shining star of the night. But Connor McDavid, for him to have this moment, and a complete lapse in judgment by the United States to leave the best player in the world outside of Sidney Crosby, any given night, McDavid, though, probably better than Sidney Crosby. You could take your pick. Even though Sid, for a majority of the tournament, I think, looked like the best player on the ice. It was Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon, Connor McDavid, the passing of the torch last night. Maybe more so the passing of the torch in international hockey. From Sid to McDavid for Team Canada. It's your time now. I had the golden goal. You had the Four Nations Face-Off championship goal. Again, not on the same level as winning the Olympics compared to this. But it does put an incredible bow on what has been a tournament for the ages and a tournament better than what anyone could have anticipated. What anyone could have anticipated. Like I could have never have imagined a month ago sitting here talking about the Four Nations Face-Off as one of the main highlights of the sports calendar in 2025 so far. And yeah, we're only about a month and a half in. I get that. But if you would have blocked it out at the start of the year, you're a New Year's Eve, New Year's predictions 2025. Here's what I think will be the biggest moment. So-and-so will win the World Series. The Avalanche will win the Stanley Cup Final again. The Chiefs will win the Super Bowl. The Pirates will make a wild card spot. Whatever you want to say as your predictions. Would anybody even have thought for a moment to put the Four Nations Face-Off will live up to every expectation that anyone might possibly have, and then some, and be something that we are clamoring for to come back for years to come, because it eliminated the All-Star game. And, look, I like All-Star games for the main factor of, they're symbolic. They mean something. They mean something to the players, whether it's an incentive in their contract and they get extra bonuses or whatnot. I like the flair that comes with All-Star games where you're able to get the best players together for one night, for one weekend, one general consensus of time for whether it be a skills competition, whether it be an actual game. But the main problem with that, too, it's just not nearly the same level of intensity. Like the Pro Bowl has become a flag football game that's completely unwatchable. The skills competition, they had Myles Garrett and Russell Wilson paired together answering questions where Myles Garrett would answer questions and give Russell Wilson more time to be able to answer questions for the precision and accuracy contest. Like the NFL Pro Bowl has gone completely off the rails. We're a far cry away from Sean Taylor lighting up punters. And I'm not saying that that's exactly what I want from the Pro Bowl, but I don't want flag football running around where it's basically just a glorified high school 7-on-7. The NBA, players are chucking up threes from 30 feet away. Steph Curry and Dame Lillard are shooting from half court. There was, I think, in a 3-hour broadcast, not even an hour's worth of actual basketball that was played. It's turned more into a spectacle, more into an event. More like, this last All-Star game was basically like a WWE show where there was a lot of build-up, a lot of flair, a lot of entertainment value that was outside of what was actually going on, like outside of the actual entertainment in the ring. Like the main event that you came to see, what you actually came to watch. And I found that pretty similar with this year's NBA All-Star game. You compare that with baseball, which I think has the best All-Star game by far, because it's not like Paul Skeens is out there throwing 75-mile-an-hour fastballs like the guys are in a flag football situation where it's a completely different sport, seemingly, because you're going, it's not full-on tackle physical football, or in the NBA when, you might as well just put a logo out there for a 4-point shot. That's where everybody's shooting from. So the main difference for me, and I like the home run derby and I like the All-Star game because, it's still Paul Skeens throwing 99 right by Aaron Judge, throwing 99 right by Juan Soto, getting those two guys out last year in Arlington. The NHL 3-on-3, we see it in overtime. And I still like seeing the likes of McDavid, Crosby, and McKinnon together. And that's why I like this tournament so much. And the passion that was derived from it. And yeah, did it get a little bit political with the national anthem stuff in Canada? And I know we like to keep our politics out of sports. That also heightened the moment. It heightened the entertainment value. It heightened the eyeballs. And it got 4 million views that game. I'm sure this championship game in Boston got around 5, maybe more. Most watched non-Stanley Cup final game since 2019. It's good for the sport. Like, all of this, you can't argue, is good for hockey and good for the hockey community. And what I mean by that is Connor McDavid scoring the game-winning goal. Sidney Crosby still being a really good threat at 37 years old. Austin Matthews having chance after chance after chance, and you think eventually he's going to get his. Jake Gensel with good rushes. It's the main factor that the NHL came up with something to replace the All-Star game, to try to pique the interest of fans across the country, across the world, across North America, as well as Sweden and Finland. And yes, Russia should have been a part of the tournament, and Czech should have been a part of the tournament, and you could have made it a six-nation face-off. The entertainment value was off the charts. The passion and the care from the players was evident. Would have been nice to see Matthew Tkachuk be able to go, but he gave it all that he could and couldn't play after the second period. He also has another 25 games left to go of the regular season in the NHL. Brady Tkachuk became a cultural icon with a goal in the championship game last night. Him and Matthew fighting it out. Same thing with JT Miller against Team Canada. Making it a point of emphasis in that first game, in the round-robin game, to defend the country, not liking the booing that was going on by Canada in the anthem. And again, this is not at all a political conversation or a political argument, and I want to stay out of that realm. Was politics brought into sports because of that? Yes. And what you make of the reaction by JT Miller and the Tkachuk brothers, I honestly liked it, to go out there and establish a tone for the night, where it basically became, we're going to kick your ass in your own building in your own country. And the other unfortunate reality for Team USA in this is, like, it was hard to believe going into it that Team Canada was going to lose back-to-back games to the United States. Yeah, it is their sport. It is what they dominate. It is what Team Canada prides itself on and has the best players. Like, think about it. If you did like a top 10 players list out of everybody that was on the ice last night, out of everybody that was playing in that game, Sidney Crosby's probably 1, Connor McDavid is probably 2, Nathan McKinnon is probably 3, Cale Makar is probably 4, and then you get to somebody for Team USA. Like, Canada had, I think, arguably, I don't even know if it's an argument, the 4 best players on the ice, and then you get to Austin Matthews, who, look, you could say he's a better player than Cale Makar. It's kind of hard comparing wingers and centermen to defensemen. But Cale Makar's probably the best defenseman in all hockey. That game was just so fascinating and entertaining to watch, especially with NHL players not in the Olympics for the last 2 cycles, and they were supposed to be for 2022. Wish they were. Pandemic kind of took that away from us. 2018, different story. Wish we would have seen it. We're going to see it next year. We are going to see NHL players return to the Olympics in 2026. And that is going to be thrilling. That will be entertaining. But after that, in 2027, here comes the sun. The All-Star game is supposed to come back. Now, I think with the success of this tournament, it would be a no-brainer. The NHL, I think, would be dumb not to go back to 4 nations. And if you make it 6 and you want to call it that, go right ahead. Want to call it the 6 nations? The NHL had a home run. Not even a home run, a grand slam. A complete grand slam Like Wilt Chamberlain, 100-point performance. Patrick Mahomes, 6 touchdowns in a game. Ben Roethlisberger throwing for 500 yards to beat the Colts, beat the Ravens. What find in this tournament? An absolute slam dunk. You think of the alternatives like what the NBA did with 4 different teams will battle it out on All-Star Weekend, and we'll have the Rising Stars playing this game as well, and Draymond Green is saying the Rising Stars shouldn't be playing in this game. It should be just All-Stars, which I think is a valid argument. The NBA has been trying to change their All-Star game for a while. Just go back to East versus West. Like, maybe enforce defense. Maybe have something to play for. Maybe play for home court advantage like the MLB did in the All-Star game for so long with what ended up being, you will get advantage in home field advantage in the World Series based on if your league wins in the All-Star game. Now, I like that they took that away, but it could be a benefactor in the NBA just to get the players to care more. Because I don't really know what the other alternative is right now. And it's the same problem in the NFL. That seems like that's never going to change to going back to what it was. There would be too many, I don't know about legal issues, but too many things with the NFLPA that would definitely drive a wedge with that in the NFL. But if you go back in 2027 if you go back to like the All-Star game, and look, I still think there should be All-Star voting, and fans and players and media members and executives should still vote on All-Stars. Like I asked Tyler Kennedy this, and he said that, kind of want the time off. Really doesn't mean that much to you. Like, it's cool, but, you go to, more than 1, more than 2, and, it just kind of gets repetitive, and as long as you don't have an incentive in your contract, it's not that big of a deal. I'd like to still see, just for like a historical perspective, and I'm a traditionalist, there's no doubt about that. I would like to see the voting just still go on to be able to have those historical records. And I think it can matter and it can factor in for the fact that, when you think about all-star games and recognitions, all pros in the NFL and all NBA teams, first team all NBA, second team all NBA, I feel like those are things that significantly matter when you talk about who is making the Hall of Fame, who are the most worthy candidates to get into like the Hockey Hall of Fame, get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, whatever it might be. That is another thing that I look at and say, why not still include that? Why not still vote to be able to have a say for those guys building their resume for the Hall of Fame? Just another added point. On a long tangent that circles back to the Four Nations face-off. And what I think the next 10 years of the NHL all-star break type of area, that window, that 2.5-week span, 3-week span, should look like. So next year, 2026, the Olympics are going to happen. In 2027, a Four Nations face-off should happen again. Right now, it's like an open period. It's like to be determined. It's written in pencil. We'll let you know. We'll see how it plays out. We'll see if they ride the momentum of this Four Nations face-off and do it again in a couple of years. Maybe make it 6, which would be completely fine by me. Include Russia, include the Czechs, if you want to include Russia, and then everyone else on a team. Completely fine. 2028 is going to be the World Cup of Hockey. So that'll be another instance where the grandest of stages is held, again, during the middle of the season and put hockey on a big showcase for everyone. 2029, again, one of those open windows that the Four Nations should be. 2030, back to the Olympics. 2031, again, could be Four Nations. And some people were, chirping about this when I pointed it out on Twitter, saying, well, I mean, there would be a huge problem with this in the NHL with, relevancy to the event. Like, would it take away from the NHL season? I think it could enhance it. I mean, think about it from this perspective. Do you think more people are going to watch the NHL based on the product that they just watch and viewership at such a high level? Hockey needs more eyes. Hockey needs more people viewing it. This is what hockey needs. Hockey does not market its stars very well. Hockey needs better endorsements of their stars. Do you think this is going to take less eyes away? Less eyes away from, let's say Montreal is playing Boston or Colorado playing Winnipeg or whatever game that you want to say on the calendar. I feel like hockey viewership is going to be up because it's increased the interest level in the game this year. I feel like that this is going to be a benefactor to that. Now, you could also argue, well, look, it's still, you're talking about something different every year. It's not like we're repeating Four Nations every single year. The Olympics stands on its own as the coup de grace, esteeming it's the Olympics. You don't need much more of an explanation than that. I'm curious about the World Cup of Hockey to see what that turns out to be. I think it will be different than Four Nations, especially because Four Nations is, regional is not the right word because, it's obviously a global event. But you're talking about the USA and Canada. Like we're like a 2-hour drive away. I could get to Toronto in, 3.5 hours or so, 4 hours, whatever it might be, right past Buffalo. Never driven there, so my geography might be thrown off a little bit. Obviously, Sweden and Finland, a little bit of a different story, having to cross the ocean. But it's not like against Czech. It's not like against Russia. It's not like against some of the other countries that have produced NHL stars. 412-928-9370 if you'd like to chime in on that. I'd like to see the Olympics, Four Nations, World Cup of Hockey start going on like a cycle of 3 years. What it ends up being a 4-year cycle with the Olympics and the World Cup. But I think this is how the NHL can continue to grow the game, continue to thrive. And, man, it's a pretty fascinating and pretty interesting proposition to throw out there because when you think about the four major sports, the NFL is king. The NFL gets the most numbers on it. 150 million people watched the Super Bowl in a new report. It was right around 130. I think they further enhanced that number. It's really, truly hard to tell how many actually watched it, but an impressive number nonetheless. And the NBA is really good on social media. Their follower count, the NBA is such a global game, such global rooting interests. Regardless, think about some of the stars that have taken over the NBA with Luka, Dirk, years ago, Wemby, who just got hurt. Compare that to the NHL, and it's just overall not the same. They have to continue to grow the game. And this tournament was a great way to be able to do that. 412-928-9370 if you'd like to chime in. Austin Bechtold, your friend City Limits, filling in for Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show here on the Fan.
Don't miss the insight all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams went 0-2, they made the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Mainly wet roadways on this Friday morning as you travel out and about. Be careful as that snow has made the roadways wet and a bit slick in spots. We do have one accident in downtown Pittsburgh. Crews on the scene at the intersection of 1st Avenue and Ross Street. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North where the HOV lanes are open. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Count your lucky straws. The Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available at GetGo for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. So drink up before your luck runs out. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. The captain is back. That's wild cod, beer battered cod with melted cheese and all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't let this delicious option sail away. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Staying warm this winter isn't easy. You've used blankets, space heaters, even some wishful thinking. To make it through the final stretch, use a little heat from fine wine and good spirits. Jack Daniel's Fire Whiskey brings a flair of cinnamon spice, while Kahlua Rum and Coffee Liqueur is rich, sweet, and melts the cold away. Both are $2 off and ready to fight the ice with heat and flavor. Shop in-store and online at FWGS.com. 750 milliliter bottles. Offers on March 2nd, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. Smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went,
I'm so excited.
yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called Laser Hair Therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms clean starting at just $119, plus the 4th room clean free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Right now at all number 1 Cochrane locations, it's Show Me the Savings Time with their most dazzling auto show offers ever. Find leases as low as $139 a month. Get financing from 0%. Or enjoy savings up to $25,500 off MSRP. Plus choose from new vehicles starting under $19,000 with more than 175 models under $25,000. Come see number 1 Cochrane auto show offers now during Show Me the Savings Time. Visit a location near you or shop online at Cochrane.com. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer. Cost per $1,000 finance varies with vehicle, APR, and term length. Ultra-low mileage leases may include mileage overage fees, excludes acquisition, tax, plate, license, and dock fees. May not stack with other offers. In stock while supplies last. See dealer for details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Austin Bechtold with you. Your friend City Limits filling in for Nicholas Harry Callis here on the morning show today. And the upcoming pre-show is brought to you by Lake 180 Weight Loss. Awaken 180. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Pirates made a move last night. They signed Andrew Heaney at about 7 o'clock. A left-handed starter, formerly of the Angels, was a first-round pick, 9th overall in the 2012 MLB draft and won a World Series with Texas in 2023. So Pirates go back to the well trying to grab a player from Texas like Martin Perez, who had okay success last year, 4.28 ERA, 160 innings, 159 strikeouts. Basically a 1-to-1 ratio with strikeout to innings pitched. And, I mean, he's fine. I don't know how significantly he moves the needle. He will be the 5th starter, I would imagine, with Skeens, Jones, Keller, Falter in the rotation. With Andrew Heaney, that is more than likely going to be it. Somewhat surprised because knowing Johan Oviedo is going to eventually come back, would not expect him in the rotation to start the year. And I was breaking it down on Monday, on the first day of the first full squad workout. You know, it seemed like it was a possibility that they were going to add another starter, just like it seems like it's a good possibility Endy Rodriguez will start in the minor leagues because they want to build him back up and they want to build Johan Oviedo's volume back up after both had Tommy John surgery. Endy, obviously a position player, but still having to deal with throwing from behind the plate and the discomfort that comes with swinging a bat from the left side. So Andrew Heaney, decent player, but the real story last night from Robert Murray of Fansided was that the Pirates pursued a reunion with Jose Quintana, who had a couple of really nice years with the Mets. After the Pirates let him go, they basically revitalized his career. It was like a turn back the clock moment, as if Ray Searage was the pitching coach again. when they traded him to St. Louis. He had a 1.9 ERA. Well, he had a 1.9 WAR when they traded him. 3.50 ERA in 103 innings. Struck out 89. He's not a high strikeout guy, but decent whip. Solid player at a 2.5 WAR last year. 170 innings. 3.75 ERA. The year before he was at 3.57. He started 31 games last year. Durable, dependent. Is 36 this year. I would have been really in favor of seeing Jose Quintana return, but Andrew Heaney, another lefty, should be two lefties rather in the rotation with Skeens, Jones, and Keller. That's the strength of the team, and they need to add bats. They don't have much time to do it, and maybe a significant trade could be in the works. I'd have not heard anything that it is. It needs to be. But if they're going to be a team that gets over 500, makes the playoffs, they're going to be relying on the backbone of the starting rotation. Like Andrew Heaney is not coming in to be a bullpen piece. He started just about every game that he's ever pitched in. 203 games, 185 starts. Last year, only one they appeared out of the bullpen. The pre-show is next with Doran Dickerson. Austin Bechtel with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan is turning 15. Happy birthday. And you're invited to our party at Rivers Casino on February 26th. But you'll need a ticket to get in. Visit 937thefan.com to learn details on how you can get free tickets at local businesses. The first 400 guests receive a commemorative fan gift. The Fan 15th Faniversary Party is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Icy Lights, Guardian Protection, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com. Show the coupon at the pharmacy and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know the funny thing about life? Any given second, something can happen to you. Any given second, you can get hurt, get put in the hospital, be out of work. They call them accidents. But accidents have consequences. Accidents, you gotta go see the dog. That's Top Dog. Accidents have consequences. You gotta take the dog off the leash. Let them go bite them. Let them feel pain. Let them be hurt. Let them bleed. You understand? You gotta let them bite them. Let them go after that insurance company. Let them get you top dollar. All you gotta do is make the call. Top Dog Law. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Call the dog. Call the dog. Any accident, big or small, life or death, you call the dog. Top Dog Law.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some snow in the area, making the roadways wet and a bit slick in spots. This report brought to you by Staples. If you're traveling in downtown, crews are clearing an earlier accident at the intersection of First Avenue and Ross Street, so watch for some slowdowns there. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels, and the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Traffic sponsored by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 4/5. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Hey guys, it's Malsey, and we talk a lot about sports together, right? And so we're talking about pro athletes. And what do you know about pro athletes? They train constantly, all the time, to try to perform better on the field or the court or the ice. However, I have a question for you. What if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost, and they're in chewable form. If you don't like swallowing pills, you don't have to. Plus, since Blue Chew is an online prescription service, you're not dealing with one of those awkward conversations or trips to the doctor's office. No, Blue Chew ships direct to your front door in discreet packaging, and because no two guys are the same, the licensed medical providers are going to work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Doran Dickerson here with you this early morning. It's frigid out. It's cold. Austin Bechtold, he's behind the glass. Little Becty today.
Hello, Doran.
Hello. How are you? Good morning.
I'm great. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. We got Pat Bostic's going to join us again. He was here yesterday from 7 to 10. He's going to do 8 to 10 today. We have Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette at 7:35. He'll join the show as well. Nice little show planned again today. Obviously, Four Nations face-off final last night. We know how that ended. We'll break that down a little bit and see if we can pull anything away and add that to this kind of second half of the NHL season. A lot of other good stuff to get to. I got another little segment that I'm going to sprinkle in throughout the show, but good stuff to get to. And Bechtold, let's kind of catch up with you, man. Like, you started doing this show, and then you were off, you were on, you and Kals are splitting time, and then, 93.7 The Fan, the management made the wise decision to give you a full-time spot with Joe Starkey and, all his cast of characters, and now Pomp is involved in that as well. And then, obviously, Kals does the morning show with us, man. But, how's everything going so far? You liking it? You found your rhythm? You found your routine? You doing pretty good?
I'm loving it. Yeah, it's been great working with Bob and working with Joe, and Joe's really taken me under his wing like you guys have, from the start. So being able to balance that with some of the other things that I do, just like with some play-by-play stuff and writing stuff and all the above, I feel like I'm starting to find my stride a little bit, and being in that slot with those guys, that's been a true blessing.
Yeah, I'm like a proud father, man. Like you and Kals, you guys are doing a fantastic job, and it's not just what you do here either. You guys are grinding, and I don't think that that's kind of the MO of your generation. Maybe in different ways, and maybe I'm not used to it. Now, I know that there's a lot of content creators out there that do work hard and put out good content, but now you guys are kind of old school with your mentality. Like, you do this job, and then you'll go call a basketball game. You'll go call even a football game whenever football season's around. Like, you do one job, and then you do another, and you grind every single week. So I have mad respect for you guys. I'm like a proud father, and that's kind of exactly what I'm about to get into right now. But you wanted to respond to that.
Yeah, it's hard because, like, all of my friends are, like, pretty determined people. So, like, I hear that, obviously. And, like, I wonder, like, what groups are like that, because that's just not how I was raised, Like, It's always work hard, fight for what you believe in, and everything is earned, nothing is completely given.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just one way that I've kind of always approached it, and I don't really know any other way. So people ask do you get tired? Do you get bothered by everything you do? And sometimes I'll just brush that off and go, yeah, but I love what I'm doing. So
exactly,
yeah,
you only get tired whenever you're doing a lot if you just aren't motivated. If you're motivated to do it and you want to do it, tired is nothing. Everybody's tired, right?
Yeah,
everybody's tired. But if you love what you're doing and you have a passion for it, you don't even think about being tired.
No.
Whenever you go call a game and then, you bring the same passion you do to the midday show with Joe that you do whenever you call a ball-win basketball game because, you love it, right?
No doubt. This is what I always wanted to do, and it's something that Bob and I were talking about yesterday. We were talking about Mike Lang and just the impact that he's had on so many different people. This is what he always – he didn't want to call hockey, but he wanted to do just play-by-play in general and always be around the action and do sports. And it's kind of the same thing with me. I always wanted to be, here in this building. So it's cool to see it work out so far.
Well, it's amazing because, the accessibility now is more obviously and better than ever. Whenever I was 10 years old, if I wanted to – go watch a player, I had to wait on ESPN. We've had these conversations before. I had to wait on ESPN to see the highlights. I couldn't just, look it up. I couldn't look up highlights on the internet or on ESPN.com at the time. I had to wait to see, if it wasn't a Pittsburgh-centric player, I had to wait to see, what they did. I remember even, somebody like Deion Sanders, growing up watching, the Cowboys on Thanksgiving, and knowing that Emmitt Smith and Michael Irvin, Troy Aikman, if I wanted to know what Emmitt Smith ran for on a Sunday, I had to wait on ESPN that night to see the highlight, and that's the only thing. And then if I missed it, I missed it. But now the accessibility is amazing, and I told you this story. I was laying there the other night, and my son, my oldest son, Jace, he's really into basketball right now. He's clearly playing, and he wants to see what everybody else is doing in basketball, whether it's his age or whether it's high school kids, college kids, pro players. I'll go into his room sometimes and he'll be watching a 10-year-old in their basketball game from Texas. And he's like, hey, this kid Cade something. I'm like, no.
That's crazy.
He's like, he averages 30 points a game. And it's just little 10-year-old and somebody's filming him and my son's watching. He's like, man, I gotta get like that. That's a different motivation now for young kids than I grew up because I didn't have that accessibility of knowing what everybody else is doing. And the other night, I told you I was laying there, and Rochelle was getting ready for work, and I'm listening, and Jace is searching through his YouTube, and I hear this voice. I'm like, that's and Rochelle and I just kind of looked up at the same time. She was like, is that Austin Bechtold? And I was like, is that Bechtold? My son's like, I don't know. I'm like, you know Bechtold, you met him. He's been to the house before. He was like, this is a Baldwin regular season game from a month ago.
No way. And he stumbled on it.
And I'm like, that's Bechtold. The accessibility, not just for my son that's 10 years old, but that's what he's watching. Because he wants to know what's happening in basketball. He wants to find good players. He wants to watch good games, especially that is centric to Western Pennsylvania, because he knows some players and he knows some names. But the accessibility for him, also the accessibility for you. Could you ever imagine that a 10-year-old would be listening to your broadcast?
No.
It's wild.
No, I could not. And it just shows the power that, YouTube has built, putting out clips and highlights on social media. We are a far cry from Doran Dickerson West Day mixtape videos.
that don't work.
That don't work, and then we're trying to rewind the VCR for an hour to try to watch. So, there are so many flaws and setbacks to social media that, we all know and we all talk about. But that is pretty cool to be able to see. I know at least when I do the games, one of the players on our team, the Westlings, they have an uncle that lives in Europe, and they get to watch the games because of that.
Right. It's amazing, and it's a good thing. This is the good thing, like you just said. There's some faults for social media and YouTube and streaming and stuff nowadays, but there are some really good things. And let's be frank right now. All of us and people that are driven, we want to be as successful as possible. And you really, to me, that there's no limits. Okay, let's try to climb the ladder. I mean, that's really everybody's goal, I believe. It's like, let's climb the ladder and see how far we can go in this game of life and what we're doing. And with, the accessibility factor of it, like, you don't know who else is listening to that.
No.
Like, it could be an exec at ESPN.
Well, I actually have a cool story about that. So I did a game against South Fayette, actually. I was telling you this a little bit before the show. And Mark Keener is the athletic director at South Fayette. And his son, I believe it's Ethan, he has 2 sons that are on the basketball team, ended up playing a 5th year because he had so many things that were going on with his knee, tore his ACL. He had a lot of other knee problems. Like, he had a really, really good story.
Yes.
To him. And I talked to the coach about that, and I told that story at one point. It was like the 3rd or 4th quarter, and I basically outlined it because his younger brother had come into the game as sophomore and scored a bunch of points off the bench. And afterward, like, it's the next day, and I get a text from the AD at South Fayette, like a long net message, like, basically like thanking me for telling that story. So even like to be able to see that, and one thing I've realized is, like, we might go about it like in a way that, like, we don't know how many people are listening, and we don't know how many people it might connect. So that's really cool to see, those personal stories about, that's the intention of finding out that information, to tell the stories, to inform people, but it's the families that are impacted by that. That's what's kind of cool to see if they hear it and how it affects them.
Well, you're absolutely right. It's the intention of it. And whenever, if you are being talked about and it's in a family story, and we're about sports. So if it's a sports story that has a connection, that, your family is dealing with something and that you overcome adversity, something like that, and somebody like you talks about it on a broadcast and goes into depth with it, that really hits somebody that, the family's hard because you took time to find that out. That's what it's about. Like, you could easily just said, Mark Keener's the AD of South Fayette and his sons play on the team, and then, just keep rolling. But the fact that I think people realize whenever you go in depth and know certain pieces of information about a player or about a coach or an AD or a family, they realize and recognize that you did your research and took your time to go find that out. Like, that's what I think that hits people the hardest, and that's why you have done a good job with that stuff. And it's not just that, that's just one case. You've done that a couple times from whenever I've listened to you. That's what it's about too, and that's why the sports are beautiful, because it's not just about the sport, right?
No.
Like, it's not. You can, and I know that you can get to the highest level, you can make a lot of money, but everybody has a story. The stories may connect to you personally. It may be, inspirational. It may be kind of like a wow story. Like, how did this person overcome this? But sports bring that out. Like, I just playing sports wasn't just about playing the sport. It was about the life lessons and learning. And I think about really high school more than anything, because you're with your guys, you're with your friends, and you have a goal in mind to win a championship, a WPIAL championship, whether it's in soccer, football, basketball, baseball, whatever it is. Like, since you were little, like, you were groomed. If you were in sports whenever you were little, you were groomed to, like, I want to do that. And there's nothing better than being able to accomplish that with other people. And it doesn't even matter your skin color. It doesn't matter your anything, but what the goal is about winning that championship.
Entirely. And I think that's kind of why, like, I don't know if you're in a similar boat. Most of, like, my closest friends are all, like, my high school friends. Mm-hmm. And, like, even before that, like, I still talk to a lot of my college friends and keep in touch with them. But it's not the same, as compared to playing sports for so many years that we did, basically growing up together for those 4 years. So do you find that maybe in a similar way, are you closer with high school people than you are with college people?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's the exact same situation. Like, I still talk to some of my college buddies, some of my NFL buddies, but, it's the high school guys, because it doesn't feel like it was that long ago when we were 10, like whenever I was my son's age, like, and we had, just personally, like, we saw West Allegheny win championships, and we wanted to replicate that. We were like, hey, we need to be the next group of guys to do that, and we fell short, and that's a part of life, but, like, the process was better than the actual game. The process of trying and working so hard to get to that point was way better than winning or losing, honestly. It was you think about the times whenever you're so tired and you have to run that extra sprint or whatever, and you're just like, man, like, I'm doing everything possibly I can to just try to win. And that's all you think about. That's what you think life is as a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
And there's so much more to life, and then whenever you grow up, you realize, like, oh, like, that's kind of minuscule in a sense to what I'm doing now because I'm an adult, but you never forget those moments.
Well, it's all you know in the moment.
Right.
Like the game that you play on Friday night in front of 700 people is like the biggest thing in the world to you. Like, I compare it to playing at my old grade school gym at St. E's, and my buddies and I still play there occasionally, and we were saying, this place used to get packed, guys, when we had basketball games. My buddy was like, we have like 75 people in here. And I was like, it felt like 1,000.
Right.
When you're like 10 years old and you're running up and down the court in this small, compact gym that's so loud. And I had an old man yelling at the cloud moment a couple of weeks ago when I was looking up at some of the volleyball banners of teams that I was a part of or teams that I would watch, and I'd be like, the 2015 team won the Whippeal Championship my freshman year as this happened, and they won it in 5, and this coach did this thing, and the next year they lost in the playoff, and I just kept going on and on and on. People are looking at me like, how do you remember this? And I was like, I can't remember what I ate yesterday, but those are the things that I can remember.
They stick with you, and they will for the rest of your life. And, I've known Max Marzina, who's the point guard for Baldwin, since he was like 5. And I always forget, like, I don't even know, is he a senior or is he a junior? I think
he's a junior.
He's a junior, right?
He'll be senior next year.
And I think about him in the moment whenever they lost the other night. Like, I've been there before. That stings. It's tough because, you are friends with guys that are older than you that are seniors, and they're going to be going away and going their separate ways, going to college, doing different things. But those moments are kind of like what really builds you. Like, everybody has to go through something like that. Like, you only had one loss during the season.
Yeah.
Right? And then, you're expecting to go to a Whippeal championship and
win the championship.
Win the championship.
And they could have realistically probably gone to the Final Four states.
Yes. And you get knocked out first round, but not just knocked out, you got kind of whooped. Like,
you did.
Whenever it's time to come around to pick that basketball up again, like, you kind of step away for a second, but whenever he picks that basketball up again, like, he's going to remember that every single day until next season. And that's a building moment. As bad as it is in the moment, but that's a building moment for a young athlete.
And nobody could have possibly, I think, expected that was going to end up being the case. And flat out, Penn Trafford just played it in a hell of a game.
That's sports, right?
Credit to them. Those guys, because I talked to Max about this on Wednesday, actually. Those guys, like, just spent the entire night together. Like, after, like, as soon as the buzzer was over, those guys, like, were inseparable. Just, didn't want to leave each other's sight because, they understood the reality of what was over, and it's just you're grasping to, what still was and what you don't want to happen next. But it's also that drive for more for him and the remaining guys. Which there's not many. There's 9 seniors on that team that are all graduating. Basically, all but 2 players that play are all gone. So
you got to figure it out.
There's a harsh reality involved there too. That this might have been the best chance in 39 years since they first went in '86 to the championship. But
that's another beautiful thing about sports, and really at every level, that there's always a re-up, I guess, and the competition does grow in a sense, like. And, the NFL is different. Professional sports are a little bit different. College is different. But high school, like, it's in its own realm because, like, if you are a junior, and I've dealt with this as well, like, we had a bunch of seniors in my junior year, and we were really good, number 1 in the state, lose the game before the Whippeal. You've heard the story before. But and then they're all gone. It's like, we're not re-upping. Like, I just have to figure out how we can get back to this point with what we have behind these guys. Like, that's and like, if you don't have that many other guys that are your age, like it was just me and like another guy, and we're like, hey, we got to make this work our senior year because we're not going to go out, being a loser our senior year. So we got to figure out how to make this work to try to replicate how good we were this year. But like in college, it's different because you're getting replaced.
Yeah.
The older you get, the more younger they get that is the same as you whenever you were young. They're coming in 4 or 5-star to replace you. NFL is just, and pro sports are, that's the name of the game. That's why you have the draft, is to replace you. Like, that's why they draft, it's to replace you. So, like, it's a different competition and mindset whenever you have those many levels. But, we usually don't talk sports on the pre-show, but, I mean, it's a little bit different this week. Have different producers. Had 3 different producers this week. Had 3-4 different hosts this week with me. So I'm going to do whatever I want. So I think that was a good conversation. And the accessibility of it just fascinated me, that my son was literally laying there listening to you, not even realize it was you. He knows you. I had to tell him it was you, but, like, I'm like, who else is listening to this? And you're 10 years old.
That's cool. That's really cool. And Baldwin will bounce back. They'll figure it out. But that's pretty cool to be able to hear that story.
Seriously, like I think that as minuscule as it might seem, like there's a 10-year-old like listening and watching and trying to replicate what's going on, and wanting to hear the score, wanting to hear who scored and things of that nature. Like that means a lot, and that's why this. The accessibility now in a positive light is really good. And like you said earlier, there's some negative things to social media, but there's a lot of positives. Like, you could get yourself out there and become successful. It's the easiest way, I think, in the history of mankind to be successful. It's the easiest time to be successful because of the outlets you can push yourself to go. We will start, and I wanted to actually, because it's so cold out, I actually wanted in the pre-show, really, but we just got off on a tangent, which was good. I wanted to talk about, like, your ultimate summer day because it's so cold out and I'm ready for summer.
I cannot wait.
30 seconds. Give me your ultimate summer day.
Ultimate summer day. Wake up. Have a nice breakfast.
Yes.
Go out, take a nice walk around the yard for maybe just sit out on the porch for 20 minutes. And then hang out by the pool, even though it's the summer, I love sitting out by the hot tub.
Mm-hmm.
And then go out with some buddies afterward and or invite some friends over and just enjoy the summer weather. I cannot wait.
Oh my God.
For shorts and T-shirts. Oh, Doran, I cannot wait.
Need it so bad. It was so cold this morning. I had to take the garbage out this morning, and I was like, the snow was falling on my hands. I'm like, this is ridiculous. Like, I'm freezing right now. Like, I can't wait for the summer. Like, I can't wait to smoke some ribs.
Yeah.
Have a couple beers. Honestly, I can't even wait to cut the grass. I can't wait to cut the grass, get a nice sweat in.
Say that now.
Yeah, I do say that now, and then I'll hate it, and then my grass will be long, and I won't cut it. But then at night, it's starting to get a little dark out, and then the Pirates come on, and you just kind of sit outside, maybe listen to it on 93.7 Fan, or you watch it. Like, that's nice to me.
That's summer.
That's nice. All right, we'll start the show. Four Nations reaction coming up next in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Thorne Dickerson, Austin Bechtold here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Pat Bostic will join the show at 8 a.m. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette, he will join the show 7:35 as he does every Friday. He's usually at 8, but 7:35 today. And we have a nice little show planned for you. Bechtold, are you working after this too, or are you doing double duty?
Not double duty today. I will have Joel Nelson in for me.
Nice.
For Pomp and Joe with just Pomp today.
Nice. There you go. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Four Nations face-off final last night. We did our predictions at the end of the show. Cam Guest was here shadowing throughout the week, and Pat Bostic was here. So was Sean Myers, and we did our predictions. And I will say this, I did predict a 3-2 score of the game that went into overtime, but I had the wrong team. And I should have known that. And I wanted to put out some good juju for Team USA to, I was predicting with my heart more than I should have, because it is so hard in sports to beat a team twice, especially beat a team twice within basically a week, and especially beat a team twice that is full of all-stars. It is so hard to do that. But the United States, they came close. I mean, they really did. And I didn't know what to expect from this event. I really didn't know what to expect. I love hockey, as you all know. Grew up playing hockey, grew up loving the Penguins. I had every single card that you can think of, every single starting lineup that you can think of, every single poster. I mean, just like all of us growing up here in Pittsburgh, the Penguins gave us a lot. And knowing about players from different countries and things of that nature. I didn't know what to expect with this, but it blew it out the water of if I had a potential expectation. Like, I thought it was going to be competitive. I thought it was very interesting that this was the route that the NHL was going. But this whole event really, I think, set not just this country on fire, but probably the world, to the fact where I think that they're going to do it every 2 years. I think that is the discussion. The next time around, you know how these things go. It's like, okay, this was really great, but how do we make it better? I think that you'll see Russia. I think that you'll see maybe Czech Republic in the next Six Nations playoffs and face-off. And I think as it does grow, every 2 years you'll see more and more teams added. But the expectations were not low. They were kind of neutral. I mean, now they went through the roof, and I think that I speak for everybody that was watching this event. It was through the roof, and even Sweden and Finland being a part of it. I thought that was great. I mean, even though that they didn't really put up a showing, we kind of knew who was going to be in the finals, which was Canada and USA. But this was a fantastic event. I give a lot of credit to the NHL of doing this. I really do, because they needed it. And talking with Colby Armstrong, as I said yesterday or 2 days ago before this final, and asking him how excited he was clearly through the roof. There's clips of him, with his buddies that he does those podcasts with, in that suite and just jumping around, freaking out, doing things of that. But the one thing he did say to me that's really stuck with me. Hockey needed this. Hockey needed this event, and they needed to market the sport. They've needed to market the sport better over the years, and I think that they've tried. They absolutely have tried. It hasn't been the greatest, but they've definitely tried, and brought this up a couple days ago. I mean, they're trying to replicate the NBA on TNT with Charles Barkley, Shaquille O'Neal, bringing Gretzky on, putting Biz Nasty on there, and having some type of fodder back and forth, trying to recreate that to create engagement. They have tried, but this one actually hit. This hit, and this was big for hockey, and big for hockey fans, and big for new hockey fans. And that's what it's about, right? And whenever you want to showcase your sport at this level, you want to engage young fans. You want to engage and bring in a new generation so you keep the train going. That people that have loved hockey for 30, 40 years are going to watch this. But what are the 20-year-olds watching? Are they invested? Do they like hockey? Can we get them interested? I think you did. After that first USA-Canada game. And a lot of people, well, not a lot of people, but some people, they frowned upon how that started the first game. And, the fights, the 3 fights. That's how you get engagement. That's how you get a younger group of generation to want to watch this sport. It really is. I hate to say it. Maybe it's not good for hockey, but it's good for engagement of young people. Because they love that stuff. They love feuds. They love rivalries. We all do. They want to be, on the edge of their seat. Instant gratification. That's what this young generation wants. It's like, I need it now. Give it to me. I need the whole thing. I don't want half. I want the whole thing. Keep me engaged. And you did. Bring me back. There are some other sports that need that as well. Like, every sport needs a rivalry. Every sport needs, that feud. And a couple years ago, I think it was great for golf. It was great for golf whenever Bryson DeChambeau and Brooks Koepka hated each other, and they would feud back and forth on the golf course or on the green. That brought a lot of people into golf. Like, you need that stuff. So this whole tournament was fantastic. Connor McDavid was fantastic. He's as advertised as you do know. He plays at a different level. He moves at a different speed. And he finishes. He starts to. He'll score the first goal of the game. He'll score the last. The guy is absolutely fantastic. Now, I don't know, Becky, if there's a passing of the torch yet, though. I don't know if there's a passing of the torch yet with Sidney Crosby. Now, I know that he had the 3 points in the first game. Don't know how much he fared after that, but you can still tell that he's the general out there. You could tell that he still has that, and that's what I'm expecting from Sidney Crosby as he does get older. He's 37 years old right now. It's going to be 38 in August. I do believe he's going to play into a decent amount of his 40s, but that's what I see Sidney Crosby being in like 2 years, is how he was infused into this lineup of the Canada Four Nations.
Still the captain, but not the guy, not the main center on the number one line. I mean, he was a winger on the second line.
Yeah.
And he was still, I mean, in a lot of these games, and maybe not so much in the last game, still a commanding presence as the best on the ice for a majority of the time. And it wasn't Crosby that made the big play in the biggest moment at the end compared to McDavid.
But he didn't need to.
He didn't need to.
Right.
And we haven't seen Crosby in so long on the international stage, with players not being in the Olympics for the last couple of cycles and the golden goal being the main one that always stands out. But I'm very excited. This has gotten me so fired up for the Olympics next year as well.
Yeah.
To be able to see the trio again, McKinnon, McDavid, Crosby. And I still expect Sid to be the best player out on the ice, which is insane to think about at 38.
It really is. And, I mean, he fought through an injury, too. Like, it didn't matter. Like, a lot of guys in other sports would have been like, how much am I getting paid for this? Yeah, I'm going to sit this one out, kind of like LeBron did in the All-Star game. Like, hey, I'm going to sit this out because I need to get back for the regular season whenever it does matter. But Crosby was like, I have an arm injury. I don't care. I want to put on for my country. This means the world to me. It always has meant the world to me. I've won a gold medal before, and I need to be there for these young guys to show them how it's done, on a day-to-day basis.
And that's the crazy thing about this whole entire tournament. Like, typically the All-Star game, it is what it is, whatever. But I think it was just the sense of nationalism that everyone felt on the ice and just so passionate to play for their country. And maybe that was because they hadn't done it in so long with the Olympics and whatnot. But the fire, the passion, the drive, that's what I think drew so many people to watch it. They cared, so it made you care.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. And the hatred, too, a little bit. Now, I mean, we don't get political on sports shows at all, but, I mean, there was a little bit of a political hatred, I guess, there with the booing of the national anthem. And I didn't hear it last night because, I was driving home from picking up my kids from practice, but I don't know if there was any booing last night from Americans for the Canadian national anthem.
Faint booing at the beginning, but not nearly what it was in Montreal.
Yes. So, like, there's some hatred, too. Like, it was every single facet of what you think a sport and a game and an event surrounding the biggest players in the biggest moments should be. Like, they met everything. They met every mark. This game, this series, this whole tournament, it met every single characteristic that you would want in a sporting event. Like, if we think about it, you had the hatred, you had the physical nature of it, you had the effort was through the roof every single game. You had goal scoring, you had the stars being stars. You had, different cities, different countries representing their country, having one round in Canada, having another round in America. Like, I don't know if they missed at all. Like, can you think of something that they missed on?
No.
They didn't miss.
No. And typically for the NHL, and we talked about how sometimes, they don't get as many eyes as the other major three sports. Like, it does make me think, Doran, can they replicate this in, 2 years? Because of how well it was this year. Like, is it going to have the same firepower and the same flair in a couple of years if they bring it back?
If you add Russia.
Then it definitely could.
If you add Russia. I think so. Yes. Yeah. There's still a big portion of players that are out there that want to be a part of this. And honestly, and I don't think this is going to happen, but, if you add Russia and say, Ovechkin retires next year and, he's done, I would entice him to come back and play in that game.
Like he's Bird and Magic in the Olympics?
Yeah.
That would be a great story.
Yeah. Look, I would, for sure. If I was Czech Republic, I'd ask Jágr to play.
Why not?
I would. I mean, if he can still play, and if he's playing in Czech Republic, is he still? I think he is still playing.
I think this was his last year. He was giving up ownership stake too.
But I mean, if he's still in shape, I'd be like, hey, you want to do a shift every once in a while? You want to go into second power play? Like, why not? I mean, it brings eyes in. People would watch it. People would love it. Like, I would ask, why not? I mean, I think that they can replicate this and honestly make it better. It's going to be hard because it was just so fascinating and so electric, but if you add the appropriate countries to this that have great hockey players, as we know, Could be very, very competitive. It's going to be very exciting. I got a new thing that I thought about this morning. My 3 trends of the day. Now, these are 3 trends that have been happening in the last couple months that started off slow, but I think right now, whether it started last week and it's hot right now, whether it started 3-4 months ago, and it kind of crept its way up to being hot. I have three trends that I feel are connected to sports that people are on right now that I want to sprinkle in throughout the show. And one of them is next. And there's a former athlete that really kind of put this trend, I think, to bed in a different realm for sports. We'll talk about that next. We'll hear from him next as well on the Fan Morning Show. But first, a Bechtold headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sidney Crosby's international resume, just crazy. 2005 World Juniors gold medal. Same thing with the 2010 Olympics, the 2014 Olympics, the 2015 World Cup, the 2016 World Cup. But it was Crosby back on the Team Canada stage for the first time in 9 years, winning the 2025 Four Nations with Team Canada, 48-6 with him in uniform. Pretty incredible. More 93.7 TheFan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Like Bob Pompiani's interview with Mike Tyson.
You knocked out Larry Holmes in '88. It was the only time in 75 fights that he was ever knocked out. What do you remember about that?
I remember after the fight, I said, you're a great champion and I respect you. And he said, thank you, you're a great champion too, but you. Well, that's what he said.
Are we allowed to say that?
93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health, Pittsburgh's leader in ED treatment. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod style all brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Fall in love with a new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive for only $289 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Bowser Hyundai.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
It may be winter outside, but inside the Monroeville Convention Center, it's golf season. The Pittsburgh Golf Show, presented by Dominican Republic Has It All, is February 21st through the 23rd. Shop, compare, and save on golf equipment and accessories. For tickets, go to PittsburghGolfShow.com.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love.
And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Now's the time to get into your brand new Dodge Ram at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Pick up a 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payment starting at $375 for 39 months. South Hills Chrysler Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Cloudy with flurries this morning, the high 26.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Few, if any, major leaguers appreciate the chance to start off fresh in spring training than Dodgers right-hander Dustin May. Last July 10th, May, who was rehabbing from his second Tommy John procedure, went out for dinner in Arizona. In a freak accident, a piece of salad led us toward his esophagus, creating a life-threatening emergency that required immediate abdominal surgery. So good luck, Dustin, getting back on the mound. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Thanks. I need to change my oil. So how much is an oil filter?
Free when you buy 5 quarts of oil. Right now, we have a special on Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic or High Mileage Motor Oil.
The oil filter is free with the Valvoline
Advanced Full Synthetic or High Mileage Motor Oil? Yep, the free oil filter is part of the A to Z savings event. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hour.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Snowfall around the area, making the roadway slick in spots. You definitely want to be careful where you're traveling this morning. We do have a little bit of heavy traffic on the inbound Parkway East. Watch for those delays between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway West a little heavy at the Banksville merge point. That's mainly steady, though. Outbound toward Pittsburgh International Airport, you have a pretty good ride with no delays there. HOV lanes open along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Dickerson, Bechtold behind the glass, here with you on the Fan Morning Show. All right, my 3 trends that are starting to heat up right now. And this could be started from 3-4 months ago. This could be started from yesterday. This could be started from a week or two ago. But these are 3 trends that I feel like are starting to heat up. And I'm going to sprinkle these in throughout the show. But this is my first one coming up right now. Everybody thinks that with the success of the Four Nations face-off, a lot of the discussion, and I'm a culprit of it as well. I mean, I have talked about it a lot this week. Like, how can the 3 other sports, major sports, replicate that? Because we know these all-star games are brutal. I mean, they are brutal, and especially the Pro Bowl and the NBA all-star game. I mean, they're absolutely brutal, and they need to figure out a way to make these things, and create the engagement that they're looking for and create the engagement that the Four Nations face-off did create. Fantastic event, as we talked about in the last segment. Major League Baseball, I think their all-star game is fine, but there's just a difference in sports, right? There's a difference where I don't think that you can replicate this. I don't think that you can replicate what this Four Nations face-off, put on the table. It's just because the mentality and the mindset, and those of you that think it can be replicated, I would hold your horses, because PK Subban was on ESPN, and he absolutely flamed another professional sports organization, which made me say, yeah, he's absolutely right. And this is the same with the other 2 outside of the NHL.
Can't compare the cultures because of the way the game is played. You can step on an NBA floor and go through the emotions. You can't do that in hockey. You can't. Like, the culture of our sport, you have to play it with passion. You have to be willing to fight. You have to be willing to leave it on the ice. That's what fans are investing in. So for us, when we charge $1,500 for a ticket to come to fans know what they're getting. Cale Makar, the best defenseman in the world, wasn't in the lineup for this game. This was the most viewed game that we've had in years. And you see it, it's because it's not just based on the skill and talent. It's based on the pride, honor, playing for the guy next to you. I got a question for the NBA players. What the hell are you playing for? What are you playing for? It's not about the money. You make all the money. What, you're injured? Well, there's a difference between being hurt and injured. Are you hurt or are you injured? There's a difference. In hockey, we play hurt. We play injured. That is the culture of the sport. It's always been that way. So you want to talk about the business, the CBA. Fans get all of that. But what do fans resonate with? They resonate with what's real. You got to fight sometimes for your country. You got to compete. You got to go out there and leave it on the ice, because those people are paying the price of admission. So fans know whether our stars are on the ice or not, they're getting their money's worth. The NBA has that issue that they got to work on. You got to create a better culture for your players. It starts with the leaders. This issue, there was no issue when Jordan was around. There was no issue when Kobe was around. There's no issue when Sidney Crosby's around. There's no issue when Wayne Gretzky was around, because those are true leaders. They lead by example. Sidney Crosby, Hockey Canada, those players, both Canada and U.S., it was the players that did that for the Four Nations. That's not the league. The league set it up, but the players went out there and decided and said, you know what, boys? We're all in. When is the NBA going to do that? Because, I haven't sat down and watched the NBA consistently since Kobe. Since Kobe has died, I have not sat down and watched the NBA consistently. I love basketball. Love the players. I think LeBron's great. I think KD's great. Steph Curry. Love watching them. But you got to be on the court. You got to be there, and when you're there, you got to go all in. The fans got to feel that they're getting their money's worth. And right now, there's a big difference between what the NHL's doing with those events and what the NBA's doing. Four Nations works because the players are all in.
He is absolutely right. I mean, just absolutely right. Dead on. He is dead on. And that has to do, now Major League Baseball, I think that their all-star festivities are pretty decent. They're pretty good. Like, players play, pitchers pitch. Like, they want to go out there and they want to showcase their skills. But I'm talking about the NFL and I'm talking about the NBA. PK Subban is absolutely right. And there's one thing there, Becky, that he said right in the beginning of that clip that he just absolutely nailed. You cannot step on and put your first little blade of your skate on that ice and go through the motions. There's no chance that has ever happened in an NHL game. It's impossible to do. You can do that in the NFL with the, I'm talking all-star games. Now, during the season, it's a little bit different, clearly, because you're getting hit in football. You want to protect yourself. But you cannot go through the motions playing hockey. You can't. You can in the NBA and the NBA all-star game. You can just go through the motions, shoot up shots, not play defense. In the NFL, with their Pro Bowl, you can go through the motions because it's flag freaking football. You can go through the motions, and that's why it is flag football, because they were going through the motions whenever it was regular football. You can do that in those all-star games, and that's what makes hockey so different, and that's why you can't replicate this with other sports, because it is a player-driven thing. It is a player-driven mentality, and hockey players have always had that.
Yeah, very well said. And, I mean, if you're a hockey player, you're just going to get completely blown by or thrown into the boards.
Right.
Like, if you go in to the boards and just decide, oh, I'm just going to gingerly play this puck, you are going to get crushed up against the glass. And the mentality with hockey, and it's kind of funny because it's also the sport where the players make the least amount of money, too, but have the most drive and most care for the game, which I think is kind of fascinating.
It is fascinating, and I think it's a culture thing. It's how you grow up playing the sport, and we all start playing basketball when we're young, baseball when you're young, but it takes a special type of athlete to skate whenever you're young, to play hockey whenever you're young. And that has been bred from kids that started skate when they're 4 all the way up until now. Like, there's a certain way you play, and it's through every single level. Like, and football is somewhat the same, because you kind of have to protect yourself, and you want to go out there, you'll get crushed. But NBA, like, they can go through the motions when they want. Like, I watch the NBA all the time, but people don't start watching the NBA really until the playoffs, because they don't go through the motions because something's on the line. Like, that's whenever the real basketball actually starts, is because there's something on the line and the guys actually care. Night in and night out. Now, I know there's a lot of games in the NBA and, compared to NFL, but you can go through the motions. You absolutely can't do that with the NHL. And that's why these things can't be replicated, I don't think, with other sports.
And I also think that it's fair to point out with the NHL, too, like, there are so many stars from Canada that play on teams, like, in the U.S., like Sid, for example, McKinnon. And then it's the opposite way. So many players that are U.S.-based, like Austin Matthews, that are playing in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got to be pretty cool and drive them even more based on where they play their games all season long to then represent their country and basically, like, on the flip side, turn the whole thing around. I feel like that just adds another fuel to the fire.
Yeah, it is. It was a great event, and they absolutely nailed it. But I don't think it's that easy. It's a great discussion topic, and it has been for us all week about what the other sports can do. But I don't think it's that easy, because it's player driven, it's player mentality driven of why this was successful. PK Subban was absolutely right. I don't if you like PK Subban or not, that clip right there, he nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. And, I didn't even take it like he was calling out the NBA, honestly. Like, people want to take it like, oh, he's taking shots at the NBA. No, he's just being honest. He's being honest. Like, there's different type of athletes that are playing in this Four Nations face-off that actually it matters to them. And you can't go through the motions when you step on the ice. Time is running out. To get your tickets to the Fan 15th anniversary party at Rivers Casino on February 26th, go to Jackworth Ginger Beer on Hamilton Avenue. Proudly serving Boyd and Blair from 1 to 2 p.m. on Saturday. The first 10 people will get a pair of tickets to the party, or head to Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union in Scott Township on Monday from noon to 1 p.m. For more information, go to 937thefan.com. And coming up next, I played a clip yesterday of one of my favorite moments in fan history, and this all ties into the event on Wednesday. So we're going to be playing clips every day of our favorite moments in fan history, all of us host. And I played the clip of Ron Cook talking about Ron Jeremy and not really realizing he's saying Ron Jeremy instead of Ron Burgundy. That was one of my favorite clips. And there was a segment that I never missed in the fan history that I'm going to play next. A segment that was always electric, always lights out, and always fascinating to me. I'm going to play that next. It's a little long, but it's worth it. Play that next, but first, a Bechtold headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates make a move for a player in their rotation. Could be the 5th starter. Andrew Heaney, former starter with the Angels, previously the last 2 years in Texas, signs a 1-year deal worth $5 million. That is Also, including some incentives thrown in as well, reported by Robert Murray of Fanslated. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face.
The
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Order for Jennifer C. Is this my double shot, double cream, double...
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at SpitzerAcura.com.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort. Now, I know you're probably spelling comfort in your head and asking yourself, is that possible? Am I just a really bad speller? Look, I don't know your spelling aptitude, but Skechers most definitely put the S in comfort because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has developed fits and features that change everything you know about comfort. Like hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the ultimate in comfort and convenience. It's footwear you just step into and they're on, with no bending down. Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. One of my favorite segments in fan history was Joe Starkey, whenever he would interview Al Villanueva, the tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, it was must-listen radio every single time. They had such great camaraderie every time that they would get together, and they would talk anything but football, and that was with Al Villanueva. Here is that segment. It was always must-listen and one of my favorite in fan history. Anything but football with Al.
Imagine you're overseas for a Thanksgiving or two. What was it like? Were you?
I was.
Would guys watch football, or how would you paint that picture for us?
So this is the unfortunate reality about my life, is that I never celebrated Thanksgiving because I grew up in Spain.
Okay, yeah.
So they don't celebrate it. So for me, it doesn't really mean a lot. But I did spend Christmas, Thanksgiving. Honestly, I think it's one of those moments where you grow up. It's like. When I got a son right now. He keeps crying when he falls out of bed or in the middle of the night. But at some point, you realize nothing's going to happen, right? So I think that's the sad reality about growing up. When you leave college, when you have a job, and then you just can't come home for Christmas or Thanksgiving. And it just so happens you're in Afghanistan. But I'm sure that it happens to a lot of consultants or a lot of people all over the world that just can't afford to travel back. And so, out of all the places you can be, it's very special to be in Afghanistan for a holiday, because you truly feel the love from your family. You truly feel the brotherhood of everybody that's over there. And it's a very special moment. Plus, usually get attacked by the Taliban because it's Christmas and they don't believe in the birth of Jesus Christ. And so it's
Thanksgiving too.
No, well, usually every U.S. holiday they usually attack because they know that the mentality is that there's something different in our pattern of life, So they usually attack in Christmas, New Year's, Thanksgiving, Easter. That's a thing that they usually historically do.
So there was never a chance on Thanksgiving it wouldn't be you guys watching football, or would they feed you anything different like turkey and stuff?
No, they fed us shrimp one year and we all got sick. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, we all got sick, big time. So if I'm not within 50 miles of the coast, I don't need seafood. That's a lesson that I learned from Thanksgiving in Afghanistan in 2011.
Was that the only year you were there for it?
No. I was there 2013 and 14 as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So 3 Thanksgivings and Christmases overseas.
Christmas, yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Is it a special bonding time for guys over there during holidays? Because I imagine you think about, or some guys do, if they celebrate, think about home more.
I think it's a special bonding period, but what usually will happen is, honestly, I'm going to recreate a day over there, right? So, you wake up on Christmas Day and, Sergeant Joe comes up to you and is like, hey man, sir, look at the picture of my kids, they all ready, my son Dylan got this for Christmas and he's so excited. And so it gives you a chance chance to talk, to catch up about their family and what it means to them and stuff like that. And then based on that, then it just gives you a reason to have a conversation with your family. Because usually we talk about missions, we talk about like what we're doing right now. We're doing the holidays. It allows you to maybe get to know somebody at a deeper level, because it's the holidays and because their families are together. And most of those days they're going to get a call or they're going to get a letter or a package. And so it just enables you to get to know somebody at a different level.
Guys like football? Do you watch it?
Oh my God, yes. Are you kidding me? Well, my first deployment we couldn't because we didn't have access, to as many games. But my second and third, I was in bigger bases, and we definitely. I mean, I remember specifically watching Nick Foles playing for the Philadelphia Eagles, and they were playing Detroit. I think it was just like amount of snow in Philly that year. It was probably 2013, maybe it was. And I remember saying, like, oh my God, Nick Foles is crazy. That he's having such a good game. Like, I wonder, what's his background? And then, like, fast forward a month, I'm meeting him in the locker room of Philadelphia, and he was an unbelievable guy. And I was like, holy smokes, I just watched you play, like, 2 months
That's awesome.
ago. Yeah, so it was cool. Definitely, football is a thing to get your mind off of things. I used to talk about the Patriots all the time because I was back in the day, in my old self, my old rebel years. I don't even know what I was thinking. I was a Patriots fan, so I would talk to.
Oh wow, there's a news item, huh?
Yeah, I would talk to other.
Brady fan?
Huge Brady fan, yeah. But I hate him, And I was. I mean, the crazy thing is that Tom Brady still. I get calls from people that are overseas, in secretive places doing really tough missions, and they say that whenever they have a bad mission, bad day. Tom Brady will VTC them and we'll talk to them. That's kind of like one of those things where, regardless, of how competitive we are, and obviously, Steelers, Patriots, for us, maybe not so much for them, but for us, it's such an important game of the schedule. But, you can put football aside and really look up to a player who's doing great things for servicemen and women. I mean, that means a lot, for someone like to get to go those boys together. I know that Robert Kraft has a really special relationship with Legacy Team 6 and whatnot. And, this is really, it's cool, it's special, And when I was over there, and again, you don't know which day could be your last. It was fun to follow, and I had no access to no information regarding football. I just hear the scores,
right.
And I was sort of fantasizing in my head, how good Gronk was doing, how good, Edelman was doing, and like how they were able to win games, and because I'll just get the scores, and now it's crazy because then I get to see Gronk on the, after the games, and somehow he knows my name. It's like, hey, so I think football means a lot. It's really special, and
That's cool.
Yeah, it is really cool. So.
When did you start liking them?
Middle school.
Really?
Yeah,
why? I wonder.
I was living in Rhode Island, New England.
Oh.
One of my favorite segments in fan history. I loved every time that Joe had the opportunity to talk to Al Villanueva. They had a great camaraderie, and they talked anything but football. And I loved it. Loved learning about Al, and especially his military service that he did, and all the different things that he came across. And it was always fantastic and riveting, in my opinion. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. The Pirates, they signed a pitcher, but they could have signed a familiar face. We'll talk about that next, but first, a Bechtold headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball at Notre Dame tomorrow at 2:15. Hear the game right here on The Fan, beginning at 1:45 with the pregame show. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan video stream, powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West, starting to see those inbound delays building right as you approach the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, that is stacked at Edgewood Swissvale, while Route 28 and the Parkway North are up to speed. Traffic light delays on the inbound side of Route 65 at the McKees Rocks Bridge, while Route 51 northbound seeing some traffic light delays at Route 88, again at Nobles Lane, and then approaching Bousman Street heading for the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers,
and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See the Sweetheart Savings Event, the new 2025 Kia Telluride LX 4-wheel drive, and lease for just $285 a month, or purchase with a special low APR starting at 4.49%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a MonroevilleKia.com. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms clean starting at just $119, plus the 4th room clean free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Picture yourself here, carving down snowy trails, kids laughing, and memories being made. At Holiday Valley with 60 trails and ski in, ski out lodging, winter fun is waiting for you. This winter, picture yourself at Holiday Valley, located in the authentic ski town of Ellicottville, New York. Voted 11th best ski resort on the entire East Coast by Ski Magazine readers. Learn more at holidayvalley.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Dickerson, Bechtold here with you on The Fan Morning Show, 7:35. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette at 8 a.m. Pat Bostic will join the show again. He was here yesterday. Bechtold, the Pirates, they signed a pitcher. But from what you told me this morning, they could have signed a familiar face, Jose Quintana. They were in maybe a discussion with bringing him back and joining this team. But they signed Andrew Heaney, who is a younger pitcher, I guess. You have all the information. I mean, this is a guy that jumped off the page at me where I was like, oh, yeah, that'll work. Is this just another one of those run-of-the-mill signings for the Pirates?
Well, and when you're talking about younger, you're talking younger than Jose Quintana. Heaney will be 34 this year, and Quintana, I mean, over that, he's approaching 40. Hector Gomez, baseball reporter, said that the Mets, Rangers, Padres, Braves, Brewers are all looking at him, and Quintana was close to reaching a deal with the Pirates but declined their offer. But in regards to Heaney, solid player, decent, not a needle mover, 4.28 ERA last year, 160 innings, basically a strikeout per inning. He's fine, a good fifth starter, not somebody who's going to be, taking Skeens, Jones, Keller spots in the top 3 anyway, but just another guy to throw into the rotation who could have a similar path like Quintana did a couple of years ago, where he had a really good year with the Pirates before it was being traded.
Well, I mean, you're going to have Oviedo, Falter, and then maybe Bubba Chandler, too.
Right, so I know some people did speculate that they would add another veteran starter because Chandler's likely not ready yet. Oviedo's still battling back from injury. I would have been okay seeing Mike Burrows, a guy that came up and debuted last year and pitched a game or two, just be given that fifth spot. And also, early on in the season, there's so many off days because somebody's playing a home opener. It might snow, it might rain, and they move it to the next day or whatever. So because of the number of off days, I mean, I would have been okay if they just went until May with like Mike Burrows making 2 starts, and then, all right, Bubba Chandler, it's the middle of May. Here you are, MLB debut. Or Oviedo's ready. But we'll see if this works out for them. It's another arm that, I mean, not too much enthusiasm can go into it.
We've always I play this game, and Crowley and I do this as well. Like, we put a box next to each guy's name, and we just talked about the pitchers. Let's talk about the actual players in the lineup this season, and which player with the box next to their name can you check off being a for sure thing? And really, it can only rest on one. But if there's a number 2, it would be O'Neal Cruz. How do you think O'Neal Cruz will do this year with his transition to center field? Like, all of his characteristics, they do match. I mean, he's tall, he's explosive, he can run, he can cover ground. But my thing is one of his faults is his communication. I mean, last year his communication was awful. Whenever he would, misjudge a ball or, try to call off the left fielder, call off Reynolds, or, not being on the same page, and the ball would just drop. Communication's huge for center fielders. How do you think his transition's going to go this year?
Well, I think Reynolds has definitely deserved to be number 2 on that list, too, behind Skeens, right?
Well, I would say throw out pitchers, Reynolds is number 1.
Okay.
He's the only one.
Right. He would be because, I mean, his offense is definitely a significant factor of what they're going to need probably in the 3-hole. I am concerned defensively. Like, we only saw him for a month in center. It worked out well, but it's not like that many balls were hit to him, at least on the eye test. He didn't have too many opportunities to make big mistakes. He's just so athletic that I feel like he's got a good chance to figure it out. The strikeouts are still a problem. And it also says, like, if O'Neal Cruz is the closest thing to a sure thing they have other than Brian Reynolds, that's partially a big testament to their lineup and a lack of depth in it. Because Cruz is a really good player, high upside, but it's not like we can consistently say, yes, O'Neal Cruz will definitely hit 270 this year with like 30 bombs, 25. It's still kind of a waiting period to see, especially because I don't want to say hid behind the injury with the ankle last year, but they use it as an excuse a lot. So it's just this is like his first full year, truly. I mean, at least I think they're going to claim it, to break out and be a star. And if he doesn't, I got way more questions than answers.
Who's the third guy? Who's the third guy do you think that could be as close to a for sure thing as, if you say Reynolds is 1, and he's a for sure thing, Cruz maybe. Who's number 3?
Probably McCutchen, just because, I mean, at this point, we know that at 38, he's going to get on base.
Yeah.
He's going to strike out a decent amount, not that much. He's going to walk. He's going to hit he's going to hit 20 home runs last year.
Right.
He should be batting like 6th or 7th now, not, leadoff or 5th. Like, he should be lower down in the lineup. Other than that, though, Joey Bart.
Yeah, that's who I had, yeah.
Your catcher is not going to play every single day unless you DH him, and you would sit down McCutchen, who, again, is in that conversation. So they're in a difficult spot because they want to get Henry Davis. You'd think they'd want to get Henry Davis and Endy Rodriguez some run. Where does that put Bart? First base?
Right. Yeah, I mean, probably DH or first base. I asked Wayner that last year. Could you see Joey Bart getting some reps at first base? And she thought that was a good question, so he had a little ding for me there. I was like, yeah, let's go. I asked a good question to Wayner.
There you go.
I was like, why not supplement or platoon Joey Bart at first base? And I mean, they're gonna there's another situation there too. I mean, with Horowitz being out, like, is Endy Rodriguez gonna get first base reps? Is Henry Davis gonna get first base reps? Like, I feel like Henry Davis is just it's so demoralizing.
Yeah.
Because he was a 1-1. Like, you got to figure something out. Like, and he just presses so much. You could just tell the pressure gets to him. It's just a shame that he hasn't panned out thus far. But we'll see what happens. I mean, I know this has been an underwhelming offseason for the Pirates, but hopefully if they can replicate last year and have some guys internally step up that didn't last year during that time before the All-Star break, it could be competitive. Coming up next, Austin and myself, we are going to break down the potential salary cap movement in the NFL. Salary cap expected to grow to between $277 million and $281 million. What could that mean for the Steelers? We'll break that down next on the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. Snow will wrap up this morning by 9 with the rest of the day dealing with mostly cloudy skies. The cold air mass remains in place with highs today hitting the upper 20s. Out the door temperatures are close to 20 degrees, but with a steady wind of around 10 miles an hour coming in out of the west, it's going to feel like single digits. Hey, we do warm up for the weekend with highs hitting the mid-30s on Saturday and up near 40 on Sunday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Most finance HMF, low APR, tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Rebate offer on select Santa Fe trims only. All buyers will qualify in stock units only. Offers end 3/3/25.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for great President's Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe or Tucson SE, both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years of keeping homes and businesses safe. With this big anniversary, right now you can buy one Guardian camera and get the second for just 75 cents. That's right, add another camera for just pocket change. Guardian cameras offer HD video, motion alerts, and two-way audio, so you're always connected and in control. Protect your property with smarter security and enjoy total peace of mind. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab this limited time anniversary offer. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East with delays starting at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West now heavy just past the top of Green Tree Hill and really stacking up at Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28 remains fairly steady, and the Parkway North also steady from I-79 to the Veterans Bridge. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way.
Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates signed left-handed starter Andrew Heaney to a one-year contract worth $5 million plus incentives. Pitched the last 2 years in Texas at a 4.50 ERA last year. Pirates' first spring training game is tomorrow against Baltimore. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Doran Dickerson, Austin Bechtold here with you on the Fan Morning Show. It's 7:04, and it is time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. The NFL salary cap is going to rise, and significantly. It is reported that it's going to get up to either between $277 and $280 or $281 million for the upcoming season. And the Bechtold, the Steelers have around $60 million right now. If they finagle some things and this salary cap, let's say it gets to $281, they would have around 70 plus, I guess, million. I think that's the right math in salary cap. So we know that they need a quarterback, Bechty. We know that they need a wide receiver. They probably need another corner. They need some defensive line help. They might even need a left tackle with letting Dan Moore Jr. probably walk. What direction? And I guess we can exclude quarterback for right now. What direction do you think that they need to target first in free agency, knowing that they're going to have some money to spend?
Offense.
Yes.
Offense. Play the Steeler polka as much as you want with offense's part in it. I mean, the fact, Doran, that they spent $48 million on offense last year and were the highest paid defense a season ago and gave up 300 yards on the ground might make you think that they need to allocate their money better on the defensive side of the ball. But it still makes me think, and, I mean, they need a quarterback. They're not going to find one in free agency this year. It's going to have to come in the draft in 26. That they need to find offensive pieces like a Chris Godwin. See if Stephon Diggs still has something left in the tank. One of the free agent wide receivers, or who I would immediately try to target, especially now with T. Higgins off the board, Chris Godwin's price might have immediately gone up. He's probably smiling like a butcher's dog as an ode to Mike Lang, seeing that he could be making a couple more million even though he's coming off a bad ankle injury.
Yeah, would you take a chance on him with that? Yep. I mean, you would?
I would. 29.
Even though his foot was backwards?
Right. I mean, hopefully it's not like the situation with Nick Chubb getting his knee blown out. Unfortunately, I was at that game, and it was pretty close to where I was, to where, his ankle is just completely shot and can't do it anymore. But I would be willing to bank on him for like a 3-year, $20 million a year deal per year, so like $3 and $60. I think it's reasonable. Maybe you knock it down to 18.
Mm-hmm. I just don't know. I don't know if I want to go that route. Like, I mean, I don't even know where he's at in this process of rehab, but like, I mean, he's a fantastic player. I love him. Like every single year, his production's always through the roof. I mean, he's reliable. He's quiet. Keeps his mouth shut. That's what the Steelers kind of need. But yeah, you're right. Offense is definitely the focal point for this money. But I could see them getting another corner. Like I don't know what was Dante Jackson. He'll be back, I believe. Is he coming back?
They could. I mean, they could decide to move off of him.
Yeah, they could. Like I think that they're going to go the defensive route. My intuition's telling me that first, and then they're going to address clearly in the draft the other positions. But I don't know which wide receiver that they're probably going to fall in love with during this process. Like, we talked about Chris Godwin. I mean, he's coming off of an injury. Maybe they think about Christian Kirk again. I don't know what that situation's like. I know he had that collarbone injury, but The free agent pool isn't great. It's a lot of previously injured guys for wide receiver. They might have to trade. I talked to Sean Myers yesterday. He's a huge 49ers fan. He said absolutely not about Deebo Samuel. Absolutely not. He said he's regressed significantly. He wouldn't fit. Like, I thought Deebo would be perfect for this offense and using him in different ways, and that's kind of what Arthur Smith wants to do. But Sean is kind of nudging me in a different direction, and I don't like it. I thought that he'd be the perfect guy, Deebo Samuel.
Me too. And, I mean, Sean watches all the 49er games, and what he said to me is that, like, Deebo became, like, their third option in their offense. And, I mean, he at one point was, like, the biggest, best Swiss Army knife in all of football. And maybe it's old age. Maybe it's the beating that his body has just taken over the years. That's the thing. Like, Cooper Kupp's a good option, but do you worry about the age? Especially because if they don't have a quarterback, this is not a team that is built to win now, or at least is in the position to win now and get a wide receiver like that. Maybe Keenan Allen in free agency on like a $10 to $15 million deal would make sense. Maybe not even that much because he's coming off of a down year with the Bears. But, I mean, after T. Higgins, who's getting franchise tagged, Stephon Diggs was out for the year.
Right.
Amari Cooper is whatever.
Right. He couldn't figure it out in Buffalo with Josh Allen.
No, I mean,
that's what I look at.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
You can't play well with Josh Allen, and then you're talking Brandon Cooks, wrong way, running backwards, Deontay Johnson, and like DeAndre Hopkins. No, there's not a lot out there. That's why I think Godwin has to be the priority.
Let's talk about quarterback. What would be your perfect quarterback room? And say that you get 4 quarterbacks and one is Skylar Thompson. What do you predict in like a realistic situation for the Steelers for the 3 quarterbacks in that room to start OTAs?
Man, that's a great question. I'm going to say Justin Fields, low-level free agent signing, and then Skylar Thompson, and probably a draft pick in like the 5th round or 5th or 6th round.
Yeah.
They do need to like stop flirting with everybody else. You know, the Steelers acting like Valentine's Day. They're not ready to commit to Justin Fields. That's the one thing that's kind of concerning me. Like,
well, I don't think Justin Fields is ready to commit to the Steelers, too. I feel like people are forgetting that.
Yeah, I mean,
there's 2 sides.
He very well could just say, "Hey, Kellen Moore, New Orleans, kind of enticing." Like,
Jalen Hurts, kind of similar to Jalen Hurts. Hey, this guy, made it work with Jalen Hurts. Now Jalen Hurts has made it work with other offensive coordinators. But if I am Justin Fields and Kellen Moore just got that job in New Orleans, like. And if I'm Kellen Moore, I'm looking at Justin Fields like, yeah, I can make him a Jalen Hurts light.
Yeah. Or Vegas with Chip Kelly. Like, I feel like he could fit in that offensive scheme as well. Pete Carroll's going to bring some stability to that organization that's been so unstable for a long time. So the Raiders are not as unappealing as they once were.
Tom Brady.
They're still not like a premier destination by any regard, but I would feel much more comfortable if I'm Justin Fields going to the Raiders now than I would be a season ago when he was getting traded.
For sure. The Raiders are going to have a top pick, too. I don't know which direction they're going to go. They might draft, Shador, or they might, if I was Justin Fields and I was talking to the Raiders, like, I would definitely be enticed with that situation. They're probably going to spend some money in free agency. Now, the thing about, I don't think it really matters with Justin Fields, but the thing about with the Saints is they're way under the cap. Like, they have the worst cap situation, I think, in the NFL. But there are some other enticing options. As you saw the other day, it was reported that Justin Fields is intrigued by the Jets. Now, I don't know what would intrigue him by the Jets.
Right.
New head coach Aaron Glenn, new offensive coordinator who was the pass game coordinator for the Lions last year. I don't know what would be so enticing about the Jets. Maybe going back with his old weapon, Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, but it's not like he's going to play for the next Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan. Aaron Glenn's a defensive coach. Like, what would draw him there other than an opportunity to play? I don't really think Justin Fields is I got to play in a big market, take the spotlight and headlines type of guy. So what's there? Like, Devontae Adams is not going to be there next year, I don't think. Like, their running backs are pretty good. Yeah. They've all been banged up. Like, Breece Hall has missed time and the rest of their backfield. So their defense is okay. The Jets are not like a great landing spot. Neither is really New Orleans, but the opportunity with the coaching is there that they could build around it in the draft.
I just, thinking about these teams, like it's all a race to Philly at this point. Seeing how Philly played in the Super Bowl and doing that to Mahomes, it's all a race to Philly and how you want to construct your team. That's obviously the perfectly construct team. And if you don't, you need to have a quarterback. Like literally, like you have to have a quarterback first to be able to have a chance in this competition. And the Steelers are in a position where they don't have one. Like, I mean, I know it's very broad. That's a very, very broad thing to say, but they haven't had one in 3 years, really. Like a legit one that can actually push them to compete. Now, which route are they going to go? Like, are they going to – I know they're not going to draft. Well, they might draft, but it's not going to be a franchise quarterback. They might draft in the third round might be the highest I think that they'll draft a quarterback, but it's not going to be a franchise guy. Are they going to go the Kirk Cousins route? Are they going to go the Aaron Rodgers route? If Justin Fields doesn't, if he does take his talent somewhere else, like what if Russell Wilson, signs with the Raiders? The Steelers are in a really tough spot right now. And I know we talk about it and it's redundant, but like I feel like that they're backed into a corner where their options are very limited as it is. And if they're real options that they want, which I don't even think that they're fully confident in, both of the guys. I don't think they're fully confident in Justin Fields, but they think he's the best option. If those guys go somewhere else, like what are the Steelers going to do?
So my big take on this, and I've stayed really consistent with it, and I mean, it's what I think I'm going to believe for a while now, is that they need 2025 to take a significant step back and be okay with that. Just be okay with the season that you win 5, 6, 7 games with. Maybe that is with Justin Fields. Maybe you bring in Aaron Rodgers because he's entertaining, and maybe you think that he has something left in him. But if you don't have a good season, that is okay because you have the draft in your city with a draft class that could be quarterback-wise comparing to 2024, this last one, or the 2018 class. This class right now is just not good at quarterbacks. They need to be comfortable, Doran, with being bad for a year and not being at the mean. Art Rooney talking about the mean, being above the mean. They have to be okay with not being that for one season, just one season, to draft a quarterback so that the next 10 they can thrive and take a big step up. You should be willing to sacrifice 1 for 10 and significant success in the future.
And I don't think that they'll ever do that as long as Mike Tomlin's the head coach. They will never settle for anything but a successful season. And they will, if they get one of these stopgap quarterbacks, they'll be in the same spot going into next year's draft where that is a very heavy quarterback draft, and they could draft one of those guys and trade up to get one of those guys. But as long as Mike Tomlin's here, they'll never take a step back. Ever. Coming up next is my second trend. Earlier I talked about my first trend. I have 3 trends throughout the show. Here's my second trend going on right now that I think is getting hot, and it's very odd. I have to do a little bit more deep diving, but over the last couple months, there's been at least 4 or 5 of these things that happen that I think is a big trend right now. It's very, very odd. We'll talk about that next, but first, fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Now, a Bechtold headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Team Canada wins the Four Nations face-off in what was a thriller, 3-2 in overtime. Connor McDavid scoring the game-winning goal for the Canadians just about 9 minutes into the game after the U.S. was up 2-1 in the second period. Team Canada scores the final 2 goals in the McDavid game winner. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Right now, here's Crowley.
Hey, it's Crowley here, and you need beer, and there's one place to go. That's Hampton Beer Outlet for the best prices around, the best customer service. It's not a dark and dingy beer distributor. No, it is a beer superstore. And today, that's the 21st, today at 4 p.m., you show up, you can grab yourself tickets to the Fan 15th anniversary party on February 26th. That's today at 4 o'clock. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Fall in love with the new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SE all-wheel drive for only $219 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 10,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, go to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
It may be winter outside, but inside the Monroeville Convention Center, it's golf season. The Pittsburgh Golf Show, presented by Dominican Republic Has It All, is 3 days only, February 21st through the 23rd. Save up to 70% on a huge selection of golf equipment, accessories, and apparel, even vacation packages. Test the newest clubs, compete in skills competitions for great prizes, get a free lesson from a PGA pro. Come tee it up in Monroeville, February 21st through the 23rd. Visit PittsburghGolfShow.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Drive your dreams. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Bummer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Until yesterday, 30-year-old Cody Poteet was probably best known for being traded by the Yankees to the Cubs for Cody Bellinger. Baseball trivia buffs now know him as the first major leaguer to use the automated ball strike system, or ABS, to challenge an umpire's call and win. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line, golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Right now, get up to a $15 gift card after rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 51 northbound out of the South Hills. Traffic light delays approaching the intersection with Route 88. Also again at Nobles Lane. And then between Edgebrook Avenue and Bousman Street heading for the Liberty Tubes. Till 5 o'clock this evening, PennDOT will be sending crews out to restrict Penn Avenue between Shady Avenue and East Liberty Boulevard. A single lane each direction for sewer line work. Expect some heavy delays through there. They're expected to wrap up by this evening at 5 o'clock. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't look at me. This was in the system.
I know. This happened yesterday, the day before. It happens every day at random times. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Time is running out to get your tickets to the Fan 15th anniversary party at Rivers Casino on February 26th. Head to Tom's Watch Bar on Saturday from 2 to 3 p.m. The first 10 people will get a pair of tickets to the party, or head to Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union in Scott Township on Monday from noon to 1 p.m. For more information, go to 937thefan.com. I said earlier that I was going to do some trends, and 3 trends throughout the show that I think are heating up right now. And earlier I did the trend where PK Subban was on ESPN talking about how the NBA can't replicate what happened in the Four Nation face-off event, and I think he was spot on. And that sparks the trend of, how can we fix this sport? Can we fix the NBA's All-Star Game? Can we fix the Pro Bowl? Can we fix maybe even Major League Baseball All-Star Game, which I don't think needs really fixed, maybe tinkered with a little bit in certain areas, but I think that is fine. But he was basically talking about, and we're all talking about, the Pro Bowl and the NBA All-Star Game. That seems to be the trend, the big talking point right now. How can we make this like the Four Nations face-off? That was my first trend. This next trend, and it's hard to find the information, but I know for a fact, and I don't need to really give you names. I'll give you one name, but there's been at least 4 or 5 in the last couple months that, because every time that this happens, I kind of look, I'm like, wow, there's another one. And Trey Tipton, who is a former Pitt player, he tweeted out about three months ago, was like, I'm thinking about becoming a high school head coach, something of that nature. And I was like, go for it. And that's, I was like, listen, hey, if you want to do it, go for it. These kids need young role models out here in Western Pennsylvania. And ever since he tweeted that, there was 3 or 4 head coaches that have resigned from WPIAL schools in regards to football. 3 or 4 WPIAL head coaches have resigned, and the latest being Matt Humbert of Bell Vernon. And I'm not talking about some of these coaches, and not all of them, but some of these coaches that have resigned in the last couple months, and especially Humbert. He's won. In the last 3 years, they've won 2 state championships, I believe, and 2 WPIAL titles. So, what's going on? What is this trend about? I know that parents are tough. I see it in youth sports. I see it every single day, every single weekend with my kids. Parents are tough, but I don't believe parents ruin youth sports. I think sometimes bad coaches do. And I can't fault the coaches at that age, a young age, because they're volunteering their time. I understand things of that nature, but I think it goes hand in hand. Maybe this generation of social media, I don't know if coaches are willing to deal with that. I know college coaches don't want to deal with NIL, and that's why you see college coaches moving around and moving to different positions or even moving to the NFL, because NIL is not what they signed up for. They signed up for coaching football, not being a negotiator of young men, of making money. And I'm all for guys making money, but this seems very odd to me, Bechtold. We talked about it a couple times, and it's just been a trend that I think is heating up. And you're having successful WPIAL coaches resign, step down, and I haven't gotten any reasoning behind these parting of ways.
Yeah, other than, we see typically I want to spend more time with family, or I want to pursue other opportunities. From a college perspective, I understand it, why Tony Bennett or Jay Wright, they step down NIL, it's over-consuming everything, what have you. I don't know. Like, this is, when we were talking about this earlier, it's concerning.
Yeah.
It doesn't really make that much sense as to why. Maybe it's, just that we haven't had a lot of coaches replaced in previous years. But that is something concerning to look at from like a WPIAL perspective, especially given the success of some of the coaches that, they're leaving on their own terms.
Yeah, it's got to be so different now, too. And, talking with some WPIAL coaches, they're like, yeah, it's definitely way different than it was, 10, 20 years ago. Like, the coaching styles have to change. The mentality is different. And a lot of these guys, they just want to coach ball and not really have to deal with the outside noise that comes with the game now. Like, coaches, I believe, in high school, they want to develop young men. That is their focal point. And then football or basketball or whatever is second. It's in young men and women, developing young people. There's a lot more, I think, that comes with it now. Like there's there's TikToks and things of that nature. I think that might have a factor into it a little bit of being focused on not just the sport but other things. And that hasn't been the case before, and that's why, I do think that some of these coaches just don't have time for that. Like, it's more than just coaching. It always has been, but I think it's even more than just coaching at this point.
It must have been pretty great growing up without social media, in the locker room and outside of it. Yeah. Like, Ben was talking on his podcast, Football, and earlier this week, how players would come into the locker room at halftime and just immediately check their phone.
Oh, my God.
Did you see that in the NFL too when you were playing?
No, never. I checked my phone one time and I got called out when I was at Pitt. It was my sophomore year, and this was like, we didn't even have the technology then than they do now. I didn't even know what I was checking for. I think if my parents, it was during a spring game at Pitt, and Paul Rhodes, I was playing defense at the time, he called me out in front of the whole team, was like, Thorne was checking his phone, not focused on the spring games, this, and that. And, that was – and then I never really saw it from anybody else, obviously, moving forward. No, because that means your focus is somewhere else. And I never did it as well because that just was like, I shouldn't have been checking my phone. I should be thinking about what I'm doing in this spring game and doing in practice. But things are different. It's very odd that this trend is heating up a little bit. I kind of want to get to the bottom of it. I texted Carlos Sofko to hear his opinion on it because he's really involved with WPIAL sports. But it's very odd. It really is, and it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing because it's not. I could see if like you said, like spending more time with family or not a great situation, having a couple losing years and seeing the forest through the trees, like, all right, this isn't going to get better. Let me, go do something else. But we're talking about successful coaches are stepping away.
Well, and I think with social media, too, having an influence on younger people, and I've seen it with people I know. I've seen it in instances with myself. Like, attention spans become a lot shorter when a lot of the time you're scrolling through TikTok and seeing 10-second videos, and social media is in a vacuum is so quick. It's so immediate. It's quick, and it's not really time-consuming. You consume a lot of time on it, but it's basically just like post, scroll. You're just constantly going, and you're not spending your time like reading a book where you spend your time so consistently just going through it. I wonder if that has something to do with it too, like in focus at practice.
Yeah, I want to get to the bottom of this, so I'm going to reach out to some people because this seems to be a hot trend of lately. Want a chance to win a trip to Vegas and stay at the Circus Resort and Casino, Las Vegas premium sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March hoops party at Stadium Swim for you and 3 guests, plus $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. All you have to do is download and listen to the Fan on the free Odyssey app. Listen each day on the app for a minimum of 1 hour, and you receive an entry. It's that simple. The national contest runs through Sunday, February 23rd, so get the free Odyssey app now. Listen to the Fan for 1 hour each day, and you'll have a chance at winning this ultimate prize pack. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette, he will join the show next, but first, a Bechtold headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Andrew Heaney to the Pirates. It's a 1-year deal worth $5 million. Heaney could factor in as a potential fifth starter for the Pirates. Pitt basketball will play against Notre Dame tomorrow right here on the Fan. 2:15 tip-off, and pregame coverage will begin at 1:45. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse.
I know. Just got the notification.
Made it.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Stay in the know with USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Choose from select Superstar Premium, Extreme, or Platinum batteries at O'Reilly Auto Parts and get up to a $15 gift card after rebate. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstar batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, starting at $160 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, starting at $175 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
My name is Ann. I'm 67 years old. I lost 25 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. I have so much more energy. I feel at least 20 years younger. I can run up the stairs now where it was a little bit hard for me. My knees would always hurt. I had shoulder pain. I've had elbow pain. I think it's all pretty much from the weight that I had on my body, on my frame. It feels amazing that Awaken 180 offers free maintenance for life. The fact that I have free coaching when the weight loss process is over is absolutely amazing to me.
Chris Muller here. Less joint pain, more energy, reducing medications. The benefits of losing weight with Awaken 180 are endless. The ability to maintain that weight loss, priceless. Free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dickerson, Bechtold behind the glass this morning on the Fan Morning Show. And join us right now on that Fan Hotline is our guy, Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette. Good morning, Chris. How are you?
Good morning, Dort. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. I can't complain. Can't complain. It's Friday. Well, actually, I can't complain because it's freezing out, and I wish it was warm. But it's Friday, and I can't wait for the weekend. Chris, the salary cap's going to go up in the NFL. What could that mean for the Steelers, and where should they appropriately target first with that money? And let's put quarterback out of this equation because that seems to be the hot topic, and we talk about quarterback all the time. But in your opinion, where do they need to make that money useful on their roster?
I really think that this is a team that you can use this in several different directions. One, you could go after a few free agent wide receivers. There's several wide receiver twos out there in free agency, but I really think one target that they should get specifically is if they can land Byron Murphy, because the cornerback out of Minnesota. I liked him coming out in the draft years ago when he was coming in. I thought he was a guy that should have been their first round target. But then when you look at what he did last year as a vet in Minnesota, he was really sharp. But there was a question: would the Vikings franchise tag him? And recently, there was a part of his deal they pushed back for the void in his contract so that he cannot be franchise tagged. So if he wants to go to free agency, there's nothing they can do to stop him. And if he hits free agency, I think the Steelers should go right after him, because he's not just a corner that can play for you, but he can play on the outside and in the slot. He can move around. He's really athletic, plays the ball well. He's very technically sound. Putting him next to Joey Porter Jr. and giving him that flexibility, he would be the thing that they hoped Cameron Sutton was going to be by bringing him back, by being a solid veteran who can make plays, be flexible in your defense, and still be in his prime. That's a guy that they should go after. I also think the Steelers need to get some defensive depth on the defensive line as far as guys who can rush the passer. Milton Williams from the Eagles, Wharton from the Chiefs. There's several guys that you could bring in where you could say, hey, you maybe won't start over Cam Hayward or Keanu Benton, but you're going to be in that immediate rotation and gives them a better presence than, say, Montravius Adams or Isaiah Loudermilk, the backup guys they've had for years. And that can bring you something like the Eagles had, where they're not even blitzing. They're just rushing four, and they have fresh guys every play rushing four because they had a rotation of really good interior pass rushers.
Chris, when you look at just the offensive side of the ball and the fact that they spent less than $50 million on offense last year, how much of a point of emphasis do you think it needs to be, especially with the cap going up, that the Steelers allocate significant resources to offensive weapons, specifically wide receiver in free agency?
I think it would be good to do it, but they shouldn't do it just to get a guy, right? They need to make sure it's their guy. Like, for example, if T. Higgins hadn't been franchise tagged by the Bengals, he was always going to be. If he wasn't getting franchise tagged, go after him. Go spend $30 million, whatever you can, and then that would change this equation entirely, right? But the big reason why the Steelers haven't spent as much on offense is because the bulk of their offense have been on rookie deals. You look at the four starting offensive linemen: Broderick Jones, Mason McCormick, Zach Frazier, even Dan Moore last year. They were all on rookie deals. That's why there wasn't as much of an investment there. Troy Fautanu, when he starts next year, will be on a rookie deal. You even look at guys. Najee Harris was on a rookie deal. Pat Freiermuth was just coming off his rookie deal. George Pickens, rookie deal. Calvin Austin, rookie deal. So it's more so because they've been trying to find that young nucleus. That's why they haven't spent as much there. But they should go get a guy there. And I think that it might not even be I think that when you look at the free agent wide receivers, that none of them pop out to me as like, this guy could change everything. Maybe Chris Godwin, because but he's coming off that injury. He's 29 years old, but you're hoping that he can get back there. Maybe Amari Cooper, but he's 31. He's a little bit older. Honestly, I think the way to do this might even be not necessarily free agency, but going in the trade market, like seeing if there's a way you can get Cortland Sutton off the Broncos. That would be a nice wide receiver to pair with George Pickens, and that would be some money that you could throw into the offense. I look at this free agent class, and there's not that receiver, especially with T. Higgins gone now, that says, "Oh yeah, go get that guy." Right. He's the game changer. There's guys I'm like, okay, he could be solid. Like I think that about Keenan Allen. He's going to be 33 this year. That doesn't like get me excited to go say spend big in free agency at wide receiver. I think that's the other part of this, is that you got to make sure you're spending well at that position, and not just spending to spend, because when you do that, then you end up with bad contracts, then you end up with mid players on big deals, and that does not help anyone.
Chris, are you going to the Combine next week?
I am. In fact, I'm leaving this morning to head to South Bend to get ready to cover Pitt basketball, at Notre Dame this weekend. And then as soon as that's over, I'm headed to Indianapolis right after.
Well, let's talk about Pitt basketball real quick, and then we'll talk about the Combine.
Sure.
Pitt basketball, are they on the bubble? Do they have a chance? Like, what do they have to do to, give themselves some type of life going down this last couple games?
So here's the thing. They right now, technically, I think, are off the bubble because of that 2-8 stretch.
Mm-hmm.
But they do have the opportunity to get back on it. They basically have to win out, or at least win 4 of their 5, and with that only loss being Louisville. This weekend they go to Notre Dame. That's a road quad 2 opportunity. That's not going to put them back into the tournament by itself, but it can set the stage for them to get there. If you beat Notre Dame on the road, that's a road quad 2 win. Then you come back at home, you beat Georgia Tech. All of a sudden, you've won 4 games in a row. You've got that. If you get some help by some other teams losing that are on the bubble, you can get back into that next 4-out conversation, maybe even the first 4-out conversation. But if you do those things and then you beat Louisville on the road, that's the thing that I think can prop them back into, okay, maybe they're across the board in the bracketologists' views back in the conversation. But if they can, I think that's the key, though. They need to win out. The ACC does not get any favors. They spent all the good capital that they got by early in the season, starting off 12-2 with their really good non-conference schedule. All that stuff is gone. But if they get back into being a bubble team, that non-conference strength of schedule that they had and the strong start that they had is that was the thing that held them back last year. I truly think the key to this has been getting back to 21 wins before the ACC tournament. Now, granted, they got to win out to get to that point now, right? They got 16 wins. They got 5 games left. That's the key here. But
he froze. He froze.
Froze mid-sentence.
Let's try to get. Oh, there we go.
You're back. You at least present an opportunity.
Sorry, you froze there, Chris. It's all good. No, you're back now. I think so. Okay. Okay, so you're going to Notre Dame. You're going to South Bend to cover Pitt basketball, and we'll see if they can pull out that win clearly. But then you're headed to Indy for the Combine. For somebody like you, like, what is the biggest thing that you're looking for at the Combine? Like, what do you look to get out of the Combine? Do you look at some of the interviews and you interviewing other people? Do you talk to other people, and maybe I don't even know if you talk to scouts? Like, I've never been on that side of things. I've just been on the inside of the things, running and doing the dumb stuff that we do at the Combine. What are you looking to get out of going to the Combine and learning?
Well, I like to get the sense of, all right, like, I've studied guys on tape. Now, what are these guys like personality-wise? What, how do they present themselves on a stage? Who are they talking to? What is the emphasis that they're putting on their conversations when we ask them things? Like, for example, the year that they drafted Keanu Benton, I was like, man, they should really get a defensive lineman. And when I spoke to Keanu Benton, and you can back people that watched Locked On Steelers back then, as soon as I talked to that guy, I'm like, that guy's a Steeler. The way that he talks, the way that he operates, that is exactly what the Steelers want. And if they can get him, that's a plus. And lo and behold, they went and got him. And so I look to get that. But also, like you said, there's scouts there. There's all sorts of people there that have their opinions on things. And some of them ask your opinion. Like last year, I had a former NFL player who's a current scout for the team ask me about Bub Means, because he knew it. He saw that I was a Pitt reporter. He was like, what do you think about him? Like, is he a good leader? Is he this, he that? And so there's exchanging of information. Honestly, half of the Combine is interviewing the people on the podiums, right? It's talking to the players. It's also talking to Omar Khan, because he'll speak at the Combine. But the other half of the Combine is who you're talking to, is who you're learning from, because team scouts are there, coaches are there. There's plenty of opportunities. There's front office guys that are there. There's a mixed thing of things there, and that helps inform your decisions. That's how, like, the last few years, I've been able to kind of put together my big board and get a lot of guys that the Steelers were actually targeting higher up in my big board, was because I was able to say, okay, this is what I've been hearing from the Steelers organization. This is what I've been hearing from draft experts. This is what I think about these guys. Let me put this in my top 100 board. Bam. this is the sense that you get there. And I've been pretty close to whoever they picked for the past, I'd say 5 or 6 years in doing this, getting people ready for that. So the combine's a lot of fun because there's so much learning going on involved, but it is fast paced. There are so many people. There's so many things to learn. So it's a whirlwind of a week, but it's always exciting to get there. Indianapolis is a fun town. So yeah, it's gonna be a banging week. I go to Notre Dame today to get ready for Pitt basketball, Indy all week, and then as soon as I leave Indy on Friday, I'm driving to Louisville to cover Pitt basketball on that next Saturday. So it's going to be a heck of a 9 days here.
That's awesome. You're the man, and you're the only one that's able to do it, and you do it very, very well, man. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week. I guess you'll be in Indy. We'll talk to you from Indy if you have some time to call in.
Absolutely, that'll be fun. Yeah, I think it's O-line that day, that morning. So like the Friday could be tricky, if I want to go talk to those guys. But we'll deal with that. Just text me and we'll deal with that problem then.
Sounds good, man. Appreciate you.
All right, fellas.
All right. There he goes, Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette. Got a busy 2 weeks ahead of him. Bechtold, I don't know if they even do this anymore because I think that there was articles that came out about it, and I think they kind of stopped this. I could be wrong, but when I was at the Combine, I called it the meat market. And you would strip down all the way to your compression shorts and stand on a stage, and you would weigh in like basically naked in front of all the scouts, all the coaches.
Like that picture of Tom Brady?
Yeah, but it's like in a big like stage room, and then there's like hundreds of coaches and scouts from every team that are in the stands. And then whenever you're done, it says like, Doran Dickerson weighed in 237.5 pounds. And then you see everybody writing their notes down, and then you have to walk down the stage and walk through the scouts. Like there's like a runway, and you walk through, and all the scouts were like poking at my legs and poking at my sides and poking at my arms.
What?
How about that? We called it the meat market. I don't think they do that anymore. I don't think they're allowed to do that anymore. I don't know. It was very weird.
They were poking at you?
They were poking.
They have like their fingers or like pencils?
Yeah, their fingers are like poking at me. How about that? Weird.
Is that the weirdest thing that went on at the Combine?
Absolutely not.
I believe that.
I'll tell you off air. As I tell people off air, I have a lot of weird stories that I think I don't think that stuff happens anymore. But that was a different day and age. Coming up next, I have a lot of pride for this city, and I wonder if Bechtold shares the same type of pride that I've had when I was younger, and I still get it a little bit now. We'll talk about that next, but first, a Bechtold headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates signed Andrew Heaney to a one-year contract worth over $5 million with incentives, but according to Hector Gomez, the Pirates were interested in bringing back left-hander Jose Quintana, who spent half a year with the Pirates before being traded to the St. Louis Cardinals. They were close to reaching an agreement, but Quintana ultimately declined the offer and is currently the best starting pitcher available in the free agent market. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary, highlighting moments like Jim Colony's update that went off the rails.
This makes no sense whatsoever. I'm getting no volume out of my computer, and I don't know why. Amazing. All right, at some point I'll figure out what the hell is going on, and I got nothing else to say about the Penguins.
93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary, brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8, Hampton Township. Drive a little, save a lot. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush gets a bit more crowded. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. Inbound Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East getting in line at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. Stop and go heading down toward East Ohio Street and out of the South Hills. Route 51 with traffic light delays at all the major intersections heading for the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, Truck month, truck month, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where TurboTax Expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Dickerson, Bechtold here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Bechtold, I wonder if you get this feeling every single time, ever since I was little, and even now. I thought I'd grow out of it, but I haven't. Every single time that Pittsburgh is brought up outside of Pittsburgh, like in a different sense, like I get like a tingle, or I smirk, I smile, like something very, very, very nice just comes over my body when I hear the city of Pittsburgh or something related to Pittsburgh being brought up outside of Pittsburgh. Like last night, like I thought I've grown out of it, and this has happened to me ever since I was little. I thought I grew out of it, but last night I just got like a nice warm feeling over my body whenever Sean McDonough was doing the broadcast of the Four Nations, and he was talking about Vince Trocheck and JT Miller being from Pittsburgh and how they're good friends and how that they grew up in Pittsburgh. And every single time that Pittsburgh's brought up, I always get like this like warm feeling over me. Like even when I was little, and watching, and this is what brought it up because I saw that it was like the 30th anniversary of one of my favorite movies is Heavyweights. I don't think you've ever seen that.
No.
Where the kids go to fat camp. One of the best childhood movies ever. I love it. Absolutely love it. And I'll never forget always like perking up out of my seat when I was younger because Tony Perkins, he's like the camp counselor, and he's Ben Stiller, and everybody hates him. And he talks about how his dad is like the lighting fixture king from Western Pennsylvania. And I'm like, oh, Western Pennsylvania, that's basically Pittsburgh. So I'd always like light up whenever that scene would come on, or especially in movies. Like I remember watching Friday the 13th, Part 7, and one of the characters was like, yeah, I grew up in Pittsburgh. I used to be like, oh, he's from Pittsburgh. Oh, that's great. Watching Rocky IV, whenever James Brown was singing Living in America, he says Pittsburgh, PA. Like I would always park up and be like, oh, he said Pittsburgh. Did you ever get that feeling whenever Pittsburgh's like talked about outside of Pittsburgh?
Oh, yeah. That's funny you said that because I thought the exact same thing last night when McDonough said that. I was like, he didn't mention anybody else's hometown, but yet he mentioned ours. Like watching, I remember FBI sometimes when they go, those TV shows on CBS, and they put on the bottom, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, right in the middle of where? And you're like, whoa, all right. Do I recognize that street anywhere? Right. Or remember Matt LeBlanc, after he was done with Friends, he did that Man with a Plan show on CBS, and it was based, like, they claimed that it was in Pittsburgh, and he had a picture of Pittsburgh, like, in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Like a whole painting of it. And I'm like, yes.
There's Pittsburgh.
I feel like I'm that GIF just pointing at the TV. That's me every time I see it. I love it.
I do the same thing. Like, it's very, I guess, nerdy of me, but it's something that I used to do every single time that I would hear Pittsburgh's be talked about outside of Pittsburgh, and I would get that feeling over my body, that tingle, like I'm from Pittsburgh, the pride that I have in the city, and I still get that now. It's fantastic. I absolutely love it. I'm glad that we share that common ground there. I'm glad it's not just me.
I wonder if it is like that for other cities and other people.
I don't know. I feel like we're very tight-knit, and we have a lot of pride here for our sports and a lot of pride here for our city. I don't know if it is. I don't know. Even like whenever I would, go to different cities and I would see somebody with like a Pirates hat on, I'd be like, oh, you got a Pirate hat. Look at that. Like, oh, he's wearing a Steelers jersey, and I'd be in like Houston. Like, look, that's Pittsburgh.
I think Boston and Philadelphia are the two that like immediately come to mind that are probably like that.
Yep.
I mean, obviously much bigger cities. Other than that, I can't really see it. I really can't.
It's awesome. I love it. I'm sure that there's more people out there that do that as well. Coming up, Pat Bostic will join the show. Could the college football playoff expand? Could it expand even more? We'll dive into that next on the Fan Morning Show.
What's up, guys? It's Mulsey here, and what I'm about to say, it is perfectly fine to admit it. Most of us guys, maybe closer to all of us, especially if you're not in your early 20s anymore, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, a little extra confidence, right? Well, Blue Chew can help, and you probably know this, but if you don't, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. And the best part is they're in chewable form too, so no worries about swallowing pills or anything like that. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, you know what? There's no awkward conversations. There's no waiting in line. There's no trip to the doctor. In fact, Blue Chew ships to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, like I said, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. And trust me on this one, even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See the Sweetheart Savings Event, the new 2025 Kia Sportage EX 4-wheel drive and lease for just $249 a month, or purchase with a special low APR starting at 1.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a MonroevilleKia.com. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A couple of problems creeping up in the morning rush. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. If you're traveling outbound on Bigelow Boulevard in the Hill District up toward Oakland, you're going to find some heavy delays as you head past the intersection with Washington Place all the way up to Heron Avenue. Also, an accident being tended to This is in Penn Hills on Universal Road near the intersection with Rodi and Jefferson Roads. Parkway West, you are stacking near the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound delays approaching Parkway Center to Carnegie and the Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today. getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball will play against Notre Dame tomorrow. You can hear it right here on the Fan beginning at 1:45 with the pregame show. 2:15 tip-off from South Bend. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Dickerson Bechtold here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bechtold, did you like how the playoffs went this year in college football? Thinking about teams like Boise State, and you're obviously a big Penn State fan, and not playing Boise State, but playing SMU up there in Penn State, seeing how, SMU got a chance to get into the playoffs, Boise State with Ashton Genty getting a chance to get into the playoffs, Clemson, a 12-team playoff. Did you like that format? Did you think it went well this year?
So I originally wanted 8, and, once you go more, you're not going to shrink, so they're not going to go from 12 to 8 at any point, but I honestly really liked the format. Now, the one thing that I would change, I would keep 12 teams, but I would make it so that you do get an automatic bid if you win your conference, but you don't get an automatic bye. That's the only thing that I would change. Other than that, I thought it was fascinating. It rewarded talented teams. Now, at the same time, on the flip side, you could say Ohio State lost to Michigan. They wouldn't have been in a 4-team playoff, and then they win the national championship as an 8 seed. It's also new and fresh, and maybe we go on another year, and next year we don't like it as much just because of that. Maybe that's the same thing with the Four Nations too, but for the first year, I did like it, even though there were some flaws.
I did like it too. I thought that it was exciting to see some teams get a chance to at least compete with some of the big dogs. Now, it didn't go their way, but I think that, as the years go on, they will have an opportunity to make their way to a national championship. Pat Bostic's here. Good morning, Pat. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good.
What's up, Doran?
You sore?
No, we didn't play last night.
Oh, you didn't?
There was not enough guys, so
okay.
No hoops last night. Plus, so I got to watch the game because we play at 9.
That's right.
So that would have been a wrench in watching the Four Nations championship.
That was it was exhilarating. It was awesome.
Epic.
It was awesome. We'll get into that in a little bit later. But Bechtold, you brought this to my attention, and I think Pat's perfect for this. We're talking about the college football playoff system and how it went this year. I thought it went pretty good. I liked it. But they're talking about expanding it already and to 14 teams. And Bechtold, you brought this to my attention earlier. What are they planning to do and potentially do with the college football playoff?
Yeah, officials in the Big Ten, SEC, many others, they're talking about a 14-team format, Pat. It would be 4-4-2-2-1 plus 1. Basically, 4 SEC teams, 4 Big Ten teams, 2 ACC teams, 2 Big 12 teams, 1 Group of 5 team, and then 1 at-large bid that they would give out, which basically means Notre Dame.
It does. Yeah, I mean, I know that the Big Ten and SEC weren't happy with the seeding this year, and I think there were some teams, Alabama most notably, that they were left out and have an argument to be in. Don't lose to Vanderbilt, don't lose to Oklahoma, would be my retort to that. But, I'm not I'm not really moved by the expansion talk. I'm probably more moved by the seeding. I thought the seeding was a little bit off this year, and then the timing of it too. It was disappointing not to have some students on campus for some of the games.
Yeah,
I don't know what you do about that from a timing standpoint, because the schedule's already so set because of TV, and TV dictates everything in college football. But I do think that, no offense, but Boise State didn't deserve to be a top 4 seed.
Mm-hmm.
I think we saw that was pretty clear. So they've got to fix that from a hierarchy standpoint. And it wouldn't surprise me if the SEC and Big Ten, just because of the amount of money in those leagues, obviously the quality of play that is borne out over the last decade or so, pushes right now. They are the power brokers. They control the ball right now for some preferential bidding or seeding and potentially a bigger slice of the pie. However, I do think that those leagues, would be in their best interest to continue to provide seats at the table for the ACC, Big 12, and otherwise, because parity is good for them too.
Yeah.
It is. Otherwise, you just watch the SEC championship and be done watching college football. That would really be it. And really, it's been 2 years since a SEC team's won it. So back-to-back years, Big Ten teams won the championship. So the Big Ten's, obviously tooting their own horn right now. We'll see how it plays out, but ultimately money will talk.
Yep.
And I thought this year was a success, notwithstanding some of the issues that we have discussed. It was very intriguing. It's nice to be able to watch a crescendo to a championship, not just 2 and done, right? It was fun.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. We've been talking about trends a lot on the show, and I have another trend later in the 9 o'clock hour. But I think that this might be a trend. For the last, decade, and a little bit before that, you would see players, there was not as much incentives for bowl games, right? And you would see players either opt out of bowl games and try to go to the NFL, and especially if they had a higher grade. But Bechtold, you'd be good on this as well, too. A good example of the trend switching and guys wanting to stay in college. Clearly, NIL has a lot to do with that. Instead of foregoing your last year and attempting to go to the NFL to make your money, a lot of guys, I believe, are going to opt to stay in, especially if you get a taste at the playoffs and if you get close. Penn State is a very good example of that right now.
Oh, yeah.
They're a very good example of that. With Drew Aller coming back, he could have went to the NFL, especially with this draft class of quarterbacks. This would have been probably better for him to go to the NFL. But he's like, we were so close last year, and I'm paraphrasing. He didn't say this, but this is what I think he's saying. We were close last year, getting paid some money. I want to come back and I want to run it back. The 2 running backs out of Penn State saying they want to run it back, probably had decent draft grades as well. I think the trend is going to switch of guys foregoing their last year and going to the NFL and opt into staying, especially if they get that taste in the playoffs.
I agree. I agree. I think in Aller's case, I probably had a pretty sour taste in his mouth with how things ended.
Yeah.
And I admire the fact that he's going back in there, and I'm. It could have been very easy for Penn State to say, we're going to go out and pay a guy a bunch of money and get another quarterback, but they stuck with their guy. The backs, you understand running backs, and the value isn't there as much as it is for a quarterback. You're really playing with fire, but I would venture to say that Aller's making over 7 figures, right? I think it's a pretty easy assumption.
No doubt.
And so it's not generational money. I hesitate to say that because it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
But when you compare it to the NFL, it isn't quite, first round draft pick money, but it's not 5th round money either. It's better than that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an interesting dichotomy. I hope that it results in guys staying and finishing school and those things. Finishing the mission, if you will. But I still think at the top of the food chain, if you get a draft grade that's first top 15, you're dumb to stay.
Yeah.
You're just, no amount of insurance is going to save you from that, from what would happen if you were to blow your career by getting hurt. No amount of insurance, because even that stuff can be fickle.
And the way that it ended, too, I think had a large portion to do with it, losing on a last-second field goal to Notre Dame. If they would have got blown out in the national championship or losing the first round, might have been a completely different story, too. But, they kind of wanted to do an Ohio State, Michigan similar game plan. You get very close and then you bring everybody back. And partially, I think it has to do with culture. And the culture of college football has changed so significantly where Players want to get played. Players want to get paid. Mobility is key. Going to the draft when you're ready. So that's just kind of a testament to that as well. But in the changing college football landscape, but NIL definitely has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, college basketball is even more so.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the lines have been so blurred in college football in terms of, who's a pro and who's not, right? I mean, at the quarterback position, I think over the last, you had, for every Doug Flutie you had before, you've got 4 guys that are under 6 foot now that are playing at a high level in the NFL. Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
I mean, go on and down the line of guys that have Drew Brees. I know he was listed at 6 foot. He's not. And I think in college basketball, right, like guys like Armando Bacot or Hunter Dickerson at Kansas, or, continue to go down the line of bigs in particular, or smaller guards like R.J. Davis, who, honestly, they don't have a prayer of getting drafted in the NBA. But they can make $800, $900, $1 million playing college basketball because their value is so significant to their team. And that's going to become even more of a thing now, I think, with the house, rev share stuff, because in football, the money largely at the majority of schools is going to go up because of where they were at from a collective NIL standpoint to where now you could be as a portion of $21 million. I think it's going to be a net gain for most schools in terms of the amount of NIL available for football players. So that'll be interesting, too, and how it plays out because, hey, listen, you're getting paid 6 figures now. I mean, the incentive to transfer might be more because you could go somewhere else and start and make X. So it's so interesting. I think basketball is worse because the difference between pro and college is so significant for some positions. In football, I think the decisions are much more difficult for guys in terms of whether to stay or whether to go.
Call now to win 2 tickets to the Fan 15th anniversary party at Rivers Casino on February 26th from 6 to 9 p.m. 412-928-9370. Caller number 2. Caller number 2, Becty, to win 2 tickets, 15th anniversary, 93.7 The Fan at Rivers Casino on February 26th from 6 to 9 p.m. Join us in the fun festivities, 412-928-9370. The tickets are yours if you are caller number 2. A former NFL wide receiver and Hall of Famer had this to say about George Pickens. I wonder if that is accurate. I wonder if it would work for George Pickens. We'll hear from him. He was on the Up and Adams podcast with Kay Adams. We'll hear from him next. But first, a Bechtold headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Team Canada wins the Four Nations face-off in overtime, 3-2. A game-winning goal from Connor McDavid just about halfway through overtime gets it done as Sidney Crosby at 37, the captain, wins again. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Right now, here's Doran.
The final stretch of the NBA regular season is heating up. Get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Tonight, the Knicks play. I like a little Knicks parlay, same-game parlay for you. Right here is Karl Anthony Towns, 20-plus points. Jalen Brunson, over 24.5 points. And Michael Bridges, over 17.5 points. You put those together, you get odds of plus 510. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All roads lead to Trumbull, trust, and teamwork. With Trumbull, you're getting firsthand access to one of the finest contractor teams in the region. Our resume includes more than 200 bridges, hundreds of miles of highways, and millions of cubic feet of excavation, all completed by our 300-plus expert field and office professionals. Build the region with Trumbull and learn more about our services at www.trumblecorp.com.
When he's good, he's thorough good. Little bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best-in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And free fitness training to help you mix up your routine. Plus, most clubs are open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends February 28th. See Home Club for details.
Now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and Peters Township. Get great deals on the entire lineup. 2024 Jeep Wrangler payments starting at $315 for 42 months. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
It may be winter outside, but inside the Monroeville Convention Center, it's golf season. The Pittsburgh Golf Show, presented by Dominican Republic Has It All, is 3 days only, February 21st through the 23rd. Save up to 70% on a huge selection of golf equipment, accessories, and apparel, even vacation packages. Test the newest clubs, compete in skills competitions for great prizes, get a free lesson from a PGA pro. Come tee it up in Monroeville, February 21st through the 23rd. Visit PittsburghGolfShow.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. Spurs center Victor Wembanyama returned from the NBA All-Star game and was diagnosed with deep vein thrombosis, a dangerous form of blood clot in his right shoulder. Since the 21-year-old will be treated with blood thinners, Wemby cannot play a contact sport such as basketball and will miss, unfortunately, the rest of his second season. However, a full recovery is expected, and that's the good news. I'm Boomer Esiason.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Seeing some heavier traffic now on the crosstown as you're heading southbound. Watch for delays as you head past 6th and 7th Avenues all the way down toward that 5th Avenue overpass. Parkway West are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound delays from Parkway Center to Carnegie. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 pretty well steady until you hit Millvale. Then you're heavy all the way down toward the north side. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Time is running out to get your tickets to the Fan 15th anniversary party at Rivers Casino on February 26th. Go to Jack Worth Ginger Beer on Hamilton Avenue, proudly serving Boyd and Blair from 1 to 2 p.m. on Saturday. The first 10 people will get a pair of tickets to the party, or head to Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union in Scott Township on Monday from noon to 1 p.m. For more information, go to 937thefan.com. Doran Dickerson, Austin Bechtold behind the glass, Pat Bostic here with us on the Fan Morning Show. And George Pickens, you know, the conversation of him has died down a little bit. A lot of people think that he's not going to get that long-term contract, but we do believe that he will be on the team this year. He still will be a wide receiver on the Pittsburgh Steelers, but he clearly has some maturity issues, and you know, it's about that time that he grows out of them. I mean, he's not a rookie, he's not a young player anymore. It's about time that he you know, makes a serious attempt of growing out of that. And Chris Carter, former Minnesota Vikings wide receiver and Hall of Fame wide receiver, he was on the Up and Adams podcast with Kay Adams talking about what could help George Pickens moving forward.
The wide receiver problem. So there's a lot of free agents. We can get to that, but before we do, you brought up Pickens. What should they do with Pickens?
You need to get another veteran receiver with them, like DeAndre Hopkins, Amari Cooper, guys that have really established themselves not only as consistent wide receivers, but they've been great role models. He is a tremendous talent, but he has lapses where he does not make an impact on the game in a positive way. His overall body language, Warren Moon taught me this. Hey, man, you give me that bad body language, I'll bury you in this offense. You won't never get the ball.
Wow.
Like, oh, okay. All right. Okay, bro. Got you. Don't have to check me no more on that. So things like this in wide receivers, but unless you get a veteran quarterback or someone they respect, you can keep those antics. A lot of us receivers have done it through the years. It does not help the quarterback. It does not help the team. It does not help the coaching staff. So the longer they allow those types of things to go on, especially when you have average quarterback play that the receivers can complain about. So the receivers, the Pittsburgh Steelers have a couple problems at a couple different positions, and it's not because of lack of talent. It's because of lack of overall disciplines, lack of overall commitment to the program and what they're trying to do.
Now, Chris Carter's clearly, relating his time with Randy Moss and how much he probably helped Randy Moss. We know how Randy Moss was, at least you and I do, Pat, because, we grew up during that era, how Randy Moss was, a little extravagant at times and, was that young wide receiver, diva wide receiver, but just a hell of a talent. And Chris Carter obviously connecting the dots of, this is how Randy fixed his career and got on the straight and path because I was that veteran wide receiver. Do you think that could help Pickens, though? Do you think that bringing in a veteran guy can help him, or does he just need to help himself? And literally, it seems like it just wouldn't take that much to really just get your head on straight and go play football. You're not asking much. You're a professional athlete. That's kind of where I sit. It's like, you figure it out. Why do we need to bring in resources for you to be this and blossom to be this mature wide receiver? How come you can't just figure it out? You're an NFL wide receiver.
Yeah, I think I think he says all the right things, Chris Carter, being obviously speaking from experience. But or Allen Robinson and Van Jefferson, not good role models.
Right.
Now they're not Hall of Fame players. And, Amari Cooper and DeAndre Hopkins are probably on the fringe. Hopkins probably closer than Cooper in terms of being a Hall of Famer. But would they demand that much respect from George? I would hope so. Would they be able to keep him in line? I would hope so. But ultimately, I mean, if it's to be, it's up to me, right? I mean, that's George has heard enough. He'd have to be living under a rock not to hear from multiple people, including likely those that walk the same hallways as him down on the south side, that he needs to grow up. And it's incumbent on him to do it, right? So if you need to bring in Hopkins or Cooper, the problem I have with that is I don't know if they make them any better.
Right.
You know, like Hopkins didn't do much with Kansas City, and Cooper had one catch, I think, in the playoffs. So for the Bills. So I don't know if they make the Steelers any better. I'd rather see them get talent than a veteran presence hoping that he can harness and help George Pickens. They've tried a lot to do that. They brought in 2 new quarterbacks last year, both of which were veterans. One's a Hall of Famer probably. That didn't work. It was the same stuff. So if I'm Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin, I'm probably like, you know what? Hey, we're not going to pay you right now. It's up to you. And we're also not going to hold your hand. And if you keep doing this, we're just going to bring in other guys. And we'll move on when we can move on at minimal cost.
The Steelers knew what they signed up for. Like, that's the thing. And they've done this a lot in their history. They know what they signed up for. I mean, there's a reason why George Pickens slid in the draft. He had off-the-field issues. He had, obviously other issues that he was dealing with, and injury issues too. But they knew what they signed up for. If you were scouting and you were a coach, like, does the talent ever outweigh the bad? It's a fine line. I understand that. But, like, can a guy be that talented but have other issues that you would be able to justify signing them or drafting them?
Being eccentric, being flamboyant, being a showboat, cocky, arrogant, I'd sign up for that any day of the week if you're going to work your tail off and play the game. I was watching a podcast that Shady was on, and he talked about his time and falling out with Chip Kelly. And he said one day he walked in the facility and Chip Kelly said, well, hey, you only got 3 hours of sleep last night. You need to stop going out. And he said, you're also not going to drive your Rolls Royce to the stadium on game day. You're going to ride the bus and leave your car at the hotel. And he's like, Shady's like, I'm a star running back in the NFL. I'll drive my car to the stadium. I'm a man. That, I'm like, I don't worry about that.
Yeah.
If I'm a scout or a head coach, like, you want to drive your Rolls Royce, you want to show up in the drippiest drip, as they say, like, I'm cool with that. But the minute it gets on the field, you're late, you're causing 15-yard penalties, you're spouting off in the press, out of turn, and that's a consistent habit and a problem for you dating back to college, that's when I would draw the line.
Mm-hmm.
A guy showing up and having a podcast or being, like, even what Aaron Rodgers does. The talent earlier in his career, quite frankly, would outweigh it. Some of the eccentric stuff off the field, the McAfee stuff. But when the lights turn on, he's all team, all football.
Yeah.
I'm not sure George Pickens is at times. And if you're not 100% of the time all in and focused on doing what it takes to win, play in, play out, whether it's blocking, whether it's clearing out a zone with a full-speed go ball, go route, or post, knowing you're probably not going to get the ball, that stuff shows up off the field too in different ways. And I think you really got to be careful with character issues. Attitude, confidence, even arrogance, one thing. Flaws, red flags, I think they were there with George.
Yeah, and I've always found it amazing from the many, many teammates that I've had. A lot of them, they express themselves off the field, and I'd always be like, how do you live your life doing that? But also, a lot of my teammates would express themselves off the field. They would be them, and this is where I learned this is how I would accept that, and I ended up accepting it, obviously, as a teammate. Express themselves off the field in many different ways. I mean, some guys were really wild, but whenever, like you said, the lights come on, they're ready to go. And I always found that fascinating. Like, how can you turn it on and turn it off at such ease? And, like, that's fine. I don't care. Go do what you want. But as long as you do it between the lines, hey, that's all that matters. But that moment that you don't do it between the lines, then that's whenever you start questioning.
Well, and between the lines is not just on Sundays.
Right.
Right. It is Monday through Sunday. 24 hours, not 24 hours, but when you're in that building, you're on time, you're early, you're focused. And that there's no better test case in this market than Antonio Brown there. I mean, all the stories you hear about his crazy work ethic. At some point, though, the scales tipped.
Yeah.
And it became an issue. And I think it's harder to predict that, right? Because you deal with some of the weird stuff, but everything you see in front of you when he's in a Steeler logo, when he walks in that building, is good. And on game day, he's a total dude all the time. You deal with it. But when the left starts to creep into the right, that's when I give scouts and stuff a pass, man, because it's like, there was nothing you're telling you that he was going to go and go off the deep end almost.
Right.
Right? Like that has happened clearly in front of all of our eyes, despite the Hall of Fame talent and player he is. Whereas with a guy like George, like what you saw in college is kind of what you're getting right now.
Mm-hmm.
It is the same thing, different jersey, different pay scale. And you hope that will change somebody, the money, the responsibility, the chance to be an all-time great. But ultimately, if their habits are such that they've got issues, it's hard to change that. And I'm not sure Amari Cooper does that for the Steelers. Maybe it helps a little bit, but ultimately it's going to be up to George, because if he wants to, he can be a top 3 receiver in the league.
Yeah.
When he's at his best, he is. But when he's at his worst, he impacts the game in negative ways, like Chris Carter said.
And this rolls into exactly what we're going to talk about next, what it takes to be a good teammate. Ben Roethlisberger on his Football and podcast, he had some interesting comments about that. What does it take to be a good teammate? First, a Bechtold headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops, they will play tomorrow against Notre Dame in South Bend. Game at 2:15. Pregame coverage begins at 1:45 right here on the Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Pirates will also play the Orioles. That game on KDKA AM in the first spring training game. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Right now, here's Doran.
It's chilly out, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Crowley.
Hey, it's Crowley here. It's a Friday, and that means you need beer. It's not just any Friday, though. It's a very special Friday at Hampton Beer Outlet. They always have the best prices around. They always have the best customer service. It's not a dark and dingy beer distributor. No, it's a beer superstore. It's a special Friday because today at 4 p.m., you can show up and you can get tickets to the Fan 15th anniversary party. So do that and get great beer at the best prices, Route 8 in Hampton, Hampton Beer Outlet.
93.7 The Fan is turning 15.
Happy birthday.
And you're invited to our party at Rivers Casino on February 26th. But you'll need a ticket to get in. Visit 937thefan.com to learn details on how you can get free tickets at local businesses. The first 400 guests receive a commemorative fan gift. The Fan 15th Faniversary Party is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Icy Light, Guardian Protection, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know the funny thing about life? Any given second, something can happen to you. Any given second, you can get hurt, get put in the hospital, be out of work. They call them accidents. But accidents have consequences. Accidents, you gotta go see the dog. That's Top Dog. Accidents have consequences. You gotta take the dog off the leash. Let them go bite them. Let them feel pain. Let them be hurt. Let them bleed. You understand? You gotta let them bite them. Let them go after that insurance company. Let them get you top dollar. All you gotta do is make the call. Top Dog Law. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Call the dog. Call the dog. Any accident, big or small, life or death, you call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at guardianprotection.com.
Fall in love with a new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive for only $289 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Bowser Hyundai.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies
the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Call now to win 4 tickets to the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center from March 7th to the 16th. Call now, and Austin will hook you up with 4 tickets. First caller, Austin. Yeah, look, lucky.
Number one.
Yes, number one. 4 tickets. Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, David L. Lawrence Convention Center, March 7th through the 16th. Dickerson, Bostic, Bechtold here with you on the Fan Morning Show. And what does it take to be a good teammate? Now, this is like cliche, former player speak right now, but I think it's important because Ben Roethlisberger was talking about it on his Football and Podcast.
Heart. And I've mentioned here on this show before. Usually, when it comes to linemen, right? I've said before, I'll take a lineman with heart over talent. But I think that goes with any position. Give me a guy with a lot of heart, no quit, going to fight through anything. Not going to just go out the first sign of an injury. And I mean that in the sense of like, okay, guy's got a torn ACL, of course he's going to leave. But got a little sprained ankle, got a jammed finger, I want to see a guy tape it up and get back in there. I don't want to see a guy be on the bench for the next 4 weeks because he's got something. He's iffy, So just heart to be out there with your guys.
And of course, Pat, I'm going to ask you, what does it take for what do you look in a great teammate? Like what is your number one characteristic that you would look for in a good teammate?
I think it's just commitment. I think it's commitment to the group effort and wanting to do whatever it takes to win, and doing it for the right reasons. All the cliches, right? Team before me, all that stuff. I just want to see a guy that's trying to be the best they can be and fit in and plug in to the group effort. That's it. Brings a good attitude. All the things Ben said, right? Tough, willing to play through stuff. We've talked about business decisions on this.
Mm-hmm.
There's I think the scale of business decision you see in the NFL now or the NBA with load management and all this stuff. Like, I want to see a guy that night in, night out is going to put it on the line.
Yeah.
And, that's really what it comes down to, and is going to put the work in. So it's a number of things, but commitment will be the word that that comes to mind first.
Yeah, mine would be accountability. Can I account for you, and do you have the accountability on the field, but even off the field more? It would be accountability. And there's a lot of teammates that I've had in the past that even we weren't even playing on the same side of the ball, but were accountable for things that they did and were there for, say they're like, hey, I'll give you a ride or something to practice, or I'll do this for you. I remember that stuff, even though that we were teammates, but we didn't even play together. Somebody I think about is Eric Thatcher, who's a scout for the 49ers. He'd always be like, I'm going to pick you up before practice. I was on offense. I was a young player. He was 2 years older than me. He's like, I'm going to pick you up and take you down to the south side from Oakland. I'll give you a ride. And then he'd be right there as soon as I would come out of my class. That's accountability. Those little things, that matters to me outside of the field of being accountable too. So I thought that was good. A little bit from Ben. He says heart. Absolutely, heart is on the table for a good teammate. You got to have the heart to want to play and want to win and play together, because you have to throw everything out the window, obviously, whenever game day and the practice does come around, and just go at it and try to do it together. And the best teams that do that are like the Philadelphia Eagles. Whenever you match the talent, you match the accountability, you match the playing together, all the little things. The Philadelphia Eagles did that, and they showcased it throughout the season and obviously in the Super Bowl. Coming up next, Pitt basketball. They take on Notre Dame tomorrow at 2:15. We'll break that down with Pat and Bechtold. But first, a Bechty headline.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group, and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Team Canada wins 3-2 Four Nations Face-Off Championship game in a tournament that over-exceeded the hype. Connor McDavid, game-winning goal. Penguins will play tomorrow back at PPG Paints Arena against Washington at 3 o'clock. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident on the outbound Parkway East near the Churchill interchange. That's causing delays back to Wilkinsburg. And right now on the inbound side, you are stacked also at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. And an earlier accident still tying up Universal Road in Penn Hills near Rodi Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride to Sport all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $220 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. I'm looking at a guy like Rick Pitino out in St. John's. What a job that he's done. That might be a team to keep your eye on. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Did you hear that? When you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dickerson, Bostic, Bechtold with you here on the Fan Morning Show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Pitt basketball, they take on Notre Dame. They're on a 2-game win streak. Very much needed wins these last 2 games by the Pitt basketball squad. They take on Notre Dame in South Bend, Pat, this Saturday, tomorrow at 2:15. What are their chances? Like, is there a route that they can take? Clearly, they have to win out, but is there a route and a chance for them to actually make this this tournament coming up in March?
There is. I mean, a couple things work against them. Obviously, a couple losses they had. Virginia was, I think, a quad 3 loss at home, and it might have been quad 4 nowadays. I don't know what they're at now. I'm looking at the net rankings, pulling up Pitt's net rankings. I think they're 51st right now. Now they're up to 50 in net rankings. Yeah, they've got a quad 3 loss to Virginia, which hurts them. The issue is they're 1-8 in quad 1 games, and they've got one quad 1 game left, and that's Louisville on the road, and that's on March 1st. Louisville's 25th right now, so they've got to win out. They've got to win out. You have 5 games left right now. They're 16-10. They'd be 21-10 and 12-8 in the ACC. In any given year over the last 50 years, if you were 21-10 and 12-8 in the ACC, you'd make the tournament. Now, the perception of the ACC right now is not such that that is a shoo-in. So they don't have any margin for error, and they likely go into the ACC tournament having to make some noise, make the semifinal, maybe even make the final to feel good going into Selection Sunday. But if they win these 5, including a quad 1 road game at Louisville, I think they'll vault into probably, I'm not a bracketologist, the upper 30s in net ranking. and they're going to be sitting squarely on the bubble heading into the ACC tournament, which is exactly where they were last year.
Mm-hmm.
So easier said than done. I mean, Notre Dame's 108. That's a quad 2 game on the road. Not a bad opportunity to get a quad 2 win against Notre Dame. Aside from that, we've got NC State on the road, and then BC's a quad 4 game at home. Georgia Tech's a quad 3 game at home. So 4 very winnable games, and then a must-win at Louisville.
Bethel, you're a Pitt basketball fan. You're a Penn State football fan, but you're a Pitt basketball fan. Do you think that they have a chance?
Yeah, I covered them the last 2 years before this year. I unfortunately do not at this point, and that's a big reason. A big part of that is just because of, one, how the ACC is perceived, and I worry about that Louisville game.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'm not entirely writing them off saying 0% chance whatsoever, but if we're talking, like, glass half full, glass half empty, right now I'm about 30% chance that they get in, just because if they don't beat Louisville, like, what is that signature win this year? Like, if they get in, I think they can do some damage, but their resume right now concerns me.
If you guys could add one player in the last 25 years of Pitt basketball to this squad, and that would absolutely help them get into this tournament, let's say you could add them before the season, who would that be? Is it crazy for me to think that it would be Blake Hinson? It would be that recent and not like a Brandon Knight or Julius Page?
I say it would be Blake, just based on how familiar they'd be with him, Jeff Capel and his staff, and the three-point shooting. I mean, they were hot in the second half against Syracuse, but by and large they have not come close to replacing that production from beyond the arc, and they haven't had, I think, a Brandon Knight or a Julius Page or a Blake Hinson would absolutely all fit the category as an alpha leader, which I'm not sure this team has one leader, but Blake gives them the shot making that they missed and would help them space the floor to create some more room for Jalen and Ish to do what they're doing.
What about you, Becky?
I think Blake's a really good pick, but I don't think we can go wrong with DeJuan Blair. Like, this team,
that's a good one.
This team needs significant rebounding help.
Yep.
You know, and DeJuan Blair would answer all those questions. Plus, he brings so much leadership to the table, too.
What about Steven Adams?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see Steven Adams in an offense like this during college. Obviously, he's turned into a bit of a bruiser and enforcer in the pros. But I thought he was really not grossly misutilized in Jamie Dixon's scheme, but his offensive talents weren't able to be on full display. Can you imagine him in this offense, like screen and roll, the stuff they do with him being as athletic as he was? I mean, I remember watching him against Syracuse take the ball coast to coast for a layup, and I'm like, what? You know, like he would. I think he'd have a lot more offensive freedom. And by the way, I think Jamie's a little bit of a different coach today than he was back then, if you watch his TCU teams. But, yeah, I would go back and forth between a big inside presence that could really rebound and you could count on for 9 to 10 rebounds a night, and a guy like Blake who could just fill it up, man. I mean, this team is just – what's frustrating is you look at the Quad 1 record. I mean, if they win 2 of these games, Carolina, Wake, Clemson, Louisville, all of which were less than 4-point losses, if they win 2 of them, they're probably an 8 seed or a 9 seed right now. But, you know, if ifs and buts were, you know, what's that saying? They're not.
Nuts?
Yeah, they're not. So they're not candy or nuts. So they are who they are. They're 16-10, 7-8. And regardless of whether they make the tournament, I think the momentum of the program, we've discussed this, is still perilously hinging on how this season finishes. And because if they get another 20-win year, that's 3 in a row. And that team hadn't sniffed 20 wins for the better part of 5-6 years after Jamie Dixon left. So you would say it isn't a huge step forward, wouldn't be a massive step back. And I think that's really important for where they can go. And I think Jeff Capel and his staff know where they'd like to make some changes in the offseason in terms of what they add to the roster.
Coming up next, we're gonna take it back old school. Bechte's breakdown. Wow, we haven't done that. I don't know if Pat's ever been here for a Bechte breakdown. Back in the day when Bechte was doing what you did 2 days a week. I think you do Tuesdays and Fridays, maybe.
That's right. That's what
Tuesdays
it was.
and Fridays for a long time. And then you're big time, and now you're full time with Pomp and Joe. But we haven't done a Bechte breakdown in a long time. We're gonna bring that back next.
Let's do it
here on the Fan Morning Show.
Hey guys, it's Mulsey, and we talk a lot about sports together, right? And so we're talking about pro athletes. And what do you know about pro athletes? They train constantly, all the time, to try to perform better on the field or the court or the ice. However, I have a question for you. What if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost, and they're in chewable form. If you don't like swallowing pills, you don't have to. Plus, since Blue Chew is an online prescription service, you're not dealing with one of those awkward conversations or trips to the doctor's office. No, Blue Chew ships direct to your front door in discreet packaging, and because no two guys are the same, the licensed medical providers are going to work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Now by Xfinity. Internet, mobile, and TV that feels just right. Just like driving past an expensive coffee shop as you sip your homemade latte. Like waiting to use a promo code for 50% off on your sister's birthday present. Like snagging limited edition sneakers before they hit the resale market. Like getting concert tickets pre-sale before online brokers raise the price. That's the feeling you get with Now Internet. Dependable internet with no annual contracts, unlimited data, and equipment included. Internet just right for endless video calls, streaming every season of that show you're obsessed with, and staying connected on multiple devices. Internet that's just what you want and nothing you don't. Backed by the Xfinity Network. Get Now Internet starting at $30 a month all in. Easy, simple, flexible. All for one low price. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
It may be winter outside, but inside the Monroeville Convention Center, it's golf season. The Pittsburgh Golf Show, presented by Dominican Republic Has It All, is February 21st through the 23rd. Shop, compare, and save on golf equipment and accessories. For tickets, go to PittsburghGolfShow.com.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseballs and Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Pair of accidents on the Parkway East. One of them outbound approaching the Churchill interchange. It's blocking a lane, causing delays back to Wilkinsburg. Inbound, an accident near the Wilkinsburg interchange. Watch for slowdowns there past the accident scene. Then again at Edgewood Twistvale, heading into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. In an accident, the final stages of clearing in Penn Hills, at the intersection of Universal and Rhode Island roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Panoops against Notre Dame will play tomorrow, 2:15. Hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning with the pregame show at 1:45. Pirates baseball, first time all year. The Pirates will play a spring training game against the Baltimore Orioles. That game will be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Dickerson, Bostic, Bechtold behind the glass with you here on the Fan Morning Show for about 55 more minutes. It's 9:02. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Bechtold, bringing it back old school, man. Becky's Breakdowns, baby. Let's go.
How about this, Doran? One thing that you might not know, the Bechtold Breakdown is now a sponsored endeavor. And guess who sponsors the Bechtold Breakdown?
Who?
Our good friend Jake from Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Let's go.
Our sponsor of the Bechtold Breakdown. Typically at 12:30 at the Starkey Show, we bring it to now for February 21st, 2025. All right, let's do it. I found this note pretty interesting that since 2021, Breakfast Ball put this out there, Danny Parkins, Daniel Jones and Justin Fields have nearly the exact same stats. What do I mean by that? Almost the same number of starts. Fields has made one additional start, 44-43. Daniel Jones has more wins, 16-14. Now, Justin Fields, his team has scored 2 more points per game than Daniel Jones. Yards are the same. Passer rating exactly the same of 84.5. What do you make of that? Basically, Justin Fields and Daniel Jones statistically are the same. I don't think any of us view them in the same light.
What I make of that is Daniel Jones is way luckier than Justin Fields because he has $100 million more than Justin Fields does. He got luckier, and maybe he came out a little bit earlier, right? So he has a lot more money in his bank account than Justin Fields does right now. That is odd. Did you do the rushing yards though?
No.
The rushing yards will probably obviously be different with Justin Fields, but I think that Justin Fields has a lot more pedigree than Daniel Jones. Then you can get more out of him.
He has more upside. He also didn't play with Saquon Barkley for the better part of his early career.
Yeah, that might end up being a very significant part of it as well. Now, Ben Roethlisberger came out and was not very pleased with the Steelers not changing their ways. We heard Ben a little bit earlier, but he also said you have to evolve. You can't assume everybody wants to play for the Steelers. People used to want to play for Pittsburgh for a Super Bowl chance yearly. But what's going on with Ben? Just taking shot after shot after shot at the Steelers recently.
Well, sometimes that happens whenever the split isn't as amicable as you think. And we may think one thing, but, behind closed doors, things are different. And things that are said are clearly different. And maybe, this is some animosity that's built up because maybe Ben didn't want to retire. Maybe Ben didn't want to stop playing. He was given an ultimatum. Maybe Ben wanted to, hey, I'll retire, but I want to be hired on the staff as a consultant or as a quarterback coach, assistant quarterback coach. I want to be around. And the Steelers like, nah, we're good. Like these things, he has taken multiple shots lately. I don't blame him. He's very accurate with them. I like that he says that because he was Ben Roethlisberger and he played for that organization.
Think about this. Of all the quarterbacks in Ben's era, Ben is probably the only one to finish with the team he started with.
Yeah.
Not Peyton. Not Rivers. Not Brady.
Not Breeze.
Only Eli.
Not Breeze. Eli and Ben. And both of them probably had some mixed feelings about the end of their career.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty fascinating to think about. I mean, to put it in that type of perspective, like,
and I would put Ben in a higher echelon than Eli. I think the Hall of Fame bidding will bear that out.
Absolutely.
But think about that. The best of the best, the top 4. He's the only one to finish with the franchise, which means that there was, for each of those men, there was a decision in their original franchise to move on.
Mm-hmm. Very
it almost never ends in, like, roses.
Yeah, storybook.
Never. Unless you're John Elway.
Or Jerome Bettis. Moving on, we talked a little bit college football earlier about potentially expanding the college football playoff. What? Well, one common topic right around this time is, what are the best atmospheres in college football? And CBS had LSU 1, Penn State 2, Ohio State 3, Michigan 4, Tennessee 5. You guys got a chance to play in a lot of good atmospheres. Which one was your favorite?
Well, I think that's accurate, that list there. I don't think that I've played in I never played anywhere, but I've heard and know that those places, that's about accurate. LSU is one of the best venues ever to go experience a college football game. Clearly, Penn State, I've been there a bunch of times, even when I was little. My uncle played against them whenever he's coaching at Temple, watching pick games up there in the recent couple years. That atmosphere is great. So that is accurate. Obviously, the Horseshoe at Ohio State. I think I hate, you know where I'm going, Pat, because I hate this place, but the best atmosphere is Notre Dame. I can't stand it, but that was the best atmosphere I think that we played in.
Most underrated atmosphere on that list, and it gets a lot of attention because of the capacity, but Tennessee, Neyland Stadium at Tennessee. And I would put it over Penn State, not just because I'm not a big Penn State guy, but because the surrounding area, campus, downtown Knoxville, is awesome. Awesome. We went there in 2021. Obviously, Kenny led the Panthers to a win, which was great. But it has the combination of a town, and then you walk a little bit, and there it is. Wow. It's not like in the middle of nowhere in a bunch of parking lots. Right? Like you get, and I think to some degree the Horseshoe's like that. But this is, man, the vibe at Tennessee and what they're doing now with the entertainment district there, watch out, man. Watch out. That place is different.
Weren't their fans, really nice?
Awesome. Clemson's are awesome, too. Clemson's a great place.
Yeah. That was a great
and
atmosphere.
Penn State is awesome. I mean, a whiteout at Penn State, I've been to one as a kid. I mean, it wasn't whiteout as it is today, but, and playing there, it doesn't get much louder than that.
No, it doesn't.
How about LeBron last night against the Blazers? 40 points, 4 assists, 8 rebounds, 2 steals. 40 points at 40 years old. As former athletes, try to put that into perspective. How insane and just otherworldly is it what LeBron is doing at his age?
It's insane. I actually had this as a topic and as a segment earlier. Who's more dominant than LeBron right now in the last calendar year? From this year today to last year at this time. Who's been more dominant? Maybe Scottie Scheffler. But then you obviously factor in the age, and he's just been on a tear lately. I kind of – it's like me being dominant playing, Sonic 2 on Sega. I show my kids, I'm like, this is Sonic. This is what I used to play. Yeah, I'm going to be dominant because I'm an adult and I've played it 1 million times. I know the board. I know when to jump. I know all these things. That's what LeBron's doing. He's like, I played this game so much. I'm so much smarter. I'm 2 steps ahead, and my body's letting me do it. He's absolutely dominating right now.
He's dominating. I watched Stephen A. Smith the other day, though, eviscerate him. And I'm a Jordan guy.
Same.
Me too.
Total Jordan guy. This stat blew me away. So LeBron's played 22 seasons. Michael played 15. Jordan had 173 40-point games. LeBron has 78.
What?
Wow.
173 to 78.
Wow.
Tell me who was the more dominant player.
Oh, no doubt, Michael Jordan.
Well, Jordan obviously is a more volume scorer. LeBron can defend all 5 positions.
So could Jordan. He was Defensive Player of the Year, I think, twice.
Yeah, I did not get to see Jordan firsthand, unfortunately, but was he out there defending bigs? Was he defending centers? Was he defending Kareem?
He's not the freak athlete or size that LeBron is. He's not 6'8", 260 or 250, whatever LeBron weighs. I'm probably overdoing that, but 173 to 78 is crazy.
It's crazy. In the clutch moments for Jordan.
People will say LeBron had better competition and so on and so forth. That may be true. That's nearly 100 more 40-point games.
That's insane.
And, by the way, there were some guys on his team that scored too, like Scottie Pippen.
Yes. Yes.
And Jordan going 6 for 6 too is just a feather in his cap that nobody can ever take away too.
He's the best athlete of all time.
2 years away for baseball too. All right, 2 more. The Yankees have made a huge announcement from Hal Steinbrenner. They are now taking away the facial hair policy for Yankees players. They are now allowed to have, quote-unquote, well-groomed beards. Welcome to 2025 New York Yankees.
It's so weird that you bring this up because I was literally thinking about this over the weekend. I was like, if I was like an exec, or I was like, do the scouts have to abide by these rules? Does the front office have to abide by these rules? Does anybody that works for the Yankees have to abide by these rules? I was thinking about this the other day, and I was thinking, what if I was a director of player personnel for the Yankees? I don't want to shave my beard. Like, would I turn down that job? I was asking myself, like, I probably would turn down that job if I had to abide by those rules if I was just an exec.
Not if the money was right.
I mean, I'm not shaving my...
Meanwhile, somewhere in the Bronx, someone's picking up their paper this morning, and they're like, this is terrible.
Yeah, it's the Yankees.
How could they do that?
Right.
That's terrible.
It's the Yankees. How could they do that? It's funny. How do you feel about that?
I listen.
I think they're the only team in sports that makes...
It's nuts.
Yeah.
It's absolutely nuts, but they're the Yankees, and they're different.
Yeah.
I mean, it's... Listen, it'd be like, you go to the Masters, and they let you have your shirt untucked. I mean,
wow.
Think about it. There's decorum.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm in favor of having a wider spectrum of what's appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
However, I still am in favor of having standards.
Doran, it's your favorite one. It's the last one.
Let's go.
Aaron Rodgers is not going to play for the Jets next year. He is available. Would you be interested in Aaron Rodgers being the Steelers quarterback?
Yes. Yes, if he was the only option, clearly. If the other options of Justin Fields were taken. I would love to see Aaron Rodgers, and for one reason, as we've talked about many times on the show in the last week, I would like to see Aaron Rodgers push the Steelers. Push Mike Tomlin into doing things and having to abide by Aaron Rodgers' mentality and by Aaron Rodgers' rules. Can you imagine Aaron Rodgers being the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback and Mike Tomlin like, hey, the percentages of throwing over the middle are negative, so we don't like to do that here. Aaron Rodgers like, yeah, okay, I'm throwing over the middle. I'm Aaron Rodgers. I think the Steelers might need that a little bit. I would like to see Aaron Rodgers as a Pittsburgh Steeler if the other options were gone.
Your question was, would I be interested?
Yes.
The answer is I would be very interested. But if I were the Steelers, I would not want that.
Doran, where were you in 2005?
I was junior in high school. Actually, I was a senior in high school.
Not even at Pitt yet. That's the year that Aaron Rodgers was drafted and brought into the league. The Penguins had not yet won 3 more Stanley Cups. The Steelers were about to embark on their Super Bowl season for the one for the thumb. And the top 5 songs in 2005 at the end of the year. Do you remember any of these songs, Doran? Did you grooving out to any of these? We Belong Together by Mariah Carey.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Hollaback Girl by Gwen Stefani.
Oh. Yeah.
Let Me Love You. Is that Mario?
Yes.
Yeah. Since You've Been Gone by Kelly Clarkson.
Wow.
Yes.
And you might be familiar with 1-2 Step by Sierra.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Good job,
That was a big
Becky.
Sierra
The top 5 songs in 2005 when Aaron Rodgers sat the bench behind Brett Favre.
I remember that clear as day. My dad, we were watching the draft, and they were showing Aaron Rodgers clips because Aaron Rodgers obviously fell in that draft, and they kept showing him, and they would show his clips. And my dad was like, whoever gets that guy is going to be lucky. And I was like, why? And he was like, look how poised he is in the pocket. Look how nothing phases him in the pocket. He's like, he is going to be a really good NFL quarterback.
Do you ever watch his technique in college?
Yes.
Jeff Tedford was his coach, and he would hold the ball like by his ear.
Yeah.
And that was the way quarterbacks were always taught. It was like, I remember when I was in middle school, it was like, put the ball up by your ear so you can just take it back and throw it like a catcher. And then he gets to, what's crazy is if you watch him and watch his game evolve over time, how much he plays like Brett Favre.
Yes.
He's got the little diaper chin strap.
Yep.
He's got the ball, going everywhere. He's got that little hitch when he throws where his hip turns out of the way and he almost jumps when he throws it. And now everyone mimics that.
Uh-huh.
But it started with Favre,
Yep.
not Rodgers. Rodgers was like a robot coming into the pros, but somebody somewhere knew what he could turn into.
That is unbelievable. My dad also said that LeBron James would not be a good NBA player. So, you can kind of...
Well, you can tell he's a football guy.
Yeah, he's a football guy. Aaron Rodgers is going to be a really good quarterback because of his poise. And he said, LeBron James, no chance he makes it in the NBA. Guys are too tough.
22 years later, he's still scoring 40
and
points.
Every time I see my dad, I tell him that. Remember you said that? Remember you said that back in the day?
Hey, we're all entitled to a bad take.
Good job, Becky. That was awesome.
That was
Coming
terrific.
up next. That was
to run
really
it
good.
back.
Really good. Love it. Love it. Coming up next is my third trend of the day. We'll discuss that with Becky and Pat. But first, a Bechtold headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins will play against the Flyers as the Four Nations face-off ended last night with a Connor McDavid game-winning goal 3-2 in overtime for Team Canada to win it against Team USA. 3 o'clock against Washington for the Penguins. tomorrow. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Like the time Ron Cook got his celebrities confused.
Eric, I thought about who you reminded me of in the TV business.
Who's that?
Ron Jeremy. I've stunned silence here.
Yeah.
Nobody else watches Anchorman?
93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health, Pittsburgh's leader in ED treatment. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Fall in love with the new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SE all-wheel drive for only $219 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 10,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, go to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
We're back in the Miller's front yard who recently switched to True Green.
Their lawn started looking like a golf course, and PGA Tour golfers started showing up.
Here's one now hitting out of this lush green grass. He has to avoid that sandbox to keep his round going. Oh, into the sand. It's a toy dump truck and rolls out.
Oh, the neighbors love the action on this True Green lawn.
Get a PGA Tour quality lawn for as little as $1 a day. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Exclusions apply. See TrueGreen.com for details.
It used to be the sole function for a kitchen was food preparation. We cooked in the kitchen and we dined in the dining room. But times have changed. And although today the kitchen is still where we cook, it's also where we share meals, have an important family conversation, and even help the kids with their homework.
That's right. Today's kitchens are multi-use areas and should be designed accordingly. And that's where we come in. Petite Kitchen and Bath will make your new kitchen a warm and inviting place for family and guests alike. We'll make it supremely functional and beautiful.
You know, they say the heart of any home is the family kitchen. Make your kitchen great. Discover why generations of satisfied customers have chosen Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
Visit our showroom on Route 50 or call us at 412-279-2222. Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know the funny thing about life? Any given second, something can happen to you. Any given second, you can get hurt, get put in the hospital, be out of work. They call them accidents. But accidents have consequences. Accidents, you gotta go see the dog. That's top dog. Accidents have consequences. Let them go bite them. Let them feel pain. Let them be hurt. Let them bleed. You understand? You gotta let them bite them. Let them go after that insurance company. Let them get you top dollar. All you gotta do is make the call. Top Dog Law. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Call the dog. Call the dog. Any accident, big or small, life or death, you call the dog. Top Dog Law.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Crowley here for Zero Res. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Nothing says romance, right? Like disgusting salt stains that this winter brings along with it. And not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again and again. What's worse, you're going to be stuck inside breathing this nasty stuff for months. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home with their Love Your Rug special. Get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119 plus a 4th room clean free. And don't forget Dirt and Dander's favorite hiding place, your air ducts. This month, take $75 off when you get your air ducts Zero Res clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
This former science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Earlier this week, Deborah Hall announced that her husband, Hall of Famer Bobby Hall, was posthumously diagnosed with CTE, a degenerative brain disease. And it was on this date back in 1977 when Hall, then 31 years of age, scored twice against the Rangers' Eddie Jockman to join Rocket Richard and Gordie Howe as 500 goal scorers. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have a full tank of gas first, before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com. Accident in Glassport Borough, 2300 block of Washington Boulevard near the intersection with Scenic Street and Pennsylvania Avenue. Meanwhile, an earlier accident cleared from the outbound Parkway East near Churchill. Most of the earlier delays have gone away. We still have an earlier accident on the inbound Parkway East at the Wilkinsburg interchange. It's off to the side. Parkway West, your inbound delays right around the runaway truck sand pile. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. twomenandajuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Dickerson, Bostic, Bechtold behind the glass. Time is running out to get your tickets to the Fan 15th anniversary party at Rivers Casino on February 26th. Head to Tom's Watch Bar on Saturday from 2 to 3 p.m. The first 10 people will get a pair of tickets to the party, or head to Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union in Scott Township on Monday from noon to 1 p.m. For more information, go to 937thefan.com. I've been talking about some trends that, either happened a couple months ago, happened yesterday, happened 2 weeks ago, but that are starting to heat up right now. And I started the show with a clip of PK Subban, and I'm going to play that clip for you next. I want you to react to that in a different way a little bit next, but I feel like that one of the trends right now is, this Four Nations Face-Off event is so good. How can we replicate that with the other sports? That's a big trend. It's a great talking point for us, but it's a big trend right now. My second trend during the show was there seems to be a high amount of WPIAL football coaches, head coaches resigning. And Matt Humbert of Bell Vernon, he was the most recent, resigned yesterday, and he won 2 state championships in the last 3 years. So it's not just coaches resigning because of bad situations. I mean, you're talking about winning coaches. And I texted Carlos Zofko to see if I was accurate about that. He said, you're absolutely right, but it may have a lot to do with the parents. And we've heard that for years. Parents are very tough, and obviously that happens everywhere in high school football. But my third trend to close out the show today is it seems to be heating up that spring games are getting canceled, Pat.
Yeah.
Spring games are getting canceled. I know that there's reasoning behind it, saying that, they don't want their players poached by other teams. But this seems to be a big trend. It started with Nebraska, then Texas. USC. Now, once that door opens up, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. But what can you make of this new trend of canceling spring games?
I think the paranoia of having players evaluated, particularly like down the depth chart, when these games are televised and so forth, is real. I think that is a real thing. I think that using that 15th game as a practice, I've always been in favor of just doing an open practice, with more scrimmaging,
right?
And doesn't that necessarily have to be live. I think that's what fans want to see. For the majority of schools, it's not a moneymaker. For some, it is, but I think just having an extra practice when everything else you're doing is getting limited, right, because of rules and regulations regarding hours per week and stuff. But yeah, I think it's the paranoia. And listen, you're still practicing, and you see kids all the time go in the portal and post their practice film. Like, that's proprietary to the university.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're not going to win that battle. So you give the kid the film to market himself. So it's not like just not having a spring game is going to preclude school A from evaluating players at school B.
Right.
It's still going to be there, but it's not as out in the open. And a spring game's in a stadium, and the lights are on, right? And it's a practice game. But yeah, I think it's going to continue to happen.
This is, to me, spring games are for the fans to get a glimpse and to get that fix of football, and especially the pride that you have in your university, and especially, you're a Pitt fan, Penn State fan, or whatever, even Texas fan. Like, you want to see what you have coming up this season. Like, I feel like you're taking this away from the fans because, like you said, I don't anticipate these teams going to open practices where, if you're Texas, 100,000 fans can go to open practice. I can't see that happening. So you're kind of taking it away from the fans of your football team to get a glimpse of what is going to be coming of this season.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. And I think the other real component to this, which I don't have any empirical data to support, is like turning the lights on in a stadium and, opening up the concession stands and not charging admission. There's a cost to that. And the Missouri basketball coach the other day, do you see his quote?
Mm-hmm.
He stopped the team from rushing the court when they beat out the fans from rushing the court, and he said, they asked him in the postgame, they're like, why'd you do that? And he's like, we need every dollar to go to NIL. And it's like, when you've got a $21 million bill coming, due on July 1st, or thereabouts, every dollar counts. And I'm not sure where that factors in, but it certainly registers on my Richter scale in terms of impact.
Bechtel, what is your take on the canceling of spring games?
I would much rather see them happen. Like, I don't think any college coaches are looking at, 3 or 4 routes that one player makes in a spring game and determining, yes, this is the reason why I want to pay $500,000 to bring this kid away from West Virginia to come play for me at Temple or something like that. So I think it's kind of outlandish, but just, the amount of emphasis that's put on it from college coaches, it seems like there's a little bit of paranoia as well to think that that's going on. I'm sure it does in a couple of instances, but this just seems like a big overreaction. The spring game should continue, and even if not, maybe you do a big fan fest with everybody, and the players get to meet and greet with a lot of the fans in the community.
Yeah, I think you get about a third of the people that want to do that.
Probably
that want
not.
to go watch a game. So, yeah, it's listen, you're dealing with when regardless of whether you have the spring game or not, and fans can certainly weigh in on this on Twitter or otherwise. When August rolls around, Pitt fans, Penn State fans, West Virginia fans, they don't even remember what happened at the spring game.
That's true.
So, yeah, they may be a little miffed that they can't go watch football on April 12th, but at the end of the day, they're going to show up for Pitt Duquesne on August 31st, so they're going to show up for Pitt, West Virginia in Morgantown.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think we're probably overreacting on both sides. Yeah, it's for the fans. You want the fans to be able to enjoy it. The paranoia is ridiculous. I think with the way it's going right now, here's the other thing. The amount of money you're investing in these kids now, you want to protect your investment.
True.
There's a reason, like the NFL didn't have a spring game.
True.
We could be heading to OTAs and minicamp soon in college football.
Makes sense.
From the standpoint of protecting your investment. And you remember how spring practice was when you're a veteran player. It's like,
it was the worst.
What a drag.
Oh, it was the worst.
And you got to throw full pads on and tackle and stuff. And
each other every single week.
Yeah, but, again, this ain't pro football from the standpoint of these players being ready to not do those things.
Mm-hmm.
And you wonder what early season football is going to look like. Who knows, man? Rosters aren't set in the spring. There's a portal opening after spring practice. So there's that component. I think we are heading towards pro light, where there's going to be some sort of OTA model that prevails ultimately because of what you want to get out of the spring. Yeah, some physicality, but ultimately protecting the monetary investment that's on the field now.
Yeah, it's a very odd trend, and 3 weird trends that are going on right now that I thought were appropriate to infuse into the show today. Coming up next, I played a clip early at around like 6:20 of PK Subban, and I want to get Pat's reaction to it and see how accurate he thinks PK Subban is of this one topic he was talking about. We'll play that next, but first, a Bechty headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Team Canada winners against Team USA last night. Connor McDavid had the game-winning goal as Canada scored the final 2 goals of the game after tying it up in the second period. No goals scored in the third period, and Team Canada takes the finale of the 4 nations face-off. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Crowley.
Hey, it's Crowley here, and you need beer, and there's one place to go for all your beer needs. That's Hampton Beer Outlet. Over 1,000 beers in stock. Domestics, local, crafts, anything you need, they got it. They got it all at the best prices around with the best customer service. And today, only Friday the 21st, you can show up and you can get tickets to the Fan 15th anniversary party. Show up, say hello, get yourself some beer. Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday Morning Rush not going away quietly. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. In Glassport, crews on the scene of an accident on Washington Boulevard near the intersection with Scenic Street and Pennsylvania Avenue. Meanwhile, inbound Parkway East delays are at Edgewood Twistvale and the Parkway West getting the line right around the Banksville merge point. And on Route 65, you have traffic light delays at the McKees Rocks Bridge. Same story for Route 51 northbound heading toward the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by WetGo. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Wisconsin Badgers are red hot, and it couldn't be at a more perfect time. The Badgers have won 5 straight and beat the Boilers in West Lafayette by double digits this past weekend. It's time to buy in. Wisconsin to make the Final Four is my bet. Hashtag Team Cuervos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. PK Subban a couple of days ago was on ESPN and talking about the Four Nations face-off tournament, and obviously, as I said before, it's a big trend now and a big talking point that it's like, what can we do for the other teams? What can we do for the NBA? How can we make the Pro Bowl better? How can we make the NBA All-Star Game better? Can this work? This big thing that has worked for the NHL, which has done a fantastic job clearly in creating the engagement and marketing this event. Can this work for other sports? And I think Major League Baseball's fine. We talked about that earlier, Austin. We talked about that about a couple hours ago about how Major League Baseball is somewhat fine. And I don't know if you could tinker with it, but you don't really need to change it. But we're clearly and directly talking about the NFL and the NBA. Now, PK Subban, he took it upon himself, and I thought that this was riveting. I thought that this was fantastic. Took it upon himself to talk about how the NBA model won't allow what happened with the Four Nations face-off.
Listen, hockey's a different sport from the NBA. You can't compare the cultures because of the way the game is played. You can step on an NBA floor and go through the emotions. You can't do that in hockey. You can't. Like, the culture of our sport, you have to play it with passion. You have to be willing to fight. You have to be willing to leave it on the ice. That's what fans are investing in. So for us, when we charge $1,500 for a ticket to come to fans know what they're getting. Cale Makar, the best defenseman in the world, wasn't in the lineup for this game. This was the most viewed game that we've had in years.
And you see it, it's because it's not just based on the skill and talent. It's based on the pride, honor, playing for the guy next to you. I got a question for the NBA players. What the hell are you playing for? What are you playing for? It's not about the money. You make all the money. What, you're injured? Well, there's a difference between being hurt and injured. Are you hurt or are you injured? There's a difference. In hockey, we play hurt. We play injured. That is the culture of the sport. It's always been that way. So you want to talk about the business, the CBA, fans get all of that. But what do fans resonate with? They resonate with what's real. You got to fight sometimes for your country. You got to compete. You got to go out there and leave it on the ice because those people are paying the price of admission. So fans know whether our stars are on the ice or not, they're getting their money's worth. The NBA has that issue that they got to work on. You got to create a better culture for your players. It starts with the leaders. This issue, there was no issue when Jordan was around. There was no issue when Kobe was around. There's no issue when Sidney Crosby's around. There's no issue when Wayne Gretzky was around because those are true leaders. They lead by example. Sidney Crosby, Hockey Canada, those players, both Canada and U.S., it was the players that did that for the four nations. That's not the league. The league set it up, but the players went out there and decided and said, you know what, boys? We're all in. When is the NBA going to do that? Because, I haven't sat down and watched the NBA consistently since Kobe. Since Kobe has died, I have not sat down and watched the NBA consistently. I love basketball, love the players. I think LeBron's great. I think KD's great. Steph Curry, love watching them. But you got to be on the court. You got to be there, and when you're there, you got to go all in. The fans got to feel that they're getting their money's worth. And right now, there's a big difference between what the NHL's doing with those events and what the NBA's doing. Four Nations works because the players are all in.
He's absolutely right.
1,000%.
I mean, he's absolutely right. And the thing in the beginning that he said that really stuck to me is you can't go through the motions whenever you step on the ice. It's impossible. You can do that in the other sports. You can do that whenever you're playing flag football in the Pro Bowl. You can do that whenever you're playing in the All-Star game in basketball. And even during the regular season in the NBA, you can go through the motions. It's a player-driven thing. Like, this is not – he's absolutely right, because this is not a league type of decision to make this work. This is a player mentality to make this work. And hockey players have been built that way from the day that they laced up their skates whenever they were 4 years old. There's a culture there that everybody knows and everybody's engraved into. Whenever you put your pads on and you put your skates on and you get on the ice, there's a way that you play hockey. It doesn't matter if it's practice, stick time, whatever. They play at the level where it is important every single day. And I don't think basketball could ever replicate that. And as much as we talk about it, how can we make this better? Can they do a Team USA versus the world in NBA? Like, I don't think that NBA players would actually care as much as hockey players to be able to replicate something like the Four Nations.
I don't think they could either. I mean, even with the Olympics and all that stuff. I mean, there's pride and there's passion, but it's not the same. And even if you look at, I was just kind of Googling the average compensation for these guys. I mean, I think the average hockey salary in 2023 was like $3.5 million per year. I mean, the NBA is 10.5.
Yeah.
$10.5 million average salary. NFL's 4.5. I mean, I think to a certain degree, football has that. It's certainly gotten, it's got its diva side to it too. But there's not the ability to play. There's not the international scale that you have in hockey. And I think soccer, even to a lesser extent, there's that pride for country involved with the World Cup and things like that, but it's not as popular in the United States as it is obviously worldwide. I mean, hockey is just its own, in North America, it's got its own community, and it's awesome. It's not for everybody, but it's awesome.
And with football is a little bit different. Like, if you're talking regular season, like in compared to the NBA, like football is somewhat like hockey. Like, you can't just step on a field and go through the motions, or you'll get blipped. Like, you'll get hurt. Like, you'll get hit.
Yep.
Like, that's a little bit different where it can relate to hockey. But, like, obviously, there's not as many international players and there's no football in different countries to be able to create something like this. But if we're just talking about, like, the brand of the sport and the players, like, football is somewhat similar to hockey of caring whenever you actually are on the field because you have to protect yourself.
Right.
But the NBA, like, I don't ever see it I'll never see the product grow the way that the NHL just did in the last week and a half, and ever, because of the culture of how you started to play and knowing that this is the level that you have to play at every single time you walk on the ice. It's just it's very different.
You're right, and I think, especially here in Pittsburgh, not having an NBA team, I think that the opinion, the support of that probably that take is much higher. That being said, I will say that I think, and I'd be interested in Becky's opinion here. I think NBA players are the best athletes in the world.
For sure.
The best athletes in the world, and it may not even be close.
For sure.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the toughest sport to play is probably baseball, and that's a different conversation because you're trying to hit 100-mile-an-hour fastball that's going then 85.
Technically, yes. Technically, yes. Athletically, not even close.
No, not athletically. And, I mean, just the way that the NBA players are just able to move, and think about Jordan in midair. When I think about the most athletic players, I think of Dr. J behind the hoop, how he extended his arm in that iconic reverse
Wilt
layup
Chamberlain
that he made. Yes, Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell. I mean, the NBA is just basically so many athletes and skill. And maybe that's one reason why hockey's there's a lot of skill in hockey, but grit and grind type of culture.
It's a working man sport, man.
Yeah, it's a working man sport. And you're right. Like, athletically, NBA players are just far and above. I mean, and one guy that really can resonate with me of how athletic they are and how insane it is. You watch NBA games, and I would watch Russell Westbrook for years, right? And how explosive he is, and just how he dribbles and he dunks and does all these things. But he looks little out there. I met Russell Westbrook in Vegas a couple years ago.
He's probably 3 inches taller than you.
Absolutely, and I was shocked.
Yeah,
I was shocked. I'm like, you're that big, and he wasn't skinny either. And, he looked small out there, but the way that he was moving and doing things, I mean, he was built like it was insane of how athletic that they are. But I just thought that was great stuff by PK Subban.
He's 100% on, and it typifies what hockey is in terms of identifying with the everyman and how much they care and love the game. I mean, the game is more important than anything to them, and it's because they grew up playing on ponds, man.
Yep.
And just lacing it up and playing outside and knocking teeth out. And so if you took the face mask off football player, you think you want to get your teeth? I mean, you got your teeth knocked out, but so you're a little bit different. But these dudes are different.
Yes, they are. All right, we'll wrap up the show next. But first, a Bechtel headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins will play and suit it up for the first time since the Four Nations face-off against Washington tomorrow. That game at 3 o'clock from PPG Paints Arena. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says, only 3 teams I went 0-2, they made the playoffs. That doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Attention small business owners needing financing. Swish Funding is providing funds for expansion, inventory, increased overhead, even slow cash flow to small businesses all over America with affordable funding as soon as one business day. And we're ready to help with funding from $10,000 to $2 million. If you've been in business for 1 year or more with a monthly income of at least $25,000, you can get the affordable funding you need with no collateral. Go to swishfunding.com today. That's swishfunding.com. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-967-7711. 800-967-7711. 800-967-7711.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This station is testing its emergency alert system equipment. The EAS will provide timely emergency warnings. This station serves the Pittsburgh Extended Operational Area. This concludes this emergency alert system test.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you. while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey there, Pittsburgh. No one wants a lingering foul odor in your home or worse, finding dirty, smelly water in your basement. Don't let a backup from a clogged sewer drain ruin your day. Slow drains, gurgling noises, or backups are warning signs. Act now before it's too late. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your go-to experts in sewer and drain clearing. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. They're your solution to a worry-free home.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Bechtel, this was fun, man. Glad we got to do it.
I'm glad, too.
It was awesome.
Good to run it back.
Yes, it is. Pat, this was awesome as well, and you have a big show tomorrow.
I do.
Panthers Insider Show. 8 a.m. it starts.
8 a.m., bright and early.
Special guest?
Yeah, the great Kenny Pickett will join me at 8:40 on Panthers Insider tomorrow morning. You can stream it. You can listen to us on the Odyssey app, certainly on 93.7 The Fan. Kenny Pickett, Super Bowl champion, ACC champion. Kenny Pickett will join me at 8:40. He's training down in Florida. It's Jimmy Medore's bachelor party. Talk about a guy that takes care of business off the field. I told Kenny, I'm like, dude, you're at Jimmy Medore's bachelor party. Are you sure you want to come on? He's like, yeah, I'm taking it easy. It's short off season when you make the Super Bowl. He's like, we're back in action soon. And, we'll see. I mean, we've talked about him maybe ending up in New Orleans or staying in Philly. I mean, he's a busy man, but kind enough to make some time to join the show. I'm sure people will be very interested to listen to Mr. Pickett.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting, man. That's going to be good stuff. And obviously, Kenny just, making the best of his situation, and Kenny is living the best life right now. It is what it is. He's living the best life.
He won a Super Bowl playing for a team that he grew up rooting for.
Yep.
And he actually got to play in the game. Now, he kneeled it out. He threw one pass. It was incomplete. But, you got to play in the Super Bowl. Yep. There's not many people that have got a chance to do that. I think of pick quarterbacks,
one,
Matt Cavanaugh played in the Super Bowl.
Okay. Flacco count?
Flacco, I wouldn't say counts.
Okay.
So he's one of two and an eighth quarterbacks in Pitt history that have played and won a Super Bowl.
Unbelievable. We'll have a great show, man.
It'll be fun, man. Appreciate you having me this morning.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Pomp is up next. I think he's by himself. Austin, you are off now. You don't have to work. Joel Nelson will be with Pomp, and I think Crowley will be back Monday. So you'll have the Fan Morning Show back. We'll talk to you. Have a great weekend. I'm Doran Dickerson, and I'm out.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, starting at $160 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, starting at $175 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Western Pennsylvania commutes can be brutal, but TDM is here to make them so much better. Better for you, better for your wallet, and better for our planet. TDM can help you with carpools, van pools, expanding biking opportunities, and other avenues to save you stress and money. So what is TDM? Transportation Demand Management, but you won't remember that from a radio commercial. Type TDM for you in your browser to start a better commute. Brought to you by the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, February 22nd at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
It's Nicholas Eric Callis from the Fan Morning Show. And guess what I'm doing again? Baseball drills. When it's nice outside, I'll take batting practice, do fielding drills, base running drills, and I've worked on my pitching mechanics as well. All of this is going to help me play in a big exhibition baseball game coming up in June, and Awaken 180 has been a big help. Dropping 50 pounds with Awaken 180 is changing everything. So much so that when I looked in the mirror this past week, I was able to see my waistline. My body used to be just clouded by fat, and now it's all being reduced. I can only hope that my experiences can be inspirational for you, but the most important experience is going to be your experience when you make the call, get the consultation, and lose the weight that's been holding you back. I had to stop being stubborn, and I had to get help that I never thought I needed. Now it's your turn. Give them a call, 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Or go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sports book, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game and want to maybe bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle till the final buzzer. I love Golden State, as you may know, but they had an 81-57 lead the other night. Next thing you know, it was 2 points. So you jump on something like that, and things change fast in the NBA, you'll be in good shape. So you can combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East inbound delays at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West is jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Meanwhile, in the Shadyside section of the city, crews continue a sewer line replacement project restricting Penn Avenue between Shady Avenue and East Liberty Boulevard. It's down to a single lane each direction. It's expected to be completed by 5 o'clock this evening. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The Saturday slate of games in college basketball is stacked with some great ranked matchups, one of which being the number 10 team in the country heading into Houston for what we can only imagine will be a fast-paced competition. The entire starting lineup for State has been recording double-digit points per game, while Houston's defense is one of the best in the country. Who will come out on top? Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 120 IIHS top safety awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, Hyundai vehicles have won over 120 IIHS top safety awards from 2006 to 2024. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com.
What's up, guys? It's Mulsey here, and what I'm about to say, it is perfectly fine to admit it. Most of us guys, maybe closer to all of us, especially if you're not in your early 20s anymore, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, a little extra confidence, right? Well, Blue Chew can help. And you probably know this, but if you don't, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. And the best part is they're in chewable form too, so no worries about swallowing pills or anything like that. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, you know what? There's no awkward conversations. There's no waiting in line. There's no trip to the doctor. In fact, Blue Chew ships to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, like I said, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. And trust me on this one, even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Fall in love with a new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive for only $289 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Bowser Hyundai.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines on Saturday. Pitt basketball going to be in action. They're going to take on Notre Dame at 2:15, and it's right here on the Fan with coverage beginning at 1:45 on Saturday. More at 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's a Friday with Bob Pompiani.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, everyone. It is a Friday, end of the week, and it is a Friday edition of the Pomp and Joe Show. Joe is not here, but I have a new co-host. If you're watching on our YouTube channel, you'll see my daughter Selena, along with our soon-to-be 18-month-old grandson, Sonny. Hi, Sonny. Sonny made a visit, dropped off some food here for me. I appreciate that, Sonny. How are you, honey? Doing all right? He likes playing with a microphone. Joel Nelson is behind the desk. Say hi, Joel.
Hello, everyone.
So we'll be here for the next 4 hours talking about a lot of what happened last night in hockey, as well as off-season issues with the Steelers, with the Pirates coming into a season. All of that is fine to talk about. It's 412-928-9370, and you can also hit that up on the text line. And the text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And Off the Top is presented by JP Roofing and Siding. And off the top, we're talking about what happened last night at the Four Nations. And what a great game it was. I had my doubts about whether or not this was going to be able to translate into something, that would replicate maybe Olympic hockey. But, man, did it. And those guys who play hockey really do play for their countries. It's a passionate thing. We saw the hitting involved. We saw a lot of injuries, and that was my concern going into this thing. You know, if you're a good player on a good team and that team needs you, all of a sudden there's injuries all over the place. Matthew Tkachuk did not play after a few shifts in the first period last night. Shea Theodore is a very good defenseman with Vegas. He may be out for weeks after he did something to his arm. I don't know if he broke his arm, whatever he did. But that's the cost of doing business if you do these tournaments. However, what we saw on the ice was a tremendous product. I don't think there's any question about that. Joel, you watched a lot of it. I'm just curious your thoughts because I went there apprehensively for two reasons. Number one, I thought 2 weeks is a lot of downtime for teams that are competing to get in the playoffs or whatever. And I thought the injury risk is something that teams don't necessarily like to have, especially with star players. But aside from that, I thought it was a phenomenal 10 days.
It really was. It certainly made its mark on how all-star games, all-star festivities ideally should be, and it certainly far outweighed how, I don't know, terrible the NBA All-Star Weekend was. Yeah. This was, if you had to ask 100 people, did you like the NHL Four Nations Face-Off or the NBA All-Star Game better, you get at least 90% of people saying the Four Nations Face-Off.
I think the All-Star Games, I guess baseball's the only one I can deal with.
Me too.
Just because it is one game, and, I didn't like the attachment of a World Series hosting city if you win it for your league. I don't like that stuff, but I can deal with that game as long as a home run hitting contest comes with it. As far as football, they can't do it, and they haven't done it. They're doing all sorts of little trick shows, and that's pretty much how it's going to be. But as far as this and the NBA All-Star game is nothing more than a shoot-around. And again, I like Max McClung. I like the fact that they have a slam dunk. All the skill stuff is fine with me. The game itself, they should either do away with or totally radically change it. Now, I don't think they can ever do what the NHL does with these teams from different countries. There are not enough countries, I think, with elite players to compete against a team like the United States, which is why in the Olympics they normally have their way. But in this case, I like what I saw, and I'm glad that there was no NHL All-Star game. Because I think that's become nothing but a bunch of skating. It's almost like, figure skating, ice escapades, that kind of stuff. Nobody really hits. There was a lot of passion in this last night. And I like the fact that, you watch some of the best in the game play together. I think it's difficult sometimes to do that when you're talking about an all-star game or anything short of an Olympic format. You're not going to get guys who want to play together. Sidney Crosby was looking forward to playing with Nathan McKinnon. Cale Makar's on the ice. All the elite skaters in the game are there. And that's something that brings out the best of the best. They want to compete, and they want to win, and they'll do it at all costs. We saw fighting in that. We saw a lot of physical activity in that. We saw some great goaltending. I'll be the first to tell you that I thought, and I said this multiple times, I thought Connor Hellebuck and the USA team had an advantage in goal. But if you watch Jordan Binnington enough, and certainly winning a Stanley Cup, you saw him at his very best. And he turned back the clock in 2019 last night. He's capable of giving up some leaky goals, and that's what concerned me if I was the Canadian team. But I think they knew down deep he is a big money goalie, and we saw that throughout the course of these games, and we saw that last night especially in overtime when the United States had all the better of the opportunities. Brady Tkachuk had what I thought was an automatic goal to win the thing, but a glove save by Binnington, who showed you his athletic ability on that play. Soon to be followed up by an Austin Matthews unbelievable chance, again turned aside by Binnington. Without those, then Connor McDavid does not get the game-winning goal. I thought Jordan Binnington was the MVP of the game last night. I thought he should have been the player of the game last night. Instead, it went to McDavid, and he had himself in the interview afterwards said, I didn't play a very good game, but he did score the game-winning goal, and that obviously carries a lot with it. But Binnington was the best player on the ice, and Binnington's the reason they won last night, which is something I did not expect to say. I thought it was going to be Hellebuck. But bottom line is, USA comes away disappointed. Canada wins, and Sidney Crosby's resume continues to go. He has unbelievable success in these kind of international tournaments, and I'm happy for him for that reason. I know how much this meant to him. He's one of those, players who gets his best efforts at all times, but especially when he's representing his country. And he hasn't lost in these international competition. It was 2010. He got the golden goal last night. I thought a very interesting embrace after they won the game, that Crosby and McDavid, they hugged each other for quite a while. I think it was an indication of the respect that Sidney has for McDavid and vice versa. And also a little bit of a passing of the torch, as well as Crosby was in Game 1. I think largely as this series went on, he had some chances. I think Jacob Slavin denied him one time, which was a beautiful move in front of the net. He had wide open net to shoot, and it looked like he was going to score, and Slavin somehow blocked that. He did a very good job in that department. But the question now is, Joel, do you want to see this on a regular occurrence? They're going to have the World Cup of Hockey alternating with Olympics, but that leaves some open years in there. So can they replicate this? Should they do it with more teams involved? Because I think, again, if you're going to have one of these, you need Russia, you need Czech, you need a lot of other natures. The German team, they have some star power there too. So what would you do on those odd years? Because I don't think you can do this every single year. It's a grind. It's a big grind to the star players who are going through a long enough season with these playoffs and an 82-game NHL season.
Maybe, I guess, for 1 year, you go back to the previous NHL All-Star festivities and all that. I'd like to at least keep this format however long possible, because it worked, and it crushed the NBA All-Star festivities by a mile, 5 miles at most. I would try and keep this format as much as they can because everyone loved it. I can't wait to see the ratings numbers from the Four Nations face-off. And I would say if it worked so well and that everybody's already hyped up for the Olympics next year, man, I'd say keep this format as much as you can.
I just think it's a taxing format. That's the only thing I would say about it. It brings out a lot, and I wonder, Sidney Crosby and all these guys have got to get right back into it. And for the Penguins, it starts tomorrow with back-to-back games over the weekend against the Washington Capitals and the New York Rangers, both at PPG Paints Arena. So that's going to be a tough 2 games for Crosby to come back and play. And for me, I would imagine he's going to play. I mean, he doesn't want to miss a game against Ovechkin. He may be extremely tired, but that's hockey. And these guys, they don't sit out games just because they're tired. If you're injured, that's one thing. But sometimes they even play through these injuries, and that's a big difference with NHL culture, I think, than you see from some of these others. But, man, what great theater. I'd like to get your recollections of it. All you have to do is call if you'd like to chat. Set the stage for you today. Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette will join me today at 11. We're going to talk about Steeler off seasons. We're getting closer to Combine. I don't know how close we are to seeing a decision made about quarterbacks. It's got to happen at some point. I'm sure the powers that be are thinking about it. But if you'd like to talk about the Four Nations, your thoughts about it, were you one of those people who thought it wasn't going to be that good? Did you think it was a waste of 2 weeks? Or did you think it oversold? It did better what most people thought. 412-928-9370. That is the number to call. 412-928-9370. You can hit me up on Twitter, too. It's at KD Pomp as we continue. That leads us to the March 7th trade deadline. Kyle Dubas was there last night, part of this group. Joel, they have until March the 7th to figure out what they're going to do. And they have teams here who are going to be willing to move some players. They also have teams that need some players. Kyle Dubas has been somewhat methodical about how he's handling all of this. He's made some trades, but he hasn't been able to make really big trades. Do you think there is a big trade in the future of the Pittsburgh Penguins in the next couple of weeks? Because they're going to make a decision here sooner or later. And, guys like Tristan Jarry, will he ever play for the Penguins again? What about some of these other guys who have no movement clauses? Will they agree to accept something? I think these are all fascinating questions.
It really is fascinating. Maybe they'll make one move that gives them sort of the all-in mojo, something along those lines. But I think when you look back at the Vancouver trade they made, I'm not saying it's like a rebuild sort of move, but I think it would be a little, weird or whatever to make that Vancouver move where it seems like it's the kind of move you would make in the beginning process of a rebuild and then make an all-in kind of move. Those things would kind of contrast. So I could probably see them being a little bit more of a seller, but if they're within reach of the playoffs, they might just have to make some sort of all-in move for this season.
They have a lot of teams to hurdle right now, and that's going to be the biggest challenge. It's not so much point differential. That's obviously something you have to dig out from, but it's about teams to hurdle. Not all of them are going to lose games while you win games. And so they've dug this hole. They have to dig out of this hole, and it starts with Washington, the best team in the Eastern Conference. And it's funny, Washington, and I know they have some Russian players led by Ovechkin on that team, But at the Four Nations, they did not have one player on either of those rosters from last night. And you would have thought they would have had somebody, given how well they've played. But they've done a pretty good job of rebuilding quickly. They made some good trades. They made some free agent acquisitions. A lot of this stuff is what the Penguins would like to do. They'd like to replicate that and change things around as quickly as they've been able to change things around. But that's a hard thing to do when you have a lot of no-movement trades. You got to figure out if anyone is willing to drop that. You also have to figure out how many guys in your future down in the Wilkes-Barre Scranton do you think can be up here next year and contributing. It's a tough assessment, given the fact that you're a team right now that needs a lot of help in a lot of different areas, I think. Mike Sullivan has, he takes some criticism for this, but I think what you saw in the Four Nations shows you that when he gets a bunch of talented players together, he knows how to make them work together as a team. I think we saw that. I thought the USA largely was the better team in the third and overtime last night. So we'll see. They don't have enough pieces here. They got to figure that out without necessarily going into a full-fledged rebuild. Some advocate for that. I think it's hard to do with all these star players. Put you right in the middle, not unlike what the Steelers are dealing with. So I think that's certainly going to be one of the most watched things coming up. 412-928-9370 here. Let's go to the lines, beginning with Bob, who joins us in the truck. Hello, Bob in the truck. How are you?
All right. I want to know, Bob, why do the NHL owners put up with these injuries and everything? The NFL owners won't. I mean, why do they let these extra games go and with a chance of all these guys getting hurt? I don't understand. When are they going to wise up and not let them play these extra games?
Well, I mean, if they do them, this was a player thing, Bob. These players wanted this. The NHL set the parameters of it, but the players themselves were pushing for it. The Players Association likes it. People like Crosby, like McKinnon, like McDavid, they want to play against the best and see where they are. Plus, when you attach country to it, I think they all want to play for their country. So it's hard to tell them no, and I understand the injuries are significant. Theodore is a guy who's a big part of Vegas. He may not play for a month or so because of what happened here, but they have decided it's important for the game, and I think the other thing is the growth of the game. They want to show this kind of game at its very best, and it came at a time when there's not much else happening. I think they took center stage last night, and throughout this 10 days, the ratings reflect that. So if you're trying to grow the game, you got to take chances like this.
Well, I think these owners, I mean, they get a lot invested in these guys. You have millions of dollars invested in these guys, and they're just going to let them play anytime they want. I don't know.
Well, it's not anytime they want. They had an all-star game, and they decided to change the format to make this available. I understand that because I was talking the same thing. What if Connor McDavid goes down for the rest of the season, is out for the year? What if you're an Edmonton fan, what are you saying to yourself? Why are you doing this? It's our star player. But again, you can't worry about that stuff when you set these things up. Injuries will happen. They'll happen in practice. They can happen at any time. So I don't think they go in with that mindset. It is a reality, and it is a problem for some teams. But overall, for the good of the game, I think this was a good 10 days.
Oh, I don't think the NFL would put up with it, but
well, I mean, it's a different kind of situation also. The NFL has the biggest market share of any sports league. They don't need to do this. What they are doing, however, and you can tell me if you think this is risky, Bob, they're going to go and start playing a lot more overseas games. There's a lot of travel involved. There's a lot of, games where you're going to be playing maybe not totally 100% ready to play because of all the travel involved. But they're trying to grow globally now. They've gone beyond this country. They want to grow it on a global basis. So
yeah, it's all about the money, though. I mean, they're looking to sell.
Well, you don't think the NHL is about the money too? They want to grow their game. They're right now fifth. If you took a poll of people who watch what sports, they're behind basketball and football and baseball and even soccer. So they're trying to improve their product and show people this product is worth watching. It's a passionate product, and I'll tell you this: if you're there in person, there's nothing like hockey. It's unbelievable the pace involved and how these guys are. It translates a little onto TV, but not nearly as much as maybe it should. Thanks, Bob.
Okay, Bob.
All right. Have a good day on your truck. Let's go to Mark in Weirton, West Virginia. What's up, Mark? How are you?
Hey, Bob. How are you doing?
Doing great. How are you?
Good. Hey, I know you're an NBA guy. I think you are anyway.
Yes.
I almost fell out of my chair when you said you didn't think the world could field a team to go up against the U.S. I think it would be the other way around.
World. I didn't say the world. I said each individual nation. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
If you want to put a world team, that's a whole different argument. They have a lot of people. I'm talking about if you're going to have USA athletes versus everybody else. That's why in most of these Olympics, what do you see? Runaway scores. The USA largely is favored to win everything heavily. So if you did it, everyone else against the United States, okay, I'm on for that one. I think that would be interesting. But nation by nation, they don't have enough on every one of these nations to compete, I don't think.
Oh, I agree with you. I misunderstood what you said. I thought you said a world team because that would be good, I think. I mean, I don't think the NBA players would ever go for that, would ever do it for whatever reason. But when you start thinking about a world team, boy, that would be a loaded team between Jokic and Giannis and Luka and SGA and on and on.
I mean, there's a lot. There's no question that would be. In fact, they may have the advantage. They have some of the best players in the world. Speaking of Doncic, I'm disappointed what I've seen from him so far. If I'm the Lakers, he looks out of shape, slow, and not ready to play. And maybe that's why Dallas moved on from him. But it's so far it hasn't been very good in the early returns for the Lakers.
I think that's exactly right. I think they saw his controlling his weight and not working out, and plus he had a big contract to renew and everything. So. But anyway, I apologize for misunderstanding you, but I think that would be a good thing. I don't think the NBA players would ever do it, but boy, if you can get the USA versus the world, I don't know whether they would take it the same as the hockey players would, but I think that would be great.
All right, Mark. Yeah, I like that. I just don't think it would work if USA is versus every single nation because they just don't have enough depth to deal with it. Mike in Bradenton, Florida, joins us right now on the Fan Hotline. What's going on, Mike?
Oh, not much. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I was listening to the morning show this morning. This is a little bit off topic, but and they were talking about basketball players being so much better athletes than hockey players, and I just happen to vehemently disagree with that because to play hockey, you've got to be able to skate at an elite level, and just because you can skate at an elite level doesn't mean you have the hands and eye-hand coordination and everything else that goes with it to play the sport. I mean, I played basketball when I was a kid. I tried to play hockey when I was a little bit older, and I'm telling you, it's a world difference.
Well, I think hockey players are not – I think they have a high threshold for pain, number one. And I think they have to – and normally they play through a lot of injury. And the up and – you're on skates, and you're flying all over the place. Everything on that surface can impact you. Some physical plays in the corners, they just keep coming. But I'll say this about basketball players, and I think maybe their point was, and I didn't listen to this, but – just the cardiovascular level of playing. Some players play an entire game, and you're talking about never leaving the court. There are shifts in hockey which give you a chance to recharge, re-energize. And in basketball, some of these guys are running up and back, up and back, up and back. So I guess it's a cardiovascular issue, maybe more so. And I'd look at soccer the same way. People in soccer, they never stop. They never come off the pitch.
Well, I think those guys are in the best shape of any athlete out there. But that being said, those guys get on skates and they go full out for most of them for 45 seconds to a minute. You look at Lemieux and Crosby and those guys; they go longer than that because they're just such beasts.
Right? No, I get it. It just depends on how you frame this argument. Yeah. But I have nothing but respect for all these guys anyway. I mean, the cardiovascular part of it and dealing with the physical pain that comes with hockey, you don't necessarily see that in basketball. You will get some injuries, stuff that happens, flying elbows, whatever. But you're talking about in hockey, man, they're going after you big time. And they have to withstand that, and they do. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate the call from Bradenton, where the Pirates are getting ready to roll here now because the Pirates are going to open up their Grapefruit League season coming up, and they haven't done much. They signed a pitcher yesterday. I want to talk about that and what that means to their rotation, and we'll get into a bunch of other stuff as well. I want to remind you that the Fan Hotline, which a lot of these guys just called on, is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And again, we're taking calls here until 11 o'clock when Ray Fittipaldo then joins us from the Post-Gazette. We'll delve into some Steeler issues and NFL at large issues. 412-928-9370. Call. It's the Pomp and Joe Show on a Friday right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tomorrow afternoon, Pitt basketball looks for 3 in a row when they take on Notre Dame at 2:15. It's right here on The Fan with coverage beginning at 1:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say a hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Superstars often express appreciation to their supporting cast with thoughtful gifts. Last week, Saquon Barkley rewarded each of his offensive linemen with a literal truckload of beer. And yesterday, new Met Juan Soto thanked Brett Beatty for yielding his uniform number 22 by buying him his dream car, a $92,000 Chevy Tahoe. When you sign a $765 million contract, guess what? You can do that. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know the funny thing about life? Any given second, something can happen to you. Any given second, you can get hurt, get put in a hospital, be out of work. They call them accidents. But accidents have consequences. Accidents, you gotta go see the dog. That's Top Dog. Accidents have consequences. You gotta take the dog off the leash. Let them go bite them. Let them feel pain. Let them be hurt. Let them bleed. You understand? You gotta let them bite them. Let them go after that insurance company. Let them get you top dollar. All you gotta do is make the call. Top Dog Law. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Call the dog. Call the dog. Any accident, big or small, life or death, you call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
We are back. 412-928-9370. Bob Pompiani with you today. Joe Starkey has a well-earned day off. When I tell you that our six-pack every day that we do, and we'll get into this with Ray, is brought to you by Bet365. So a lot of topics concerning off-season NFL activity, and a lot of it's more speculation than anything else. And while I understand speculation, sometimes it leads you to, conclusions that just don't make sense. I keep hearing, and a lot of people talking about Aaron Rodgers, who continues to be out there looking for work, apparently. Jets don't want him. They've made that clear. Yet, a lot of teams still have him somehow looking at the Steelers or speculation about the Steelers. I'm not going to do that because I don't think that makes sense. I just think there's some good football left in him, sure. To me, he's a little like Russell Wilson in that there's some good left, certainly. It's a Hall of Fame career. But there's also issues there. And I don't know if I want to go back and do that all over again. My personal plan, if I were them at this point, would be to bring back Justin Fields, sign him a couple of years, see what happens with a full year after spending a good year here in Pittsburgh, and see where it takes you. And if it takes you to a record that puts you in the middle of the pack again, then you make a decision. You can, at that point, next year look to trade up, pick another quarterback, do whatever. But I'm not going to radically go into a different direction here with another veteran quarterback and keep chasing that quarterback position year after year. I think it's a tough thing to overcome. A lot of talk about Najee Harris and whether or not he will be back. You know, I appreciate the fact that he's out there all the time. He's one of those guys who give him the ball. He's very reliable with it. Thing about him, he doesn't have enough breakaway speed to give you that home run. He's an angry runner, and there's a lot to be said for a team like the Steelers who value the physical part of the game, who want that. But if they really did want him to stay this year, they would have picked up that fifth-year option because it would have cost them far less than what it might cost them in this free agency. And keep in mind, that cap is going up by $22 million this year. So there's going to be some movement in there. There's also going to be some contracts that are restructured. They should clear a lot of space to do whatever it is they may do. But to me, the number one issue will be wide receiver. Number two will be defensive line. I think they have to have a plan for those things. This is aside from quarterback. Quarterback's always the most important decision you're going to make. But those other two positions right now are first and second to me, clearly. Do you need help at cornerback? Yes. Can you use, someone else, maybe depth-wise on the offensive line? Sure, you can do that later in the draft. But it's wide receiver and it's defensive line that needs the most help. So I'd like to hear what you have to say before we bring on Ray Fittipaldo at 11 o'clock. And I also will continue this conversation about the Four Nations. I want to get some responses out there, what you thought of it. And is it something that they can do on a regular basis? I think not. I think it might be a little bit too much to do. But I also think that they're going to get the kind of response from a rating point of view that's going to make them think that they should do something more than the traditional All-Star game. Those All-Star games have run their courses. There's not much you can do in them. Most players, when they play in generally any All-Star game, they're not invested enough. Baseball may be the only one that still can maintain its current form. The rest of them, I'm not so sure. They got to figure out new stuff because the ratings indicate people aren't interested as well. And again, the number one goal of all these leagues is to make money. Zach in New Kensington joins us right now on the Fan Hotline. What's up, Zach? How are you?
Good. Hey, big fan.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate it.
Hey, so I just wanted to talk about Najee. I selfishly want to see him not come back just because I am a believer in Najee. And I believe that if he's on any other team, he's racking 15 touchdowns a year. If he was on the Chiefs, he like Kareem Hunt had 10-plus touchdowns. Najee's way better than Kareem Hunt.
Well, given the stages of their careers, I'd say yes right now. I would have my preference with Najee. But they didn't sign him or didn't pick up the fifth-year option for a reason.
Yeah, I think it was to challenge him. And he answered it for a minute. But then that second half of the year, he fell off like a cliff.
There were some games that I really appreciated what he did. But you're right, but it wasn't consistent enough. And given the fact that they can probably pick up somebody in the draft who can play that role and do it far cheaper, I think they probably will go in that direction, although I'm not going to rule out a return.
Yeah, and they should. And I'm happy for Najee to leave because I will believe that we're going to see his production, tick up a lot. I just think that the Steelers, they try to play tough guy football, and they're fake tough guys, and it just doesn't work. So when they play tough guys, like the Ravens, they get annihilated. And every time that they do win, it's by some stroke of accident that Mike Tomlin, chalks up as genius. But we all know it was an accident. It was Lamar Jackson throwing 4 interceptions, something of that sort. If he plays on a real tough team, he's going to produce.
Well, I mean, we'll see, and we'll see what the market is like for him. He's out there. Chubb's out there. I know the Steelers have a respect level for Chubb that's right up there. And if he's healthy, then he may be a cheaper cost, at least for kind of a show-me year, if they want to go in that direction, if they want to sign somebody. What is your pecking order for needs, though? I mean, this offseason is going to be about what they.
This should have been 3 years ago. It should have been defensive line, offensive line, defensive line, offensive line, and on repeat until you find a quarterback that you want to protect. But right now we're stuck in this, talent trap. We don't have the upper echelon players that are required to make it to the next level, but we have a bunch of middling people. And if you were to put them from 0 to 100, they're all 80s. And that's fine. You got a TJ Watt, he's 95 and above. But, Cam Hayward's the only actual defensive lineman we have on that team. He's the only one that actually takes up double teams. He's the only one that actually gets penetration. He's the only one that actually holds up on the line and doesn't go backwards. And we haven't had that on that team since Hargrave, right?
Yeah, and they couldn't afford him, and they went out and drafted other guys, and they expect those guys, albeit they're not top-end draft picks.
Yeah.
Although Benton was a high pick, and I thought he was okay, but not what I expect him to be. Ogunjobi's getting up there.
We need beef, man. We need 350
Well, all you had to do is listen and watch what the Eagles did, and I think Andy Weidel being here will have an effect on what they do. That's why the offensive line was under a lot of focus the last couple of years. 2 number ones and number 2. But you can't keep doing that. You got to get results from people who are not number 1 and number 2. And Loudermilk was a guy they had high expectations for. In the 5th round, they moved up to get him, and he has not been a factor at all. DeMarvin Leal has totally regressed. He was I think, a 3rd-round pick, whatever he was. You expect those guys.
Chicago looks like geniuses on passing on, what's his name, the defensive lineman that we have. He's going to be gone this year. I can't remember his name.
Okay,
he was going to get a huge contract. He was going to get a huge contract.
You're talking about.
Yeah. Like they look like geniuses. They pulled out on a giant contract on not a bust, but once again a middling player.
Right. No, I get it. They need production there, and that's a very important part. Your outside linebackers are only as good. In fact, your cornerbacks are only as good as the pressure they get. And if you could do it without blitzing, and they didn't blitz a lot, I still would prefer more blitzing. So we'll see what they do.
Let me ask you this last question, and then I'll let you go. Is there something wrong with how the Steelers draft? Because this is maybe the 2nd or 3rd year where we just haven't even seen a 1st and or 2nd round draft pick do anything.
First of all, Zach Frazier played every single game. I mean, that's a pretty good. That's a tough position to play.
Roman Wilson, not there.
No, I mean injuries.
Troy Fontano, not there.
Injury.
Okay.
That doesn't mean they're bad. That means they were injured, and we'll see what they do this year.
So what's going on? You know what I mean? Like every other team has 1st and 2nd round draft picks that are producing immediately. Ours don't even make the field.
Recently, maybe, but thanks, Zach, for the call. I do think they've had a history of some pretty good ones. TJ Watt's one of them at pick number, what was he, 30? But my point is, when injuries occur, Fontano's going to play this year, and hopefully he'll play well and make it easier on Broderick Jones. Those are 2 very important parts of their offensive line, and if they're not going to reach the potential I think the Steelers and others have, they're going to have some problems. The biggest problem with drafting is when you miss, you have to redraft. Same positions. They've chased that with inside linebacker ever since the injury from Ryan Shazier. How many people have they gone through? And they finally maybe have it figured out, but it takes a long time, and you waste a lot of draft equity that way. Mark is on the road, and right now he's on the Fan. Hello, Mark.
Hi, good morning, Bob. Thanks for taking my call this morning.
Sure.
Just wanted to kind of piggyback on what the last caller was kind of talking about when it comes to Najee and, going after another running back and kind of letting Najee kind of, see what's available out there. I do think his style of running has benefited us in certain ways, but I do think them letting him kind of go out and explore the market and maybe get onto a different team is probably what's best for him in his career. But as far as what you guys had kind of mentioned earlier about possibly going after like a Nick Chubb or somebody like that, over the years, you see guys that have like gruesome knee injuries like that, and there's those, 1 or 2 stories where guys are able to come back like the next season and really be explosive all over again, like how Adrian Peterson was however many years ago that was. But I think you give somebody an opportunity like that where, his cost maybe isn't really that high. And you've seen over the years how running backs coming back from those knee injuries, it's like it's not the first year back, but the second one where they're able to really bounce back and make a difference on an offense. And I think he would be a great fit for the Steelers. And, be a good 1-2 with him and Jalen Warren, assuming that's the direction they want to go in. But yeah, as far as the draft goes, I think they got to go after defensive line, receiver. Najee was a great running back for the time that he was here. He was kind of unproductive at times, but for them to go after a running back early, I think it would be a mistake. They have other areas of emphasis that need to be taken care of and developed, right away.
Well, I couldn't agree with that more. I think running back will be taken at some point, but certainly not in the first two. They got a lot of other things they need, and they can figure out ways to deal with it. And it could be Chubb. Maybe it is Chubb. Maybe in year 2 since his comeback, he is a more viable option at a better price. We will find out when all this. We got the legal tampering period coming up pretty soon, so that's always interesting, Mark. We'll see what happens with some of that stuff and who signs where, and it will affect. I still think the Steelers are going to make a big play on the wide receiving front. And I don't, T. Higgins is going to have a million opportunities, I would imagine. People are going to throw a lot of money at him, which to me would make it difficult. But there are other guys, and I'd like to know eventually what their plan is for this wide receiving group. If you're going to keep George Pickens, and by all accounts that's what it's going to be, you better get a lot out of him next year because he's going to be playing. And maybe it's because it's in his last year. Same with Najee. He didn't have to get a fifth-year option because he's not a first-round pick. But maybe George Pickens has a big year knowing that it's all on him. And his future money will depend on his performance this year. Sometimes that's the best thing you can do for a player. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think they need to go back to like a possession type of receiver, maybe in those early rounds, to kind of counteract what Pickens does bring to the table, which is big downfield possessions and catches, like comeback catches. Maybe not as much last year, but the years prior, we definitely saw the glimpse of that. And hopefully they can address the right positions at the right rounds, and hopefully we don't have to have this conversation all over again next year.
Yeah, we don't like the same ones over and over, and it seems like we're doing that a lot. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Ray in Whitehall will be coming up to lead off our next segment. We are due for a break. Want to remind you, Fan is turning 15 years old, and you are invited to our anniversary party on Wednesday, February 26th at the Rivers Casino. The party is free, but you need a ticket to get in. Details at 937thefan.com. Let's listen back to one of the most memorable moments of the Fan right now.
Ron in Cooks Forest wants to talk about Jared Jones. Hey, Ron.
Hey, Folsey, you know what they say. You can't make the club in the tub, Bob.
Ron in Cooks Forest. That is absolutely incredible.
Starkey likes messing with people. And
he
so
does,
Pony.
doesn't he?
And this is why I put a lot of heavy emphasis on you, Jolie. They make sure that none of these people get on the air when they try. But that's part of what we'll be doing, taking a trip down memory lane. You're invited. That's next Wednesday at the 15th anniversary of 93.7 The Fan. Back with more right here on the Pomp and Joe Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, according to multiple reports, are set to bring in left-hander Andrew Haney. He spent the past couple seasons with the Texas Rangers, winning the World Series in 2023. Pirates open their spring training tomorrow against the Baltimore Orioles at 1:05. That game can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home. And we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
When he's good, he's thorough good. Bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We're back on a Friday edition of Pomp and Joe. Bob Pompiani here, Joe Starkey, day off, enjoying, I'm sure, a simulator somewhere, getting his swing together. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. It's also the same number as the fan text line, which, of course, is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So baseball season is about to begin, and one of our next callers is interested in talking about the Pirates. Let's find out what Ray from Whitehall says. About a team that didn't do much in this offseason, although they brought in another pitcher yesterday. And I assume he's going to be in this lineup and in the starting rotation.
I was just a little bit disappointed. I know I don't know how much faith you have in N.D. Rodriguez, but I thought he showed me enough a couple years ago that he should be given maybe more of a chance. I don't know to play every day, but it looks at this point like he's not going to be starting off. And I thought that they should have given him a chance to catch and maybe try to put Joey Bart at first until this Horowitz comes back. But I also want to say that I didn't agree with the move for Tommy Pham. I would have kept Reynolds and left, and I would give Davis one more chance.
So would I.
I would maybe, like, if he isn't hitting by, like, say, 250 by, say, Memorial Day or mid-June, that would be it. But thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ray. And this is a conversation I had with Joe the other day about how you got to give more leash to this guy. He's a number one overall pick. Yeah, he struggled, but you can't just discard him at this age and this quickly. They've got to figure. And listen, Tommy Pham is Tommy Pham. He's 37. He'll give you 10 home runs. He'll give you what a lot of veteran journeyman outfielder will give you, which is another year for him to collect $4 million, $4.7 million, whatever he's getting. Will he actually make a difference? The answer is no. I would rather find out about guys. I need to know about guys. They have too many in their system that I think have some potential to do something, but I got to see it. And I realize he struggled, and you can't just give jobs away. But at the same time, you've got to try to extract as much as you can from this investment, however you do it. And Tommy Pham, they've changed the entire outfield to accommodate him, it looks like, and move Reynolds to right. Whether this is going to work or not, I don't know. They can also hope that Jack Sawinski somehow becomes a more consistent hitter. They need his bat. They need him to be the kind of player that I think he can be. But it's been very erratic, and the numbers are not good when it comes to, especially on-base percentage, average, OPS dipped, all of these things. So Henry Davis, to me, he'd be my DH. I know that Andrew McCutchen is here, but I would at some point integrate him in there just to get his bat and see what he can do for this bat. And if he struggles, again, where is this team going? I got to find out what I have in him. And so far I haven't heard his name about anything. Maybe he has a killer spring. Maybe he does. And maybe let's hypothetically say he does have a killer spring. What do they do? Ignore it? Or do they put him because they have preconceived idea of what their lineup's going to be? If Henry Davis hits 5 home runs this spring and shows you that he could rake, I am not going to shut that off just because he's not in my preconceived lineup that I have. No, I'm going to make a way to get him in there. I absolutely should, and I hope that happens. I want to see him really do some hitting in this spring. A lot of people will say it's only spring, but in his case, he needs to have some confidence. And if this provides him that base for confidence, then I would ride it at somebody's expense, whatever they want to do with that. But they really haven't done enough in this offseason, again, with what they have in their starting pitching staff, which I think is going to be maybe the best in the division, and a guy who can win the Cy Young. So, Joe, I don't know that there's ever been a pitcher who's won a Cy Young on a team that finished in last place. That's your homework assignment for me. If you could find out, because right now Skeens is expected to be the front runner to win a Cy Young. And normally when you have a Cy Young type of pitcher on your roster, you should be able to be competitive, especially with the expansion of teams in playoffs. But, we'll see where that takes them. But they need Ke'Bryan Hayes to really turn everything around and get his offense on track. They do. They need it. But you can't predict it given his back history. IKF is, to me, average. He's a nice player to have. Gonzalez, can he take another step at second? You hope. They don't have a lot of people that you're counting on other than Reynolds and Cruz to bring you consistent at-bats. And they need more than that, especially when I would assume the Pirates are going to play a lot of close games because their pitching will be good enough to take them into the 6th, 7th, 8th innings where it's a one-run game. The difference will be do they have the people who can hit to get them runs late into the game, to get them over the hump. You'd hate to see them have well-pitched games and lose those well-pitched games because they don't have enough hitting, but that's how this is sort of shaping up. I hope I'm wrong. I want to see them get off to a good start and be viable, so we have a lot to talk about there, but I have a feeling that's what you're going to see. A lot of well-pitched games by both teams, a lot of 3-2, 2-1, 4-3 kind of games with not a lot of prolific hitting. 412-928-9370 is the number to call, but you look at the teams in their division, I'm telling you, Cincinnati's a team that I would watch out for. I know it doesn't always work out this way, but they've made some nice upgrades. They brought in Terry Francona, who has a winning culture history. I think the Cubs have done some good things that have helped them out. Cardinals are just the Cardinals, but, and that's to say I don't think they're going to be a team that's competing for a championship, but I also know that they know how to develop people. So I wouldn't be surprised if throughout the course of the year you see the Cardinals bring up guys who will, become real good players for them. That's what the Pirates need more of. And if you're not going to do that, the other option might be, and maybe this trade here that this signing they made yesterday will open up an opportunity to trade one of their really good blue chip pitchers who have not pitched up here yet, whether that's Bubba Chandler, whether that's Thomas Harrington, Ashcroft. There are guys in their system who carry blue chip labels, which could be used as, trade bait. Now that you have 5 starters and probably more once Oviedo is 100%. I don't know if he's going to be 100% to start this year. So now you can maybe trade one of those guys and get a bat that you need. Maybe this signing yesterday has opened up a trade market for one of their premium prospects. And if so, I would not be against that because you got to figure out in the next 4 years what you're going to do to try to upgrade your hitting to help a pitching staff that I think is still going to be pretty good. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. The Pirates are close to opening this thing up down in Bradenton, Florida. Paul Skeens is the favorite to win the Cy Young at age 22, which is pretty amazing. You don't see most guys do that, but he is in that situation. When we come back, we're going to talk about football with Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette. He has a keen eye for what's going on about that. And we'll see what he has to say about how things are proceeding with regard to the salary cap, which is going to increase, and how much money they actually will have to spend, and what will they spend it on, and then what will they do at the draft. You got the combine coming up, but before I do that, Dan wants to talk Cy Young, and I want to get him on before we take a long commercial break. So, Dan, you're up. What's up, Dan? Dan and Swickley.
Oh, it's actually Dave. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. It says Dan here, and I can't read anyway. But go ahead, Dave. How are you?
I'm in a car. I'm good. Just to follow up on the last place Cy Young winner, I don't have it in front of me, but I think Steve Carlton won in 72 for the Phillies, won like 27 games, and the Phillies were terrible that year. And he won like 60-something.
We'll look we'll look into that because I can't think of many offhand. That may be a good one. I can't believe 27 wins but man, if that's the case and they finish in last place, that is a malfunction of trying to put together an offense, is it not?
It is. This is off the top of my head, so you're gonna have to do the research. I apologize.
No, that's all right. We'll do it in a break. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. It could be Steve Carlton.
All right.
Be safe out there. We're going to take a break. Ray Fittipaldo's up next, and we will continue. The 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township on Route 19. And again, the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider over 50 years. Football Talk with Ray Fittipaldo is next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Discover sweet and exciting flavors at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Count your lucky straws because the Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. Don't miss out on this refreshing treat before your luck runs out. Head over to Get-Go today and indulge in this magical treat. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
It may be winter outside, but inside the Monroeville Convention Center, it's golf season. The Pittsburgh Golf Show, presented by Dominican Republic Has It All, is February 21st through the 23rd. Shop, compare, and save on golf equipment and accessories. For tickets, go to PittsburghGolfShow.com.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Fall in love with the new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SE all-wheel drive for only $219 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 10,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, go to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines tomorrow. Pitt basketball in action, taking on Notre Dame at 2:15. It's right here on the Fan with pregame coverage beginning at 1:45. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Ray Fittipaldo joins the show next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I love that song. And that song means it's time for Ray Fittipaldo to join us here on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan, talking all things football. Hello, Ray.
Good morning, Bob. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
I didn't know if I was going to see you or not with this YouTube. So you are on video. I didn't know that.
I am home for a few more days next week, Bob. I will be at the Combine all week. So, yeah, we'll have to make it work another way next week for these hits.
Yeah, but you're always reliable, always there, and I look forward to it. So the Combine is coming up, and you know, this is the time of year where people speculate just about everything. I want to start with quarterback with you because that's the one position everybody gravitates to, and every name you hear comes up, speculation moves one way or the other, and, you know, I don't know what to believe anymore. But you're close to everything over there, and I'm just curious, do you get a feeling there in the market to make some sort of signing in free agency, or do you think it's going to be a choice simply of Fields or Wilson for one more year?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a choice of either Russell Wilson or Justin Fields. And I think, you know, people have heard by now, it's been reported that there's maybe a little bit of, I don't want to say division, but debate on, you know, who it's going to be. I think there are, you know, people in that building who want Justin Fields, and there are people who prefer, you know, a veteran who's been there and done that to you know, go along with, you know, some of the other aging vets who, you know, they want to take care of. They want to win for guys like T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward. So that's kind of the, you know, the push and pull right now. And just, you know, Bob, looking ahead to this year's draft, I was on a conference call with Daniel Jeremiah yesterday. It's not a great group of quarterbacks coming out of the college ranks. You know, he said yesterday, Cam Ward, I think everyone has as the number one QB this year, he would have been fifth in last year's draft class. Shedeur Sanders, who's probably number two behind Ward this year, would be like sixth or seventh, you know, in last year's draft class. So that sort of gives you an idea of what the Steelers might do here. I mean, they could take a stab at one in the middle rounds, but I think everything is setting up for either Wilson or Fields to be a bridge quarterback, and then maybe they go get their future starter in 2026 when the draft is supposed to be much better at the quarterback position.
Yeah, I think that's the prudent way to go. And my thought would be Fields would be the guy. I'd rather take my chances with a 25-year-old guy who I still think has upside versus what we've seen from Russell Wilson. All due respect, it's a Hall of Fame resume. But if you want to bring it back for another year, I don't know that it's going to be as productive at times as it was this past year. So we saw how it started. We saw how it ended. If you had to make a bet today on one of those two, would you go with Fields or go with Wilson?
Yeah, I mean, just knowing how, Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith want to approach their offense, I mean, it is set up as a run-first offense, and they were much better overall in the running game when Justin Fields was in there. Arthur Smith talks about this all the time. When you have a running threat in the behind center, the defenses have to account for him, and they don't have to do that for Russell Wilson. So it just makes it easier for him to scheme up, good running plays. And, I think that's the direction he's probably leaning. And just, based on what Mike Tomlin has said over the years as well about quarterback mobility, how he really covets that in the quarterback, I think Mike, is probably trending in the Justin Fields camp as well. I don't know that for a fact, but just sort of reading the tea leaves based on what he said and what Arthur Smith has said throughout the season, I think Justin Fields is probably, like they said last year, he's in pole position. Russell was in pole position last year, I think because of his vet status. I think this year, just based on everything, I would give a slight edge to Justin going into next week. We should find out next week or the week after, Bob. They can't prolong this very much longer.
No, I think they need to make a decision. But you're right about having a running back who commands attention. We saw that in this, Barkley with Philadelphia and how much attention that Kansas City had to pay to him. It opens things up down the field for others if you can find those others to make that possible. So that leads me into wide receiver and George Pickens. And, a year left. Are you of the mindset, Ray, that they're going to just let this play out and see what happens? Or do you think they've seen enough and believe enough that they could sign him to an extension? Or do you believe they may even consider a trade?
Yeah, to me, and I know everyone wants to know about the quarterbacks next week when Omar talks, but for me, this is the number one topic of the offseason. What are they going to do with George Pickens? Because, I would be in the camp of trading him because I think you can recoup some draft resources in a really good draft where you could take care of some other positions and likely reinvest in the receiver position. And then you would rid yourself of a guy who really hasn't fit here. I don't think there's any doubt. Say what you want about his on-field production. It's been good, Bob, but I don't think the production matches his talent level. Like I think that guy is a top 5 talent, but he doesn't produce the numbers that a top 5 talent does. And you can blame that on the offensive line. You can blame that on the quarterback. You can blame that on the coaches. But the bottom line is he's not really producing big numbers for the Steelers. So when I sit back and I analyze, I just say, is it worth it? All the headaches that come with George Pickens, is it worth it to have him on your roster and to deal with all the shenanigans that happen throughout the season? So that's where I am right now. I think, the likely scenarios for me would be a trade or just playing it out one more year. But there's a lot of danger that comes with that, Bob. I mean, that can go real south real quick, next fall if he's not on board.
Or it could go the other way, and I think we saw Najee Harris. I think a lot of people wondered what would happen. They didn't pick up his option. Not that Pickens needs to have an option picked up, but he is in the final year. Yeah. Sometimes it brings out the best in a player. Who knows? He has to know that how he is viewed this year will be absolutely traceable to this season. So maybe he gets the kind of production you want, and then you're probably forced to franchise him at that point. So I guess that is a risk involved. If they do what you say and trade him and acquire draft equity, That leaves them with not much in their wide receiving room. So I assume you think they're going to draft in the first round a wide receiver, and I also would assume you think they're going to sign somebody, right? And of the logical people, who would that be?
Yeah, I think, maybe it's even guys who are still on roster. So they're not pending free agents, but they're either going to be released or on the trading block. And, the two names are Cooper Kupp and Deebo Samuel. I could see the Steelers going after either of those guys, particularly, Bob, if they're released, their salary number is going to go way down from what it was. Cooper Kupp at 32 isn't worth the 23, 24 million the Rams were going to pay him. That's why they want to trade him. And that's, the same goes for Deebo Samuels, right? I think you can probably get those guys at a pretty decent price. In terms of the draft, I mean, this is a good year for receivers. I wouldn't term it as great. But I think you can get a starting receiver, yes, certainly on round 1 if you want to go that route, but you could probably wait until round 2 to address it, maybe even round 3. That's a little bit more of a slippery slope. They drafted Roman Wilson last year in round 3. He didn't work out. He had injury. So you are taking a chance if you wait. But, yeah, I think certainly on the first 2 days of the draft, they will select a receiver for sure.
Ray Fittipaldo is brought to you by LGKG, the born and raised Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys that take your personal injury cases personally. So based on that, you're pretty much looking at a whole new wide receiving room here. I know that Roman Wilson was highly thought of. What has this year meant as far as the coaching staff belief in it? I know he's injured. I understand that comes with it, just like Fautano. I don't think they've soured on anyone. But does it hamper the way they maybe are viewed by coaches now, having missed an entire season?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think so. I just think when guys get injured as early as he did, Bob, and I think he was injured on the 3rd day of training camp, when you miss that big 6-week chunk of practices and meetings and everything is so condensed in training camp, but a lot of learning and teaching goes on there. When you miss that, it really just sets you back. So he came back for a short time, was injured again, and at that point they pretty much said, listen, you're not going to help us this year. We're going to keep you on IR, and you'll be around the building and you'll learn, but you're not going to get to play. So, I'm sure the Steelers are looking at it this way with both Roman Wilson and Troy Fautanu. They're looking at that like they got two guys who missed most of the season, and they're going to be almost like new draft picks in 2025. So they have like 8 draft picks that they're going to choose in April, and Fautanu and Wilson are going to be pretty much in that same boat because their rookie seasons were cut short. So the Steelers will try to, spin that in a positive direction, and that's the way they're going to view it. And I think both those guys, certainly Fautanu, have the potential to be impact starters next season.
Well, he needs to be, but Broderick Jones is the other guy who is part of this equation. Now that he moves to the other side, I know that's a natural position, so I would expect maybe improved numbers there in terms of sacks allowed. But what you've seen him in 2 years, where are you with Broderick Jones?
Yeah, I mean, that's the difficult part of the draft, right? Because everyone gets so excited this time of year. We're all looking at who the Steelers are going to draft at 21. Broderick Jones was drafted at 14, Bob, and it hasn't really worked out yet to this point. Now, I do think there is time, and I do think that going back to his natural left side is going to help him. I think that's going to, do a lot for him just to have a home, right? He's been a team player. He's flipped over to the other side. He's done what's asked of him, but I don't know if that was necessarily the best thing for Broderick Jones. So this is a huge year for him. He's got to improve, and he's got to be really good on that left side for the Steelers' offensive line and for their long-term plan at offensive line to work. That was the foundation of Omar Khan and Andy Weidl's first couple of drafts. Improve the offensive line. They've invested the resources, and now it's time for guys like Jones and Fautanu and I thought Frazier played great as a rookie, and
McCormick too.
Mason McCormick. It's time for these guys to step up and become that dominant line that Khan and Weidl and Tolman think they can be.
Which is why I don't expect any of these draft picks to be offensive linemen this year. Instead, you got to concentrate on the other side of the ball, which was a big asset for a team like Philadelphia. So they got, Cam Hayward coming back. The rest of them are kind of wild cards to me. Ogunjobi is one of those guys who, man, you can save money there. Benton, I don't know. I had higher hopes for Benton. Leal has regressed. Is that me? Hopefully not. I thought I heard a buzzing sound there, Joel. I thought maybe I was creating a problem. But Loudermilk, all those guys you could put into the same thing. Yeah. They have not taken a step forward. So where does that leave them, and how many of these draft picks will be defensive linemen?
Well, certainly one early, and I could see them taking two in this draft. And I have a story up at postgazette.com right now that is looking at this very deep defensive tackles class. And, one thing Daniel Jeremiah said yesterday is, these big nose tackle types, I don't even know if you have a true Casey Hampton style nose tackle anymore coming out of the college ranks, but you do have these guys who are known as run stuffers, and they are much more valuable in today's NFL than maybe they were 5 or 10 years ago, just because of what you mentioned before, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry. The Steelers gave up what? In the final two games against the Ravens, Bob, I think they gave up over 500 yards rushing. Yeah. So they got to fix the run defense. First of all, I think the number one domino to fall is what do they do with Ogunjobi? You could save $8 million if you cut him. That's probably going to happen. And then what do you want to do with Keanu Benton? He's a smaller type of a nose. Do you want to draft a big guy to plug in the middle and then move Benton to replace Ogunjobi, or do you want to keep Benton where he is and then draft Ogunjobi's replacement? So they got a lot of different paths they could take there, but certainly defensive line is very deep, and it's a great year for the Steelers to try to rebuild that that front seven.
Yeah, they definitely need to do that, and there's still other holes beyond that. I look at cornerback position. I'm not sure where they are with Jackson and anyone else. They need help there. You got to have depth at that position, especially if you don't get the kind of pressure up front that you desire to get. I guess it's on the board, but how important is that position with regard to this draft coming up?
Yeah, again, they got to figure out what they're going to do with Jackson. I thought he was good, and then he was banged up and injured for the final 6 weeks of the season, which was not a great development for him or for the team, to be quite honest with you. So if they go back to Jackson, that's fine. But if not, you're probably going to have to invest in free agency, in a corner, and maybe even in the draft. Now, this is probably I would say it's a decent year for corners. There's maybe one or two that you might see go in the first round, but there's guys that you can get second, third round who, might be able to come in and challenge for a job. If not this year, then maybe next year. So, I think depending on what happens with Jackson, I can see them going out and signing a corner in free agency, and then maybe taking a flyer on one, say, round 2, 3, 4, something like that, just to get some fresh bodies in there, because it has kind of been like a rotating door there. Guys in and out, nobody that they can really count on opposite Joey Porter.
A lot of people, and I look at the text line to get results from what people think, and people have come to the conclusion now with an increased salary cap and with some shedding of contracts, there's going to be a lot of money to spend, which people love to spend. I understand that. But there are lessons learned. I looked at the Jets yesterday because, you talk about dead money hits. They spent over $110 million on Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams, Alan Lazard, and Randall Cobb. And it's going to cost them, and they didn't get much in return. 66 games, not a lot of productive days. It's going to cost them $64 million in dead cap charges this year, and they got nothing out of that. So it is dangerous to go and just do it all that way, but I got to believe they're going to sum. I want to ask you about Najee Harris, because Jerry seemed to indicate that there maybe is a belief that they're going to bring him back. And I would say to that, if that was their thought process, then maybe they should have picked up that option last year. They didn't. Right. Because they did, and it'll cost them more if they want to do it. So is it reasonable to expect that he would come back?
Yeah, you're right about that. $6.7 million on the option if they picked it up last May, and now you probably are. The market for a guy like Harris is probably beyond that. So you are right about that. It's a little curious to me. I mean, I trust Jerry's sourcing on that, but it is a little bit curious to me that they would want to do that. And just because this running backs class coming out in this draft is loaded, Bob. I mean, you can get guys, you can get starter capable players in 1, 2, 3, even in the fourth round. It's that deep. And, I don't even know if the Steelers need like a workhorse type of a starter. They maybe just need like a guy that they could pair with Jalen Warren. So, we'll see what direction that goes here. I tend to think, just given the way this draft is, that you're maybe better off going with Warren and drafting a guy. But Mike Tomlin does love Najee Harris. He made him a captain in year 2, and that's been his guy. So maybe it is going to turn out that way.
Are you of the belief that Jalen Warren can be an every down back, a 3-down back?
Yeah, well, he doesn't have to be. I mean, you look at Najee Harris, year 1, Bob, rookie year, had the most touches in the NFL, I think 426, just blew away everyone else. After that, they got really smart. And if you look at the snap distribution and the carry distribution the last 3 seasons since Warren came on the scene, it's been pretty much a 50-50 split, if not 50-50, 55-45. So, I don't know that they need like that type of a guy. Just get a guy who can come in and split time with Warren. Warren's probably going to play the same number of snaps, and whoever you draft or whoever you bring in can sort of pick up and have Warren's old role. So that's the way I would do it. And quite frankly, Bob, that's the way most teams do it. Even Saquon Barkley and the Eagles. I mean, who killed the Steelers in that Eagles game more, Saquon Barkley or the other guy who scored a couple of touchdowns? Kenneth Gainwell. Yeah. Kenneth Gainwell did more damage. So even the Eagles, when they're paying Saquon Barkley all that money, even they have a guy who comes in and can really do damage to a defense as well.
Yeah, and there's no question about that. I think it's going to be a fascinating offseason, and I think it all starts with a draft combine coming up. And Ray, I look forward to your coverage. You do a great job with it. I look forward to having you on the #1 Cochran Sports Showdown when you come back from that, and we'll see you down the road. Also want to mention one more time that Ray is brought to you by LGKG, the born and raised Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys who take your personal injury cases very personally. Thanks, Ray. Have a good trip to Indianapolis.
All right. Thanks, guys. Talk to you next week.
All right. That's Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette talking Steelers and a lot of the things which haven't changed all that much. You know the list. There's a lot of people on the list that they have to figure out, whether that's contract extension, whether that's, just moving on from somebody and saving some money when they can. I also think T.J. Watt, this has been a topic that we've had over and over and over. They're going to have to figure out money for him now, I would imagine. So if you do that, that's going to take up, and I would imagine he wants and deserves whatever is top market. He's been that way. But if you're going to do it for another 3 or 4 years, be mindful of the fact that he is getting older. And I know they want him to be around here and what he means to this team. But there is that train of thought that if you trade him, you could really get some draft equity. Ray mentioned Pickens in a trade. What about T.J. Watt if that were available? I don't know if they're going to do that. It seems to me they won't do it, but it could certainly bring in a bushel full of good things that you could use to help your current situation on offense. So these are all fascinating questions. We'll continue to take your calls on it at 412-928-9370, but want to remind you, 93.7 The Fan is turning 15 years old, and you're invited to an anniversary party next Wednesday, February 26th at Rivers Casino. The party is going to be free, but you need a ticket to get in. Visit Hampton Beer Outlet in Allison Park today from 4 to 5. The first 10 people get a pair of tickets to the event. Again, that's today from 4 to 5 at Hampton Beer Outlet in Allison Park. Special drawing at 5 o'clock for an extra pair of tickets, and we'll keep reminding you throughout the next several days. Open lines are next, 412-928-9370. Also, hit us up on the fan text line, same as a call-in line. It's brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. More calls on the way. We're talking Steelers. We're talking the Four Nations. Your thoughts about it. The Penguins now jump right back into action tomorrow. That's a quick turn for some of these guys who played. Not much time to rest up. And back-to-back games with the Capitals and the Rangers over the weekend. Do they have a shot to get to the playoffs? And if not, what does Kyle Dubas do on the March 7th trade deadline? All next, right here on the Pomp and Joe Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates, according to multiple reports, said to bring in left-handed pitcher Andrew Heaney. He spent the past couple seasons with the Texas Rangers, winning the World Series in 2023. Pirates will open up their spring training tomorrow against the Baltimore Orioles at 1:05. That game can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan is turning 15.
Happy birthday.
And you're invited to our party at Rivers Casino on February 26th. But you'll need a ticket to get in. Visit 937thefan.com to learn details on how you can get free tickets at local businesses. The first 400 guests receive a commemorative fan gift. The Fan 15th Anniversary Party is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Icy Lights, Guardian Protection, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Cloudy with flurries this afternoon, the high 26.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know the funny thing about life? Any given second, something can happen to you. Any given second, you can get hurt, get put in the hospital, be out of work. They call them accidents. But accidents have consequences. Accidents, you gotta go see the dog. That's top dog. Accidents have consequences. You gotta take the dog off the leash. Let them go bite them. Let them feel pain. Let them be hurt. Let them bleed. You understand? You gotta let them bite them. Let them go after that insurance company. Let them get you top dollar. All you gotta do is make the call. Top Dog Law. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Call the dog. Call the dog. Any accident, big or small, life or death, you call the dog. Top Dog Law.
The Sports Minute, presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The news that Victor Wembanyama is being shut down for the season is a massive disappointment. Wemby's second year was off to a terrific start. He was averaging 24 points, 11 rebounds, and nearly 4 blocks a game, and was named to his first All-Star team. His diagnosis of blood clots due to deep vein thrombosis is treatable, but this is clearly a setback whose impact we won't truly know for some time. I'm Maggie Gray.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Do you have a bachelor degree? Are you interested in becoming a nurse? Waynesburg University has an affordable online pathway for students to earn their BSN in just 1 year. Financial aid is available. If you want to become a nurse, visit waynesburg.edu.
We want to see ya in a Monroeville Kia.
See the Sweetheart Savings Event. The new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive and lease for just $209 a month. Or purchase with a special low APR starting at 3.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, New Flow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. New Flow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Picture yourself here, carving down snowy trails, kids laughing, and memories being made. At Holiday Valley with 60 trails and ski out lodging, winter fun is waiting for you. This winter, picture yourself at Holiday Valley, located in the authentic ski town of Ellicottville, New York. Voted 11th best ski resort on the entire East Coast by Ski Magazine readers. Learn more at holidayvalley.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
It is Friday. Weekend about to begin on the Pomp and Joe Show. Joe Starkey is off today. He'll be back on Monday. Want to hear from you at 412-928-9370. That is the number to call. And we've been talking a lot about the Four Nations. We also have been talking a lot about the Steelers in their offseason. Just had Ray Fittipaldo on. Some very interesting stuff about what they should do moving forward and where they need to spend most of their offseason in terms of what needs are top on the priority list. And it would be wide receiver. Could be a whole different vibe next year if they do decide to do something with George Pickens. If they do decide to move on from him. And I don't know if that's in the cards or not. We'll find out. I've noticed this is the time of year you're going to see a lot of guys who have big options coming up and certainly have big bonuses coming up. One of them is Bosa out in San Francisco. Apparently, they're going to release him based on the amount of money he's due in March. You're going to find a lot of those kind of people out there, and they're going to be available. So how do they go about constructing it at 412-928-9370? Paul in Colorado is on the air right now. He joins us on the fan hotline. Hello, Paul. How are you?
Hey, Bob. How are you?
Doing great. What's up in Colorado?
Well, I'm in the mountains southwest of Denver here, and we got almost 2 feet of snow last night, so I'm clearing that out.
Well, I imagine that goes all the way into May.
Yeah, at least May. So we'll, now's the time, but it's good for water. Anyways, I just wanted to touch base, and I'm from Pittsburgh and lived in Colorado most of my life, though, and just the TJ Watt thing, it seems like a foregone conclusion that he'll get re-signed, and obviously he's been great for the franchise, but it's kind of like that saying, if we're not winning with him, then why can't we not win without him? He could just be more of a help as a jump start in a trade. I don't understand why it's just so frowned upon to trade the guy. I mean, he's been great, but I mean, we got to start the rebuild, and that would just be a massive help.
Yeah, it is a business first and foremost, and they do business the way they do business, and it's been consistent that way, and it's worked well for them. But you do get to a point here where you wonder how many more productive years does T.J. Watt have, and I hope there's a lot because I do believe that he will be re-signed. I don't think they're even looking at potentially trading him. But if you did trade him, you can accelerate whatever it is you need on the other side of the ball. Same as Pickens. If you really want to go down that route, it's unorthodox for them. But if you traded T.J. Watt to a team that really needed an edge rusher like that, you're going to end up getting a couple of number ones, I would imagine, or 1 or 2 or something that you use immediately to change maybe the direction of your offense. That would be the reason to do it. But I, like you, do not see that happening. I think instead they'll engage him in a contract, and it'll be done sometime in this offseason.
I agree, Bob. Hey, I love your show, and have a good one. Enjoy listening every day.
Glad you took a break from your snow shoveling. Remember, bad things can happen out there if you shovel too much, so don't do it in an overdose way. Just take your time.
Yeah, no, I do it in rounds, in stages, so thanks a lot.
All right. How about that? A couple of feet of snow. Right like that. We haven't been under that sort of weather pattern here. It's cold, but it's not like that. Jim at Oakmont is up next here on the Fan Hotline, which is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Go ahead, Jim.
Hey, Bob, 2 comments. First of all, a little bit more than a casual fan. It was such an enjoyment to watch such a high level of hockey last night and such intenseness. But I happened to catch this morning Stephen A., and he had on PK Subban, in which they went over the whole thing. And then when he asked PK Subban about the intensity and the loyalty, he went into about a 3-minute greatest soliloquy on Sidney Crosby. What a great player. He's the face of the sport. He's will go down as one of the all-time 3 best players, which I thought was quite a statement. And it was really something. If you have a chance, listen to that, because I didn't figure Subban to be that kind of guy.
I saw it. It was on Instagram, and I saw it, and he passionately talked, you're right, about the difference between the hockey culture and maybe the NBA culture, and that these guys they'll do anything for their country, and they will sacrifice. And a lot of guys did sacrifice. They have injuries that are going to take them well into this end of the season. So, but they do it because of the pride of I don't know that the NBA would ever stage something like that. But if they did, I don't think they would have the same sort of passion that hockey. That's the one thing about a hockey culture. It starts young and it continues all the way through their life.
And the NBA players, there's no incentive, because the 5th or 6th guy on an NBA team makes 5 times more than Conor McDavid.
Speaking of that, did you see the situation that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is in? He's ready so he's a star player with Oklahoma City, right?
Right, okay.
Yeah, and he's been terrific. There's no question. But he's due for one of those Supermax deals. All right, this Supermax deal will be in excess of $300 million over like 4 years. It'll pay him about $80 million a year. Mm-hmm. But because this situation with these Supermax is predictable, you know exactly the numbers, he felt it was not necessary to retain his attorney. And that saved him $11 million, given the percentage the attorney would charge on that $80 million a year kind of thing.
That's a smart move.
I suppose so. Yeah, it is.
Hey, Bob, one quick thing on football. I'm just as disgusted as everyone else about the no movement, no change. But I'm at the conclusion now. I think for the duration of this Rooney's head of the team, no matter what, for a lot of reasons, he's never going to remove this coach. It's never going to happen. And I think he's a terrible coach? No. But if you don't score points in this league, you need defense, but you have to be able to score points. And if you continue to have such a juvenile offense, you're not going to score points. I don't put a lot of stock in what Edelman said, because I don't like Edelman, but there's probably some truth in it too. And I hope that is a momentum for him to consider himself, hey, I've been around for a long time, I got to change a little bit. Don't see it coming, but I hope.
Well, I don't see – first of all, Mike Tomlin's not going to be here forever. There will be a time when they make a change. I'm not sure when that time is. I thought it might have occurred last year. Thanks for the call, Jim, in Oakmont, that they had an end to a contract. And instead of extending, they could have just let it play out, just like we're talking about with some of these players, but they chose not to do that. Mike is a good coach, but I also think they have to change something. They have to evolve, and that's the word that you continue to hear about offensive, how you evolve from it. This is not to say you can't win with a physical offense. You can. I think Philadelphia proved that, and some of these teams like Baltimore have proven that. You can run the ball first. You can do a lot of that stuff. It's a good thing if you can. It makes your offense more productive down the field when you can offer that up, and it's something that a team has to account for. But you got to be able to play the down the field game much better than they've been able to do it. And so we'll see with year 2 of Arthur Smith and what he can dial up. And I think a lot of that has to do with whether or not Justin Fields can take the next level, because I do believe he's going to be their quarterback. And if he is, he has to take the next level. Jim in the South Hills is on the air right now. Hello, Jim. How are you?
Good, Bob. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
Good. Hey, the reason I called is you were talking about Najee and not picking up the 5th-year option. And I go back to 2023, and for the first time, I really thought Tomlin was making a stand. You know, early in the year, he got rid of Chooks was mopping off. They got rid of Chooks, right? Ate that contract. And then Deontay was obviously being a problem. Boom, he's gone. Kenny Pickett doesn't take a helmet in Seattle, I think, right? They trade him. And then the Buffalo playoff game, again, going back to 23 season, after the game, remember Najee had a couple things to say that weren't real complimentary of the environment around the team and the clubhouse. And I really thought maybe the reason why they didn't give him the fifth-year option, you know, and I know there's other reasons, of course, but I was encouraged because I thought for the first time, really Tomlin was making a stand against, you know, some of the players, the malcontents.
Yeah,
Any thoughts on that on Najee?
Well, I don't know. First of all, if they felt that way about him, they wouldn't have given him the ball as much as they did. I think he had a pretty good year based on that. But those other guys, certainly, I think when you see stuff like that happen, I'm not surprised. In the case of Pickett, I was surprised, quite frankly, because I thought Kenny Pickett was specifically Mike Tomlin's choice, and he would have dealt with a lot of things with him, but it obviously didn't work that way. And so, by the way, on a shameless plug here, I see that Pat Bostic is going to have Kenny Pickett on tomorrow morning in his 8 o'clock hour, so you'll be able to listen to that and see what he has to say, perhaps about his departure and how that all went down. But, yeah, those kind of things, when you see them and if they start affecting maybe chemistry in the locker room, and I still think they have some other issues that they got to deal with in that locker room. But, yeah, you don't want that to continue. And Deontay Johnson suddenly has gone from every team in the NFL. And not too long ago, they signed him to a 3-year, $36 million deal. And then it all went backwards. So just like his running. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate the call at 412-928-9370. Let's go out to Greg in Pittsburgh, who joins us right now on the fan hotline. Hello, Greg.
Hi, Bob. How are you doing?
What's up?
I had a question. So what would you think of trading George Pickens to the Chargers for their first-round pick and grabbing the 2 offensive linemen from Ohio State, Jack Sawyer and JT? I forget.
Yeah, but I mean, first of all, if I'm going to do that, I don't want another offensive lineman. If I'm going to do it, I need somebody else to take the vacancy up from George Pickens. They have a lot of talented
Well, they're defensive linemen, I think.
Oh, I thought you said offensive line. Okay. No, they do need – yeah, they have a deep defensive line draft. Yeah, that would be fine. But I don't think – first of all, I don't know what the asking price would be for him. I don't know if he's going to command a first-round pick, to be honest with you. You've seen him now for 3 years. Would someone give up a first-round pick for George Pickens? No total package? I don't know. There could be assets there, but I don't know if it would be a first-round pick, given the way the NFL makes trades. If you look at some of these veteran guys who've been dealt, some of them are getting third-round picks, fourth-round picks, whatever the case may be. I mean, Justin Fields fell all the way to a sixth-round pick. And still, young quarterback, you thought it would have been more than that. So, I don't know. But so far there hasn't been any activity there. I don't know if it's going to happen or not. My guess on him would be they're going to bring him back for one more year and see what happens. And that's dangerous in a way, because if you do bring him back in 1 year and you hope he has a big year because it's in his best interest to have a big year, then you have the dilemma of, okay, now you got to franchise him. And he may not like that, and there could be some, problems with that. But I think that's the most logical thing at this point. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Bob.
Appreciate it. But, I mean, those kind of conversations are out there for sure. 412-928-9370. I want to tell you about a chance to win a trip to Vegas and stay at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. It's the premium sports viewing destination. And visit the biggest March hoops party that you're ever going to see at Stadium Swim for you and 3 guests. Plus, how about this, $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championships. You can be eligible, and all you have to do is download and listen to The Fan on the free Odyssey app. Listen every day on the app for a minimum of 1 hour, and you receive an entry. It's that simple. The national contest runs through Sunday, February 23rd, so get the free Odyssey app right now. Listen to The Fan for 1 more hour every day, and you'll have a chance to win the ultimate prize package. When we come back, more phone calls. We have Seth, we have Ed, and the line's open for you at 412-928-9370. It's the Pomp and Joe Show on a Friday in 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Now, Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, according to multiple reports, said to bring in left-hander Andrew Haney, who spent the past couple of seasons with the Texas Rangers. Pirates open their spring training tomorrow against Baltimore at 1:05. That game can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's a message from Joe.
College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. How about Robert Morris right now? They are red hot. Maybe an upset pick early. I've been waiting. If you've been waiting to join on FanDuel, there's no better time. The app's easy to use. When you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business. Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it and will beat any print quote. Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs. No problem. I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens. Totally. I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing. I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We're back in the Miller's front yard who recently switched to True Green.
Their lawn started looking like a golf course, and PGA Tour golfers started showing up.
Like this pro, lining up his next shot from this pristine grass.
has to clear the trampoline and a kiddie pool.
And lands in the middle of this beautiful True Green lawn.
Even the Labradoodle next door wishes this yard were his.
Get a PGA Tour quality lawn for as little as $1 a day. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Exclusions apply. See TrueGreen.com for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We're back in the 15-minute mark on the fan. Is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Joel Nelson's behind the glass. Takes your calls at 412-928-9370. We continue to talk about the Four Nations. Like to get your take on that. The Pirates open up tomorrow. They brought in Andrew Haney, left-hand pitcher. So you would imagine their starting five would be Skeens, Jones, Keller, Falter, and Haney, two lefties with Oviedo getting close. It's a good starting staff. But my question to you is, do you think this paves the way for them making a trade to get a bat? Because they need a bat. No, they need more than one bat. They need 5 bats. But with Haney here, they could possibly, look to trade one of their blue chip pitching prospects. Why not? You're trying to make this team good now. They've wasted opportunities with free agency. They have spent virtually nothing on a year I really felt it was natural for them to spend, and they didn't do it. So that's on the table as well. Some Steeler topics, but Four Nations too. I want to get what your take is on it. Do you think it was worth it for 2 weeks? I loved the hockey. It was a passionate hockey. You don't see this kind of stuff in the regular season. At 412-928-9370. Ed joins us right now in Moon Township. Hello, Ed. What's up?
Yes. Hi, Bob. Jason Mackey is a great writer, and he seems like a fantastic fella.
Yes, sir.
He made a statement in his column this morning, and he said Crosby played the tournament with one arm. He said, I don't know what that will mean for the Penguins, and I also don't care. Well, here's what really frosted me with that, Bob. Nothing against Jason Mackey, but Jason Mackey goes to the hockey games, and he pays nothing, okay? Now, no one puts a gun to my head to force me to buy season tickets. But just as a point of reference, Bob, and maybe you could pass this on to Jason, 25% of my combined with my wife, our combined Social Security check, 25% of that goes to hockey tickets.
Wow, that's a big percentage of your money. You must be a real big hockey fan. 25% of what you bring in Social Security. That's a commitment. So I understand. I understand what your point is going to be.
Income, but I'm just saying, as percentage of my Social Security check.
Okay.
So I think this is ridiculous. If they want to play this thing, which means absolutely nothing, if they want to play it in September. They need, before the season starts. Play it in August, play it in July, but don't take the season. All the momentum of the season is just gone bye-bye. People get hurt. Charlie McAvoy got hurt. Matthew Tkachuk got hurt. Brady Tkachuk got hurt.
Shea Theodore got hurt. He's going to be out for a long time.
Yeah. And I mean, for Jason to say he doesn't care, well, I care.
No, I understand. You're investing and you want to see him play, and there potentially is a likelihood he may not play tomorrow. I don't know if he is or isn't, and I'm not sure the extent of whatever injury. He was good enough to play, and I know that Sidney Crosby wanted to play in that game. I do like your idea of doing it sometime other than when we saw it, but they were trying to figure out something opposite of an all-star game, which is kind of dudded out. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be opposed to doing it before the season starts. It's like a training camp. You're trying to get your team ready anyway, and these guys are off on their own doing their own thing. But overall, did you like the product, what you saw of it?
It was fantastic hockey, and I really enjoyed it. But for him to say, I don't care what this means for the Penguins, well, as a season ticket holder,
No, I do care what it means to the Penguins, and it was one of my concerns about going into this. If you're a team, especially if you're a top team, and you lose a couple of guys to injury because they wanted to play in this, it does affect your team. In Sidney Crosby's case, where the Penguins are, the likelihood of them doing it, listen, he's earned the right to do whatever he wants to do, and I think the Penguins would support him in any of that. So he was good enough to play. We'll see what he does. And if I know anything about Crosby, he'll be on the ice tomorrow, so you'll be able to see him against the Capitals.
Yeah, it just kind of upsets me a little bit because now if he's hurt, I got about 12 or 13 games to go to at pretty big dollars, which means pretty much absolutely nothing. And I know there's a chance that they get in, but it's pretty much shot.
Yeah, well, too many teams to overcome. The hole is deep. Thanks, Ed. Appreciate the call, and I hope you get to see them all. Malkin should be back, and he's now confirmed that he's not going to end his career in Russia. He's going to stay here to play it all out. But, Kyle Dubas has a lot of questions that he has to answer with regard to how do you remake this this roster here. By keeping the guys who have no movement clause is fine, but what do you use to bring in more? How do you go about getting more to, have in your organization who can come up here and play and make immediate impacts? They also have the issue of Tristan Jarry to deal with. What do you do with him? Most likely they're going to have to buy him out and just take the loss. Unless something changes drastically, I expect Nedeljkovic to be in goal tomorrow, and they're going to ride him a little bit. And then if things don't go well, then you'll see more of Blomqvist. Seth on Long Island is joining us here on the Pomp and Joe Show today on a Friday. What's up, Seth?
Hey, Bob. Love the show, man. You and Joe do a great job. I know, obviously, Joe's not there, but happy Friday. And thanks for taking the call. Hey, man, love the Four Nations. Love the Four Nations. Obviously, was rooting for Sid to have a great game, but the U.S. to win. But I love it. And, again, it's a shame some of these guys got hurt. But as far as going to, Justin Fields, the quarterback situation, Bob, I don't know what's taking so long to make this decision. I called in before. I spoke with you and Joe a bunch of times. I've been a Fields believer, since he got here. Man, Chicago, 2 coaches, 2 offensive coordinators. He's a solid citizen. He's a leader in the locker room, quiet leader, right? Got a presence. He follows the rules. They put a straitjacket on him. And, the bottom line is the mentality that Tomlin plays with. Let this kid play. If you can play, let him play. Let's see what he could do for the entire season. They should have. I mean, honestly, they should have been 5-1, right? The defense gave up. They lost that drive to the Cowboys, right? The game-winning drive, and they were down 21-3 to the Colts, and he almost brought them back. He had some fumbles. He recovered most of them, but he played in the system they wanted him to play in. He deserves the opportunity to show what he's got, in my humble opinion. And if they're so concerned about his accuracy, get him a dedicated quarterback coach like the Ravens did for Lamar. Right?
They do have a quarterback coach, and I think. Yeah,
I know, but I don't know if he did a great job with him. But at the end of the day, he's been progressing. And if he was 5-1, Bob, again, it's theoretical. You're not going to be able to answer it, nor can I. If he was 5-1, or even if they beat the Colts and they were 6-0, would he have still benched Fields?
No,
right?
I don't think so at all. I think, and looking back, Seth, maybe the best play was to just let him play out the whole year. But they made a commitment to Russell Wilson once he got healthy. I think they wanted to see what it looked like. I understood it, but looking back in retrospect, which is always easier, I would have liked to have seen the whole season and see how it played out, and I can make a much quicker assessment on what I think he's capable of doing long term, and if that helps me make my decision, which I think it would have.
I mean, you got this guy. I mean, you had Russell Wilson, and this is what would puzzle me the most of all. Like you say, they could have definitely, if they let him play it out, I would have never promised Wilson the pole position. That's probably the only way they were able to get him here, right? So why can't they just make this decision, go with Fields now, stop messing around, and let him cook, man? Using Russ.
Let Justin cook. Let Justin cook.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I hear it. I think, and Seth, thanks for the call. I think that's definitely in the cards. I think that is, if I'm going to put betting odds on this, Fields would be my leader in the clubhouse there. Even though I think there's some in the organization who still would like to see Russell Wilson. I think it's going to be Fields. It saves it. You have a chance to develop him, and maybe if he surprises you and develops quicker than you thought in the past game, and I realize there are people out there who say he's already had all these years to show you that he can't. Well, he has had some very good games in the past department with Chicago, and I think you mentioned it, one in Indianapolis here in Pittsburgh where he came all the way back, and he was forced to do it. So to me, I'm not going to give up on that. I still think that's worth doing, and then if it doesn't work out by the end of next year, you can make a decision moving forward about the draft. All right, Tony and Butler, hang on. We're going to get to you to start off the next hour. We are up against a break. The fan hotline, which has been active today, is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So, Tony, hang on. We got more callers coming in at 412-928-9370. Four Nations, your thoughts. Penguins, can they overcome and make a playoff appearance this year for the first time in 3 years? What about the Pirates? Did yesterday's signing indicate that they are willing to make a trade with one of their potential blue-chip prospects? We'll get into all that and more as we continue on the Pomp and Joe Show on a Friday here in Pittsburgh. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This afternoon, expect cloudy skies with flurries and snow showers decreasing in coverage, a high of 27 degrees with northwest winds around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Overnight, mostly cloudy and a low of 18. A few flurries are possible. And on Saturday, expect intervals of clouds and sun with a high of 35. Southwest winds around 10 to 15 miles per hour. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
It's a celebration of savings at Giant Eagle. Join us for My Perks Appreciation Days, February 21st and 22nd. We're saying thanks with 500 bonus perks on a single $75 transaction on February 22nd, only at Giant Eagle or Market District. That's $10 off groceries or gas. Plus, earn 3 times the perks on every gallon of gas at Get-Go Friday and Saturday. Plus, free curbside home delivery for My Perks Pros on $150 orders. Restrictions apply. Visit gianteagle.com/appreciation for details.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Need to feed a hungry crew? Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette has you covered. Firehouse Premium Sub Platters are stacked high with bold flavors. Freshly made salad platters add the perfect crunch. And don't forget decadent dessert platters, because every meal deserves a sweet finish. Looking for something easy to grab and go? Try delicious box lunches packed with everything you need for a satisfying meal. Make your next event easier and tastier. To order, call Matt Perry at Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette at 412-788-4070. Check out the full catering menu at firehousesubs.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at HIMS.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to HIMS.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates will open up their spring training tomorrow against Baltimore at 1:05. Catch that on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Derek Shelton today announcing that Carmen Majinski will start that game. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's more Pomp and Joe.
Are They Smarter Than Jake the Plumber? Was presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Halfway home, it's 12:05 in Pittsburgh. Welcome to the 12 o'clock hour of the Pomp and Joe Show. Our number to call, the hotline, is 412-928-9370. Also, the Fan text line, same number. It's brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Joel Nelson behind the glass. Call him. He'll put you on with me, and we're talking about a variety of things here today on this Friday. The Penguins digging out from what is a big deficit right now for them. When you look at the standings, you know, it's not so much the points. It's about where they are and how many teams they have to overcome, because it's not easy, because you don't expect all these teams to lose while you're winning, if that's what it takes. So you're potentially in a situation where you can keep winning and not move up all that much. Quite frankly, that's the difficult part of where they are right now, and it all starts with back-to-backers. They wasted no time. That thing ended last night, and here they are playing back-to-back games coming up here. So. It's not going to be easy. Right now, the Capitals have the best record of any team in the Eastern Conference. They come here tomorrow. It's a team that you would never have expected this. They have a plus 56 goal differential, and they're really good at home. They don't lose at home. They brought in Logan Thompson from Vegas, signed him to a big deal, and he's been outstanding at goal, but they play very tough in front of him. They don't give up a lot of chances. They're playing tight to the vest, but they're winning, almost like the Devils used to do. 36-11-8. Carolina is second. Jersey leads or trails Carolina in the Metropolitan. When you look at the wild card situation, again, the Penguins right now are 8th overall. They have to get to where Detroit is right now, which is 61 points. The Penguins have 55. That doesn't sound like all that much. But when you factor in, they got to get over Montreal, the Islanders, the Rangers, the Bruins, and the Columbus Blue Jackets all at the same time. And you can do it, and the way you do it is you win about 5 to 8 games in a row, and they can maybe do that. But have they shown you enough? They're a minus 37 in goal differential, one of the worst marks of any team in their division, and they have to play strong defensively against two teams coming in this weekend that can score goals and play the way they played in Washington and the New York Rangers. So that's the task they have. Not insurmountable, certainly, with time left, but they got to get hot real fast. 412-928-9370. Back to the lines. We begin with Tony and Butler in this segment. Hello, Tony. What's going on?
Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Doing well. How about you?
Good. I have a question about the lack of revenue sharing in baseball. Like, if you look at it, the Dodgers' payroll this year is going to be over $390 million. Their TV contract is for $321 million.
Right.
My question to you is, like, there's 26 teams that can't even come near that. Why don't the 26 owners that are on the bad side of this, can't they vote to share TV revenue?
Sure, they could do it, but they are all making money. So it may not be as big amount of money as, you can do it if you went that direction, but it's enough to make them happy. And if you're somebody like Bob Nutting, you could be happy making money despite losing and finishing in last place. So for him,
yeah, Bob Nutting's a problem.
But it's not. There are a lot of owners that do this too. That is an issue the league should take very seriously, and one that they should strive to change. Now, the big markets, they'll balk back at that. They say they have what they have. They're willing to spend it. But there's no equal distribution of revenue shared. And it has to be. You have to have a floor. You have to have a ceiling. All these things. But it would require massive changes. And the Players Association, quite frankly, won't like it. If you look at the average contract that's being played out there, baseball players make a lot of money on average, and they're all one rising tide. It raises all ships, and that's what's happening here. So you could be on a bad team, but you're still going to get a good contract because of the way it works. And as long as they continue to make money, and there's money to be made in outside agencies that they deal with, it reduces the need to try to be competitive, I think. And that's a sin. It shouldn't be that way. There's a lot of taxpayer-funded stuff at work here, and if you're going to pay taxes on a stadium, then you should expect the team that plays in that stadium to be competitive and make an effort to be competitive. Their payroll is going to go down from last year, and it was embarrassing last year, I thought.
Yeah, it's like you're saying, it's too easy for these teams to just not compete and just be happy making money. But do you think long-term baseball can survive doing that?
Yes, because they already have. And you know, it's not good for the game, in my view. And you can make the argument that, look, some teams catch lightning in a bottle and win more than you thought, get to the playoffs. But generally speaking, you know which teams are going to be there at the end of the day. And I don't think that's a good thing to know. And you can say the same thing about football. There are some organizations, but they have to do it based on the merit of their management skills. You know, when everything's even when it comes to revenues, then it's up to that team to make the right decisions. And if you don't, you fall back. And if you do, you go ahead. Right now, it's just the Pirates know they're not going to be realistically competitive. And so they don't have to spend. There's no emphasis on spending. There should be, but there isn't.
Yeah, I just think it's bad for the game that, like you said, there's only 5 or 6 teams literally that can compete for a World Series. And unfortunately, we're not one of them.
Thanks, Tony. I appreciate that. I'll say this, that, you know, if there is a way to do it, if you're, like, terrific in the draft department, make shrewd trades. I think the Marlins over the years have shown you that. Tampa Bay has been able to do that. Oakland. But none of them have won anything, you know, on a consistent basis. Kansas City did, then they fell back. It's about, to me, an equal chance and opportunity every single year. I don't understand why it's so difficult to just get everybody together. And if it means pain in terms of shutting down the game a little bit to get what's better for the game, I would do it. But I don't think you're ever going to see that happen. Bob joins us right now on the fan hotline. He's in New York City. Hello, Bob. How are you?
Hey, Pomp. How you doing?
Good.
Pomp, I've listened to you guys just recently, the last 2-3 years, and obviously I listened to WFAN here in New York. You've got the talent. The question is, has FAN New York ever reached out to you?
For radio? No. I think, you know, Andrew Filipponi is from there, and I think that if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be somebody like him. Yeah. You know, there are a lot of talented people in this business, and you have to have that ability to just keep things going and the conversations going. So,
well, I wanted to throw this out. I've been a longtime Steeler fan, and you and I both have seen the offensive line grow old, the defensive line grow old. At divas that I can't take wide receiver divas anymore. I'm also of the philosophy of a year too soon rather than a year too late. That's why I'm looking, and I know it's not going to happen, Bob, but I'd love to see Pickens, TJ, and Minka all put on the trading block. I love TJ. I mean, he's a great contributor, but it's a business. And at this point in time, the Steeler team, and I'm not sure about your opinion on this, Bob, but I just don't think we're a top-tier team, and it's going to take years to get there if we don't make some dramatic moves.
First of all, I agree. I don't think they're at the level they need to be at. Will it take years? Probably not. If you do it shrewdly, you can erase this deficit that they have in terms of where they are competitively. And it may take moving one of these pieces. Again, I understand their policy in trying to keep greats around as long as they can, but the problem with that is, as you cite, it's a business. And you're trying to change the dynamic of what you have available to change an offense that needs as much help as it can get right now, I think. And the defense does too, quite frankly. You'd be hurting your defense if you traded T.J. Watt, but you'd have to make shrewd moves with whatever return you'd get from him. Even with him and Minka and Cam Hayward, they were not a shutdown defense. In fact, they gave up drives when you least expected it, at killer points of games, like the one in Philadelphia or it was in Baltimore, wherever Russell Wilson fumbled, and they just immediately go right down the field, 96 yards and scores. That's where the defense could have helped the offense. So they have holes there too, but if you want draft equity, if you want things, you're going to have to be bold with some of these moves. No way would I see all three. Can I see one of them being traded in this offseason? Yes. Most likely it would be George Pickens, just because I don't think he fits in necessarily with how they want him to be. He has so much talent, and you're going to have to make sure somebody who acquires him understands that. There's a talent here, so give me something in return that helps me as well. But, yeah, I don't think I expect much in terms of all three of those guys going.
Hey, Bob, the last question. In the draft, do you see us going wide receiver or defensive tackle?
Both. First and second, second, first, however you want to do it. Those are the two positions of big need. I think that's how they'll do it.
Terrific. Bob, great talking to you. Wish you were
too.
here in New York.
I appreciate that, Bob. Thank you. That's high praise.
Take care.
All right, man. Thanks for listening. Let's go out to Bill in North Huntington. Joins us right now on the Fan Hotline. What's up, Bill?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I really don't understand the ownership not making any moves with this pitching staff to try and improve the team. It makes no sense to me. I mean, it boggles my mind.
Well, they did make a trade for first baseman, and whether or not he's going to be anything when he comes back from injury, Horwitz is, I don't know what he is. He's a 12 home run guy. Can he be better than that at first base when he's here? We'll see. They gave a pretty good prospect in Luis Ortiz to get him. But to your point, they haven't spent a lot on free agency or anything like that, and that's the thing. Time's ticking. It's ticking away from the Paul Skeens era, which is not going to be long to begin with. But you had thought this would be the time to really step up and do something, given the talent of this young pitching staff. It has to have a complement. You don't want to see them lose one-run games. They're going to lose one-run games left and right, maybe, and that's not what you want.
How long do they have Paul Skeens for?
5 years, I think. He won the Rookie of the Year, which took a year away. So I think it's 5. And then, and even before then, if you're not going to sign him to let's say he has the kind of success you predict here, that he's a Cy Young one-time winner, he's always really good, he's got a low ERA, and he is the premium pitching prospect in all of baseball. Do you think he'll be here that whole time? No. They'll try to move him when they can get something for him, and that may be a lot at some point. But in the meantime, you have him. All I would like to see them do is make a legitimate effort to bring in some bats here. And maybe this trade of the signing of Andrew Haney is going to open up a trade to bring in a bat or two. They got to do something because they haven't done much in this offseason.
It's just so disappointing being a long-time Pirate fan.
Yes,
I've given up.
Well, I mean, they're going to be in games. Trust me. I don't think the pitching staff will keep them in games. They got to figure out ways to win those close games. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate the call at 412-928.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, 9370. Mick in Uniontown on the air right now. What's up, Mick?
Hey, Bob, how you doing? This is Zelma's husband.
Zelma. Zelma's one of the best. How's she doing?
She's struggling right now, but she's doing okay.
Please give her my regards.
I sure will. Since it's baseball season, have you heard anything about any rule changes or anything? I know they were talking a couple months ago about guys coming to the plate twice in one inning, like pinch hitting and stuff. And
yeah, but that's that's just conversation for now. That's not going to be happening.
Well, I thought maybe they would try it in spring training or something.
To my knowledge, they're not, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do. I mean, that's always a good way to, and they did that with the pitch clock too. Just try it, give guys an opportunity to have a month getting used to it and see what happens. I don't know if that's on the docket. I do know that electronic strike zone, the talk has increased there. Whether or not we see that, who knows when. But I don't think there are any specific rule changes that are big ones like we've seen in the past.
And they'll probably keep the extra innings the way they are right now.
Which I don't like. I'd rather not see that.
I don't either. I
know they did it, COVID years and stuff. They're trying to – I understand. But, man, you start a runner at second base. I don't like that because immediately, you can take a lead and it puts a lot of pressure on a pitching staff that inherits right off the bat.
I don't even like the fact that they can't shift. I mean, hey, you play your guys wherever you want to. The batter's got to hit it the other way.
Yeah, you would think so. It challenges batters to do better, and they haven't done that. No. So, no, I don't, Mick, I don't think there's anything drastic. I'll double-check that for you because I haven't really paid attention specific to rules. But normally they come out with something and we find out about it. Nothing specific so far.
Do the Pirates play today?
No, tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
First game's at 1 o'clock. That's right. You could hear on
100.1
a.m. All right. Thanks, Mick. Say hello to Zelma. 412-928-9370. Let's take Jerry on the north side. Jerry's on the air right now. What's up, Jerry? Hello, Jerry. Are you there? Somebody there, but he's not answering, so we'll have to skip you. We're going to go to John in Cleveland, Ohio, where the big question is, what do they do with Myles Garrett, John?
I don't know. They've caused about as big of a disaster in that regard as imaginable. So I could see him going to the Lions, the Commanders especially. I think the Commanders be my bet on that. But
yeah, both those teams. Could you imagine him in Detroit with a healthy defense after they missed all those guys?
Him and Aiden Hutchinson paired together would be the best pass rush duo in the past, at least 10 years, probably since something like Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware on the Broncos.
So what's up?
But, I just call the notion of the Steelers just basically unloading all their premium talent for draft capital. I just think we really have to stay away from that because teams that end up at the top of the draft generally got there through bad decisions, bad circumstance. They didn't get there through some sort of organized unloading / tanking campaign. I mean, look how that's worked out for the Browns. They found some success. They found some good draft picks, but it didn't lead to any ultimate success, what they really wanted to do. And the nature of team building in the NFL, the nature of the salary cap, the nature of player development, and any team, unless you're the absolute worst in the NFL and just have had a disaster happen, no team is that far away from being a true contender. And the Steelers did some genuine good things last year. They're on the station, and I agreed that they looked like a genuine Super Bowl contender until that disastrous last month. And that's no excuse for the last month. There's some definite holes that need filled, but this team, if a few things could be filled and a few different things can go right, it's not a disaster. And just think about the nature of the NFL and the nature of equality of teams, equality of team building. Don't tank. It's not the right.
And believe me, I tend to agree with that. I know Joe sometimes can bring on the tanking talk, and there are reasons that it's worked in the past with several teams in different leagues. But I'm doing is acknowledging that guys up there who could bring in potential draft leverage and equity are available if they wanted to make that move. And when you consider guys in their 30s now getting new contracts, that is a risky ordeal. Even Cam Hayward has proven that he can still play at a high level. We don't know that about a lot of guys. If you put a lot of money into it, all of a sudden, then at the end of it, you're going to have dead cap hits, and you're not going to get much for those players. That's all I'm acknowledging here. A guy like Pickens could be traded, yes. A guy like TJ could be traded, yes. But they most likely won't do that.
About Minka in particular, they can make a move with him, can make sense, but just don't trade TJ. And if you can get Pickens head back on straight, keep him. But Minka, I agree with you a little bit on Minka.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. A lot of offseasons yet to come. The Combine's coming up, and there'll be talk about people being released because of cap implications. There could be a lot of movement here, both without a trade and with a trade. So, John, thanks very much. I know Cleveland's had their share of down seasons, and all the money they put in Watson, man, they're still going to be dealing with that time and time again. We're going to take a break here. We have two Jeffs, Ed, Mike, and Riva, all coming up right here on the Pump and Joe Show on a Friday, 412-928-9370. I want to remind you also, again, the Fan is turning 15, and you're invited to the big anniversary party. It's on Wednesday, February 26th. That's next Wednesday at Rivers Casino. Listen, the party is free, but you need a ticket to get in. So all you have to do is go to Jackworth Ginger Beer on Hamilton Avenue, proudly serving Boyd and Blair from 1 to 2 p.m. tomorrow. That's Jackworth Ginger Beer on Hamilton Avenue, 1 to 2 p.m. tomorrow. The first 10 people will get a pair of tickets to the party or head to Allegheny Community Federal Credit Union in Scott Township on Monday from noon to 1. For more information, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates open up their spring training tomorrow against the Baltimore Orioles at 1:05. That game can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Derek Shelton today announcing that Carmen Majinski will start that game. Pitt basketball on Saturday looks for their 3rd in a row. They'll take on Notre Dame at 2:15, and that's right here on The Fan with coverage at 1:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
At Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we love to exceed our customers' expectations. It's what we've been doing for over 50 years.
Our kitchens are a combination of quality materials and master craftsmanship. And through each step of custom creation to expert installation, it's all about taking care of the details.
With a focus on the details, we make sure that the design meets your needs and that the materials and construction ensure that your kitchen will stand the test of time.
All while managing the scheduling so that your life has as little disruption as possible and your kitchen is completed without surprises.
Exceeding expectations. We'll deliver more kitchen than you expected for less money than you expect to pay.
Visit our showroom or call us at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In the end, it was fitting that the sport's best player scored the biggest goal. Of course, I'm talking about Connor McDavid coming through for Team Canada to score the overtime winner in the Four Nations face-off final. And while the United States has caught up to Canada in many ways, we have not been able to develop that generational talent that's the best player in the sport. Whether it was Wayne Gretzky, Mario Lemieux, Sidney Crosby, and now McDavid, Canada produces the best player in the world, and that was the difference. I'm Maggie Gray.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No. We tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes. Our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first. Because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Who says a golf facility can't serve up the best brunch in town? At Shooters Golf, we're redefining weekends with a brunch experience like no other. Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Treat yourself to incredible dishes that will have your taste buds cheering. Think chicken and waffles, savory omelets, and brunch favorites you'll crave all week. Pair it with a mimosa, Bloody Mary, specialty hot chocolates, handcraft coffee creations, and you've got the ultimate weekend escape. Shooters Golf, it's brunch done right. See you this weekend.
It's winter and your lease is up. Don't try to move on your own. Let Two Men in a Truck handle your apartment or business move. Leave the heavy lifting to us. Check out our reviews, then call us for a free quote.
2 men in a truck. That's the power of Bowser.
Fall in love with a new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive for only $289 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Bowser Hyundai.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Welcome back as we continue here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Joe Starkey has How much deserved day off today? Bob Pompiani with you until the PM team takes center stage here at 2 o'clock. We've been talking a lot about football. We had Ray Fittipaldo on, some of the issues facing the Steelers and some of the decisions that need to be made. We're also talking about the Pirates and whether or not you believe their pitching staff is good enough to be competitive, at least for a wild card, and would they utilize some of their blue-chip pitching prospects to acquire a bat or two? And what about Henry Davis? I hope he has a really good spring. I hope he hits the cover off the ball and forces them to use him somewhere. That's not in the plans right now, it would appear, but they got to make sure that guy, who they spent a lot of money on, as number one overall in a pick, can be a factor moving forward here. It's almost like no one's even talking about him so far. And, of course, Four Nations. Last night, Canada beat USA in overtime, even though I thought USA really had some outstanding chances, which made me wonder why Jordan Binnington, the goaltender from the St. Louis Blues, who turned back the clock to 2019 when he won a Stanley Cup with them. You might remember they made a coaching change. Craig Berube came in. They were dead last in the entire NHL, and they go on a run and win a Stanley Cup. It was Binnington whose elevation really made a difference in that. Well, he was outstanding last night, and I didn't see that. I thought that it was going to be the other one with Connor Hellebuck changing the dynamic for the USA, but he made some spectacular saves, the best of which was on Brady Tkachuk in overtime, also Austin Matthews. It set up a chance for Connor McDavid, who buried one, and he was unguarded in the slot area. Nobody was there on top of Connor McDavid. That's a mistake, and USA paid the price for it as they lost that game. So Sidney Crosby continues to be undefeated in these international situations, and good for him. But a lot of people wonder what that means with all these injuries, as you saw in that. It was a passionate 10 days. And now it will implicate some of these teams who are trying to win, knowing that these guys have some significant injuries as a result of this. Overall, though, I loved it. I would like to get your response to it as well. At 412-928-9370, beginning this hour with Jeff and Ambridge. Hello, Jeff. What's going on?
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
You know, I wanted to talk about an issue that's been talked about but hasn't been talked about in my eyes, and that's run defense. I was looking back a little while ago, like the 2005 to 2009 seasons. 62 out of 67 weeks through that period of time, the Steelers never gave up 100 yards rushing. And,
you mean to any one specific team or a 100-yard rusher, period?
100-yard rusher, period.
Okay.
You know, like from 2005, from week 5 to 2007, Ray Rice was the first guy to go over 100 yards in that amount of time. That was 30 weeks.
That was a pretty stout defense all the way through. I mean, it made a couple appearances in the Super Bowl, so yes.
Exactly. My point exactly. And the only thing that, and unfortunately, I mean, I love Dick LeBeau as a coordinator, but I can remember, you know, they wouldn't allow 100 yards, but Brady, like every time he'd face him, I mean, it was just like a dink and dunk. He'd just dink, dunk all the way down the field to beat him.
What is your point, though, Jeff? You're talking about
my point is, like, we're talking now. You know, the Steelers giving 350 yards rushing, 295 yards rushing, and
right. I mean, it's
before we weren't giving up 100 yards.
It's a failure of their defense for as much money as they put into it. They needed better results. There's nobody's debating that. The question is, how do you get better at that? And it starts with some stud guys on the defensive line, and so that's going to be probably their number one asset to look at in this draft. That and wide receiver on offense.
That from starting from there, and you look at the Eagles and what they've done. You know what their front four. It starts right there.
Right. Well, they drafted it. The Steelers have spent, and thanks for the call, they spent a lot of money on and draft position on offensive line. Now they're going to have to do the other side of that ball. You can't ignore that. And I think if guys who were drafted, like the Marvin Leal, if he had developed, if we had seen more from Keanu Benton, I still think there's a lot to be seen from him. Hopefully he'll take it to another level. If you could see Loudermilk, a guy they drafted and hoped he could be that guy to come in, not to mention some of these free agents that they brought in, like Dean Lowry. They have not gotten the kind of performance from those guys that they need to get to make, you know, a consistent front four of that defensive line. And so that'll be one of the biggest addressed items this year. There's no question about that. Riva joins us right now. We haven't had a Riva on the show in quite some time. I'm sure you're not McIntyre, but Riva, welcome aboard. What's up?
Now, if it was Reba, I wouldn't mind being calling that. I'd be making a lot of money.
Yes,
but
you
at
would.
any rate, I wondered about Fitzpatrick. They've switched people. He was in a better position, I think, the year before. And what about putting him back where he was the year before this?
Well, when you say put him in Reva, you're talking about letting him be a dynamic player back there. That is a lot more freedom. That is having him move around so that you can't predict where he's coming from. Is that what you're saying?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'd like that too, to be honest. I mean, they kept him back there for a reason. But even that, there were some big plays given up. So while he may have been good at playing the, quote, center field area, I still think I would rather have him in positions of unexpected explosion. Somewhere where he can be like a Troy Polamalu, because I think he has the talent to do that. He had one interception that came very late in the year last year. They need more of that from him. But where they're putting him means that they want to try to make sure nobody goes deep against them. But people still had success deep against them at times. So I think
that's right, because of the run defense that wasn't there.
Right. So again, the holes are there. They have to address them all. But thank you. That's a good way to look at it, Reva, and I hope you have a nice day. Thanks for calling. The first Reva I've had on the show. Like that. Jeff, an ordinary name, but not an ordinary man. He's in the car right now. Hello, Jeff. How are you?
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Good. Thanks.
Hey, just a couple quick things. So on the Steeler front, I think that they have an opportunity at number one to draft a running back, because that's the way they seem to want to run their offense. I mean, if they could get Jenny at number one, I think that would be a great pick.
No, I wouldn't do that. I'm not going to put that in the first-round pick.
No?
Nope.
Even with the depth of the wide receivers? I mean, what are you thinking, a receiver? Or
yeah, I think defensive line, and I'm still looking at those two big positions of need. I think running back is easily fixed without having to go this route. They did it once before with Najee Harris. I wouldn't do it this year.
Okay. Well, on the other thing about the Pirates, last week the general manager come out and said he's not done yet as far as signings. And I know they signed that pitcher yesterday, but do you think do they talk, like, would he be in contact with other teams about maybe a first baseman or a right fielder that may come available due to maybe younger talent that the other team has?
Certainly. They got to keep Jeff, they got to keep all that stuff open. And Andrew Heaney is not the guy I was looking for when he said they're still not done. They talked about a big move. At least that's what he was quoted as saying. If that's a big move, then I'm sorry, I'm not looking at it the right way. However, this move might pave the way for another move or two to be made if they utilize some of the assets they have in their minor league system to acquire some bats that have been proven on the major league level.
Well, we can only be so helpful or hopeful. That's what I'm hoping for.
I don't think that, what they need, they have a pitching staff that should keep you in a large percentage of your games. So from that point of view, you need bats, yes, but you have to go crazy here. I just would have expected much more activity in their offseason when it comes to spending than what we saw. Tommy Pham is not going to get it done for me. I'm sorry.
I agree. Thank you, Bob.
All right, Jeff, thank you. At 412-928-9370, let's keep it moving. Ryan in New Jersey, who always brings a good hockey perspective. So, Ryan, did you like the Four Nations? Are you willing to absorb the injuries that you saw?
I think, yes, absolutely, because hockey needs that kind of promotion. But the reason I called the guy right off the top of your show made the comparison to hockey to the NHL, what they're doing with the Four Nations to the NFL. And it has absolutely nothing to do with the Steelers or the NFL. First off, they only play football in the United States in the first place. So I don't get it. Like, not everything has to come back to the NFL. Anyway, I did like the tournament. Great action. They all cared. I mean, it was real, maybe too real as the Kachucks are out there. I mean, Matthew Kachuk, if that groin is pulled significantly, boy, they're not going to like that too much. Defending champion without a big player. But I did like – now, one thing I do want to hammer, Sullivan I thought did a pretty good job mixing and matching. He did – when you give him the tools, he's a much better coach, but your depth isn't there, as we've seen the last few years. But Bill Garrett, those 5 players from New York, the 4 from the Rangers and Brock Nelson, what are you doing? Like, bring Thompson, bring Roberts, bring a sniper.
Cole Caulfield's another one. They have a guy who's a young sniper from Montreal.
They brought 4 guys who were supposed to be great. Or no, Adam Fox, who's honestly like one of those dancing Nancy defenseman. I hate defensemen who can't play defense. He gave up. They picked on him for both of the last 2 goals last
Certainly
night.
did, yes.
He broke it down. McDavid got off the schneid for being non-clutch. Austin Matthews firmly kept himself in non-clutch. So
I thought he had a good game, though. I thought last night was his best game.
He didn't score. But he didn't.
No, he didn't. But Jordan Binnington was the reason. Binnington was better than I thought.
Oh, he was. And right after, in the scrum after, John Cooper had a guy in a headlock, and he was talking in his ear with Binnington. I didn't realize at first. But, he was on the bench, and Binnington was over there next to him, and he was saying something in his ear. So that was, it's good to see him succeed, I thought Hellebuck was fine. But I love the tournament. I love the action. Definitely need to expand it to, the elephant in the room team that wasn't there. It is what it is. You need that kind of thing to promote your sport from time to time.
Yeah, especially then. NHL or the NBA or the NFL doesn't have to do it, but hockey does have to do it. They are not viewed in the same lens as these other professional sports teams, so it was good for them.
Yeah, one final thing. Jake Gensel, and I didn't lament them trading him and not paying him $9 million a year last year, but man, is he is a clutch little SOB. Eichel, some guys, Werenski, Slavin, some guys had really great tourneys. And Gensel's and Dylan Larkin was a hunter the whole time. He was stalking the ice the whole time. But Jake Gensel, man, for a guy.
Yeah, Gensel, I thought if I would have picked an MVP type of player for that team, it would have been him.
And he almost had it in overtime. That one that fluttered up over Binnington, almost fluttered into the net. So
he had a great tournament, and I think he's sneaky good. And that's the thing about him. He's always been like that. He knows where to go. He knows how to do it. And he's not afraid of crowded areas. Ryan, thanks for the call, man. You always make good points. I appreciate it. Have a good weekend. Let's go to Ed in Myrtle Beach, where it's probably a lot warmer than it is right here. What's up, Ed?
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Good. What's going on?
Yeah, it's about in the mid-40s down here. It's been a pretty cold winter down here.
Well, I'll trade you.
Nothing like the snow up there.
What's on your mind?
One thing I wanted to mention was that I don't think that Russell Wilson is our future because of his age, and I think Justin Fields should get a chance. And I think that unfortunately the Steelers would have to go into a losing season to get a high draft choice and get a quality quarterback for our future like they did with Ben Roethlisberger.
Well, yeah, you have to be in that top 10, 15, range, but you can get there by trade also. I mean, there's nothing to say that even if they end up with another 10-7 season, let's say, and Justin Fields plays well but not good enough to be they make a decision, they can move up and they could try to move from 2021 to 9 if they have to, but I'm anxious to see, and I agree with you, Ed. Thank you for the call, Myrtle Beach. That they got to go with the younger guy here. I still think he has some untapped talent. I hope I'm right, and I hope I see it in the pass game because you know what he can do with his legs. But that should not be his primary weapon. It has to be being able to throw and make good decisions and accurate throws from the pocket. Every quarterback, even those who have the legs and the wheels, have to develop that. Lamar Jackson has certainly done that over time, where he can kill you in the pocket, he can kill you with the legs, and that's why they're always a team that is going to be in the hunt. They need to develop that from Justin Fields, and if they can't, then redraft the position. We'll come back with Mike in Plum. You'll be up next, Mike. We're due for a break here. Again, a reminder to you about the Fan turning 15 and a big anniversary party next Wednesday at the Rivers Casino. The party's free, but you need a ticket to get in. If you head to Tom's Watch Bar on Saturday from 2 to 3 p.m., the first 10 people will get a pair of tickets to the party and head to the Allegheny Community Federal Credit Union in Scott Township on Monday if you don't have success there with the Watch Bar, and you can do that from noon to 1 on Monday. Noon to 1, Federal Credit Union in Scott Township. More information on any way to get tickets, go to 937thefan.com. We'll be back with more right here on the Pomp and Joe Show.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates are set to bring in left-hander Andrew Heaney, according to multiple reports. He spent the past couple seasons with the Texas Rangers, winning the World Series in 2023. Pirates open their spring training tomorrow against Baltimore at 1:05. Listen to it on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Derek Shelton today announcing that Carmen Majinski will start that game. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich and Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram in Peters Township. Get great deals on the entire lineup. 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee starting at $239 a month for 27 months. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
When he's good, he's thorough good. Little bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Live from the ShoreKey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's 12:50. The 50-minute mark of the fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. A lot going on today, talking about the Four Nations, talking about the Penguins, trying to climb over 6 teams to get into that wild card position. They're only 6 points out. They've played more games than some of these teams, so they have to dig out by winning a lot of games. It starts tomorrow when the Washington Capitals come to town. The best team in the Eastern Conference. Who knew we would be saying that this deep into the hockey season? 412-928-9370. Canada wins. Sidney Crosby continues his unblemished record in international competition. Your thoughts on that and the toll it took on some of these guys coming up, as well as Steeler offseason. We're heading to the Combine coming up soon. What do you think is on the Steelers' wish list? Mike in Plum is on the air right now. Mike, thanks for waiting. I appreciate that. What's on your mind?
Bob, so if a running back is so easy to get in the middle to higher rounds, how come the Steelers have not been able to find one is my question.
Well, I don't know that they've really looked. They found Jalen Warren in an undrafted situation. He went all the way.
They did, but evidently they don't think he can carry that weight for a whole season.
Well, I don't think they
enough.
Well, they wanted to split. I think they learned from the first year when they had Najee Harris touch the ball over 400 times that was a lot, too much maybe so on one guy. So they split the duties once Warren became, very apparent that he was going to be a contributor here. So I don't know that they've made any distinction on that. And I didn't say the word easy to find. I say they're more readily available to find. You can find running backs as long as you have a good offensive line and a scheme that works together in tandem. You can have success as somebody who's not drafted or a late round pick. And this team needs more than just running backs right now. They have much other bigger issues
everywhere else. Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. But it starts with wide receiver, and they got to figure out. I'm wondering what the market would be on a guy like T. Higgins. He's going to cash us in at the right time. A lot of people in Cincinnati would love to see him back there, but man, they've invested a lot in Joe Burrow. They've invested a lot. They're going to. They got big decisions with these wide receivers to make, and so I think it'll start there, and we'll see what happens. But he's going to be available, I would think, given the cap constraints that they have in Cincinnati. Let's go to Neil in Butler, PA. Hello, Neil. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
What's up?
Real quick, I would touch on the running back. I think in the last 20 years, I think people have realized the running back is not a first-round position that you draft. That's all. I just wanted to touch on that.
First of all, you look at Gibbs in Detroit. He would argue against that. Bijan Robinson in Atlanta would argue against that. There are some. Saquon Barkley comes along. And you see what they mean.
Everybody, all the time. Maybe it's the wrong way to put it. But that was really, I just think, in general, I just want to touch on that. I think the league in general doesn't really draft unless you have a complete team. You don't really draft a running back in the first round.
And the other thing I would say about that, I'm trying to take up their case. It's a de-emphasized position with regard to salary, and sometimes I wonder about that. And if you're those running backs, you take a beating handling the ball 25 to 30 times a game, whether it's pass catching or running. You touch the ball more than any player not named quarterback. So why should you not get more money in that regard? If you're that good, I think you should. We saw McCaffrey cash in. Even a guy like Derrick Henry got $8 million a year. Now he's a little older, but still, that's a bargain, right?
That's nothing in NFL standards, right?
So I wonder what Najee Harris will command. It'll be more than 6.7.
So I really wanted to talk mainly. That was my opinion just on football. Generally speaking, I don't running back on football. I would not generally take a running back.
Okay.
But
What else?
Hockey, it was fascinating to hockey. Now, I don't think they should do it more than I think every 4 years. Now, whether it's the Olympics, whether it's this kind of a setup, and also the year that they do it, they got to figure out a way to maybe shorten the season a hair. Like now, the Penguins are turning around playing tomorrow. If there's several teams that turn around playing tomorrow, that's a pretty quick turnaround.
No, that's a very quick turnaround. And they got back-to-backers, no less.
Right, and the passion these guys show is just amazing. Just for the country, it's just and if you don't admire that, whether it's we all know, like the guys that said, elephant in the room, they got to be in it too. Get the politics aside. They should have been there, and just the passion, right? We see the other sports. When money's not really there, do they really have the passion? And these guys do. And I don't know if they got paid for this tournament, stuff like that. But that's not really was my point. The passion they show is amazing. the heart that they show. It is truly something to be said for hockey players.
Wow, and they needed. Thanks, Neil, for the call. They needed this tournament to be successful, and I think I'm waiting to see the numbers from last night's ratings. But the last time they played, it was record-setting, at least over the past 7 years. We'll see if it met that last night. I suspect it would, because there really wasn't much else going on other than some regular season NBA games. There wasn't else opposite, so I bet it's going to get a record-setting number. We'll find out later in the day. Andy in Burgettstown, you're on the Pomp and Joe Show. Hello, Andy. How are you?
All right, Bob. How are you? Hey, everybody's talking about the draft and the quarterback need a top 10 pick and all that stuff. Well, I got plenty of examples to say you don't and everything. Aaron Rodgers was 24 in the first round. Lamar Jackson was number 32. And then the bad side of it is Jamarcus Russell, number 1 overall. Ryan Leaf, number 2 overall. I mean, there's been quarterbacks that drafted in later rounds, too. Favre in the 5th, Dak Prescott.
No question about that. The 4th for Dak Prescott, I think it was, but Brady in the 6th. I mean, you can make a list.
Yeah, right.
There are
you
going to be
don't need a
mistakes.
top 10 pick.
Well, I think your chances of landing a good one increase if you do have a top 10 pick. You'll have a choice of things. And that doesn't mean you're going to make the right choice. Chicago, all you have to do is visit them to know that they haven't done that. They did it with Mitch Trubisky. Should have taken Patrick Mahomes, who went 10th, to your point. And there were, other guys. Jalen Hurts is a second-round pick. The Steelers, interestingly, had a chance to get Hurts and Lamar Jackson and passed on both. So you never know. It's still a crapshoot with all the information they have, Andy. You still really don't know. That's why I'm not sold on Shedeur Sanders and I'm not sold on Cam Ward. I think both those guys are going to be, average quarterbacks.
Right. I would have to look at the quarterback list to see who I would pick because I don't know all the names available and everything. I mean, I understand if you're not comfortable with Shedeur, then don't take him. But there's quarterbacks out there. I told everybody a couple years ago Brock Purdy should have been a first-round pick, and he took the 49ers to the Super Bowl, and here he was Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone looked at him as a first-round pick, but he was lingering there, and that's another – the Steelers chose another quarterback in that same 7th round, Chris Oladokun, instead of Brock Purdy. And if they were going to take a pick on a quarterback in the 7th round, looking back, it would have been a better pick to take Purdy, although I'm not sure if he's going to get the kind of money that maybe is – I guess San Francisco's going to pay it at some point because they have to, but I wonder how much because he sort of tailed off the – but last year was an abomination for the 49ers with all their injuries. All right, Andy,
I agree.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate the call. One more before we go to break. That would be Steve in Baldwin. Steve, thanks for calling us today. What's going on?
Hey, Bob, I just wanted to ask you, how did they choose the players for the United States and the Canadian team? Who were the people responsible?
Well, Billy Guerin is the GM of the United States team.
Yes.
And so he and his group of people that he has, and that includes coaches, decide what they think. And you're going to leave guys out all the time. Do you have somebody specifically in mind who should have been there for USA? I thought Brian Rust deserved a chance to play.
Yeah, but I just wondered how much input Sullivan had into it as being the head coach.
Yeah, I'm sure he has some. I think they get together and meet on all 4 teams, and they come up with what they think is the best options. And they're also looking not so much – it doesn't have to be always the talented guys. It has to be guys who could fit in a 3rd and 4th line. Their roles are defined more frequently in these kind of things because there are only so many games to have. So you don't always want – all the elite skaters on your 4th line when somebody else's 4th line may outwork them, down in the corners or behind the net.
That 4th line is important, that 4th line. Now, I just wondered how they choose because it was, like I said, Bennington was a big, it was a big issue with the Canadian people that he was selected to that team.
Yeah, but they made the right choice.
They sure did.
I
thought he should have been one of the stars last night.
I thought he should have been the MVP of the game last night. No question about it.
Yes.
Yeah, but I do agree with Nathan McKinnon getting the overall for the tournament MVP because he was really terrific. All right, Steve, appreciate it. Thank you for calling. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. We have another hour before the PM team takes center stage. One more reminder to you about the Fan turning 15 and a big anniversary party that's planned next Wednesday at the Rivers Casino. It's free, but you need a ticket to get in. So here are some ways to do it. Head to Tom's Watch Bar tomorrow from 2 to 3 p.m. The first 10 people will get a pair of tickets to the party, or you could head to Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union on Scott Township on Monday from noon to 1 at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Or more information, go to 937thefan.com. Joel Nelson and I return right after this short time out for hour number 4 of the Pomp and Joe Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Like the time Ron Cook got his celebrities confused.
Eric, I thought about who you reminded me of in the TV business.
Who's that?
Ron Jeremy. I've stunned silence here.
Yeah.
Nobody else watches Anchorman?
93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet. Route 8, Hampton Township. Drive a little, save a lot. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best-in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And free fitness training to help you mix up your routine. Plus, most clubs are open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends February 28th. See Home Club for details.
Need to feed a hungry crew? Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette has you covered. Firehouse Premium Sub Platters are stacked high with bold flavors. Freshly made salad platters add the perfect crunch. And don't forget decadent dessert platters, because every meal deserves a sweet finish. Looking for something easy to grab and go? Try delicious box lunches packed with everything you need for a satisfying meal. Make your next event easier and tastier. To order, call Matt Perry at Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette at 412-788-4070. Check out the full catering menu at firehousesubs.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
It may be winter outside, but inside the Monroeville Convention Center, it's golf season. The Pittsburgh Golf Show, presented by Dominican Republic Has It All, is February 21st through the 23rd. Shop, compare, and save on golf equipment and accessories. For tickets, go to pittsburghgolfshow.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pitt basketball tomorrow going to take on Notre Dame, and it's going to be at 2:15. And right here on the Fan, pregame coverage will begin at 1:45. Pirates, according to multiple reports, set to bring in left-hander Andrew Haney. He spent the past couple seasons with the Texas Rangers, won the World Series in 2023. Pirates have their spring training opener 24 hours from now when they take on Baltimore. That game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Derek Shelton today announcing Carmen Majinski will start that game. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's more Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Hour number 4 of the program today. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line, which is the same number as the call-in line, 412-928-9370. And call it right now for open phone conversation. But the text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And speaking of fees, how about this one? ESPN and Major League Baseball are parting ways and will end their decades-long partnership after this season. So that's interesting. The network first aired MLB games back in 1990, but the league said in a statement that it is dismayed at how ESPN has pared back its baseball coverage. So they had an opt-out. 3 more years on this deal. They opted out. So I wonder what that means now. And where you're going to see, they have the home run derby. ESPN wanted less money. That's why they have the opt-out. They think it's too overpriced. And I guess ratings would back that up. In a statement, though, ESPN defended its coverage of the league and said it's grateful for the relationship they had. In making this decision, though, we applied the same discipline and fiscal responsibility that has built ESPN's industry-leading live events portfolio as we continue to grow audience across linear, digital, and social platforms. This is their statement. So that's interesting, and I wonder what that means in terms of, Joel, you're a big baseball fan, And somebody's going to pick it up. They do a lot of things on MLB Network, I know. Fox is a likely. They already have some. But the league believes it's kind of riding a wave of momentum. And if you look at some of the largest live audience figures in the last 7 years, they drew more than, I think, over the figures I saw, 72 million fans that went to ballparks. But the watching games has changed, and I think it's a long endeavor, which is one of the reasons why they brought the pitch clock in, making it shorter, attention spans, whatever. And I saw some progress there for sure with the shortening of games, and I think that leads to better numbers. But for whatever reason, this will be the final year that ESPN carries games. So I think that's fascinating. Certainly Fox does a lot with that, and you wonder what it means for another network that may come in here. Who knows? 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We're talking about the Pirates, if you so choose, or also the Four Nations. I thought Jordan Binnington was the MVP. It should not have gone to Connor McDavid, even though he got the game-winning goal. I thought the USA had the better chances in the third period and beyond. Could have won, should have won, didn't win because Binnington stole it from them. And that's what a big-time goaltender is supposed to do. That's what he did when the Blues won the Stanley Cup in 2019. Also delving into Steeler topics as we get closer to the Combine, which is a feeding frenzy. All the top players in college will be there and putting on their displays and see who moves up, who moves down, or what interest the Steelers may have, because they always attend that, and they are very, very deep into their copious notes about who they would like. So we'll find out in the next week or so. In the meantime, let's go back to the lines. Again, call 412-928-9370. We have Jim in Monroeville, who's first up in this hour. Hey, Jim, what's up?
Just enjoying the show, Bob.
Thanks.
Real quick, I want to talk a little bit about the Steelers' upcoming draft. I get it. It's 2025. The NFL is about passing, and the running backs really don't get much credit. But I saw a mock draft, and it looks like some people agree with this notion that maybe a running back like Ashton Genty could be their first-round pick, and I happen to like that. And let me just explain why. This isn't Najee Harris, and nothing against Harris, but Harris wasn't considered a generational talent. Many scouts and analysts have said this gentleman coming out this year is, they haven't graded someone this high in over a decade. I mean, he looks like the type of player in 10 years. That could be, remembered as a great Steeler player, So running backs score touchdowns. We're supposed to have an offense that's predicated upon the run. I don't see any reason why you would ignore a player like that just because we drafted a first-round running back in Najee Harris.
Well, that's not the reason I'm doing it, and I respect his talent, what he put up, those remarkable numbers this year. That's not my point. My point is their needs and their top needs are not running back related. I still think there are bigger pressing issues, and you better address them when you can in the first and second rounds of this draft. So I choose to look beyond that. I think they could find someone who can be – look at James Conner, for example. I think James Conner has been one of the most valued running backs, and the Steelers had him here. He's turned into a touchdown machine, and he was a third-round pick in Arizona. He recently signed another thing. There are guys who can accomplish that. I know Genty is talented. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is they need – help in so many other areas that I would not put running back ahead of any of them.
It's hard to disagree with that. My only point is this. I just find it when your offense is, apparently going to be set up with the run game, if they let Najee walk, there's really nobody in free agency. And I mean, I just a home run hitter like this who's drawn comparisons to LaDainian Tomlinson, man, if they pass him, I understand. But if they bring him here, I think he has a huge impact on the offense. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. Well, we agree to disagree on that one, but I do respect the talent. There's no question about it. Although I think, in some of the games we saw late in the season proved he can be stopped, not totally contained, but stopped. Yeah, the guy's a special talent. I don't think there's any question. And a lot of people thought he should have been a Heisman Trophy winner. I don't want to see a running back in the first round. Not this year. If they had things sewn up on their defensive line, if they felt they were making progress with young guys, maybe so. But again, that defensive line, if anything, has shown me that they, again, have to draft that position. They've spent money on draft on that defensive line. And some of the guys they've taken have not panned out. So now you have to go back and redo it again because it's killer if you don't have those people up front to do that. So while he's going to be on the board, and I bet, taken in the first round, I don't think the Steelers should go in that direction. So what do you think at 412-928-9370? That's one of their many needs. Wide receiver is number one on my list if I'm going to have to do it because I want to see more there. Can Roman Wilson suddenly emerge as someone who can contribute big? Hopefully so. That's why they drafted him. He got injured, and so that whole first season was a waste, as it was for Troy Fontano. But to Ray Fittipaldo's point, it's almost like this year they'll be getting two guys back additionally. Like they did not have them at all last year. Now they come in. So in addition to the draft picks you do bring in, they got two guys who should be able to move in and help, I think, immediately. At least you hope so. 412-928-9370. So the Pirates open up tomorrow, as I said, and I'm curious your thoughts about Andrew Heaney, a left-hand pitcher who will be in the starting rotation. I don't think there's any question about that. And I think the rotation will be Skeens first, Jones, Keller. They may mix in a lefty here, so the order is up in the air. But Skeens, Jones, Keller, Falter, Heaney, Oviedo on the outside, trying to get back. Bullpen is, I think, decent. The hitting is not. What do they do to address it? They've wasted this offseason. Can they do anything now until the start of the season to change that? One of the things I'm hoping that has to happen is that Henry Davis gets an opportunity in the spring, makes the most of it, and then opens some eyes and instead of going in not thinking he's part of this, then create a spot for him. And I don't care where it is. DH, whatever. Get his bat going. They need him to be a contributor to this offense. So you can hear that game tomorrow. It's at 1 o'clock over on 100.1 FM. That's KDKA AM. We'll have that for you. In the meantime, Pitt will be on the air here at 2:15 against Notre Dame. Pitt needs to continue to win out. Slow start the other night. They overcame it. They won the game. They need more of that because they kind of fallen out of the bubble situation. And now they've forced themselves, much like the Penguins, into do a lot of winning, a lot of quickly to get back into that picture. The Penguins will be back home tomorrow against Washington. Then on Sunday, both afternoon games against the New York Rangers, a team that is really disappointed. A lot of expectation for them coming in. They started the season with a 6-0 win here in Pittsburgh, you might remember. But ever since then, they've fallen apart. And they gave a lot of money to Igor Shesterkin. They got some older guys, and they got some guys who've not lived up to what they expected this year. So the Rangers have fallen off the pace. Having said that, they still have some numbers on the Penguins, and the Penguins can make up ground here this weekend with a couple of wins, but they need regulation wins, as they are 6 points out of the final wild card, which currently is held by Detroit Red Wings. I still want to get your thoughts about the Four Nations and whether or not you think this should be something on a regular basis, or how often do you do it? There are going to be some open areas in there when it comes to the World Cup and then the Olympics alternating every 2 years. So you're going to have still open dates where you'd have an all-star game. I've gotten to the point now where I don't want to really watch all-star games at all. I really don't. I'm not interested. Even the ones that are decent, like baseball, I think that's probably the one that's left that you can actually see a lot of guys and, okay, one game, home run hitting contest, whatever. I don't need to see anything more than that. I really don't. I don't want to. So they got to come up with a way in the NHL to do something. I don't know if this is, something they could stage. But if you do it, you got to have Russia involved. You got to have the Czech people involved. You got to have a lot more nations involved in this. And if you do that, it's going to take more than 10 days, as it just did this week. So that's something for the NHL to consider after a successful 10-day tournament here with the Four Nations. I think it's going to get the kind of ratings that they were hoping for that would grow the game a little bit at least. We saw the ticket prices last night were a little out of control, up to $2,300 to watch that game in person, but people are willing to spend it if you give them the right product, and that's the bottom line. 412-928-9370. We will take a break right now, and when we come back, more open lines up until the PM team, so it's 412-928-9370. When I tell you about a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas, you can do this and stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas' premium sports viewing destination. Visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim for you and 3 guests. Plus, how about $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championships? If you're all in on that, all you got to do is download and listen to The Fan on the free Odyssey app. Listen each day on the app for a minimum of 1 hour, and you receive an entry. It's really that simple. The national contest runs through Sunday, February 23rd, so get the free Odyssey app and listen to The Fan for 1 hour each day, and you'll have a chance of winning this ultimate prize pack. We'll be back with more calls. 412-928-9370, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, swords on his face.
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball against Notre Dame tomorrow, 2:15 on the Fan. Pre-game coverage is going to begin at 1:45 as the Panthers look for their third win in a row. Pirates are set to bring in left-hander Andrew Haney, according to multiple reports. He spent the past couple seasons with the Texas Rangers. Pirates will begin their spring training this time tomorrow against the Baltimore Orioles, and that game can be found on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Derek Shelton today announcing that Carmen Majinski will start that game. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Count your lucky straws. The Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available at GetGo for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. So drink up before your luck runs out. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. The captain is back. That's wild cod, beer battered cod with melted cheese and all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't let this delicious option sail away. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
This is Linnell Willingham with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. To this point in the NFL offseason, it's been plenty of rumors in terms of which big players and or quarterbacks are going to be on the move. But next week in Indianapolis at the NFL Scouting Combine, I expect us to get a lot of information, whether it's Prime 47. I can guarantee you this. Plenty of agents and general managers will be talking. And the question is, will we listen? I'm Linnell Willingham.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At Diamonds Direct, we believe luxury is an experience and not a price tag. Luxury is expert guidance. It's the selection of 10 jewelry stores under one roof. It's saving time on endless comparison shopping, and you'll only find this experience at Diamonds Direct. Our luxury showroom has it all backed by our lifetime warranties and our signature best price guarantee. Diamonds Direct is the perfect combination of luxury and value, so you don't ever have to compromise. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
We're back in the Miller's front yard who recently switched to True Green.
Their lawn started looking like a golf course, and PGA Tour golfers started showing up.
Here's one now hitting out of this lush green grass. He has to avoid that sandbox to keep his round going. Oh, into the sand. It's a toy dump truck and rolls out.
Oh, the neighbors love the action on this True Green lawn.
Get a PGA Tour quality lawn for as little as $1 a day. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Exclusions apply. See TrueGreen.com for details.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Joe just told me we got some news here. Brandon Staley, formerly of the Chargers, is going to be the new Saints defensive coordinator. So he gets another job. Didn't go so well with as a head coach out there in Los Angeles with the Chargers, but a second chance and back into a coordinator role. So we'll see how that goes. 412-928-9370 here is the number to call. We go to Jerry in the north side who wants to talk some football, I believe. What's up, Jerry?
Sports 60 there. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Jerry.
Hey, I want to talk about Derek Shelton here.
Okay.
That's the Pirates' problem is management. You know, changing pitchers every inning. When you get to the 6th and 7th inning, you change pitchers every inning. You know, that's one reason why they losing. And him and keep putting Bednar in there as a relief pitcher almost every game.
Well, that's not true. He's, first of all, there's this belief among managers today that they have specific innings for specific pitchers, which I don't like. But when you do come in there now, you got to face 3 batters. So a lot of this is strategic based on who you're batting against. But, this is one of the reasons why I think sometimes you just got to go with a pitcher who's doing well. And if he is, a lot of these managers go for 1 inning and that's it, and they don't want to expose pitchers to more. I'm of the belief that if you have it going and it's a small pitch count, Jerry, then the best thing you do is keep a guy in there. I'm not going to be making changes just because this guy is a so-called 7th inning pitcher, this guy is an 8th inning pitcher, and this guy is my closer. I'm going to go a little outside the box on that.
Yeah, because I watched them lose a lot of games in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning.
Well, most of it is because they don't have enough hitting either, though, Jerry. I mean, that's their biggest thing right now. They need more hitting. So they haven't addressed it. We'll see what happens. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it on this Friday at 412-928-9370. Yeah, Pirate baseball season is about to begin tomorrow against Baltimore right at 1 o'clock on FM, KDKA 100.1, or AM. You can get both ways there and see what they do in that first. Karma Majinski will get the call in that first game tomorrow. But, again, my big thing about I want to be watching for, I want to see Henry Davis bat a lot in the spring, and I hope he puts it up pretty big numbers, and I hope they bring him north and play him somewhere where his bat can be productive. If not, that's going to be looked at as one of the worst picks because he doesn't catch. That's what he was drafted to do, and if he can't hit, then it's even worse. Frank is in the car, and now he's on the fan. Hello, Frank.
Hey, Bob. Hey, I thought I'd just make a comment. I hear people complaining about Derek Shelton, and my feeling about him is who knows if he's a good manager. With the talent he has, Casey Stengel, Jim Leland, whoever you want to pick.
Frank, what happened to you?
And my point is very, very little change would happen. It ultimately goes back, and you can't even blame the general manager. It goes back to the fact that they're not spending money. It goes back to the owner. It's the same old story. It's the owner. They made zero moves to improve the team over the offseason. I mean, if I'm Paul Skeens, I would do it now. I would ask to be traded because nothing's going to change, and he's just going to waste 4 more years of his career having Adam Frazier's come along and
Tommy Pham and people like that. Now, Spencer Horwitz may be good eventually. I hope so. But
it's a hope. First of all,
they're not. They're not doing a good enough job. Clearly, I mean, we made that pretty apparent. And they didn't. Andrew McCutchen was their biggest signing, and he's one of their own. And they're doing it for nostalgic reasons. McCutchen is fine.
Well, he's one of their.
But that's not.
He's also one of their best hitters.
Yeah, but you got to move. You got to get better than that in a DH role. If you're going to be a DH, you can't have those numbers. Sorry.
I agree.
But Derek Shelton, to your original point here, I mean he's in on these things, and quite frankly, I think Cherington knows when he took this job that there are going to be restrictions on salary, on how much he can spend. And if you're okay with that to get the job, then you're going to have to deal with the criticism that comes with it. They need to stretch that out. They need to do better than what they've done this year. And if I'm Paul Skeens, I don't think it matters. They're not going to move him. Just do your thing and wait your time. Your time will come. You'll get an opportunity to make the kind of money that you're going to ultimately get. But in the meantime, just pitch. And I think he has the right attitude for that, too. I think he knows that.
Oh, I do, too. I don't think there's any attitude. But there's also injury involved and other things that certainly can happen. But my point being, we could all complain about Shelton. But there is not a manager who's living or past that would do much different than the talent that this team has collected and continues to collect year after year. When you hear people talk about the season once again this year, what do you hear people say? We hope and if.
Yeah, hope is not a plan, and if exactly.
Right.
That's terrible. Should never be that.
Yeah.
Especially in a division that I think is winnable. I don't know that this is one of those divisions that are going to jump out at you. Milwaukee will be okay. They normally are, even though they've lost some key people to them. St. Louis will be okay. Chicago should be better, and they weren't that good last year. And Cincinnati should be better, but they weren't that good last year. So you're frittering away these years of Paul Skeens, and that's the most frustrating part of it.
Exactly. Hey, maybe the Galbraith family will come back and buy the team. Geez, who would ever thought that having the Galbraith back would be a good move for the ownership of the Pittsburgh Pirates?
Well, listen, I just want somebody who's willing to spend, and they're all rich, they're all making money, spend more of it. Don't just take it as profit, spend it. Thanks, Frank, for the call. Appreciate it. Let's go out to Big E and Irwin. What's up, Big E?
Hey, Paul. I got a Mike Lang story for you.
Sure.
I worked down at the Igloo back in the 80s when Mike Wood was the manager of the Igloo Club. And you know how you used to ride that little elevator up to the top floor where all the lounges weren't at. So every game, like in the 80, 85 with Doug Shedden and Mike Bullard and all them, about the third period start, Lang would look at us guys and say, hey, bring me a Coke. He said, you know what I'll have down at the bar when the game's over? Always come down and finish it off with a good drink. And the stories that he used to sit around to tell us guys from Jean Pron of those days. And, you know, when he first started out, he said, hey, you guys got something coming up. And I'm going to tell you, he says, I hope I'm here to celebrate it with you. Well, I'll tell you what, God rest him in peace. And there's never going to be another Mike Lang.
No.
With a smooth, silky voice that he had to
and
call
just his
off
ability to take it to a crescendo when necessary. Very good story there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Big E.
Hey,
Appreciate that.
Take care, Bob.
All right, you too. And it was a doubly difficult day for me personally, just because of knowing Mike over all these years and what he meant to a lot of people. But John Burnett, a longtime KDKA personality, and what a good one, also passed away yesterday at the age of 71, I believe. It was just 6 years ago he retired. I remember we were on the set talking about his accomplishments, his career. But he's been dealing with a lot of stuff, and the last 4 years have not been good to him. And I certainly wish Deb, his wife, and kids, and the entire family. It's a tough loss because the guy was as effervescent as can be. He was a guy who concerned himself with other people, always had a smile on his face, and he had to deal with just a bad ending to his life. And I know, at least for now, the pain is gone, and he'll be in a good place, but we will certainly miss him at KDKA. So rest in peace, John Burnett. Rest in peace, Mike Lang. 412-928-9370. Break time. Back with more as we head into the BMT right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates open their spring training tomorrow against the Baltimore Orioles just under 24 hours from now. That game can be found on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Derek Shelton today announced that Carmen Majinski will start that game. Pitt basketball looks for their third win in a row. They'll take on Notre Dame at 2:15 on Saturday. That's right here on The Fan with coverage at 1:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
We are less than a month away from the madness, which means it's time for some college basketball. Hey everyone, I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Alabama is now 11-1 to win the title after dropping a pair of games this week to Missouri and Auburn, so there should be some good value in a team we already know has a top seed liked up. The Crimson Tide returned two of their top three leading scorers from last season's Final Four team, and experience is always key. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey guys, it's Malsey, and we talk a lot about sports together, right? And so we're talking about pro athletes. And what do you know about pro athletes? They train constantly, all the time, to try to perform better on the field or the court or the ice. However, I have a question for you. What if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost, and they're in chewable form. If you don't like swallowing pills, you don't have to. Plus, since Blue Chew is an online prescription service, you're not dealing with one of those awkward conversations or trips to the doctor's office. No, Blue Chew ships direct to your front door in discreet packaging, and because no two guys are the same, the licensed medical providers are going to work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Fall in love with the new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SE all-wheel drive for only $219 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 10,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, go to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at spitzeracura.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Once again, the same kind of day outside. Flurries, cold temperatures, although it's a little bit warmer than the last several. So that's good as we welcome you back into the Pomp and Joe Show. No Joe today. He's out enjoying himself. We'll be back Monday. In the meantime, call 412-928-9370 talking about the Four Nations. Canada winning again. Mike Sullivan and USA had the better play in the third and overtime and could not get a goal. Stymied by Jordan Binnington. And the other end, Connor McDavid was allowed to be wide open in the slot, and that's a no-no with a guy like that. He pulled the trigger and beat Connor Hellebuck to the glove side, and that's how that ended. So USA comes in second, Canada wins it, and tomorrow the Penguins start right back up into this as they take on the Capitals, the best team in the East, and then the Rangers after that. 2 weekend games. 412-928-9370. Pirates get underway tomorrow, and Greg in Youngstown is on line 1. And I know he has some Pirate thoughts, and I can almost predict what they would be. Greg, how are you?
Oh, how's it going? I mean, the thing about baseball, the problem with the Pirates is they don't got a Paul Skeens as a hitter. Okay, they just don't. They don't got a Barry Bonds.
Well, he could hit if he wanted. He'd probably be better than half the people they have in there if they allowed him to hit.
I agree. But haven't you noticed this? I mean, you grew up when I did, basically. Every hitter had a different batting stance, right? Joe Morgan, Cecil Cooper, and Parker. Everybody has the same batting stance anymore. I mean, everybody's like these robots up at the plate anymore. Isn't it weird how when hitting was really good, 70s was really good, and 80s was good, everybody had these little nuances as a hitter. Now it's like everybody's up at the plate with the same goofy batting stance, standing straight up, or I don't see like those little changes with hitters, you know? I think Trio has a really bad batting stance. I think Davis has a bad batting stance. I think they really have – they just don't know the art of hitting. They don't know what – they have to, like –
Well, I think that goes beyond – I think that, Greg, goes beyond the stance. Like, I see swings that aren't the same. It's about what you do right at contact. It's not unlike a golf swing that has many different ways of getting to the top of your swing down through the strike zone. I think if I remember a guy like Joe Morgan, he used to use the chicken wing when his left arm was going back and forth.
Yeah.
But at the same time, most of these guys at impact are right where they need to be. Head in the right position. Everything else makes sense. How to get there is anyone's game. And I don't think you have to be the same or different as long as you get to where you need to go at impact. And that's the thing that hitting coaches will teach.
Jay Bell couldn't hit for the Indians. Couldn't hit worth a darn. He comes to the Pirates. They change his whole batting stance. You're like, okay, you're changed overnight. The guy from being a 180 hitter eventually hit 30 home runs in the major leagues. I just don't think there's good hitting coaches who look at each hitter individually and say, okay, what's best for you? I think they look at everyone as a cookie cutter, hitter. Okay, this is what you're going to do. Get up to the plate. It just doesn't work that way. Even golfers, you golf, right? Everybody has their little ways of doing things. I think baseball's gotten too mechanical hitting wise.
All right, yeah, great. We'll see. I mean, I don't care how they do it. Just hit the ball. It doesn't matter what it looks like at the beginning. Just what it looks like in the strike zone. When I say strike zone, I mean head over the ball, hips in the right position, and then the extension that follows. Dan in Glassport is up next. Hey, Dan, how you doing?
Okay, Bob, how are you? Okay?
Yeah, doing well. What's going on, man?
All right. Well, this is the Mike Lang thing. I got married on May 25th, 1991.
Okay.
And I had the reception at my house, and we didn't listen to the network broadcast, but I almost got beat up because I didn't put Mike Lang on the radio.
Okay. That's how important he was to you, huh? You had to hear Mike do the game.
I don't know what we were celebrating that day, but it looked like the Penguins' first Stanley Cup was more of a celebration. And God bless Mike and all those that were there to write me.
All right, Dan, that's a good story. Thank you for sharing your thoughts about Mike Lang. And sadly, at age 76, he's no longer with us, but his calls and his lasting impression on Pittsburgh Penguin hockey will live on forever. James is in Irwin, and now he's on the Fan. Hey, James, how are you?
Hey, Bob. Bob, good day to you.
Good day to you.
I just want to let you – thank you. I just want to let you know something. You are an absolute staple in Pittsburgh broadcasting and journalism, and I appreciate your knowledge and your professionalism, and you bring it home to the point where you make me and others that listen to the radio very comfortable, and you're just awesome. So I wish you the best in your family, too. Have a good day, sir.
Is that all? That's it? Nothing else? Okay.
Well, I don't want to talk about the Pirates because all it is talk all the time. It ends up being the same thing. So, and the Steelers are being what they're doing, and
we need to get out of this funk. There's a funk going on, and all these teams need to get it together. But thanks for the call, and I appreciate the kind words, James. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I've often looked at this as just an opportunity to chat with people. I love doing it, no matter where it may be. Out for a Giant Eagle. It could be at a bar someplace, if that's the case. Whatever the case may be. I always appreciate that, and I appreciate the fact that you listen to whatever it is I bring to the table here at 412-928-9370. Want to remind you one more time about a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas and the Circa Resort and Casino. It's Las Vegas's premium sports viewing destination. The biggest March Hoops party that you're going to find at Stadium Swim. If you've never been there, it's pretty cool. For you and 3 guests, plus you're going to get $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience. It's the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championships. All you have to do is download and listen to The Fan on the free Odyssey app. Listen each day for the app, minimum 1 hour, and you'll automatically be entered. It's that simple. So again, the national contest is going to run until Sunday, February 23rd. To get the free Odyssey app now, go get it. Listen to The Fan 1 hour each day, and you'll have a chance to win this ultimate prize package. Couple more minutes before we turn it over to the PM team. We have Dante in the car. Dante, what's going on?
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Yeah. Hey, Bob, all this talk about Mike Lang and what a good guy he is, and it just makes me want to say, before I mention talking about him for a second, that you are a true gentleman, and you have been for many years listening on the radio.
Thank you, Dante. I appreciate that.
You make everybody feel really good about,
Well, this is an opinion-based business, right? So whatever it is, I'm welcome. I love hearing what people think about it. And you get a pulse of what fans are thinking about with all teams. So go ahead. What's your What is your perspective today?
Yeah, so with Mike Lang, he is so absolute number one among anybody I can think of in the sports world that I've met. And he was always out and about in town, so I've had the chance to sit down and talk to him for, 45 minutes at a time. And I wish more people could have just been more like him. But he was such a good person that he rubbed off on everybody else. And when you listen to him on the radio, the way we learn a lot from all of you guys on the radio about sports, he was just so smart about everything hockey related. He was just such a good student of the game, I guess, and had such a, really good background to understand what was going on in the game and everybody.
Well, you know what that's a result of, Dante? It's all the result of his preparation. It always was, it always will be. And he stressed that to anyone who would follow him and talk to him, that it's all about your preparation. If you're confident with what you've done in advance, then you should be confident when you describe it on the air. And a lot of this is, in hockey, there aren't a lot of dull moments. So when you do get one of them, if you could throw in some kind of story about a player, but it can't be something that, it has to be in your mind. You can't resort to looking through papers because you don't have a lot of time. So he would make sure that those stories would be readily available in his mind. So when he had an opportunity to throw it in to accent what he was doing as far as a game call, that's what he did beautifully, I thought.
Yeah, his knowledge of the game and his historical perspective was better than everybody's in hockey that I can think of, period. And in my whole life, Bob Prince was really, just somebody growing up with it, was always on the radio because the games weren't on the TV.
Right.
But back then the radio was always on, even if you were outside, and you always listened to the ball game. But I would put Mike Lang above Bob Prince, above any broadcaster for any sport that I've ever listened to. I just wanted to mention that. He was just
thank you, Dante.
a really great
It really
person.
is. It's a big loss for Pittsburgh. He and Myron Cope and Bob Prince, all unique people, and they certainly left their mark in Pittsburgh sports history. Thanks, Dante, for the call. All right, we have someone called Big Ben in Market Square. So this can't be the Big Ben that I know, Big Ben, but maybe it's another Big Ben. Hello, Big Ben.
Bob, you make me feel like I do know you. So I just wanted to concur with what one of the last callers said. You're a very approachable guy. Every time we saw you, my kitchen crew downtown in Market Square going for lunch or something, you always talk to us. And I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate that. And obviously, God bless the Lang family. And, you obviously have a place for him on the Mount Rushmore of Pittsburgh. And if I may be so bold, I would have to say there's probably a place reserved for you as well.
Well, you'd have to go deeper than 4, I can tell you that, because there's too many good ones in this town. But thank you. What's up?
No problem. And real quick about sports, I think the Yinzers need to take all their medicine, relax. I think we just happen to be in the Valley right now. We had really good times for a long time here with Big Ben. Everybody got to calm down. We got to get it together. It's going to take a little
cyclical.
bit of time.
It is. It goes up and down, but you can shorten those Valley, destinations for a while. But thanks, Big Ben. Appreciate it.
For sure. The Pirates are a foregone conclusion. I won't even give them the attention. And the Penguins is kind of the same thing as the Steelers. It's like we've been spoiled for a real long time. And I think at this point, it's time to –
I agree with that, and I think some people need to sometimes take a step back. I realize why expectations are huge and why people want to be as critical as they can be. And listen, that's part of it. You have to accept the criticism. But largely over the course of most of our lifetimes, you've had a chance to watch some great athletes play here in Pittsburgh, and I don't think you should ever lose sight of that. That doesn't mean you can't expect more, and teams should be hopefully in a position where they can bring more to you. But also consider what I think as a Pittsburgh sports community, what we've seen and been able to witness. I think it's great. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it. One more call before we go, and that's Mike in the car. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Bob. How are you?
Doing good. What's going on?
Hey, nothing. I just wanted to say I once saw you at a event for Heath Miller down in I think it was.
Yes, down in.
I was downtown.
Yeah, that was with Glimmer of Hope Foundation, because he and Alan Faneca were both involved, and that's a great foundation. They do great work.
Absolutely, and everybody got a football, got it all signed and everything. I said, Bob, sign my football. And you said, no, you're going to ruin it.
Well, I did. I mean, you have legendary. You don't need my name. No, I feel that way a lot when people say. I said, I don't want them to take the space. You have other people to put on there ahead of me. So
no, because you're a legend in Pittsburgh. And then another Mike Lang. I was out at a bar one night with a couple friends and their wives and everything, and the Cupid Shuffle came on, and he was like, "What's that song?" And so
Mike
we put it on again.
He loved music, especially rhythm and blues. So he was somebody who, if you talk to him about music, he can go on forever as well. Mike, thanks. I appreciate it.
One of a kind. Hey, take care.
You have a great day, and thank you for the kind words at 412-928-9370. Well, the conversation goes on. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller will be on here next talking about some of the same stuff. I'd like to get their opinions about what you saw in the Four Nations last night. And Jake Gensel, we were talking a little bit about him, but boy, I thought he was one of the better players for all teams. He's just one of these sneaky guys who knows how to get it done, not afraid to go to these areas which create scoring opportunities. And I thought if they had won that game, that he might have been the overall tournament MVP for them. That's how good he's been. In the meantime, I want to remind you that we're at the 15-minute mark, and it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Also, our What's Cookin' segment is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
You didn't miss a beat there, Joel. Good for you. Yes, thank you, Tim Hester. And it's also brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. All right, coming up on KDKA TV this weekend, tune in to the #1 Cochran Sports Showdown. We do that show every Sunday night. And this week, my guests will include Andrew Filipponi. He'll be sitting in the same chair in a matter of moments. Mark Caboli and Jason Mackey as we talk about heading into the Combine for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And also, can the Penguins dig out? And what should your realistic expectations be for guys like Henry Davis for the Pirates? And is it too soon to call him a bust? I don't want to do that. I want to see him play, and I want to see him add to this team. And I think they need it, quite frankly, given the lack of bats that we've seen in the organization. Anyway, that's going to do it for me. Thanks for joining me. Joe will be back on Monday, so we'll get into it. And I'll be back here actually tomorrow, Joel. So I'll see you tomorrow as well. Back in
Can't wait.
Saturday. I haven't done many of those lately, but yeah, tomorrow will be a good day as we can do it from 11 to 1:45 ahead of Pitt and Notre Dame tomorrow. That's a big game for the Pitt Panthers. They really need to win that one to get back on track with this March Madness, because some of those losses they sustained earlier really have hurt them in terms of where they are. They still can get back into it. Could they be a first four team at this point? And that's where they seem to be heading. But whatever the case may be, they've had some injuries to overcome, and we'll see what Jeff Capel and his team can do coming up tomorrow. And you'll hear that one right here on the Fan. The Pirates will be opposite station on the sister station. That's KDK AM or FM 100.1 to host the Baltimore Orioles tomorrow. That's a 1 o'clock start on KDKA AM. And that's going to do it for me. Joel, thank you very much. I always appreciate the time.
Good stuff as always, Bob.
We'll
Let's do it again tomorrow. Why not?
Yeah, and back on Monday when Joe Starkey returns to this very seat. Thanks for joining us here on the Pomp and Joe Show. Stick around because it's the PM team. Andrew Filipponi, Chris Muller, and Donnie Football all next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. How about Robert Morris right now? They are red hot. Maybe an upset pick early. I've been waiting. If you've been waiting to join on FanDuel, there's no better time. The app's easy to use. When you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride to sport all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $220 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit SouthHillsKia.net for details.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt goes to South Bend, Indiana to play Notre Dame. This is a massive game for Pitt. 2:15 tomorrow on the Fan. Weird time. That means pregame coverage starts at 1:45. The Fighting Irish. Tickle me Clover. Those boys from South Bend, yeah. You never heard that expression before?
Tickle me Clover?
Oh, yeah. It's what horny leprechauns say. Yeah. You don't remember that?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Didn't know there was even a subgenre of leprechauns who were horny.
When we went to a Syracuse Notre Dame basketball game at the Joyce Center back in the actually it was February 2008, as a matter of fact. I was drunk on campus saying that.
How'd that go for you?
Not great. I think that's one of the times I got punched in the face, actually.
By somebody at a Catholic school?
For more, go to 937thevan.com right now. It's a Friday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Allow everyone to catch their breath. McDavid on the draw. Takes a shot. It actually went forward. McCarr behind the net. Set play. McDavid scores! Connor McDavid scores the goal. Team Canada wins for Nations Gold.
That's how it sounded on NHL radio. Canada 3, USA 2 in overtime. Same old song and dance. Deja vu. 2010, U.S. beat Canada in the round-robin stage. Played them again in the gold medal game. Game went to overtime. Canada won. And that happened again last night in Boston. And we're going to start with this again because everybody was watching. I can't wait to see.
Including nightly sports call viewers if they listen to Richie.
I can't wait to see how granular this gets, because usually with big sporting events like the Super Bowl, they'll show you what the rating was in each market.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm curious to see where Pittsburgh ranks among United States cities.
I have a prediction.
I think it's going to be in the top 5.
Here are the cities I feel very confident in the United States in saying will be ahead of Pittsburgh. Boston, for sure.
I don't know about that.
I think Boston. Was there a Celtics game last night?
There was. But not only that,
the game was there.
Boston's such a big city that it's tough for them.
It's a hockey town, though. Buffalo, for sure.
I think Buffalo's a good one.
Detroit, Chicago, Buffalo, Boston.
See, I was going to say Minneapolis and Buffalo.
Oh, Minneapolis is a good one.
And maybe that's it.
We're
nowhere right there, man.
Yeah, there's nowhere in like the Pacific Northwest where it's that. You know what would be a very funny sign that hockey's really arrived? Are there enough people in like randomly in Phoenix wanting to watch Austin Matthews? Because isn't that where he's from? Like, he grew up in Arizona?
Well, the Kachuk boys are born in Scottsdale, too, because their dad played for the Coyotes. When they had those sick sweaters that they'd wear, the black one with the...
Oh, with all the goofy stuff on
Remember
the
that, Don?
The trim
was
very...
great.
That was the most
hockey
90s
sweater
jersey you could possibly have come up with. That Coyotes jersey. Bring back that and bring back the old orange, yellow, and black Canucks jersey with the skate.
They do.
The Cliff.
When the
they
Penguins
had
played
back?
there this year and they gave up
yeah.
like 4 goals in 30 seconds, they wore those jerseys.
The Cliff Ronning and Trevor Linden era. These are guys that Donnie has never heard of in his life.
I just have a very generic question to ask to start today's show, and that's just what's your reaction to this game? Because everybody watched it, and everyone has some opinion on it, whether that's what happened, whether that's Sid, whether that's something about how USA lost, whether it's about the intensity level of the game and the quality of the game. Everybody has an opinion on this. In fact, I know that for sure because something happened today when I was at the gym that had never happened in my entire life as a sports fan. Not one time. I'm almost 40 like you. Something happened that had never happened in my entire life watching sports. They turn on ESPN at the start of First Take, at the start of a debate show, and that's the topic they began with. They talked more hockey on ESPN this morning than they have since, I don't know, ESPN stopped doing SportsCenter and running the, Keith Olbermann and Rich Eisen.
Dan Patrick out there.
Okay, now it's the top of the hour. We're just going to replay the same SportsCenter that we just aired at 9 at 10 back in the day when they used to do that when I was a kid.
Would you watch the re-air even though you'd watch the whole
I'd watch it back a second time, absolutely.
There wouldn't be anything new to me. I was just like, yeah, keep it on.
So they did more hockey today on those shows than they have combined over the last 10 years. Debating it, talking about it on every level, like integrating the NBA into the conversation. I mean, it was all about last night's game. Mm-hmm. And the most interesting thing I saw locally, I'm actually going to give myself credit for this because I came up with it, and the reaction I thought was extremely telling. Yes, I'm patting myself on the back.
Donnie, let's congratulate the man briefly on all of his success.
Because it occurred to me in the middle of the game, I'm like, I want to gauge how invested and interested people are in this game. So I put out a Twitter poll question. Which one would you rather see? What would you rather see happen? The USA win this game against Canada or the Penguins come back and make the playoffs this year? And almost 60% of people said, I want the USA to beat Canada and win this thing.
I just voted in it because I still can. And it ended up evening out to almost 50-50.
Right, but that's because it was after the game. But when the game was going on, it was
heavy in the USA favor.
It was 60 to 70% USA. And, man, when this tournament started, and this is a testament to the players who made it what it was and how seriously they took it, I looked at this as an exhibition. I mean, legitimately, guys like Ryan Whitney were asking, are they going to hit in this thing?
Like, are they even – like, I think – Rossi, who has since said he was dead wrong about this, and credit to him for just saying I totally guessed
I'll do the
wrong.
same thing. I was dead ass wrong too. I didn't think it was going to be this competitive.
Rossi said, I think beforehand he was like, he was live blogging it for work, and so he's like, I'll be watching this and I'll be watching USA, but not with that much interest. I think these guys are going to be going 75 to 80%. I give full credit to hockey players. They desperately want to play for their flag. And it made this event.
Right.
It just made the event.
And especially with hockey, and maybe it goes all the way back to what happened almost 45 years ago. The anniversary, I think, is tomorrow of the Miracle on Ice. It brings out tribalism, patriotism, and jingoism more than any other sport. Because you're willing to say, I'd rather win this made-for-TV hockey event that didn't even include one of the best countries in the world at it.
One of the 3 best.
Yes. I'd rather do that than my team that I root for 82 nights a year rally to make the playoffs, whereas we've seen with the Stanley Cup playoffs, anything can happen.
So I have a lot of different thoughts on it. The first one is I sort of This sounds like a fence-sitting take, but it's not. There was just some part of me that wanted to see Canada and Crosby win, and it's not like some anti-U.S. take. It's just how I felt.
I wanted to have it both ways.
I know. I saw you tweet about that, and then you tweeted right after, Freebird is still a great tune.
It is.
You know what I just loved, man, my takeaway? We got a Game 7 in intensity level, and honestly, it was better than a Game 7 because you're never going to see that much talent on each team, and even the best two NHL teams aren't going to be close to the talent level on ice, shift after shift, line after line. We got a Game 7 on February 20th.
Yes,
intensity-wise. I mean, like, you know what it felt like? It felt like a little sports treat for all of us.
100%. Great sporting events at random times when you don't expect it are just orgasmic, exhilarating.
It felt like a little treat.
Amanda's in Columbus for work, so I put Stella down at 8. The game said it started at 8, but that really meant 8:30. And I was able to give that sucker my full undivided attention last night. And I was like, this is...
Okay, I'll give you another take. You got your full undivided attention. You want to know how much it drew me in? I had to do the sports call last night. I had the game recording. I got ticked off. Like, I didn't want to listen to it in the car because listening's always a little bit different. I wanted to be able to go back if I needed to and watch the third period if, like, there was a ton of action. I was somewhat annoyed. Love going on the sports call. Love talking. I was somewhat annoyed that I couldn't sit there and just watch the game last night. I just wanted to see it. And then when I got home and realized I had, like, basically beaten the overtime from ending, you know what I mean? Like, I had beaten the puck drop.
Yeah.
I was like, man, this is just get to plop my ass down in a chair here and watch this. And it's awesome to watch a game. And this is why you say they started First Take with it. This is the first time the NHL has sort of had more cultural cachet for a minute. Had, like, the buzz around it. Compared to, like, the NBA.
They got a little bit of it in the finals because McDavid was trying to rally the Oilers to a win, and he's the face of the league.
But
nothing like this.
This was, no, I'm talking true mainstream. Like, I think way more than that.
It was a perfect storm. Trump is, like, the most polarizing person on planet Earth. And
Other than Taylor Swift.
And he interjected himself into this. And then the first game where the two countries who are kind of jousting with each other played, guys started getting punched in the face 9 seconds in. And I know you poo-pooed it and looked down on it, which is fine. We're not debating that again. But nothing draws people in like because this is how it got spun, we're like sticking up for our country by slugging other people in the face. And that's why you had like MSNBC and Fox News and Good Morning America and the Today Show wanting to talk to coaches, players, and GMs from these games. Because it, just like Tiger Woods was able to do and Caitlin Clark has been able to do and Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, like it brought people outside of hockey and outside of even sports into this game.
It crossed over.
That's why, to your point, like feeling... like the FOMO from having to go do the sports call last night, it honestly felt to me, just from the way I was gauging my timeline on Twitter, because we weren't on the air and we couldn't take calls then, like I was watching something that's akin to when this entire city gets together to watch a Steelers playoff game or watch a Penguins playoff game or, when the Pirates were there 10 years ago. Like it felt like it was a huge sporting event that everybody's eyes were on here. And that's why I threw that question out there. Like, holy smokes, people are so invested in this, they'd rather the U.S. beat Canada than the Penguins come back and make the playoffs.
It's just games with stakes.
Country over club, Mosey. Not everybody does that from what I've heard.
Games like this, yeah, I still think I'm club over country. That's why I was just watching it, enjoying the fact that it was an insanely intense game. Just games of this intensity and this stakes where the players care, and the players caring is far and away the most important thing. In fact, I think what is the next time they actually have something like this scheduled? Is it
the Olympics?
No, I'm saying like the Four Nations. Don't they have it in the
2027?
They do have it in there.
Oh wait, maybe it's
29. I thought no, it's not 28 because that's the World Cup.
Oh well, because I think that there's like an actual All-Star game in between some of this, so maybe it is a long time.
So I think it's 29. So just games with stakes where the players are good and the players caring is just such like a rare treat because so much of it now, like the reason it's getting compared to the NBA is because the NBA, even the players in the NBA say the All-Star game sucks and Now people are talking about should the NBA do something like this?
Well, right,
because like the best player in the league is from Serbia. Can you have NBA versus the world?
And everybody got invested in this to the point where ESPN's like, oh my God, we have the rights to these games. We actually pay people to talk about these games. So they put PK Subban in there like they would put Ryan Clark or Dan Orlovsky on the air on these shows. And he's just burying basketball like these guys don't give a rat's ass. Meanwhile, I mean, he's not the best messenger of that.
No, he was getting clobbered on Twitter by certain people.
I'm watching him show up to Stanley Cup games with a economy-sized jug of mouthwash only to get his ass spanked by Sid. But either way, I mean, it's still entertaining, and I think in this city especially that comment resonates because we're so pro-hockey and anti-NBA. For the most part, not everybody, but you get my gist.
Well, it's trendy in Pittsburgh it's fashionable to be anti-NBA at all times. Whether that reflects reality or not doesn't even matter. I came away from it thinking this was awesome. They better not try to ruin it like they did outdoor games in the Winter Classic.
Do it too much?
They should do this like the Ryder Cup, which has the same sort of, you called it like jingoism, patriotism, nationalism. In that case, it's Europe versus, obviously, America. Every 2 years. And every 2 years, whoever wins it has that extra year to gloat. And whoever loses has that extra year to stew, especially if you lose in the title game. I even think if you can reintegrate Russia into it, you keep it 4 nations. And whoever finishes in last...
It's like relegation. They get kicked out. I kind of like that idea, actually.
Bump them and bring whoever... Obviously, Russia would be the first one coming
up with a good idea. You got that brain working
I came up with that on the sports call. Unfortunately, I don't know how many people actually saw it because they were watching the game, understandably. I just think you can make this a thing that will not get stale, that these guys are always going to care about.
Like I said,
and it could be awesome for hockey in the long term.
It felt like a playoff game. I honestly think we can fill up phone lines here by asking a pretty wide-open question. What was your reaction to last night's game? As a hockey fan, as a diehard, as someone that's not a big hockey fan? Because I think we can even tap into that on this show today. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. We want to hear from you when we come back. Wait till you hear Stephen A. had an eloquent take on this game that put it into perspective. Plus Sidney Crosby and Mike Sullivan, too. But your call's next. First, the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back in action tomorrow, 3 p.m. puck drop at the arena against the Washington Capitals. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about WetGo. They've got 10 locations. No. 20? 30? Nah, not quite. 40? Getting there. 45? Almost. 45 plus? Yup. All around Pittsburgh, you can get your car washed wherever you are. North, south, east, west. I went up to Buffalo for a playoff football game because I was so ticked off that our team lost. And I'm like, screw it. I'm going to make a 4-hour drive to watch a better playoff game. So I did that. And I was up near Erie, PA. And it was snowing sideways, and it was not a great weather day. And I needed a respite for gas and coffee. And I saw that oasis, that beacon of light. It was a WetGo car washing, a Get-Go with a WetGo car wash. And guess what? I got my car washed there. It still worked. That little decal, it's good at all the WetGo locations. I got my car washed about 2 hours away from Pittsburgh. I went unlimited, and you can too. With the Unlimited Pass, getgocafe.com/unlimited. Go with WetGo today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Linnell Willingham with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at Empower.com. Most teams in the NFL will be smart to invest in the defensive line coming up in this year's NFL Draft after seeing the absolute domination by the Eagles front in Super Bowl 59. And this metric tells the whole story. Last year's edge rush class had just 2 rushers with a pass rush win rate of over 21%. In the 2025 draft class, 10 edge rushers have a pass rush win rate of over 21%. And you say, go get the quarterback. I'm Linnell Willingham.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. College basketball heating up as we get closer to March, and right now new customers on FanDuel can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's right, $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets right now. Pitt finally got the monkey off its back in a win over Miami. Game this weekend at Notre Dame. Really, Pitt cannot afford to lose another game. They need to continue to stack wins if they're going to keep themselves alive. Their tournament hopes hanging by a thread after another 4-game losing streak. So they will go to Notre Dame, a place that has been a house of horrors for Pitt over the years. Pick a winner in that game, FanDuel.com/Andrew, and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning.
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I'm on a plane flying out west from the East Coast yesterday, okay? And I'm very, very lucky he had live television on JetBlue, you know? So I'm sitting up there, and I get up and you know, got to stretch. Can't just be sitting in your seat for 6 hours and all of this other stuff. And I'm going up and down the aisle, just walking, you know, let the blood circulate. I'm looking, every single TV had the hockey game. Every one of them. Everybody was watching this. And we all know why. It wasn't just because it was hockey. It was because of the intensity of the moment. And they played their tails off. I mean, there's no shame in losing in overtime 3-2.
The JetBlue test. That's what Stephen A. gave it. By the way, props to him for, I guess, flying on a non-private jet.
You think he was did he say first class at the start?
Does JetBlue have first class?
Yeah, they're not like Southwest, I don't think. Southwest.
Does Spirit have first class?
Don't believe
How about Frontier?
No, I think Spirit. I think the value carriers might have like economy plus.
All right, so he's on a flight out west. You wouldn't think Western flights are necessarily full of all kinds of hockey lovers, and everyone was watching it. USA, Canada. USA loses again.
By the way, I think it's a good, just very quick apropos of nothing. For the next time that they do this, I think it's a good result that Canada won.
So it's like Rocky 1, you barely lose, and then you come back. But this keeps happening. It's not the first time it's happened.
But
it's
this
not
is definitely like a better version of the American team. Marchand said that than they've ever seen before in Canada.
And it's still not good enough. That's the frustrating part.
Yeah, but you realize it's not good enough because of just like something that was a 50-50 game. And so the fact that it wasn't like almost dumb luck, wow, the Americans are really hanging in there.
I don't know. It kind of feels like the Bills losing to the Chiefs no matter what, over and over again in big games.
I guess my point would be if you're going to make that comp, I watch every Bills-Chiefs game thinking this could be the time the Bills do it, even though I don't think they will. They absolutely are good enough.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We will be giving away 4 tickets to a big event at the end of the month. To the best caller this segment at 412-928-9370. Speaking of tickets, our 15th anniversary party is just a few days away now, next Wednesday. Hampton Beer Outlet, tomorrow, 4 to 5, they're giving away tickets. And how about the casino tonight, tomorrow, from 7 to 2?
7 to 2?
7 to 2 a.m., yeah. TJ the DJ will be in the
he'll be spinning
the booth there where we do our show next to the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, and you can get tickets there. For more info, go to 937thefan.com. All right, let's see if we've got people here that want to talk about this game. 412-928-9370. Here is Vic to start us off. Hello, Vic.
Fellas, what's happening?
Oh,
man, it was
Vic.
a pleasure to meet you guys a couple of Friday nights ago. Hey, listen, man, I am not at all a hockey fan. I'd rather watch reruns of Big Brother and Amazon, whatever that show's called, Naked and Free. But let me tell you something, man. Last night, brother, I was captivated by that game. My girl, I had to switch my hug night from last night to tonight. But, brother, I promise you.
Wait a minute. Is that code for sex?
Hug night?
Yeah, I don't want to say that on the radio, but yeah.
Have you heard some of the stuff we said?
Do you have a day or night of the week where it always happens? It's like on the calendar?
Yeah, after 28 years, brother. Come on, man. You lucky. Sure, yeah. I switched it from last night to the night.
I just love that they have. I imagine that there's a calendar and it just says Hug Night on it.
Man.
Right, man. But she know that. She usually go and get all lathered up and stuff. I be trying to fake like I'm asleep, but it don't work. So anyway, man, I tell you, that was a game for forever, man. I just loved it so much. And Connor McDavid and Crosby on the same team, bro. I loved it. And wait, another thing. I got Donnie's invitation to the wedding. Why haven't I got an invitation from you guys to the daggone party yet over at Rivers?
Well, I just told you how you could pick up the tickets. I mean, come one, come all. It ain't that hard.
I got to find some time.
Okay, so
hold
on a second. Yeah, so you brought up Sid. So is Vic and West Mifflin not that disappointed or depressed because at least Sidney Crosby won last night? We might have lost, but at least kind of one of us, our favorite Sun hockey player, was able to win again.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of wanted to see Genzo get a little something too, but I wasn't too disappointed either way. I didn't care either way.
That's a guy that's saying, hey, the game was so good.
Yes,
there's even
that's my take.
There's no shame. That's what Stephen A. said. There's no shame in losing this game.
I don't think any sport, it's kind of ironic because of the 4 major sports in this country, it's the least popular. Hug Night into that. He had to switch Hug Night. I thought Hug Watch was a thing when guys were getting traded in sports. Hug Watch, is he hugging his teammates in the dugout?
Donnie, do you guys have appointment sex? You and Sarah were like, okay, I think Tuesday works for me. How about you? Oh, man,
no, but
sorry.
Vic said what, 28 years?
Yeah, they're barely 28 years old.
I gotta work in Ernie Banks. I gotta go until 10:35. Can we do Thursday instead? I think I might be able to make Thursday work.
Open your appointment book. Hold on, let me check what I've got going on.
Oh man, Thursday's a nachos night. I don't know if those two things are really gonna jive.
I just do think for a lot of people, the irony is that hockey, the least popular of the 4 major sports in this country at large, when a game has real stakes, and as long as it's not a blowout, it's easily the most intense sport to watch. And I do think that cuts across whether you like hockey or not. The Stanley Cup playoffs have this happen on a smaller scale every year. That first round where it's just wall-to-wall games and they're all insane, it seems like. People get into that and remember, oh, yeah, this is cool.
I echo what he said. I don't really feel like losing a close game took the sting out of it, like as someone that ended up ultimately wanting the U.S. to win. The fact that it could have gone either way if not for Jordan Binnington coming up huge in overtime.
God, how about him shutting
and
people
Gensel
up?
was probably the United States' best player. Like, he had all kinds of chances to win the game, too, where he got denied on. But what makes, the thing that cleanses any kind of bitter taste in the palate is the fact that Sid got to win again. And when you see him out there and he accepts whatever trophy they have for this, and you see him having another joyful moment, and it's another feather in his cap or notch in his belt as an athlete, I don't know, man. Like, any kind of bitterness or anger or sadness or any of those feelings that come with losing games like that instantly went away. Like, I would have preferred that he got the game-winning goal over McDavid, but still, it just adds to his legacy as an athlete. And in Pittsburgh, how could you be upset or mad about that? Of course I'm happy for him. Like, he means so much to hockey fans.
Were people happy for him in 2010, or people like stung badly in the immediate aftermath of that game? I think they were stung pretty badly.
Yeah, I do think, though, it's Olympics versus four nations.
But the intensity just felt every bit like an Olympic game.
I mean, maybe we'll have people call in and say that they're still down in the dumps today. I'm not. 412-928-9370. The first caller up says he was not a hockey fan who was so into the game he had to switch his sex night to watch. If that does not speak volumes about exactly what I'm talking about, the way that this captured people's attention here, I don't know what does. More of your stories and thoughts on this coming up next. 412-928-9370, plus what Mike Sullivan and Sidney Crosby had to say in Hockey Talk. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township, southhillskia.net. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt at Notre Dame tomorrow, 2:15 tip. You can listen to that game right here on the Fan, pregame coverage at 1:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Talk about McVay and heating, keeping things warm when constantly there's snow on the ground and it feels like when you wake up it's winter and it ain't going anywhere. It's here to stay. Gets on your nerves. What makes it even worse is when things start to not work anymore. Things go south in that direction. Let McVay bail you out. Let them help you out. Don't try to take matters into your own hands. You're not qualified to do so. Call McVay.com for the heating experts in Pittsburgh.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-469-1635. 800-469-1635. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-469-1635.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know the funny thing about life? Any given second, something can happen to you. Any given second, you can get hurt, get put in a hospital, be out of work. They call them accidents. But accidents have consequences. Accidents, you gotta go see the dog. That Let them go bite them. Let them feel pain. Let them be hurt. Let them bleed. You understand? You gotta let them bite them. Let them go after that insurance company. Let them get you top dollar. All you gotta do is make the call. Top Dog Law. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Call the dog. Call the dog. Any accident, big or small, life or death, you call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Ted, another thrilling overtime against the Americans for you. I'd love to know what you're feeling right now.
Fought it off late. They had a ton of momentum in overtime. Thought we dug in as much as we could. Benner made some unbelievable saves to keep us in the game. And then obviously you get Davo, that big one there. That's huge. We needed that. And he came in the clutch, and couldn't be happier for him. He deserves it.
5 gold medals, or what you would call first place finishes in international competition now for Sidney Crosby. That's more than the United States has all time. That's like Tom Brady having 7 rings and no other NFL team having more than 6 like the Steelers and Patriots.
That's a stat.
And so that's part of the reason why, like, I don't know, maybe some other people came in today after watching that game and got wrapped up in the patriotism of it, and you're like, damn it, we lost to Canada again. They get the last laugh on us. To the victor go the spoils. They're still the best at this. Not really feeling that way. Did love the game. Couldn't stop watching it. Couldn't keep my eyes off it. First caller said he has a weekly sexual appointment with his wife, and they changed the date.
God.
They changed the night for that game.
When you put it that way, it just sounds a weekly sexual appointment.
Yep. I should have given Vic the tickets. Best call this segment on last night's game is going to win 4 tickets to a big event that's coming to town next month. Later in the show, we'll give away 2 tickets to our 15th anniversary party, so stay tuned to find out how you can win those. You can also win a trip to Vegas. This is the final few days for that as part of our ultimate sports fan viewing experience for the college basketball tournament. Stay at the Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Vegas. You and 3 friends plus $20,000 to fund the trip for the first 2 rounds of the tournament. Download and listen to the Fan on the free Odyssey app. Listen each day on the app for a minimum of 1 hour. You receive entry. It's that simple. National contest that runs through this Sunday. Get the free Odyssey app now. Listen to the Fan for 1 hour each day, and you'll have a chance to win this ultimate prize pack. 412-928-9370. Here is a man who is a veteran who defended our freedom on a number of occasions, and now is making it big as a proprietor of the small business Barber Football Focus. I'm talking about Johnny the Barber, who is back with us. Hello, Johnny.
Hello, fellas. Did I win the tickets?
No. Are you playing O Canada in the background?
No. But I do know one person that works at the station that didn't have to change his sex night to watch the game.
You talking about me?
No, I'm talking like maybe a midday producer.
Oh, jeez.
No, I totally, was it not into this Canada game or United States game stuff. It didn't bother me.
What do you mean didn't bother?
When it didn't bother you, how do you mean that?
You mean you weren't interested in USA versus Canada when you were a man that is a proud veteran? I'm very surprised by that you didn't get wrapped up in all this.
Oh, I get wrapped up, but I want to see the United States win. But I mean, it's a useless game. It's not like they beat us at football or baseball or something. I mean, it's hockey. I don't care about hockey. It's not an American sport.
Oh, so when Michael Eruzione scored and the United States beat the Soviet Union in 1980, you were just like, well, this is a stupid-ass game. None of this really matters. I'd rather watch Ohio State beat Indiana by 5 touchdowns.
Well, he would.
Not true. No, well, yeah, actually, I would, but not true at all. Then you're facing a former foe, someone that can challenge your way of life.
Well, now we had 51st state issues on the line here with this one.
Canadians are just maple Amish. They're nothing to worry about. They're benign.
Yes, Sidney Crosby is benign, one of the greatest athletes in the city's history. Mario Lemieux, first word that comes to mind, benign.
For every star that you throw up, I can throw up a Justin Bieber. I can throw up a Drake. I can throw up an Alanis Morissette. I mean,
oh my God. Anything else?
H-I-O.
Man, Alanis Morissette catching the big time straight.
What if he had just said on tear EO?
I mean, I think Bieber was a good one.
Biebs. What was the point of bringing up the stars? I got so wrapped up in what he was actually trying to.
What do you mean?
So he's just.
Oh, he's just saying when I've said like, how dare you rip Canada? Canada produced Mario Lemieux and Sidney Crosby.
Oh, and they
two great Pittsburghers, and he said, yeah, but they also came up with Bieber and Alanis Morissette.
Alanis Morissette's pretty awesome though. Good music. Donnie, I think he was describing this game last night. Couldn't get him wrapped up because it was a babyface versus babyface match. You didn't have the typical wrestling dynamics for a title fight.
Really?
I mean, that's what he was saying about USA, USSR.
Okay, but you're saying, like, on the Canada side, they didn't look at us like a villain? Of course they did.
I just think a lot of people
were the bad guys.
I think a lot of people in the U.S.
To them, we were the bad guys.
Look at it like that.
No, we look down on them as a little. Well, I guess we can't look down on them as a little brother in hockey. Maybe in everything else.
No, I think that's where they get to look down on the U.S. very much. I think the game was more emotionally charged. I think the game was more emotionally charged from that perspective for Canadian fans, but I do think like where the U.S. where it was so popular is just because it was a very good game. I think the intensity is what appealed to people here.
Dave in Delmont is next. Hello, Dave.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I enjoyed watching the game. I was hoping Crosby scored the game-winning goal.
I scored the game-tying goal when it was 2-1. Slavin made a hell of a play.
That was awesome.
I can't stand the Kachucks, so I was voting for the Canada to win. Hey, two quick things.
Why can't you stand the Kachucks?
The one Kachuk, Brady, I think, looks like Sloth from Goonies.
I just like to knock him out like I'd like to knock Wilson out from Washington.
Oh, so you just don't like them as hockey players. Okay.
You just don't like the cut of their jib, apparently. That's
exactly. Yeah, I just like, they remind me of some of them Flyers back in the day. Hey, did you guys ever think about, like, getting together, have a meeting with Donnie and maybe Craig and saying, hey, maybe we should have a get-together out in Westmoreland County. We got a lot of fans out there. Do you think we could go somewhere out there and
Donnie,
I think people would enjoy it.
Do you want to respond to that? I think we do have a growing, budding fan base out that way.
So listen to Starkey tell it back in the day. He thought 98% of our fans were concentrated east of the city.
What would be a good place out there to hold an event like that?
Hold a whole event?
Yeah.
I mean, we have our own casino out in Greensburg, which is attached to the Westmoreland Mall.
Isn't there a restaurant that Pomp knew of out there?
How about the Palace Theater? Isn't that where Jay Leno got beat up?
Oh, yeah.
I saw Merle Haggard
the Palace Theater out there. They pull in some big-time acts.
Saw Merle Haggard before he died. God, us on stage sullying the Palace Theater would be something.
I mean, I think it would have been good to get out there for some sort of ticket drop if we have a big following in Westmoreland County. We haven't even gone close.
We should do
we got Hoagie in Westmoreland County. The poor guy's getting taken over God's green earth.
We should do
Can't get tickets.
We should do
because we're not
something.
going close
Hoagie's
out
being
there.
taken care of.
We should do
Hoagie's
something. We
being
should
taken
do
care
something where we have a Donnie goes back to his roots thing.
Donnie's homecoming. Donnie Chedrick, this is your life.
Like on the Bachelor, where they'd always
they take him back to the guy's hometown and you can meet my family. We raised horses here at the barn.
We do a broadcast on the front lawn of Donnie's old house.
No, I mean, wouldn't it be the AM? What is it?
The AMS Club.
The AMS Club. We just head right to the AMS Club and do a nice little broadcast.
Greg is next. Hello, Greg. Greg?
Yes, hello?
Yes, you're on the air, Greg.
Oh, yes. Hey, I'm a novice when it comes to hockey.
Okay.
But I need you guys to explain something to me. America won one game. Canada won one. Isn't that a draw?
No, it was a round robin. So it was for the right to just get to the championship game, and then the championship game, as the late Mike Lang would have said, was in the schoolyard for all the marbles.
Bills beat the Chiefs in the regular season, and then they lost to them in the playoffs. All games are not created equal, Greg.
Okay.
Thank you. I mean, really?
That's just a round robin tournament format. That's not unique to hockey.
Can't you ask AI or Google or Grok that question?
No, we want Greg to call the station. Well, maybe
that's what we want now. Hey guys, I wasn't able to see the end of that NBA game last night. Can you guys give me the score from that? We want to turn back into that now.
Dunlap used to tell me when I did 2 to 6 a.m. and Bino Cook was still alive, and Colin would meet Bino for lunch. He would say, "Yeah, he listens, but he mainly complains about you because, as he put it, you don't give the West Coast baseball scores while you're on the air." He was listening to me just thinking.
Well, that should have been the role of the update anchor back then, so that's actually not your fault.
There was not a single live update after like 11 p.m. on the station, even then.
Donnie, let's give Vic those tickets. He called back in. The call was just too good to not hook him up with tickets to the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show from March 7th to the 16th. Here's Mike Sullivan on last night's loss.
They were a great group to coach. It was an incredible honor to coach these guys. There's a lot of familiarity and relationships that these guys have from whether it's playing at the National Development Program or a lot of these guys have played together in international play, even though they might play on separate teams in the NHL. We could tell early on as a coaching staff that these guys really enjoyed being around one another. I think that chemistry carried on to the ice. We felt one of the biggest challenges in tournaments like this is to become a team. I thought they did an incredible job. You have to accept roles that maybe you're not accustomed to playing when you put a group of players like this together. Every guy brought so much professionalism, was willing to play any sort of role to try to help the team win. Couldn't be more proud of this group. Just to be around them, you could feel how much they cared. Not only about performance, but also about one another.
I hate the answer. I think he slid back into Penguins mode there. I think he slid back into Penguins now, like finding
Moral
silver linings and moral victories and things. If you believe that you are equal to Canada,
beat them.
And it's time we beat them in one of these games, I don't really want to hear the guy that presided over the loss saying afterwards, this is like, don't take anything away from this team. Like, I think it's fine for fans to say that, but I want the people that are actually coaching the team and putting the team together to sound more pissed off when we lose games like this.
Last night at 11:30, I tweeted, "How the hell do you lose the best player on the planet to the point where he's that open for the winning goal?"
Yeah,
Sullivan,
good point.
Tim, Sullivan trademark defensive philosophy, nothing new, and now the world has seen it. Scotty, I blame Tomlin. He runs the defense. Multiple other people, though. 3 guys puck watching, no one picks up McDavid, a complete breakdown. That sounds like a Sully coach team to me.
I thought Sully went back to his old well when he picked his lineup for last night's game. You know that, this is going to get a little inside hockey here, so sorry for the people that are novices like the last guy that called and asked about how the tournament actually works. You knew that Matthew Tkachuk was not really healthy for this game.
Scratch Kyle Connor.
So you might want someone that has a little bit more skill in their game to jump up and play in your top 6. And you scratch one of America's best goal scorers to play Chris freaking Kreider last night? Yeah, that dude's basically has turned into the Rangers version of Jeff Carter this season. And they didn't take other gifted scoring players. Caulfield in Montreal got left at home. Robertson down in Dallas wasn't invited to play. Both guys in Buffalo, Thompson and Tuck, were said, we're not interested. I saw one of the hosts there at WGR, my old station, was like, here's a list of all these great American goal scorers, And they were said, yeah, we don't need you because this team wanted to play a bunch of old Rangers. And that's right. A bunch of old New York guys. Brock Nelson in there, too.
I mean, then I like, in a weird backwards way, I like that because now there's controversy, and now there's, the next time they do this, like, put the true best team out there.
Because what happened to Sully's old, let's roll 4 lines?
Right.
Okay, if you're going to roll 4 lines,
you gotta have the
then
best,
how about you, like, put together the
lines.
best 12?
Right, exactly.
Not some old stiff who's, like, completely forgotten how to play hockey for the Rangers this year. But that's classic Sully.
I'm also going to say this.
That's Sully in a nutshell.
He sounded like a guy there who wanted to win but was, like, thrilled that he was coaching in a game that people cared about like that. I was much more encouraged by, the vacant, dead-eyed look on Matthews' face, Hellebuck's face after they cut to, him following the winning goal. Those guys looked pissed, man. They looked like...
Well, I wanted to hear the coach sound a little bit more like that after the game.
Well, I don't know if he'll be the coach the next time they do this.
Really? Oh, I think he's a lock to be the Olympics coach. Oh, you mean like the Four Nations or the Olympics?
Next time they do a Four Nations.
Oh, yeah, he won't be. But he'll be the Olympics coach. And
Matthews
that's one of the reasons why the Penguins won't fire him.
Matthews would have really validated himself as, like, the man in many ways, in, like, a way that's different than succeeding in the NHL, and would have validated the NHL or America as producing big-time scores. He had so many chances in that overtime and just couldn't put one home.
Donnie, you guys seemed like you did it up for the game last night. Big plate of nachos went in the oven for that sucker?
That was part of dinner. That wasn't the game, but yeah, we watched the game.
Pony, I like that in our little group chat.
And had some nachos.
In our group chat, you posted a picture of nachos with, like, clearly identifiable toppings. And
that's
Pony's
why I
like,
didn't answer him.
Pony's just like, what's on all? What do you got on those
that's
bad
not
boys?
true. There's
jalapenos right there.
There's like a melted sauce on there. I didn't know what that was.
Like a little bit of queso, you mean?
Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Okay.
You just post a picture of, like, a steak, and Pony goes, oh, what is that you're eating there?
Well, in that case, you might want to know what cut of steak it is. I don't see how that's a bad question. Pirates spent more money on a player last night than they have all offseason. Who is it, and what does it do for Pirates fans as we are less than 24 hours away from their first baseball game? Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team on the Fan.
Thank you, Pony. I want to tell everybody right now about my friends over at Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington, a place where the deals are even sweeter. Go out to North Huntington and see them at Shorkey Mitsubishi, because right now they've got in their great inventory, best inventory when it comes to Mitsubishi in Western Pennsylvania, they've got remaining 2024 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Outlander and Eclipse Cross available with 0% financing. You get into a Mitsubishi, regardless of what model, you know you're getting a couple of different things. All the features you'd want. 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty for peace of mind. And then safety. You think about the driving conditions in southwest Pennsylvania this time of year. It can be icy. It can be slick. All-wheel drive you're getting with Mitsubishi. You're also going to get up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. You can stop by for an instant, no-obligation appraisal. It's time for you to get your deal your way. What a great day. Check them out. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and always online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary, highlighting moments like Jim Starkey pranking Bob Pompiani.
Alvin in Aliquippa.
Hey, Bob, you think Gio Cincinnati could back up for you?
I didn't expect Alvin, you dog, you. Why do you have to do this? Why?
93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet. Route 8, Hampton Township. Drive a little, save a lot. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No hassle, no lines. It's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They have been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com. AMG, a proud supporter of the University of Pittsburgh and Pitt Athletics.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Fall in love with a new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive for only $289 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Bowser Hyundai. Oh, that's the power of Bowser. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Who doesn't want diamonds from their Valentine? If your sweetheart has expensive taste, Fine Wine and Good Spirits has the sparkling diamonds they want at a price you'll both love. Celebrate with Francis Ford Coppola's Diamond Collection Prosecco or Rosé, both $2 off. Toast your Valentine with a glass full of diamonds. Shop in-store and online at FWGS.com. Offers end March 2nd, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, huge game for Pitt tomorrow at Notre Dame. 2:15 tip-off. You can hear the game here, 145 on The Fan. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Pitt got him swinging. One more ties the American League record. The 1-2. Strike three, he got him! And Andrew Heaney has just tied an American League record for consecutive strikeouts.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Tomorrow afternoon At this time, on our sister station, 100.1 FM, you will hear that crack of the bat, baby. It's back. First Pirates Grapefruit League game of the year. You know I'm not allowed to eat grapefruit?
Why's that?
Because when you go on, this is so embarrassing.
Cholesterol?
Yeah. When you go on cholesterol medication, you're not allowed to eat it.
Can you drink like Squirt, like grapefruit flavored soda?
Never asked because it wouldn't be something I would do anyways.
Sorry, grapefruit flavored pop.
Yeah.
I made a very bad dad joke in that regard last night when they had the Boston Pops playing. I said in some parts of the country they call them the Boston Sodas.
I liked it. I saw it.
How about I know we're going to talk Andrew Heaney here. Man, what was her name? Like Chantal Krevichuk or whatever. Has anybody taken a machete and just hacked O Canada to death like that in its history?
I think they hired someone who was a bad singer on purpose.
Pony. She's like a songwriter-singer who did like all of Avril Lavigne's songwriting and all that. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Wrote
Stick
a lot
to
of
writing.
popular songs.
Write,
has
don't sing.
Performed them. Ugh. Anyway.
Those who can't play, coach.
Those who can't do.
One of those. Exactly.
Anyway.
My God, was that horrendous?
It was bad, dude. It was very, very bad.
Donnie, are you in the same boat as me? Are you on the anti-grapefruit club?
I never knew that was restricted.
Yeah.
I think one of my parents has.
But I'm not eating those regularly either.
I think one of my. You know what? Grapefruit doesn't just interact with cholesterol medication. Like there's other pretty common meds that a lot of people are on. That grapefruit.
Well, somebody told me that instead of taking my cholesterol medication, I could just eat 2 grapefruits a day. But I have to do it every day for the rest of my life, and I'm like, I think I'll just take the cholesterol medication.
You have to have it through hereditary stuff, right?
They don't know. Sometimes I get ripped for my diet. Sometimes they tell me it's my mom and dad's fault.
Just a nice moving target to make you
pretty
much feel bad. That's good.
This Pirates move is like when you get, in my opinion, you get an F on the midterm, and then the next quiz afterwards you get an A. You failed the thing that really counts a lot, and you did something afterwards that was really good. I happen to think this is a fantastic signing by them, given if you look at Haney's resume and then you compare it to other starting pitchers who have signed this offseason, and not to bore people with baseball names that they might not know off the top of their head, but Matthew Boyd signed with the Cubs for a lot of money and is a left-hander, and his recent resume is worse than this guy. And the Pirates got Haney for $5, and I think the Cubs paid $30 million for Boyd. Nick Pivetta just signed the other day. Now, he's right-handed, but he's another one of these guys that's like a mid to back end of the rotation starter, and he got $55 million. So this is what happens when you play this waiting game with guys that are leftovers in free agency. Sometimes you get crapola, like Michael A. Taylor at the end of free agency last year and Yasmani Grandal. And other times you actually luck into something like when David Freese signed here originally. And so I think this is more of the latter, but the problem is when that's all you've got, when you're not complimenting players, you're making your big moves now. That's the frustrating part. I also don't mind the idea of, hey, we're already good at pitching, but let's just get more of it.
What is the old saying?
Let's just pitch them to death.
Can never have too much
pitching. You can never have too much pitching. So let's just try to win every game 2-1. Or let's try to win with arms and not bats.
He's a solid pitcher. I mean, to me, he's
good.
He's solid.
He fits. Obviously.
Don't look at his win-loss. That doesn't matter.
Cherington as a type, he likes these crafty lefties.
Strikes out about a guy per inning, which is solid.
He struck out 9 in a row. He has the American League record. The American League's been around since the friggin' 1800s.
It's the junior circuit.
This guy's mug
looks like an 1800s
at the top
pitcher.
of the list. He struck out 9 in a row.
I know, but he's not he hasn't
not a power pitcher.
He hasn't been a true strikeout pitcher for any sustained chunk of his career.
I have to be consistent on this. If I was excited about A.J. Burnett because I said, man, this guy's not that far removed from winning some big-ass games for the Yankees and helping them win a World Series when he got here, I have to say the same thing about this guy. 2 years ago, he pitched his fanny off for the Rangers in the playoffs. He was excellent for them. He's one of the big reasons why, as far as pitching goes, they won a World Series. And last year was just okay. It wasn't anything great. And the Pirates, I mean, he could eat, Chris. Given the way Mitch Keller pitched in the second half of the year and the way Jared Jones pitched, I mean, it's not out of the question that he ends up their number 2 starter. If he does, well, then things went badly.
That's the problem. If he ends up your number 2 starter, you got bigger problems.
But I like Tyler Anderson here, and I liked Jose Quintana. And I think he's right in line with those guys. Actually, I think he's better than both. Look at Anderson and Quintana the year before both came to Pittsburgh, and then look at this guy's last 2 years. It's a good move. The problem is it's their only good move so far this offseason. That's the issue.
If you take his entire career in balance, do you honestly – I mean, he's not the same kind of pitcher. You're going to yell at me for this. You're going to get mad at me.
Is this a Baseball Reference comparable thing that they do?
No, it's just the first name that popped into my head when I was – because I'm not going to pretend that I've sitting here and watched Andrew Heaney.
Are you going to give me like a Paul Maholm or somebody like that?
That is the exact name.
Yeah, because he pitches like him, but he's better than him.
He's a livelier arm than Maholm. I have always remembered you as like a true baseball guy talking, pounding the table and saying there's value in guys that'll take the ball and throw, even if they're not great pitchers, will throw 160 to 190 innings.
But he's also not ass. I mean, there are guys that do that are durable and absolutely suck.
God, imagine you getting up there in front of the populace to describe and defend this signing. Andrew Heaney, not ass. Thank you. No, I would say he is a slightly above average pitcher. Last year,
usually slightly above average pitchers cost you more than 1 year, $5 million, especially when they're left-handed.
And in that sense, I think you make a good point to call it a good move because they got him for a bargain price. But against the backdrop of overall what they've done or not done this offseason, man, it feels only like 2 or 3 small drops in the bucket.
Donnie, this is right up your alley when it comes to Pirates analogies because you say it all the time with them. Like, once in a while you do go to TJ Maxx and find something good. But at the end of the day, you're still shopping at TJ Maxx. You know, and like most of the things are there for a reason. There's an imperfection, or they're dated, or it's a guy's jersey and he hasn't played for the team for like 4 or 5 years and it's marked down. But sometimes you do find a gem there, and I feel like this is one of them.
Yeah, I didn't really think they would dive into starting pitching either. So maybe it catches you more by surprise because of that. I mean, I think we expected if they're going to add anything, it's going to be an actual bat that can bring in some offense. Yeah, if you lose a starter now, this is a very good safety valve to have because, like you guys said, you can never have enough starting pitching, and you know with the amount of injuries they have that will occur over 162 that's going to hit. They do have just an abundance of arms. A lot of them are very young and unproven, but they do have a lot. Like there are even guys that aren't the Paul Skeens or Bubba Chandlers of the world that are going to be dudes that pitch in their bullpen this year, I would expect.
But is that going to be enough to win 87 games?
I don't care for the strategy of let's win a lot of games 3-2 and 2-1. I think you're really playing with fire by that.
I mean, because I still feel like the sport has gone back to more of a shift towards offense in a lot of ways. Yes, you have a ton of 3 true outcomes, so guys strike out constantly, but it doesn't feel to me like the 3-year run they had, especially 13 and 14, where I thought they were doing it better than anyone else, like what baseball was, which is a little bit more 1980s style speed and like manufacturing of runs. Like McCutchen wins the MVP award. He hit like, 24 home runs?
Yeah, runs were also suppressed back then.
Well, that's what I'm talking
about.
Not
an offensive era.
Tony,
like
that's what I'm saying. This is an offensive era, and yeah, you can say stockpile pitching, but only to a degree. I still think you've got to try to win an arms race in terms of bats.
And Chris, if they were in the American League East or the National League East, then it would be a different sounding conversation. They're in the NL Central where really, other than the Cubs, no one else is trying to win.
God, is that
Think
depressing.
about it's true though.
I just read an article.
There's one team in the division that's really trying to win.
We have always
so maybe you can luck your way into second place, and second place might be good enough to make the playoffs.
That's such a grim thing. We've always said on this show, Atanasio, the Brewers owner, is like a model for what we wish the Pirates would be with Bob Nutting.
But they're taking austerity measures there.
Oh, he's getting clobbered by big-name writers for the way he's handling them now. He continues to slash and burn, and people are wondering, can they possibly survive it again in Milwaukee? It's just a bummer on a more global level for me. Because I know what you're saying about the Cubs is accurate. Like, the Cardinals are supposed to be like a marquee franchise.
They didn't sign one guy.
I know. They're supposed to
Don, how many guys did they sign? Am I making that up? I think they signed zero dudes.
They did not sign anybody.
That's incredible.
They're supposed to be like the Steelers, a team in a middle or smaller market that just no matter what is always going to be good and always going to be relevant. It's grim, man. It's really grim. But there's just no urgency to try to take advantage of that.
So I want to know with the first game tomorrow, and in a really nice move, I think. I think the Pirates, I'm grading this move. I'm giving it an A-.
Grade are you giving it, Donnie? I give it a B. I'm a little less. I'm a little less bullish. Still a good move. Still an above-average move. I'm not giving it an A.
They also tried to get Quintana.
I like Haney more than Quintana. Were they going to do both?
I feel like this was their backup
plan. I like Haney more than him. Do we have Pirates believers out there? Do we have Pirates optimists out there? Was this move enough to make people say, you know what? I do think this team has a shot. They do have a snowball's chance in hell. They do have a puncher's chance. With baseball games starting tomorrow, can we find, I think we have 15 phone lines. Can we find 15 fans out there who actually think the Pirates have a chance to make the playoffs this year and have a season to remember? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. And for good measure, the best call, the most compelling case for why they have a chance, will win 2 tickets to our 15th anniversary event Wednesday, February 26th at the Rivers. 412-928-9370. When you call in right now, and you might actually even have a chance to meet this gentleman at that event.
Highlighting moments like Jim Starkey pranking Bob Pompiani.
Jim Starkey.
It's like Joe's evil brother.
Jimmy Starkey. Big game James Starkey's going to be there.
Play that one more time.
Highlighting moments like Jim Starkey pranking Bob Pompiani.
Jimmy Starkey, folks.
Your pal Jimbo. Your pal Jim next door.
Do we have 15 Pirates eternal optimists out there after this move? 412-928-9370. Edgar Steiner Associates, fan text line, personal injury law firm, and they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt at Notre Dame tomorrow, 2:15. Tip in South Bend. You can listen to that game right here on the Fan. Pregame coverage at 1:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Tomorrow, we have Pitt versus Notre Dame. And this is a huge game for Pitt because some of the bracketologists think that they are inching their way back into tournament conversation. And winning a road game, even against a bad team, is a way you keep yourself in the conversation. That's not how you get in, but that's how you keep yourself alive. If you want to watch this game, yes. Listen to this game, yes. How about bet on this game? Yes, please. The place to do it is on America's #1 sportsbook. That is, of course, the FanDuel Sportsbook. Spread right now is still not out on this game. It will be posting soon. And once it's out there, put your bet in, and if you win, you can take $5 and turn it into $150 in bonus bets if you are a new customer on FanDuel. 5 to win $150. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Foss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. This is not about assigning blame, although we're pretty certain it's baseball's fault. Either way, ESPN opting out of its MLB contract is another knock on the game. At a time when the struggling NBA is about to start a $76 billion media rights deal, baseball is scrambling for a new partner. I'm Andrew Bogish.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf. Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the southbound side of the West End Bridge. Right now, no traffic is moving through that area on the southbound side. You'll see a lot of backup on both directions of 65. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I believe we're going to go into 2025 with as strong a major league roster as we've had since I've been here. Just as importantly, I believe we're going to go into 2025 with as strong a baseball operation as we've had since I've been here, and we need both. And ultimately, proof's in the pudding. Got to go do the work and get the results on the field, but. I'm excited about what's ahead in 2025 and beyond, because I do believe we'll go into 2025 in the strongest position we've been in all of those areas.
Ben Cherington using the word excited for this upcoming baseball season that starts tomorrow with the first of several spring training games. Is that how you feel about the Bucks? They made a move, dare I say, that I liked last night in the middle of the hockey game. But it was the only move they made this offseason that I liked. I challenge the listener. Are there Hope Springs Eternal? Are there the Optimists Club? My grandfather was a member of the Optimist Club. It was actually like a guild that he was a member of.
Get out.
Yeah. Yep.
Can you imagine Chris Muller joining the Optimist Club? I'd kill that place from the inside out. I'd destroy it. The fox has entered the hen house.
God. Imagine you and Kabali in an organization like
well, let's cool it here.
Shutter the doors and close that thing down. You'd burn it to the ground, you two. By the way, Mark will be in here later this hour. Donnie's 7th mock of the day. It's been a minute since we looked at a mock draft. And so he has scoured the internet for the biggest one, as we are also just days away from the start of the NFL Scouting Combine. But I asked for calls, and I said the best one will win 2 tickets to our 15th anniversary party at the Rivers, February 26th from 6 to 9. You can still get tickets. Like, for example, tomorrow afternoon, Tom's Watch Bar, one of Mulsey's favorite places in the world to watch sports, 2 to 3.
I'll be there.
Down on the North Shore, go meet Mulsey. so you can get tickets and meet Chris. That is a double whammy right there. Or you can head to Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union in Scott Township on Monday from noon to 1. All the info is over on our website on where you can get tickets for this gigantic bash, 937thefan.com.
I will be there at 3 to 5 tomorrow, for the record. I will be there hanging out. So come by, see me, have a couple drinks, watch sports, fun stuff.
Let's see if Joe is drinking the Pirates Kool-Aid. Hello, Joe.
Hey, how you doing, Pony?
Hi, Joe.
Yeah, I am. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Look, last 2 years, they were contending until they dropped the entire month of August. They've got a respectable staff. If we know one thing, a respectable staff can take you to the postseason. They've also got 2 players, I think, capable of some greatness if the team is doing well.
And who are those 2 guys?
I'd say O'Neill and Reynolds.
I think Reynolds is what he is. I think Reynolds is a good player. I don't think he'll ever be great. Thank you, Joe. We got more people to get to. Appreciate you calling in. Saying the foundation of the house is pitching, and they've got good pitching.
Man,
I think they've got potential for good pitching.
I don't feel they have one elite, great, already feels like an all-timer in the making pitcher.
Yep.
I feel like Jones has to answer questions in year 2.
Agreed.
I feel like Keller has to continue answering questions the second half of seasons.
The swoons, man.
I think Bubba Chandler is a total unknown, even though we love the arm talent. And Heaney is coming off of, I know the 2 years prior to this were very good, especially 2022.
I happen to like Heaney.
Heaney is coming off of his last 3 years, the worst one. So they hopefully, perfect world, they bought low. They bought the dip, Pony.
Like last year, they got Martin Perez from the Rangers, and they paid more money for him. And the dude was so bad, the Rangers said, hey, we're going for the World Series. Why don't you sit your ass on the bench because you're not good enough to pitch for us? This guy, on the other hand, was instrumental in them winning a World Series. And I know it's an extra year removed, but he's pitched in a ton of big spots before. I mean, he's been a part of really good teams. So I've got more confidence in him. This is not Rich Hill at 97 years old.
Do you worry at all about the fact that the market knew all this about him and still he lasted to this point? Because that would give me a little
bit. I don't
know how it could.
I think that's fair. But here's the thing. He's a pitch to contact, even though he's got the American League strikeout consecutive record with 9. He's a pitch to contact, soft tossing lefty. And I don't think those guys are in vogue like they used to be because most analytical outfits are like, yeah, we don't want guys that pitch to contact.
I mean, the thing I would say that probably is best about him is are you a believer that you have to make up a great pitching staff unless you've got 5 all-timers of at least a little bit of different styles?
I like having a lefty in there, especially with PNC Park and left field.
I'm not even saying just a lefty. I'm talking about, like, you specifically want somebody who's throwing ground balls maybe. You want a couple power arms, but you want somebody that's giving people a different look.
I think anybody that's played the game who will will tell you that if you have to, say, on Friday night face Paul Skeens and then Saturday afternoon you come right back and it's Heaney who's like the exact opposite pitcher.
Throwing 89-mile-an-hour fastballs sometimes that gets you all off kilter. Okay.
Here is Matt on the Buccos. Let's see if he is feeling it this year. Hello, Matt.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Hey.
So there's hope, but that's if everything goes right. They talk about winning in the margins, but they've willfully chosen to thin those margins out as much as possible.
Great point. Very well said.
Very well said.
You got to hope that the hitting coach makes a noticeable difference. You got to hope Shelton isn't tripping over his own 2 feet.
Well, he won't be distracted by coming up with nicknames for Chappie and the like here, Matt. He's not going to be worried about nicknames this season, hopefully.
Right. You gotta avoid the injury, the serious injury.
See, that's the big one, man. They're one Paul Skeens injury that, like, say he strains an oblique. Everyone thinks about arm injuries. Say Skeens just has like an oblique injury that keeps him out for 4 weeks. You miss, like, how many starts of him in that time, and it looks tough.
I get that. We're going to put Matt on hold and actually give him the tickets because I thought that was very well
nice
done. I want a guy like that at our 15th anniversary party. That's a guy that knows how to call a sports talk radio show.
Wow, what praise from you. Damn.
But look, if they've actually, for having a payroll right now that is in the low 70s, like $73 million or $74 million, they actually do have depth of arms where if somebody like Skeens, knock on wood, did go out for a month, you feel like you might be okay. Whether you call Chandler up, Oviedo, Falter comes out of your bullpen, is back in the rotation, has to make a few starts. And you traded Ortiz. You really could have had 10 guys that were major league arms. But you needed a first baseman, especially a first baseman that had a chronic wrist injury.
Yeah, you bringing Ortiz up just makes me think of Horwitz and then makes me think of the wrist injury. I'll tell you what, nothing is going to make Cherington look smarter than if this wrist injury turns out to be he's out till mid-April, he comes back healthy, and he starts to rake.
Let's go to Paul in Monroeville on the Pirates in 2025. Hello, Paul.
But let's stop sugarcoating everything. There's only one thing that Derek Shelton's good at, and that's giving his players nicknames. I don't want to hear about Chappie and this one and Scotty Too Hottie or whatever the hell else nickname he has. He has blown more games with his managerial changes at pitching. Go over all the games that we've lost, that we've had leads because of Derek Shelton pitching changes. This is amateurized.
Is that still – that was a call from, 2024, but, if we did a just 365 days thing where there wasn't a defined start and end of the year, it's still probably number one.
With his managerial changes at pitching, just like
this is amateur.
Everything about it is perfect.
The pacing, you know what? We talked about the late, great Mike Lang and how his cadence and his sense of rising action. You want to talk about using your voice as an instrument on a radio call? That's about as good as it gets.
The great Chuck in Uniontown with concerns about Derek Shelton for 2025. Chuck?
Managerial mistake number 5,884 this year. And it cost us, the biggest game of the season.
Do you agree?
5,824.
Do you agree with me that when you're going to make a statement like that or have a take like that, it's much funnier to come up with a very exact number instead of 5,000?
Yeah.
I think managerial mistakes, 7,346, way funnier to me.
Well, because I'm just picturing Chuck also having a diary where he tracks every single one of his managerial mistakes.
Another one, and he's just fuming.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township, southhillskia.net. One more note here on our 15th anniversary party. We just gave away tickets. I'm excited. What was that caller's name again? Matt. That's what I thought.
Good call from Matt.
Very good. So I misspoke earlier. I'm making sure I have this right. So tomorrow at Hampton Beer Outlet, you can go get tickets from 4 to 5. Pick up beer for your night of sports watching in your weekend, and then you'll also be able to get tickets to our event. Tonight, if you're headed down to the Rivers, from 7 till 2 a.m., yes, all the way till 2 a.m., TJ the DJ, our personal music director here for our show, will be at the Rivers right next to the sports book. He's a man who has spiky hair.
Would you call it a slight Conan O'Brien, pompadour style look that he goes with? He kind of flips that.
If Conan O'Brien and Ryan Seacrest had a love baby, he'd look like TJ.
Just without, it would be with Seacrest's hair, not Conan's hair.
But the face kind of looks more like a Conan face.
I would agree with that.
And so he will be there from 7 to 2, and you can pick up tickets then. If you can't make it tomorrow anywhere, go to 937thefan.com, and you'll see the other locations where you can get tickets to our big shindig. All right. Coming up, Donnie's 7th mock of the day. He has scanned the web to find the most interesting Steelers mock draft choice for February 21st, 2025. Mark Cabale later this hour, too. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Canada beats the United States 3-2 in overtime of the championship game in the Four Nations face-off. Connor McDavid with the game-winning goal. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Don. So athletes, we know this about athletes. They want to perform at the highest level, and to give themselves the ability to do that, they're pretty much training every single day so that they can perform their best when the moment is the biggest. How about if you could improve your performance in the bedroom with no training, no practice on the side required? I'm talking about Blue Chew right now. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost and in chewable form. If you don't like swallowing pills, you don't have to worry. Blue Chew's tablets can give you that extra confidence when it's time to perform. And there are going to be no awkward conversations, no waiting in line, no going to the doctor's office, nothing like that. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. And here's the other thing. No two guys are the same, so guess what? The licensed medical providers are going to work with you to find the right ingredient and the right strength for your prescription. If you're ready for a great offer, how about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
93.7 The Fan is turning 15.
Happy birthday.
And you're invited to our party at Rivers Casino on February 26th. But you'll need a ticket to get in. Visit 937thefan.com to learn details on how you can get free tickets at local businesses. The first 400 guests receive a commemorative fan gift. The Fan 15th Faniversary Party is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Icy Light, Guardian Protection, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're officially less than a month away from the madness, and it's time for some college hoops. I'm Kate Constable, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Wright State is a 3.5-point home favorite ahead of its Friday matchup against Northern Kentucky, and I'm backing the Raiders to cover the spread. They've struggled against the spread as of late, but can go into this matchup with confidence, knowing that they've already handed the Norse an 8-point defeat on their own court. I'm Kate Constable from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, February 21st and February 22nd. Come see Playboy Playmate cover girl Kiki Cloud only at Cheerleaders.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
That music means it's time for a Donnie mock of the day. I didn't know that we switched up to the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I also didn't know that this ticket pickup is today at Hampton Beer Outlet. That's just been brought to my attention. So wires getting crossed everywhere. So get out there. It starts in a few minutes. 4 to 5. Hampton Beer Outlet. Route 8. Put it into your Waze or put it into your GPS and get to Hampton Beer Outlet if you want to be a part of our 15th anniversary celebration. And you should. Are we still not allowed to play the
other stuff?
The mock of the day jingle? Is that still something that needs to be sorted out between us and the bosses here?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. So you're just going to play it safe today? That's probably a good move.
Mock. Yeah. Ing. Yeah. Bird. Yeah.
It doesn't have the same. I mean, I don't want to bury a segment before it starts, but it doesn't have the same pizzazz without a little.
No, not at all.
This is theater of the. It's audio theater of the mind.
We did figure out, which is big news, and I know we won't have one today, but it will return on Monday. The debrief has been saved.
Okay. Because that was on life support, from what I understand.
All right, I have a proposal here. I think we've got enough musically talented listeners out there.
Pete Bender.
Well, dude, think about the guy who caddied Eric for me at Oakmont the second time around. He's got his own band. I've still got to put music in that he said, I'd love it if you guys use it as rejoin.
That's on you.
I'm going to make sure that music starts getting used. It's very funky stuff. I think we've got to see if our listeners want to take the Pete Bender route and help us with some original
compositions. How about the enterprising rapper who came up to us when we were at the Market District in Robinson who wanted to get some of his
He came up to Colin, and Colin immediately sent him to you and said, that's the guy who will get your music on the air.
Collins has divided attention right now. Apparently he's on AM contemplating a mayoral race bid right now.
He is.
He's thinking about throwing his hat into the ring. Even though I don't think – are you allowed to if you don't live in the city of Pittsburgh?
He'd have to go get a residence, I think, in the city. Like I think a lot of the guys who have been mayor, the people who've been mayor, lived in like Shady Side. Obviously, I think Tomlin still lives in Shady Side, and there's obviously super nice houses there. Squirrel Hill.
Congratulations on all his success.
Can you imagine if he just said, "I'm giving this up. I'm moving into the city, and I am running a chicken in every pot." Colin Dunlap.
You never see a big fat guy that is mashing his own, nuts in the machine to make peanut butter.
Start there. Build a campaign around that.
I know a lot of stuff sounds strange out of context. That is one of the all-timers. Just you never see a fat guy making his own peanut butter, essentially. Correct.
Never see a big fat guy that is mashing his own, nuts in the machine to make peanut butter.
Do you ever see a skinny guy just mashing his own nuts? I mean, Don, you want to enlighten us on this one? Do you have any nut mashing?
I've never mashed my own nuts.
2 cents?
To make peanut butter.
You want to talk about, by the way, another clip that if you just cut it off at a certain point, you never see a big fat guy mashing his own nuts. Well, okay then.
All right, Donnie, what do you got for your 7th mock?
So another problem we could run into, and I hope, because I know Chris keeps track of stuff like this.
Yep.
Last Friday, they had to do a complete reset of this computer in here.
Okay.
So I lost every mock that I've already done.
Guess what? Got my document right here.
But I feel like enough time has gone by that when you search for mock drafts,
No. I'm not saying I'm going to repeat one because normally I try to keep it pretty current.
Okay.
I'm saying
to go through who's been picked,
so
and I'm going to do that for you right now. That's why I'm the official record keeper of the show. Day 1's mock back in end of January. Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network. Matthew Golden, wideout from Texas. Next one, the day after, Bucky Brooks of Fox Sports, Luther Burden III from Missouri. Eric Edholm, we like Eric from NFL.com. The next day, Emeka Egbuka, Ohio State wideout. Matt Miller of ESPN, Egbuka. Ryan Wilson, our good buddy, Carnegie Mellon educated, Luther Burden. And then this was the one, Pony. Now, you were legitimately on the shelf with explosive diarrhea this day. It was when karma came to get you.
That you got, too.
I know. I think you probably got me sick. That's being around you was probably a problem. Chad Reuter, NFL.com. And Donnie and I just were foaming at the mouth.
This was the nightmare scenario.
This really was. This was the sum of all fears. You ever see that movie?
This was the Sunday Scaries?
Doesn't end well, that movie. 3-round draft. He had the Steelers taking Quinshon Judkins in round 1, Jalen Milroe in round 2, and cornerback Denzel Burke in round 3. And Donnie and I were just absolutely crestfallen reading that. I think I said something to the effect of if that actually happened, I'd be giving them an F after each of the first 2 days.
I think this would be my reaction to that.
You never see a big fat guy that is mashing his own, nuts.
I know news talk is such that they can kind of go out on tangents like we can. You ever hear one like that where you're just like, man, what were they even talking about where that possibly became something on the radar? And I'm somebody who has taken discussions in very strange directions. I know this.
So today we have Tom Fornelli from CBS Sports.
I know that guy.
This one gets quite interesting as you keep scrolling down.
Man, we really do miss the music.
Yeah, I know. Do you want me to just toss a bet in there and play one?
Well, wait a minute. Are we allowed to play any of the great football-themed bets that we have, or are those off limits too?
I could find one of the ones that's already in here.
Why don't you find one that's already in there, and we'll vamp here for 10 seconds while you find one. Because now it's Tom Fornelli. That guy's been around for a while.
I just don't like when Craig usually takes roadblocks and tears them down.
Oh, he's erecting them right now.
I feel like right now he's building them up.
He's putting them right. He's putting those Jersey barriers right in our way.
He usually does a very good job of make show better, make show easier to do. Right now, making show harder. Come on, Craig.
Now we're good here. It instantly feels better.
We know you're not.
It's like mood music.
We know you're not, taking copious time or spending a lot of time getting laid. So how about then take that free time and
You're saying he wasn't distracted by this being a hug day?
Oh, when I brought that to his attention, what Vic and Hazelwood said about how he had to.
What was his face? Yeah, Vic and Hazelwood said he has something called a hug day with his wife. They've been together almost 30 years. It's a scheduled sex day. Give me Craig's facial reaction when you said that.
Do you remember when I said, quite controversially, that I feel like when I'm in my 50s, I'm just going to retire from sex?
Yeah, that was very controversial.
I just feel like I'm going to have had my fill by then. I think Craig's already put the jersey up to the rafters. I think he's already had the,
It's like an extra small.
Have the ceremonial press conference where he signs a one-day contract.
Jeez.
Yeah. He's like, I got 3 kids. I think it's done.
I think the key with that is, though, you always want to leave on your own terms. You don't want them to tell you when you're done, right? That's a really bad sign.
I think it's almost like when Tomlin broke up with Palomalo with the voicemail.
Yeah, you don't ever want to get, as they would say in Dumb and Dumber, a John Deere letter.
All right, Don. So Tom Fornelli, CBS Sports.
Is this a multi-rounder or is this
a mock draft?
It's just one. It's just one.
All right, here we go.
The Giants trade up. They get Cam Ward, number 1.
Okay.
Abdul Carter goes 2 to the Cleveland Browns. Then you get Travis Hunter at 3 to the Titans after they traded back. You get some defensive linemen off the board early. Mason Graham goes 5. McMillan goes 9.
Did Shedeur Sanders go 6?
I notice I didn't say his name yet.
Come on, Pony. You know this man knows his craft.
I would have mentioned Shedeur Sanders if he got selected.
Oh, I think I know where this is
creeping
headed.
into the teens. Still no Shedeur Sanders. Tyler Warren goes to the Bengals, though, by the way.
I would hate that for us and love that for them.
Luther Burden goes to the Bucks at 19.
Oh, no.
Ashton Genty goes to the Broncos at 20, right before the Steelers.
If I were gonna make a bet on any non-top 5 pick, like player and team, and bet actual money today that it's gonna happen, I would bet Genty to the Broncos with a decent amount of money.
Yeah, anyway. I guess
Peyton's completely infatuated with him.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he is. That's getting a lot of those dots getting connected. A lot of those. Well, here, really quick, you want a nerd stat? They had the best blocking win rate for their O-line in the whole league, and they were not that good of a running team because their backs actually sucked. So if you put a guy on that roster who's a good back, theoretically they would have just eaten him up last year,
all right,
1,800
Here we
yards.
go, drum roll.
And now we get to pick number 21.
I hate this. I already know where this has to be going.
It's about to get really interesting, and it may catch you by surprise. Because the Steelers don't select a defensive lineman. They don't select a wide receiver. It is Jahdae Barron, the corner from Texas. And then at number 22... the Cleveland Browns trade up with the Chargers, and they take Shedeur Sanders.
You bait and switch the hell out of me.
Well, hold on a second.
I thought this was going to be Sanders to the Steelers.
If Sanders fell to the Steelers at 21, they should absolutely take him under the Aaron Rodgers fell late into the first round and hope that he's Aaron Rodgers and not Brady Quinn way of looking at it. You take swings at quarterback. If someone that was thought to be a top 5 pick falls to you at 21, You go for it, given your quarterback
Positional
situation.
value and everything else comes into play.
So that would be we've had people say the Steelers don't really like Sanders or Ward that much, but if they took a friggin' first-round corner over him,
that would be...
I would lose it.
The acquisition cost, the opportunity cost becomes so much lower there. That's how you have to look at these things, almost like in economic terms, man. I'm on record as saying I think he's a very accurate passer. I think he does some nice things. I do not think he will end up being a good NFL quarterback. I don't think Dion would come in here and be chirping at Tomlin. I think there's too much respect there, so I don't think it would be super dramatic from that perspective. unless it went really sideways really quickly on the field. But as much as I would have so many reservations, Pony's right. If you could get that player at 21...
The chance has to be taken.
Unless, hold on. There are people who said he and Cam Ward wouldn't have even cracked last year's top 6. Like, might have been better than the Pickett class, were better than the Pickett class. But, like, then you have to say, okay, if they are quarterbacks 7 and 8 in last year's class, are they really first-round caliber players? Maybe not.
He did not have a good offensive line at Colorado. I think he's a good pocket quarterback. I think he's got a high floor and a low ceiling. I think best case scenario is Matt Ryan in the NFL.
You know why that's so weird? I think you're right, but you know what?
MVP.
True, and should have been a Super Bowl champion.
That's why I said best case scenario.
What's so weird, though, about him is I think because of who his dad is and how spectacular of an athlete his dad was, people are surprised to hear Pony kind of talk about him in sort of a similar vein as people talk about
Dion has said
Pickett.
that. He said he's more like Tom Brady than Lamar Jackson.
He is.
Right.
He's a scrambler the way Mahomes is. He is in no way, shape, or form an actual runner. Dion has made fun of both of his sons and said they got their speed from their mom's side. That's why they're not as fast as me.
Mark Caballi going to join us. What one NFL insider said about the butting of heads that went on here late in the season, and just an issue that was rampant in Steelers headquarters, where this alleged disagreement right now that's going on about their quarterbacks was hurting them and affecting them late in the season. Wait till you get a load to this, and we'll get Caballi's take on it when we return. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Don't go anywhere. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, a few flakes with overnight lows in the upper teens and mostly cloudy skies. A mostly sunny Saturday with high temperatures into the mid to upper 30s. Overnight lows on Saturday in the low 20s and partly cloudy. And Sunday, high temperatures back near 40 degrees and partly sunny. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know the funny thing about life? Any given second, something can happen to you. Any given second, you can get hurt, get put in the hospital, be out of work. They call them accidents. But accidents have consequences. Accidents, you got to go see the dog. That's Top Dog. Accidents have consequences. You got to take the dog off the leash. Let them go bite them. Let them feel pain. Let them be hurt. Let them bleed. You understand? You got to let them bite them. Let them go after that insurance company. Let them get you top dollar. All you gotta do is make the call. Top Dog Law. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Call the dog. Call the dog. Any accident, big or small, life or death, you call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Men with ED, if you think chewing gum or calling an 800 number for pills will fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, NuFlow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call NuFlow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
O'Reilly. You need parts? O'Reilly Auto Parts has parts. Need them fast? We've got fast. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one. And every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
It's a celebration of savings at Giant Eagle. Join us for My Perks Appreciation Days, February 21st and 22nd. We're saying thanks with 500 bonus perks on a single $75 transaction on February 22nd, only at Giant Eagle or Market District. That's $10 off groceries or gas. Plus, earn 3 times the perks on every gallon of gas at Get-Go Friday and Saturday. Plus, free curbside home delivery for My Perks Pros on $150 orders. Restrictions apply. Visit gianteagle.com/appreciation for details.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no-obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with the foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platform.
It may be winter outside, but inside the Monroeville Convention Center, it's golf season. The Pittsburgh Golf Show, presented by Dominican Republic Has It All, is 3 days only, February 21st through the 23rd. Save up to 70% on a huge selection of golf equipment, accessories, and apparel, even vacation packages. Test the newest clubs, compete in skills competitions for great prizes, get a free lesson from a PGA pro. Come tee it up in Monroeville, February 21st through the 23rd. Visit PittsburghGolfShow.com.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're seeing a larger backup than usual on the outbound side of 65. You'll be in very slow traffic from Perrysville Avenue up to the McKees Rocks Bridge. I'm Kyle Fronizer.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hit Notre Dame tomorrow on the Fantasy Big Game. That's why I keep mentioning it. 2:15 tip-off. Pregame show at 1:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Time for our weekly hour with Pat McAfee, Steelers insider, Mark Caballi. And Mark is here with breaking news. The Steelers have actually made a signing in the last few minutes.
The old tight end, huh?
Donald Parham.
Super Bowl, baby. Like when the Pirates make a move, I always write pennant. Trophy here, baby. That's going to bring it home.
6'8", 237.
They got a nice basketball team they're assembling with Darnell Washington.
My God, Jeff Capel could use the rebounds in that room between Washington and this guy.
You ever see Broderick Jones shoot the hoops?
Good or bad?
Oh, very athletic.
Yeah?
That's what I heard.
He's like you, 9 straight threes. He can really shoot from the outside.
Can you imagine Donald Parham and Darnell Washington against the Diaz Grahams underneath?
Here's what the Football Prospectus Almanac said about Parham going into last year. Tell me if this does not sound like a guy that Arthur Smith would have borderline erotic thoughts about. 6'8", 237, a blocking tight end who caught 3 low-post entry passes for red zone touchdowns in 2023. Hands are unreliable, and he only runs 2 kinds of routes. The loop into the flat and run 3 steps and turn around route. Has size, has great blocking capability, and was a favorite of the last Chargers regime before Jim Harbaugh came to town. Was beat out for a roster spot by Hayden Hurst, who played for Greg Roman in Baltimore, and another player that the Chargers drafted. But 2 years ago, he started 8 games and had 285 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns. Donnie, pull up Darnell Washington's receiving yard stats from last year. I want to see how different.
I think you're looking more of a Michael Pruitt replacement than a Darnell Washington.
But, oh, no, I don't disagree with you on that. But I'm just saying.
I got the numbers.
Parham had better numbers
Parham was
than
better.
Washington.
4 touchdowns to 1, more catches, more yards, more tutties.
But, Mark, what I'm alluding to is they have an offensive coordinator who's addicted to big athletic tight ends.
Yeah.
And wants to play 3 of them at one time as much as he can.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon here, which leads you to believe that Connor Hayward might be the odd man out here, right? He doesn't really fit that scheme of what they want for a tight or
Make him an
Smith
H-back.
wants him.
Make him an H-back.
They don't really use an H-back like that.
Who cares?
Chris.
Make the whole plane out of tight ends and H-backs.
What stinks about Connor Hayward is I think he's extremely talented, but they just can't find a place for him.
If this were basketball, you know what they'd call Connor Hayward? A tweener.
Yeah.
Like a guy who's a forward in a guard's body
Mark,
or something
I just
like
have
that.
to push back, though. He's extremely talented at what?
Well, I think his rookie year, not blocking. He can play multiple positions. I think he got good hands. I think he's speedy for a tight end. Like he said, like Mosley said, he's a tweener. He's not big enough to be a tight end, not faster or quick enough to be a wide receiver, but he can do the H-back. He's valuable.
I just think it's a football Darwinism situation. I think it's survival of the fittest, and unfortunately, he's not built like his brother. And he's at the short end of the gene pool there. And if he was bigger and stronger, he'd probably be a pretty good NFL tight end. He's just too small for the NFL.
You know, I just can't leave this out, Mosley. You got the old Bible right there, the old paperback Bible that he's looking out of here.
When you sign a guy like Donald Parham, I got to go do my research on the guy. He's not a household name. It's not like they brought Antonio Gates in from the Chargers.
Mark, he's an analog man in a digital world.
I see that.
I like hard copy.
I haven't seen one of those in years now.
We just went over this 2 days ago on the show. His wife had to shame him into not paying his bills by paper and mail anymore.
That's true.
And he used to, he had, like everybody else does the old give me direct deposit and give me electronic mailing and all that stuff. The total opposite of that.
So Krager pays him in cash. He comes up to him and just...
Oh, honest to God, man, if Pony could get paid in cash, yes, I think that's how he would prefer it.
So Parham caught 4 balls for 38 yards in that crazy game the Chargers and Steelers played in Ben's last year in L.A., where Ben had a pretty good game, but Justin Herbert was just unstoppable again, and the Steelers' defense, they weren't defending guys and leaving them wide open, which they usually do in big games.
I would have to say that I don't remember that game.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Is that the Achilles?
I was in the old.
The Steelers weren't the only thing getting blown out that day.
Mark, when did that exactly happen? Like while you were physically walking into the stadium, you heard a pop and you went down like you were shot?
I didn't go down. I stayed upright, but I was walking. Well, I took the Uber, and they let you out pretty far away in L.A.
Why is that obvious? You can't get right up to the stadium?
Well, the footprint of that stadium is gigantic. Like, you could absolutely have to walk a long way.
Yeah, so I walked there, and I was making fun of people wearing, like, old-time jerseys. I still got photos of it.
You making fun of people?
Somebody was wearing a really weird jersey, so I had to take a picture of it.
But that's not making fun of someone. That's
I
like
posted it then, of course.
Oh, okay. So not to their face. You do it behind their back and put it on social media.
I'm good at not to your face. But I walked through the security line, took one step, and snap. God. And Sam Farmer from the L.A. Times, like, you okay? I'm like, I don't think so. And Sean McCullough of
Everywhere.
I guess
everywhere.
I guess technically here because he gets a lot of our sound at Road Steelers games.
So he came out, and that was about it. And I spent the entire game at the emergency room. What is that? The Inglewood emergency room. Inglewood?
Yeah, that's in Inglewood.
That's not a
fun place.
No.
How long did you wait?
4 hours. Wait, I was there 3 hours before the game, and I got back to my hotel as Miles Killebrew blocked the punt. So.
And did they immediately diagnose you as having a torn Achilles?
No, they had no clue. Then they come back and said maybe. Then they put a ace bandage on and said leave. That was about it.
And then as soon as you got
so
back
I don't
to
remember that
Pittsburgh,
game
you
very
got
much.
checked out, and they said, "Yeah, this is."
Yeah, I don't remember that game, but I'll take your word for the Donald Parham.
He had
catches.
4 for 38. Donnie, this is a good one for you and Mulsey. 3 Chargers players caught more footballs in that game than him.
Keenan Allen?
Yep.
Eckler?
I love him, man.
So 2 for 2?
Allen
Mike
or
Williams.
Eckler you love?
Mike Williams.
Yes, you got him. Good job, boys. 3 for 3. Who do you
Oh,
love?
I love Keenan Allen. And, I'm with a guy right now that I like Debo, but if Keenan Allen's racing up that board,
I'd rather
as a
have
free
Keenan
agent
Allen.
guy.
It's not even close. I'd much prefer Allen.
I don't think you can.
Yeah.
I would, if the bet is, will Debo Samuel start and finish every game for your team in a given season? Like, the answer no is going off at like minus 1,000
But didn't we go down that same path last year with Cam Hayward? There's no way. He's older. He's getting injured.
Come on, Mark. Not even.
I mean,
apples to apples.
But I don't.
Hall of Fame resume.
Yeah,
this guy had one great year.
Yeah, I still like Debo, but I'm liking Keenan a little
You
more.
like the idea of Debo. You like the guy for 1 year that was a great jack of all trades player, and he's never been able to do that again. He had one amazing year, and he has not. To Percy's point, he has not stayed healthy since.
It's all relative.
Now he's 30 pounds overweight.
Well, it's all relative because I don't think they would have to pay him that very much either.
Well, how much are they going to have to pay Keenan Allen? I mean, I don't think they're going to have to pay
8 to 10, whatever.
That's
something
that,
like that.
To me, that would be an absolute steal.
Yeah, I saw Doran talking about this morning if they need a guy like that, not maybe him, but somebody of that ilk to come in and teach George Pickens. And
then you sent the John C. Reilly face.
Yeah, because I don't care who you get, George Pickens not going to listen to you. You think Keenan Allen's going to get through to him?
I do not.
Absolutely
not. Do you think
not.
Jerry Rice in his prime could?
No, I don't think nobody can get through to him. Nobody.
God.
There's not one person that can get through to him. I always say Keenan Allen because I think he would still be able to produce for them, not because he would help out the maturity issues of one George Pickens.
The only maturity thing, like where it would matter with him, is if you actually still were on the fence about someday giving him big money. But it's pretty obvious he's on his last year here, and that's it.
Yeah. George.
So, yes, just...
You can't. I mean, yeah, you
just
can't.
try to motivate the guy with, if you put up big numbers, you can get the hell out of here and go, somebody else will pay you. But, this idea that you're going to...
I give him T. Higgins picture. So you see what he did last year?
Yeah, just sign somebody that you think can produce, not somebody that you think can, sit him down and teach him the facts of life in the NFL.
If it wasn't going to happen by now, it's not going to happen.
I agree. Mark, this obsession with tight ends and Parham signing, it's strange and odd because your coordinator likes tight ends, and typically tight ends are used in the middle of the field, and your head coach has a conniption every time the ball gets thrown to the middle of the field. How does that get squared away and sorted out? To me, when people say Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin have things in common, that's why he's a good fit here. That's true, but also the guys that Arthur Smith wants to integrate into the passing game, Mike does not like that part of the field utilized.
I don't know if I would look at those tight ends as more of a passing game, but the extension of the offensive line in the run game, more having the numbers on your side of the 5 offensive line and a couple
throw
big
out
ones.
Parham and Darnell Washington. How about Freiermuth, who you paid then?
Yeah, I mean, he needs to be involved more. He needs to be involved a lot more. Now, I would just say right now maybe it was the Russell Wilson thing, small guy, but it's been year after year since it's happened, so you can't really say that. But that's only been 1 year with Arthur Smith. Now let's see if Arthur Smith can convince, hey, it's not that bad of a situation to throw it across the middle if you have somebody else bigger. But do you want Justin Fields, say, for example, putting himself in harm's way by throwing it there? I mean, there's something to that, too.
I felt like they were when he started, the 6 games he started, I think they were extremely judicious about when they would call anything for Fields.
Yeah.
Like the play where Austin scores against the Chargers, I think they almost treated throwing it aggressively over the middle like a shot play for another team where they might have some trick stuff dialed up. They would say, if we get a very, very, very specific look at a very specific part of the field, we want him to cut one loose. Otherwise, no way. Like that, they treated it like a trick play almost.
Yeah, but, I think he got better. You remember in the OTAs, he looked really bad. I think he looked, as we expected him to look, like very inconsistent. I thought he got a lot better, so maybe he gets better moving on. But, I can't wait to hit the Indy here to really try to figure out what's happening here. But, man, do you get a feeling that Justin might just sign somewhere else?
Yes, I think
you're just
that's
getting
very
this
possible.
feeling. I mean, I don't have any information, but I just get this feeling that he somebody else is going to offer him, and he's going to accept it if it's in New York or wherever it is.
And why do you have that gut feeling right now?
I don't know. I just have a feeling that a guy like Aaron Glenn in New York might really like a Justin Fields, and you see him.
I think the money would have to be really far and above what the Steelers would be willing to offer, because I do think he's a player that values a little bit of stability.
Now, if how much would you be willing to overpay Justin? Would you?
What do you think is accurate payment, and then I can tell you overpayment where I would.
Well, whatever their accurate payment, whatever their payment is probably less than what you think.
Well, let's come back to that, because there was an NFL insider who went on Scott Farrell's show. This is 2 days in a row we have Farrell-related material. Did you hear Farrell yesterday? Mark, he went on for 12 minutes.
I clicked it on for a minute of him talking.
If you clicked it on,
he used a couple swear words, right?
No,
he came close.
He came very close one time, but he's a pro. If you clicked on that segment at the start, you did not hear me start talking until 13 minutes later.
And shockingly, people said best segment ever.
Touché.
But anyways, something that apparently happened inside the Steelers' coaching offices that I want to get Mark's 2 cents on, and it does tie back into Justin Fields. Did we ever like Mrs. Fields cookies?
That was like the ultimate treat of my childhood. We go to Ross Park Mall because they had a Mrs. Fields like right in there in the inside entrance. Like, and if I was, this is very granular. My brother had a lot of bad allergies as a kid. The allergist's office was literally 500 yards away from the mall. If I was really good and behaved,
you got a Mrs. Fields cookie. Were they warm?
It was always a 2-pack of Mrs. Fields milk chocolate chip cookies. I can taste that cookie right now, and that is the best cookie I've ever eaten in my life.
Mark, I get the feeling that your mom could bake her fanny off.
No, you know, my actually.
Because remember you had that big Cardinals cake for your birthday?
No. You're close. You're very close. My dad was a baker for like 30, 40 years, so that's where that cake come from.
Wait, professionally or just for fun?
No, professionally. As it was his career.
Really?
One of the worst careers ever. Because I worked there. For a while. It's awful.
The hours are tough, and if you screw one thing up, the whole,
Not only that is you got to go as fast as, say in this case, the heat in the dough makes you go. If you're making bread, if it's a warm day and it's moving quick, you got to be moving quick too. It was just a miserable job.
Is that where you get it from? That sunny disposition that you're talking about?
Imagine, it'll be times. I'll be in college, and it get you through college, but I'd be so tired at like 4 in the morning, I'd just go sit on the commode and just sit there and relax for a while. I mean, just as a seat.
Would you even pull your pants down?
No, I would just sit there.
Pants on, everything's on, just sit on the toilet.
Sit there and take a little nap.
We got an email about this on the show.
Nap.
Remember, we got an email about this on the show the other day, where somebody's boss got on their case for people taking too much time or spending too much time in the bathroom at their office.
That's true.
And accused the employees there, Mark, of not actually taking long dumps, but using their time in the bathroom to just go on extended breaks, just take a rest or play on their phone.
Nothing wrong with that. But I would take an extra little cat nap.
Mark would do
I told you guys
Popeye's
I used to
employee
do
thing,
that.
but on the toilet. That
the tired Popeye's employee.
He was the tired baker on the toilet.
I told you guys I used to pull that move in the Amazon warehouse. When I was down to like my last hour, I was like, it's going to be like the 15-minute.
That'd be like you running the four corners offense with a lead in basketball. You're going to run out the clock on Amazon on old Bezos.
Man, all you got to do is say, hey, I got some IBS, man. I mean, what are they going to say? What are they going to say, right?
Well, that's what I mean. This listener of the show had a boss that called them out for that. I said, I know you guys don't have IBS. I know that you don't have issues. You're just going in there and
well, the phone has really probably
playing around,
extended
the trips,
the length of time.
I got to go do my banking on the toilet here.
Well, not Pony.
Oh no, that's right. Yeah, he's licking stamps and everything. He's sealing the.
I don't even know where to buy stamps at nowadays.
Oh,
I'm not going to say who this person is, but I had to get on somebody's case for attempting to take a library book into the bathroom with them.
That sounds like a Seinfeld episode.
And I said, you can't do that.
Oh, we had a Seinfeld-esque moment really quick.
You're breaking a social contract by bringing that library book in the bathroom.
You got to buy it.
That's not a bathroom book.
That is a Seinfeld episode. George did it. Mark, we had a Seinfeld moment happen outside the studio. Somebody, a nice company, brought hoagies, right, just randomly, and they were cut in like that little C shape, so you'd almost open them up, if that makes sense, little like, 2 fingers wide. Somebody comes up, worker in this building, touches one of them, picks it up.
Wasn't it Dunlap?
Looks at it.
No filter there.
Looks at it, puts it down. Hold on. Bad enough. Takes the other one, opens the little top of it. I kid you not. Scoops out the filling, like, because it had cheese on the outside, so you just pick it up. Eats it, puts the bread back down on the tray.
That doesn't sound very mayoral right there. We'll get to a headline and be right back. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt and Notre Dame tomorrow, 2:15 tip in South Bend. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame at 1:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Thank you, Don. Thank you. Man, we're all reeling from the big revelation there, but that's okay. You don't want to be left reeling if you're trying to remodel a kitchen, if you're a contractor out there, general contractor, a lot of blue-collar folks, Ponies people, you're working on kitchens. You've got jobs to do. You know this already, but I'm going to reiterate it. Your biggest holdup right now is probably cabinets, because the average wait time right now for cabinets is around 8 to 12 weeks. That's 2 to 3 months. That's too long. But Choice Cabinet can help. Yes, my friends at Choice Cabinet, they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock. They deliver inside your house or your apartment on their trucks to ensure that there's no damage. These are Amish designed, all wood cabinets, 10 different paints and stains as well. Choice Cabinet, family owned. They care about you, the customer. They want to make sure you get these great quality cabinets. They want to make sure you get them very quickly, and that's the best part. Delivery is available with Choice Cabinet in as little as 3 days. Not 8 to 12 weeks like the industry standard. 3 days. You need cabinets, folks. The choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Mostly cloudy tonight, the low 17.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Still seeing quite a large backup on the outbound side of 65. You're seeing pretty heavy congestion from Perrysville Avenue to the McKees Rocks Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I would be very surprised if Russell Wilson comes back. You know, it's not impossible. I know there's some people the Steelers would like to see him back. I think there's some coaches who were hoping to bench him last season, but were overruled, as I understand it. I think it's a mixed bag. And they're very intrigued with Justin Fields, who never really got a shot. Yes, he got hurt. He had a couple minor injuries, but he was clearly healthy late in the season. I don't know why they didn't bench. Why? I know why, because they wanted to go with Russell Wilson's experience. They should have given Fields a shot. At that point, what did they have to lose? Put the young kid in who's got a great arm, much better athlete. Get a better evaluation on him, but they decided not to do that. That was a mistake.
It is 4:15. Time to start your weekend off right. Absolutely, with Archie's Famous Wings. I think Arch is going to come out for our big 15th anniversary shindig, and you should too. Get to Jackworth Ginger Beer. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, Jackworth Ginger Beer on Hamilton Avenue. Proudly serving Boyd and Blair from 1 to 2 tomorrow. To get tickets to this event, or head to Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union in Scott on Monday from noon to 1 to pick up tickets. They are free to be a part of our big 15th anniversary party. 937thefan.com has more information on those ticket pickup locations. That was Adam Kaplan, who's been an NFL insider for a long time, including a stint at ESPN. Mark Cabali is with Pat McAfee, who's employed by ESPN. Right, or no?
Kind of.
He's his own. He's
like an island unto himself. He's like one of those sovereign citizen people who are like, you can't arrest me. I'm a sovereign citizen.
Put it this way. He's like WWE and Netflix. They produce the show. He provides it to Netflix. That's what WWE does. He produces the show, and he provides it to ESPN for a price.
Makes sense.
And that's why he has the control to hire somebody like you, and it's not like ESPN. No, seriously.
Like
it's not
me.
like ESPN has to sign off on Mark Cavalli being hired by him.
No, my contract says Pat McAfee Incorporated.
That's pretty cool.
To have your name with INC after it?
All of it. The fact that it says that and the fact that that's Mark's job. He works for a guy that, wants to have Mark on to talk about his kids' dumps.
Oh, ain't nothing wrong with it. They were off for about a week, so they're doing like the best of, and of course.
How much of that have you been featured
That's
in?
what I saw. I just saw one most recently about. I don't know. I guess,
so none of it is like your good sports takes. It's your kid pooping.
That and I apparently they called me last year and I left mayonnaise on my counter and they saw it or something. I don't know. I guess that's funny. I don't buy real mayonnaise. I buy the Aldi brand. So they didn't. They thought.
Oh, my wife would absolutely murder you for that.
It's the same thing.
I would draw.
She doesn't think
I'm going to draw a line in the sand there and say you got to go Dukes.
Yeah, she said there's one thing you can't skimp on. You can't buy the fake Oreos. You can't buy the fake ketchup. You can't buy the fake mayonnaise.
How about the fake Oreos thing? My kid, Ace, they both like them. Lennox will usually eat them.
They like regular Oreos or fake Oreos?
I try to give Ace a fake Oreo. He'll look at it, hold it up and look where the Oreo is printed on there, like the word Oreo, and go, here, and hand it back to me. I kid you not.
Oreos are like $5.85 a box, and the fake ones are $1.98. What do you think?
I was a Hydrox cookie kid growing up.
Yeah.
My dad would buy Hydrox cookies.
Yeah, you're spoiling the kid.
I'm still hung up on your dad being a baker. Like, would he come home with awesome cakes and cupcakes?
He'd bring
a butcher, a baker, and a candlestick maker.
He'd bring home mostly bread every day. On Saturdays, he'd bring home just like dough. You make pizza Saturday night, so Saturday night pizza is still very
big in the Cavalli house.
Well, yeah. I mean, even people that I grew up with, friends are much older now.
Baking is such for people. I like to cook and I like to bake, but baking is obviously super precise. I
was going to say, how did your dad get into it?
Well, no, yes, I kind of would want to know that story, but it's such a precise thing. Like, weigh it down to the gram. Yeah. I cannot imagine a person I know less suited for that temperament-wise than you. I can imagine you getting the flour wrong by 10 grams and it ruins the bread, and you just throw your hands up.
It's such on a large scale. We're talking about 200, 250 pounds of dough,
Oh, yeah, because he was doing wide-scale, big-scale production.
You'd have to mix it up and yank it out of this huge mixer and throw it on the table.
And then they got he's got the big ovens going, so you're probably sweating like no one's business.
Imagine like August night when it's like 78 and still at 2 o'clock in the morning, you'd be dying. Now you know why I was on the toilet.
Would he have a cigarette dangling out of his mouth the entire time doing it?
Back in the old days, he might have. I doubt.
Just ashing it in the bread by accident.
Like old Vincent's in Forest Hills. Old Vinny, you remember that? Vincent's Pizza Park, he would always make the pizza with the big ash on.
With a
anybody out there knows
what you're talking about, Mark.
Vincent's in Forest Hills.
I do know. I do.
All right, let's go back to this Kaplan comment. He said that there were coaches that were hoping Russ got benched at some point during the season, and those coaches were overruled.
Yeah.
If you had to guess who those coaches were, Mark, hypothesis on guys that wanted Russ benched.
I could tell you who it wasn't. The guys that actually made the decisions.
Head coach didn't want to bench
him.
him.
So Tomlin.
The guys who had the big decisions made there.
Do you think that Tomlin was the one that overruled, or do you think it was Rooney that overruled?
No, I think Tomlin always wanted him there. But at what point were you going to replace? Let's put this. If you had the thought of we're playing Russ whenever he got healthy midway through the season, at what point did you really want to yank him here? Because he obviously had those 6-7 games, really good games, then maybe not as good. Justin was hurt a couple of games. The
playoff
argument you have is late. At that point, he really hasn't thrown more than one. He threw one pass, I think, from week 7 on.
And it was that end of the game situation in Cleveland.
So, I mean, maybe it was the best thing to do, but at that point, you're not going to put a guy who has one pass thrown in 2 months in there. But
Adam Kaplan is making it sound like there's coaches that absolutely wanted to do that.
Oh, I'm sure there were coaches. I mean, maybe
Arthur Smith.
Maybe it was the quarterback coach. Maybe it was Mike Sullivan. I don't know. I mean, whoever it was, like I said, who are they talking to?
Paints a picture of dysfunction just broadly.
Or disagreement at the very least.
Yeah, maybe dysfunction's too strong of a word, but that's a pretty fundamental thing to be disagreeing amongst yourselves on the coaching staff.
Let's assume it was Arthur Smith. Total assumption that's Arthur Smith, and he goes to Mike Tomlin and says, I want Justin in there. Do you think Mike's saying, okay, fine? Or should there be pushback, or does he have the right to say, no, we're going with Russell. We brought him in for this reason.
I don't even think Arthur Smith had the balls to go to Tomlin and say, I want to make a quarterback change.
He was a head coach himself, though. I would hope he's not a complete eunuch in that situation and is scared of his own shadow.
Mark?
He's also not going to get fired by the Steelers.
Even if he did, what's he going to do?
Right. Oh, no, I'm just the son of a billionaire.
Yeah.
Well, woe is me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I can see him bringing it up. Arthur is a little bit more fiery than he portrays himself in press conferences. Plus, he's a pretty big guy, too.
Do you think they could have been worried? Well, no, the physical intimidation thing only works when you're talking about Mike Vrabel, apparently. Do you think that they could have been worried, seriously, that if they actually made this move, even say Tomlin was wavering at all, I don't think he was, from what you and others say, that they were worried Russ might just go completely in the tank and that would get ugly?
No, I don't think so. Because what's Russ worried about the most?
Russ?
Yes.
Optics.
And he doesn't want to have that cloud going over him, how it ended in Seattle with Carroll, how it started and ended in Denver, and now it's on to Pittsburgh. All of a sudden you get three different locations and the same results. Guess whose fault it is? So I don't think he would do that, no.
Let's get Mark's opinion on something that Steelers Super Bowl champions disagreed on this week, coming up next. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township, southhillskia.net. All right, Donnie has a headline, and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back at it tomorrow, a 3 p.m. puck drop at the arena against the Washington Capitals. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Fellas, it's okay to admit many of us out there, probably a lot of us, close to all of us, who knows, could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom. And Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. So if you hate swallowing pills, you don't have to worry here. You don't need a glass of water nearby or anything else like that. And Blue Chew's tablets, what they can do is give you extra confidence when it's time to perform. And because it's an online prescription service, you don't have to deal with one of those awkward conversations. You don't have to go to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door and in discreet packaging. And Blue Chew's tablets, they're made in the USA. And like I just said, they ship direct. That means it is cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me, too, on this. Even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, February 21st and February 22nd. Come see Playboy Playmate cover girl Kiki Cloud only at Cheerleaders.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
It may be winter outside, but inside the Monroeville Convention Center, it's golf season. The Pittsburgh Golf Show, presented by Dominican Republic Has It All, is 3 days only, February 21st through the 23rd. Save up to 70% on a huge selection of golf equipment, accessories, and apparel, even vacation packages. Test the newest clubs, compete in skills competitions for great prizes, get a free lesson from a PGA pro. Come tee it up in Monroeville, February 21st through the 23rd. Visit PittsburghGolfShow.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
A team has to know when they're playing the Pittsburgh Steelers that they're going to be hurting. Same way I knew when I was playing Baltimore that I was going to be hurting. Like, we need to play Baltimore every week. Like, that needs to be our mentality as the Pittsburgh Steelers, is we're going to go just absolutely pound these people into the ground in a clean way. You know what? We're going to be hurting, but you're going to be hurting worse. I don't know if that's how that keeps on. I don't know if that's been lost from players now because there's so few guys left. I mean, Cam, TJ. I mean, even Minka, he's been there for a while and he's a leader, but he didn't get drafted here. He got brought here. Bring Joe Green back for a little bit. I don't know.
Ben Roethlisberger's take on the Steelers' way going bye-bye. Ryan Clark gave a rebuttal. Both of those guys did shows on this station. Both of them did shows with me. Both of them might be a part of our 15th anniversary celebration on Wednesday. You should want to be a part of that. And if you can make it to Hampton Beer Outlet between right now and 5 o'clock, you got a half hour, you can pick up tickets for free just by swinging by there, picking up your beer for the weekend. And the tickets are available there, too. We've got members of our promo team standing by. Mark Cavalli in studio with us. Mark, when we first heard those comments, I said to Mulsey, that sounds like something one of our callers would say. Bring back Joe Green to the Steelers. He'll whip him into shape. And that's arguably the greatest quarterback in team history saying that. And Ryan Clark thought it was poppycock. So whose side are you on in this?
I didn't hear what Ryan had to say. sure he didn't appreciate.
Ryan was not a big fan of those comments, for the record.
Hey, I mean, I just think if you're trying to compare it from now to like 20 or 30 years ago, it's just not going to happen. Just a changeover in the free agency and the rosters in general. These rosters get turned over for the most part every 2 or 3 years. I mean, you look back 3 years ago, and you're lucky to have 7 to 8 players on this roster. So it's just natural for them not to have that Steelers way. It's now, if there is a Steelers way of being, knock your socks off, whatever, that has to be coming from guys like Cam and TJ. And I don't know.
Well, Ben also played probably the majority of his career in an NFL where that kind of play, that style got phased out anyway.
Yeah, that's the reason why it did, that defense.
That 2008 AFC title game is like the high watermark of modern-day violent football. And
I love that.
It did change, and Ben was on a lot. He was on all those teams. I also thought it was funny that he kind of implied that Minkah, because he wasn't drafted by the Steelers, couldn't embody it. So tell that to James Ferrier.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, that didn't make any sense. I mean, I'm not going to hold him to one statement there and beat him up over that, but it didn't really make much sense just because he wasn't
Did it feel a little self-serving to you? I mean, it felt self-serving to me to some extent.
I think it's what people that are frustrated and are sick of watching the Steelers lose big games and the kind of things they come up with when it happens repeatedly. Well, something's got to be rotten. Something's got to be like a mold in their locker room, a black mold that's just like causing the team to play like crap and not get up for big games. It's the fact that they're devoid of leaders. That's got to be it. Guys that don't get what it means to put in a hard day's work. Like the guy that called into our station, Donnie, and said, what do they need to do? Go down to the Kerry blast furnace? Remember that guy?
Wait a minute.
We need TJ to come in and say,
guys who weren't willing to put in a hard day's work. Do we ever think of Ben as a guy who was willing to put in a hard day's work?
Not really the first thing I think about with him.
Oh, well, and yet he's still like third.
Yes,
all time.
I'm saying
64,000 passing yards.
Yes, he was awesome on the field.
That's just amazing.
Obviously, he was great on the field. But let's not act like this guy was the exemplar of what it means to be a football player 24/7.
But you know what, though, Chris? You say that, and it's throwing a little bit of shade, but you're also acknowledging that he was a great natural athlete who is headed to the Hall of Fame. I also hear in your voice, finally, after all these years, a sense of appreciation for everything Ben Roethlisberger did for the Steelers. Like, now that we're living on the other side of the tracks here, you have finally come around to the idea of, what? We needed to cherish Ben and not take
He's not giving that up.
You don't think so, Mark?
Just like he's not going to give up. The fighting was interesting to see in the opening of the Four Nations tournament.
I guess
he was dying
old
on
Cowboys got a little bit left in him.
I'm not.
We got a text from a listener that said Mulsey sounded like a mamby-pamby.
That was me, I believe.
Wait a minute, Mulsey. You're not appreciating Ben more after all of this crap we've had to put up with? I mean, Kenny freaking Pickett is going to be on our airwaves again tomorrow.
After Super Bowl 45, that loss, how many playoff games did he win from then till the end of his career?
3.
Okay, why is Kenny Pickett on your airwaves tomorrow?
He's doing an interview with Bostic.
2 Pittmen.
Oh, my. H2P is going to be out in force tomorrow, baby.
What a winning endorsement. What a ringing endorsement for that interview.
Hey, did you happen to see the Theo Vaughn Antonio Brown podcast?
No, I can't say I caught that.
Well, it was interesting.
What does that have in common with Pickett and
No,
Boston?
I just want to bring this up real quick because I thought it would interest you. Things like that don't get by you. Antonio basically said we kind of lost it when everybody got paid on offense. Once people were getting paid, nobody gave a crap anymore, and that's why we all of a sudden start stinking.
I would have said AB first in line there, but he still worked hard. He was just all about his own numbers.
That's also factually incorrect because the running back never got paid, and that's why his career basically fell apart.
Yeah, he did really speak highly of Le'Veon.
Was he implying that when Ben got paid?
I think he was. He actually mentioned offensive line too.
Oh,
he's at the line too. So
that's a shot at
it was an interesting podcast. I mean, you probably couldn't play it on this air because there's a couple swear words, like every 4 words. But I thought that was interesting, especially coming from that guy who has been on record of saying he's the one. I mean, Ryan Clark has said he's one of the guys that changed the most once
after
he got paid.
money.
Was he actually behaving somewhat seriously on that podcast, or was it him doing basically his big chest routine?
Nah, it's not his Twitter gimmick anymore, which I don't think
He doesn't even run his
not.
Twitter feed. Come on.
But
wait, were you there when AB wanted to basically he called out Dick LeBeau and it turned into what happened?
He punched him in the face.
Punched Dick LeBeau in the face?
Ike.
Oh,
Ike got in his
okay,
face.
so tell us what happened here. So
it was training camp.
2012.
Yeah, it would have been the year he signed the big deal, right?
All right, so
same. I mean, he just up.
So he shows up acting like his blank don't stink.
He gets the contract because Mike Wallace decides he was going to hold out.
Yep.
And he did hold out, and they gave him the money. I remember little AB at the press conference getting his money. Then they go out. I don't know if it was a day or two later or whatever it was, and he was acting like big chest and talking crap on Dick LeBeau, got in his face, and defensive players weren't going to allow that to happen. Next thing you know, whack. Antonio takes a shot at Ike, and Ike had
Wait, who punched who first? AB punched Ike Taylor?
I just saw Ike. I just saw AB. Ike get hit by AB.
Did he punch through a helmet like a face mask, or was there no helmet?
Was it a sucker punch, or did they both square up like they were ready to go?
Yeah, well, you're really testing my memory here because it's been.
Well, I think that's an important detail.
Ike, very lanky, big reach advantage.
A sucker punch versus a legitimate punch are two very different things.
I don't think it was a sucker punch. They were in each other's face, but I guess you can deem it a sucker punch.
So who won then? Who won the scuffle?
Well, I guess it was a bludgeoning eye, and Antonio wasn't. But
man,
which would lead me to believe that it was more
a sucker punch.
Well, he wasn't expecting to come in, yeah.
Well, then it's a sucker punch.
I don't know. There's different degrees of sucker punches. When you're like walking away and somebody whacks you from behind.
If somebody rabbit punches you, that's worse. But it sounds like Ike wasn't expecting the fists to fly.
I sucker punched a guy at a Dropkick Murphys concert. That's the one I got stabbed at.
You got stabbed?
Well, it was the sucker punch that led to the stabbing.
Did you know he got
Yes, I knew that he got stabbed.
My buddies got into a fight
Me
there.
reaping. Ha ha ha. This rules. Me sewing. Hell, what the hell?
My buddies basically lost a fight at this Dropkick Murphys concert.
I can't believe people were fighting
and
at
the
a Dropkick
guys
Murphys
and the guys
show.
who beat them in the fight were like, I saw them celebrating it, like making fun of my friends. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to stand for this anymore. And I went up to a guy when he didn't see me, and I just clocked him right in the face as hard as I could. We both went down, and then when I got picked back up, I got stabbed in the elbow.
Were they trying to stab you elsewhere?
I don't know. It was all a blur to me. I was very drunk.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that. Was it a Swiss Army knife you stabbed you with?
I think it was like I think it was, yeah.
Switchblade.
It was a small blade.
I mean, like, this is just funny. Pony tells a story, and, like, it goes sideways on him. He could be in, like, bad in the hospital. You know what I mean? Like, puncture lung somehow. He's just, and he also punched the guy so hard, or he tried to, that they both fell over. Which
wouldn't you like
indicates a distinct lack of coordination.
If you could go back in time, wouldn't you love to just go back time and see how it really went down?
Yes. You know how they do, like, super cuts of, like here are the 10 best dunks in rapid-fire order? By Pony's own estimation, he's been punched in the face roughly 20 times. I would love to get a super cut set to music of him just getting socked right in the face.
Instead of that, like, amazing TSN top 10 Mike Lane calls montage, it's just the top 10 times I got punched in the face.
How many people do you think are out listening to you right now want to punch you in the face?
Not insignificant number. Can you imagine it set to, like, One Shining Moment? The jaw is rocked.
We should do that for charity.
Punch you in the face?
We should, like, auction it off, and I'll put on, like, what the Olympic guys do, like the head protector.
Oh, here we go.
And someone can just sock me in the face.
You got the March Madness brackets coming up.
I think the only way to do that is to actually, like, put you in the Michelin Man protective suit. Like, there was a guy in Japan who made a living, though, letting people just come up to him for, like, 10 yen, and they could just beat the crap out of him for 1 minute, but he never really felt any of it.
Are those the martial artists that are in that video that's on Twitter where they're, like, just taking hard objects and hitting themselves in the balls with them? You know those guys, Mark?
I was in Ocean City when I was maybe early college and got in the old sumo outfit. You ever do that? You put the sumo outfit on and you run and just bump
run into people?
Yeah,
like on the ice at Penguins game.
Not a real sumo one.
Where they put the plastic ball on top and then they just bash into each other.
It was just a big sumo outfit with thick
God,
plastic.
you want to talk about, forget about a video of him getting punched. I want video of that.
I definitely have it.
Speaking of sumo wrestlers, I didn't think the time and place was appropriate yesterday when we had him on, but did you know that Peter Taglianetti once tried to body slam Yokozuna?
I don't think that happened. He was going 6 bills
you know
at
that?
the time.
I sent you guys a picture
of it. I thought that was a photoshopped picture.
No, that really happened.
Oh, so he was one of the people before Lex Luger on the Luger body slam
There was an
challenge.
event where guys lined up to try
carrier.
to. Yes, and he was one of them.
But wasn't that a work where, or did they just know nobody was actually going to be able to do it, and then Yoko had to help Lex out?
Great question. Would have liked to have asked Peter about that, but obviously didn't think it was appropriate
Luger,
yesterday.
Man, you want to see what happens when you take a lot of steroids.
I think he had
bad shape.
Didn't he have
some strokes and stuff? Yeah, bad shape.
I don't know, Mulsey. We had Hacksaw Jim Duggan on. He seemed extremely lucid.
I know, but he was I'm saying Luger, for how yoked he was, is in a wheelchair now. His arms.
He looks like a crypt keeper.
Yeah.
Speaking of wrestling, very good chance we get Kurt Angle in studio in a couple of weeks. Also,
you've been teasing this for a while.
I know.
We got to make it happen.
Also working on Jake the Snake Roberts coming in studio with us.
Jake, man. Jake lives the gimmick, man. So
what's that?
Expect anything.
I thought he was cleaned up because of Diamond Dallas Page's DDP yoga.
He does, but he still lives the gimmick, man.
DDP saved a lot of wrestlers' lives. Scott Hall for a while.
So what would live the gimmick mean for him? He just walks around with snakes at all times?
He walks around like he's
Jake the Snake.
Jake the Snake, not just...
He's also one of those, on those shoot videos where you can find where he tells the real story. He does not hold back on a lot of those situations. I just watched a short one, Donnie, of him talking about Macho Man selling the snake bite to the shoulder or whatever.
He was so afraid of it, wasn't
he? Yeah, he said
he made Jake take the bite
made
first.
Jake get bit by the snake so that he knew it wouldn't kill him. Because I think Macho's, basically, Jake was like, it's fine. He goes, he was like, stuff happens sometimes in this business. Weird things go on.
What were you going to say, Don?
Mark may be able to confirm this, but I saw something yesterday that Hacksaw Jim Duggan signed a Legends deal.
What's that mean?
Oh, he could have. I did not see this or know this.
He'll make occasional appearances.
Good.
Just gets paid to show up every once in a while.
Mark, you're a fan of this show, so you know we had him on, right?
Yeah, I've heard the
he was absolutely.
He wanted you to do a hoe.
Yes, he was in full form. He was one of those guys. It was like the lights went on and it was time to perform.
Yeah, those guys are like that. It's hard for them to give that up.
Somebody offered us Jeff Jarrett, and I'm like, I've never heard of this guy, and I feel like it would be an absolutely terrible
Double J?
I feel like you know who Jeff Jarrett is.
He's the guy who, when he would wrestle,
stole Randy McMichael's wife.
He'd wear that absolutely ridiculous outfit with the.
He's still wrestling.
Yeah, I wasn't interested. I thought
great Memphis heel.
Mark, what do you think the Rock is going to do tonight?
Oh, The Rock. It's a lot of things can happen. We got to watch SmackDown tonight. The Rock's coming back. Could be fighting Roman.
I already have
WrestleMania.
I already have a great night planned. I'm going to watch Robert Morris in Green Bay at 7 because I want to watch Doug Gottlieb get blown out.
I'm not going to be able to end up.
Wait. You'd rather watch Robert Morris in Green Bay than
because
SmackDown.
We want to watch Doug Gottlieb, who's 3-23, get blown out.
Yep, and then I'm going to put on.
But you kind of like Doug, I thought.
I'm going to watch the old. I do. I'm going to watch the old Miracle movie tonight too.
You can't say that word right. You've said it twice. Miracle.
Like Miracle.
Miracle Whip. Mayonnaise colored Benz. I push Miracle Whips.
You ever wonder what goes on in his head? He has this planned out. Tonight's a good night to watch Miracle.
Have you ever seen The Hangover where they're doing the card counting scene and Alan's head? They're showing the bubble with all the math equations.
I thought you were going to say Rain Man.
That's how I imagine his brain works because I'm pretty sure it does work that
way. Go get some toothpicks and throw it on the ground and be like 1,742.
No, that's Thortolo.
42.
Mark, thanks for swinging by again. Let's do it again at a Wild Wings in the future. Would you like that?
Oh, I'm a good. Hey, get Archie to host a show.
That's actually not a bad idea, Don. We should take that to him. I feel like he'd be all about that.
Watched a very famous NCAA tournament upset at Archie's while on the air. Mercer beating Duke.
I'd love to go over there for a pit game. Get the band together. All right. Thank you, Mark. We come back. ESPN ran an NFL offseason cover story today and said the Steelers need to do something and then proposed a way to make it happen. We'll tell you what all that is when we come back. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Here's Mulzik.
Thank you, Pony. It is me for my friends over at Mitsu by the Mall. That would be Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Now, talk a lot about the Outlander that I drive. It's 2024. Huge fan of it because it's got all-wheel drive. It's got every, modern convenience. I'm a bells and whistles guy. I'm definitely a creature comforts guy. It's got all that you would want on that front. And then it's also got that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. It just gives you the extra peace of mind. Right now at Mitsu by the Mall, go see my guy Tim Ferrara, the general manager. Go see my guy Corey, the general sales manager. They've got their remaining 2024 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Outlander and Eclipse Cross also available with 0% financing. And it stands to reason that if you are getting a new car, you are probably thinking about getting rid of the older car, right? Well, guess what? You can receive up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal. Come get your deal your way. What a great day. Mitsu by the Mall, Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Online, shorkeymitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Like when Dan lost his mind due to a bad call.
The catcher failed to maintain firm and secure possession of the ball throughout the tag. The tag was applied before the runner's foot hit the plate!
93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health, Pittsburgh's leader in ED treatment. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Hockey shined once again on the big stage last night as we saw Canada defeat the United States in the first ever Four Nations face-off final in overtime. I hope the momentum gained in the United States for hockey continue to grow off this tremendous tournament, but I'm skeptical it actually will, as unfortunately we've seen this story too many times before, when people rave about hockey for a few weeks and then not talk about it again until the Stanley Cup playoffs or the next time Team USA competes on the big stage. I'm Zach Gelb.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund has belonged to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at SpitzerAcura.com.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
Now by Xfinity. Internet, mobile, and TV that feels just right. Just like driving past an expensive coffee shop as you sip your homemade latte. Like waiting to use that promo code for 50% off on your sister's birthday present. Like snagging limited edition sneakers before they hit the resale market. Like getting concert tickets pre-sale before online brokers raise the price. That's the feeling you get with Now Internet. Dependable internet with no annual contracts, unlimited data, and equipment included. Internet just right for endless video calls, streaming every season of that show you're obsessed with, and staying connected on multiple devices. Internet that's just what you want and nothing you don't. Backed by the Xfinity Network. Get Now Internet starting at $30 a month all in. Easy, simple, flexible. All for one low price. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Fall in love with the new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. Lease a new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SE all-wheel drive for only $219 a month. Plus, get $1,000 Bowser Auto Show bonus cash on select in-stock Hyundai models. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 10,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, go to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends February 28th.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Attention small business owners needing financing. Swish Funding is providing funds for expansion, inventory, increased overhead, even slow cash flow to small businesses all over America with affordable funding as soon as one business day. And we're ready to help with funding from $10,000 to $2 million. If you've been in business for 1 year or more with a monthly income of at least $25,000, you can get the affordable funding you need with no collateral. Go to swishfunding.com today. That's swishfunding.com. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-967-7711. 800-967-7711. 800-967-7711.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need 1 truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM-PGT.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.